Human civilization experienced an unprecedented shock when, in one moment, absolutely all accumulated knowledge, including books, digital data, and records, disappeared. At a critical moment, when society was on the verge of total destruction due to the loss of all knowledge, an unexpected hope for salvation appeared. An unknown system called Olympus suddenly appeared before humanity, initiating the process of downloading data and beginning the restoration of the lost world. The amazing Olympus system had the unique ability to transform virtual game items into real, truly existing things. The process of creating real objects took place in two stages. First, the system carefully checked the virtual object and then transformed it into a physical one. The Olympus system became the basis of a new civilization, gradually connecting the real world with the virtual space into a single whole for all inhabitants of the planet. 200 years have passed since the ability to turn game items into real ones appeared, which allowed humanity to create a developed and technological civilization. The new society, despite technological progress, retained the old problems. Rich people considered themselves the upper class and looked down on others. The class system arose naturally from the emergence of rankings, division of influence, and unequal access to game items in the new world. Inequality between people only increased in the new society. The rich became even richer, and the poor continued to get poorer every day. In this world, it was almost impossible for a person from the lower class to rise to the top, as if a simple pottery was trying to become golden. The story follows Ju Hyuk, who was born into a poor family and was considered one of the many clay spoons in this unjust society. Despite his background, Ju Hyuk firmly believed that even people from the lower classes had the right to a decent life and success. As a child, an unusual old man kidnapped him and explained that the boy had incredible potential, which was much more important than the social status of his family. Ju Hyuk spent the next 20 years of his life undergoing grueling training in a special training zone, striving to develop his potential. The old man persistently prepared him to reach the highest level of development and become one of the absolute, the elite of the new world. According to the old man's prophecy, Ju Hyuk was to join a special team that included the mysterious golden-haired saint. Another member of the future team was to be a dangerous warrior with a wild look, known for his incredible fighting abilities. The prophecy also mentioned a beautiful dark-haired girl who bears the title of Queen of the Dead and possesses mysterious powers. It was these predictions and the old man's faith that inspired Ju Hyuk to decide to go through the difficult path of becoming the absolute. After the Olympus Revolution, education moved into virtual reality, where students studied in a special academy and prepared for work in the Union. Fate took an unexpected turn when the same old man who had been searching for a special child for a long time finally found little Ju Hyuk. Convinced that he was right, the old man kidnapped the boy without hesitation, rising into the air with him thanks to his unusual abilities. The old man could not contain his joy at having found a child with such great potential, which he had always dreamed of. The kidnapper sincerely believed in the blessing of heaven and promised little Ju Hyuk to make him the most powerful man in the whole world. Thus began the boy's new life under the guidance of a mysterious old man, which changed his destiny forever. Ju Hyuk accepted his fate as a student, as his new mentor possessed incredible power and knowledge that could change his life. Every day of his life turned into an endless training of endurance, strength, and spirit under the guidance of a demanding mentor. In addition to physical exercises, the teacher forced him to take strange potions, assuring him that they were necessary for the development of his abilities. The survival lessons were especially difficult, when the student had to escape from wild animals using all his skills and instincts. As he grew older, Ju Hyuk often asked his teacher about the modern world, wondering why the best player had only reached level 89. The mentor, who called his student Arthur, did not understand how one could be considered the best when he had not even reached the 99th level of strength. After 10 years of training, the young man did not agree with his teacher, firmly believing the official information about the strongest player in the world. The old man was upset by his student's distrust because he had devoted so much time to training him and preparing him for a great future. The wise mentor taught Ju Hyuk to see beyond the obvious, explaining that there are many hidden truths and secret knowledge in the world. Despite the student's doubts, the old man continued to insist on his path of training, promising to make him the strongest man in the world. The young man doubted the possibility of reaching the pinnacle of power without a rich family and expensive items, considering his teacher's dreams unrealistic. The angry mentor explained to the student that in their world, only level and characteristics mattered, not origin or wealth. As punishment for his doubts, the teacher made Arthur stand in a plank position for 3 hours so that he could think carefully about his attitude towards training. Exhausted by the difficult trials, the young man held back his tears and doubted the correctness of his path, but continued to follow the instructions of his mentor. 20 long years flew by in endless training, while the seasons changed one another, tempering the character and body of the young man. The mentor announced the end of his training, admitting that he had passed on all his knowledge to the student and could now calmly leave this world. Joo-hyuk, exhausted by years of hard training, secretly wished for the strict teacher to leave as soon as possible so that he could finally gain freedom. Those around him considered him a loser who could not find a normal job, while his peers were successfully building careers in large companies. The young man was tired of explaining to his family and friends that he was following a special path of development, which his mentor considered the only correct one. All these years, his life consisted of constant training and tests, which he went through under the guidance of a demanding teacher. At times, Joo-hyuk wondered why he didn't just end this torment by deleting the game character, but something kept him on this path. After all the trials, the young man felt proud that he had managed to endure such a long and difficult path to becoming a strong warrior. Over the years of training, the stern mentor became a second father to him, replacing his family and becoming the only guide to the world of power and knowledge. Despite years of training, Joo-hyuk was still afraid of being left alone in the cruel world without the support of his mentor and asked him not to leave him. The mentor watched with a knowing smile as his student grew noticeably in strength during his training, although he still could not compare to the master in martial arts and the wisdom of life. The mentor's thoughts about the strengths and weaknesses of his student caused deep bewilderment in the young hero, because the master's contradictory assessments did not help him understand the true level of his development. Focused on receiving an important quest, the hero carefully followed every word and action of the mentor, because according to ancient legends, it was dying teachers who left the most valuable tasks. Filled with sincere respect and hope for continued training, the young warrior knelt before his mentor, his whole appearance showing his readiness to follow suit. Holding his breath and hiding his true desire to receive the quest, the hero continued to respectfully kneel before the old master, hoping for his last gift before leaving. After listening carefully to his mentor's words about understanding Joo-hyuk's feelings, the young warrior felt the long-awaited moment of receiving an important task from his experienced teacher approaching. In a calm and measured voice, the mentor reminded the young student of his special position as the sole successor of an ancient martial art that had been passed down from generation to generation. Bitter memories of 20 years of confinement in a cave due to his duties as the successor to an ancient martial art flooded the hero, causing his heart to clench from the trials he had endured. With trembling hands, the mentor handed his student an ancient map, with a cross marking the place that was to determine the future fate of the young warrior in this vast world. The young hero sincerely thanked his mentor for the invaluable lessons of skill and life wisdom that forever changed his inner world and ideas about true strength of spirit. The master's contented laughter filled the cave as he sent his student out into the big world to conquer new heights and achieve unprecedented heights in martial arts. After his mentor's last breath, the young warrior said his farewell words and left the cave that had become the site of his long training and transformation from an inexperienced youth into a master of martial arts. Quietly thinking about his mentor and wishing him a happy rebirth, the hero firmly resolved to never meet him again in future lives due to the severity of his past trials. Having left the place of his 20 years of imprisonment and training, the young warrior found himself in a special deportation zone, preparing to begin a new chapter of his unusual life in this vast world. Standing at the new start line after completing hellish training, the hero decided to check his status window to assess the results of long years of hard training and improvement. Remembering the many failed escape attempts and cruel punishments, Joo-hyuk was looking forward to seeing the impressive results of his grueling training in the master's cave. The unexpected discovery of a negative value for the luck parameter in the status window literally shocked the hero, making him doubt the correctness of the system's indicators. The system declared the player's identification complete and the curse of compulsion lifted, freeing him from his duties as the successor to the ancient martial art and allowing him to move on. The long-awaited removal of the barrier and permission to leave the special zone filled the hero's heart with joyful anticipation of new adventures in the unknown world outside the cave. 20 long years of waiting for this moment finally ended for the hero with the opportunity to say goodbye to the training zone forever and set off to meet new adventures. The system's sudden warnings about the detection of an unknown error caught the hero off guard during the first step towards a new life, causing him to freeze in complete bewilderment. The unusual increase in the hero's level caused serious failures in the system, which immediately began the procedure of adjusting his characteristics in accordance with the established rules. The system determined the method of leveling up the hero as non-standard and began a forced reduction of his 99th level to indicators corresponding to real achievements. The hero's desperate cries and pleas could not stop the merciless fall of the level to 0, forcing him to experience incredible rage and powerlessness before the system's decision. The constant stream of system errors caused by the hero's excessive stress level threatened to completely eject him from the system and lose all the training results achieved. Lying on the cold ground and realizing the loss of 20 years of hard training, the hero experienced the deepest disappointment and a feeling of complete futility of all his past efforts. The last check of the status window finally confirmed the hero's worst fears, showing his current level 1 instead of the well-deserved mastery level 99. The unexpected discovery of the remaining level 99 stats on the tablet gave the hero hope and made him take a completely new look at the current situation. Remembering the specifics of the system's operation helped the hero understand that the error affected only the level indicator, leaving all other acquired characteristics untouched. The realization of the existence of a system of penalties when lowering a level made the hero think about new restrictions and prohibitions on the use of certain skills and abilities. The system's strict minimum level requirements for using even basic skills significantly limited the hero's ability to use his combat techniques and special abilities. Finding himself at the first level with his characteristics intact, the hero began to understand the absurdity of the situation and at the same time to realize new opportunities for rapid development. The realization of the uniqueness of his position with strong basic characteristics at the first level opened up new prospects for the hero for rapid development and achieving his goals. Having studied the map received from the mentor, the hero decided to go to the starting city of beginners to begin his new adventure in this amazing world. 26-year-old Ju Hyuk, 6 years behind other players, finally gets the chance to start his own story in the long-awaited rookie city. The streets and squares of the starting city, familiar from childhood, filled with merchants and travelers, brought back warm memories of the times before the start of training. The special atmosphere of a noisy city, filled with life and movement, caused the hero to feel sincere joy at returning to the familiar world after long years of solitary training. Heading resolutely towards the western gates to explore the hunting grounds, the hero tried not to waste precious time on empty thoughts about the past and the future. Meeting the vigilant knight at the western gate required the hero to introduce himself and state his current level in order to receive permission to enter the dangerous area. Having learned about the hero's first level, the knight strongly recommended that he go to the eastern gate, explaining the excessive danger of the western zone for inexperienced travelers. The knight's detailed explanations about the mortal danger of even a simple toothy rabbit for a first-level beginner did not make any impression on the hero and did not change his decision. Confident in his own strength, the hero merely nodded silently at the knight's warnings and continued on his way to the western gates, relying on his remaining combat skills. As the knight watched the hero leave, he reflected on the folly of newbies who relied on the respawn system instead of rationally assessing their capabilities and level of training. The unexpected appearance of a system notification about the activation of the quest Guardian's Alert drew the hero's attention to the unusual behavior of the vigilant knight at the western gate. The conditions of the activated quest required the hero to dispel the suspicions of the Guardian of the Western Gate regarding his true strength, promising a reward of 30 gold coins. Understanding the genuine concern of the guard who received the quest related to him, the hero decided to demonstrate his true abilities to calm the vigilant knight. The hero's welcoming wave coincided with the sudden appearance of a toothy rabbit, causing the alarmed guard to rush to the aid of the supposedly defenseless newcomer. The ease and speed with which the hero dealt with the attacking toothy rabbit brought him not only a gold coin and experience, but also the astonished look of the stunned guard. Continuing to methodically destroy the emerging rabbits, the hero increasingly surprised the shocked guard with the discrepancy between the declared first level and the combat skills demonstrated. After the unexpected battle ended, the excited guard once again clarified the level of the unusual hero, not believing his eyes and the information he had previously received about his initial status. The man looked in amazement at the unusual fighting technique of the young first-level fighter, trying to understand how the newcomer could achieve such incredible strength at the very beginning of his journey. In response to the guard's surprised look, young Ju Hyuk decided not to reveal his training methods, modestly lowering his eyes and keeping the story of his development a secret. The guard froze in fear at the sight of a huge wild boar, nicknamed the Western Gate Thug, who suddenly appeared behind the hero and menacingly approached them both. The alarmed guard insistently advised Ju Hyuk to immediately leave the dangerous place, believing that an inexperienced first-level fighter would not be able to withstand such a formidable opponent. The hero's reaction to the attack of the enraged boar amazed the guard. With one precise blow, Ju Hyuk killed the mighty beast, and the system immediately rewarded him with a level increase for this feat. Watching the newcomer's sudden level increase, the confused guard rubbed his eyes in surprise, not believing that a first-level fighter possessed such incredible combat power. The victory over the dangerous beast brought the hero not only the completion of the quest Guardian's Alarm, but also an impressive reward of 30,000 gold coins, which made Ju Hyuk very happy. The value of in-game gold was tied to real currency, with each gold coin equal to 1 Korean won, making the reward quite substantial for a newbie. After receiving the reward, the hero carefully studied his status, thinking about the possibility of investing the received gold coins in the further development of his game characteristics. After looking at his stats, Ju Hyuk realized the futility of investing in level 99 stats and decided to head to the high-level hunting grounds after bidding farewell to the guard. The young hero sincerely believed in a cloudless future, believing that 20 years of hard training had finally brought a well-deserved reward and opened the way to an easy life. Ju Hyuk's calm and confidence did not last long. Just a few days later, fate prepared serious tests for him, for which he was completely unprepared. An unexpected system notification warned the hero that he had received a killer mark for participating in battles, which meant serious penalties and the possibility of being identified by other players. The last few days have brought the hero many unpleasant encounters. NPCs constantly mistook him for a wanted criminal and attacked without warning. The hero was filled with bewilderment, as he could not understand the reason for his persecution and how he could have been confused with some unknown criminal for no apparent reason. After much thought, Ju Hyuk came to the conclusion that the cause of all the troubles was his extremely low luck stat, which had reached a negative value of level 99. The negative impact of low luck led to all NPCs considering the hero a dangerous criminal and constantly trying to destroy him whenever they met. Despite his desire to avoid conflict, Ju Hyuk's body operated on automatic reflexes, forcing him to engage in combat with every attacker for the sake of his own survival. The hero realized his grave mistake in being unable to control his enormous power, which led to random deaths of NPCs during forced battles. The accumulated problems led to the system identifying Ju Hyuk as a serious threat and activating a complete chaos mode, significantly complicating his situation. The severe penalties significantly worsened the gameplay. Experience was reduced by 90%, access to city services was closed, and merchants completely refused to work with him. The situation became increasingly complicated, as Ju Hyuk was now being hunted not only by NPCs, but also by living players who had a compelling reason to pursue him. One of the stalkers explained the situation. The system had registered Ju Hyuk as a serial killer, and now everyone had received an official request to capture or destroy him. The opposite of chaos, the hero system offered a tempting reward. Any player could gain hero status for destroying a chaos site, making Ju Hyuk a desirable target. The group of pursuers cornered Ju Hyuk in a mountainous area and offered him to surrender voluntarily, considering it the most reasonable solution in the current situation. The cornered hero made an unexpected decision. Luring his pursuers into a mountain trap, he dropped a rock on them, instantly destroying the entire group of hunters. The cruel decision became the only way to survive for Ju Hyuk, who saw no other way out of the situation except the complete destruction of all pursuers. After the massacre, Ju Hyuk decided to hide from prying eyes to avoid further clashes and possible persecution by other players. The only positive aspect of the difficult situation was the constant growth of the character's level, which continued despite all the difficulties and limitations. 2 weeks of continuous survival and stealth ended with the appearance of a new system notification, which brought additional changes to the hero's fate. After studying the information, Ju Hyuk realized that the pursuit would continue for at least a year due to the status of complete chaos, and ordinary players would not stop their hunt. Having accepted the inevitability of his situation, Ju Hyuk decided to fully live up to the role of a villain, but at the same time ensure a comfortable existence for himself in the game. The hero finally abandoned the role of a positive character, deciding to use his outstanding level 99th characteristics to ensure a decent life. A strange situation puzzled the hero. After 20 years of the most difficult trials, instead of a well-deserved rest, the system forced him into a state of complete chaos. Reflecting on what was happening, Ju Hyuk suspected that there was a special script or hidden plan in the system, which seemed to be deliberately changing one test for another. The answer to the questions suddenly came the next day, when a group of mysterious people in robes appeared before the shocked Ju Hyuk and fell to their knees before him. The gray-haired leader of the group, addressing the hero with tears in his eyes, called him the successor of the Absolute and expressed his readiness to sacrifice his life for the sake of serving him. The assembled crowd began to solemnly proclaim Ju Hyuk as the absolute heavenly devil, which became an unexpected turn in the fate of the confused hero. The new task required the hero to gain official recognition as an absolute heavenly devil from the 12 elders, making this his main goal. The rarity of the quest received was astounding. The SSS class quest had only appeared in the game 3 times in 200 years of history, each time causing major changes. The resulting quest belonged to the highest category of scenario tasks, which usually covered events of national or even global scale in the game universe. 20 years of grueling training and subsequent status as a complete chaos suddenly took on new meaning in light of the new circumstances. The appearance of mysterious followers, who seemed to be waiting for the hero's arrival, added a new dimension to understanding all the previous events in Ju Hyuk's life. The hero came to the realization of his role in the grand events along with the understanding that all his past trials were preparing him to participate in a great historical saga. The history of the world told of a 7,000-year era of chaos, ending with the division of the world into three great powers after the conclusion of an important peace treaty. The powerful state of Centenia was under the rule of the absolute ruler Garcia Mentres, who had 14 wives and ruled his lands with a firm hand. The complex lineage of rulers began with the son of Garcia's seventh wife, Aractus, and included many generations of descendants, among whom were rulers, magicians, and heroes. It took Ju Hyuk more than 10 minutes to study the long family tree, but the end of the family tree was still not visible due to the huge number of entries. Understanding the importance of the moment, the hero diligently studied every line of the ancient chronicle, not wanting to show disrespect for the sincerity of the elders who entrusted him with this information. Historical records spoke of the rise of a powerful Shulter who inherited the blood of the devil and surpassed all existing rulers in his cruelty. Legends told of how the mighty Shulter inspired fear in all the heroes of the world until he was defeated during an uprising, after which he took refuge in a mountain cave to recuperate. An unexpected revelation came to the hero. His mysterious mentor, who had taught him martial arts for 20 years, was a direct descendant of the great Shulter. The system sent a new notification about the temporary recognition of Ju Hyuk as an absolute, but additional actions were required to finally confirm this status. A complex political situation opened up before the hero. 7 elders supported his return, 5 opposed it, and now he had to win full recognition. The seriousness of the situation alarmed Ju Hyuk. Failure to obtain a confession could result in the deletion of the character or even a complete ban from the game system. The new privileges brought the hero command over the secret forces of the 12 elders of the Heavenly Devil, which seemed to him like another test from the ruthless system. The temporary nature of the privileges received, and the transformation of the elders into members of the clan of followers, convinced the hero of the need to achieve the goal by any available means. Ju Hyuk looked carefully at the gathered elders, trying to determine whether the legendary guardians of the Heavenly Devil's power were truly in front of him. The elders immediately paid their respects to the hero, falling to the ground in a deep bow, sincerely glad that he was able to recognize their true nature. An awkward laugh escaped the hero, who did not dare to admit to the elders that he had learned of the existence of the Heavenly Devil only a few minutes ago. Ju Hyuk told the elders about his mentor's mission to lead their organization and restore the former glory of the Heavenly Devil, which deeply touched their leader. Realizing the importance of the support of the 7 elders who sympathized with him, the hero suggested that they immediately set out on a journey to carry out an important mission. The elders reassured the hero by telling him that all potential threats in the area had been eliminated, explaining the sudden silence in the area. The system notified Ju Hyuk that the process of checking his relationship with the elders had begun, which could affect the further development of events. By being recognized by the elders as members of the player's clan, Ju Hyuk received a portion of the experience from their actions in a certain region, allowing him to reach level 9. Thinking about the standard development system, where ordinary players reached level 20 by the age of 20, the hero realized the benefits of cooperating with the elders. After all the events, the hero turned to a man in white robes, who introduced himself as Luxo, who occupied the honorable position of the first elder. Ju Hyuk decided to be honest with the elders about the restrictions that were placed on him, in order to avoid any possible misunderstandings in the future. Despite his good memory of his mentor's techniques, the hero's physical capabilities did not yet allow him to use complex combat techniques to their full potential. Luxo was understanding of the hero's situation and listened to his request for trust, despite the temporary limitations in his abilities. Ju Hyuk solemnly promised the elders that as their legitimate heir, he would lead them to a bright future where they would always bask in the rays of glory. The hero's sincere words brought tears of joy to the elders, and the system recorded a significant increase in their level of sympathy for the new leader. After the important meeting, the hero left the game system and went to the kitchen to quench his thirst and restore his strength after the intense events. In the kitchen, the hero met his sister Seiya, known by the game name Luna, who shared the good news about their guild receiving a profitable quest. During the conversation, it became clear that a dangerous level 40 killer, Getrak, was operating in the border region, armed with 2 pistols, and a team of 7 people was required to capture him. Ju Hyuk was surprised by the unfairness of the situation. With a reward of 100 million gold for the head of the criminal, the union offered the executors only 3 million in reward. The sister explained to her brother the typical situation in small unions, where the main work falls on the shoulders of ordinary members and not on the leadership. Despite the modest reward, Luna remained optimistic and planned to use the money she received to buy meat for a joint dinner. The girl noted with concern that she and her brother had been eating poorly lately, which was reflected in his appearance with the appearance of dark circles under his eyes. The hero attributed his poor health to an extremely low luck indicator and decided to immediately return to the game system to correct the situation. After connecting to Olympus, the hero received an urgent message from Luxo about an unknown observer who was watching them, but ordered the elders not to take active action. Suspecting that the observer might be his sister, Ju Hyuk tried to contact her through the game's messaging system. The system reported that it was impossible to send a message due to the sister being on another continent, which excluded her from the list of possible observers. Suddenly, a smug voice was heard behind the hero, belonging to a man who had finally discovered the mysterious killer who had been terrifying the locals. Turning around, Ju Hyuk saw the same wanted criminal, known for his mastery of 2 pistols. The criminal expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the fact that someone dared to impersonate him, and demanded that the matter be resolved in a fair one-on-one duel. At this moment, the hero especially appreciated the importance of the information about the criminal that his sister had previously shared with him. Despite Ju Hyuk's high stats, the 30-level difference between him and a level 40 opponent was a cause for serious concern. Thinking about the impact of the difference in levels, equipment, and items on the outcome of the battle, the hero understood that he had no right to lose during the most important quest. Not wanting to take any risks in a single combat, Ju Hyuk immediately summoned Luxo, whose sudden appearance caused obvious confusion in the overconfident opponent. The criminal could not hide his surprise at the unexpected appearance of the old man, whose presence he had not felt at all until that moment. At the hero's command, Luxo immediately drew his sword, preparing to destroy the dangerous enemy without further ado. The killer underestimated his opponents, believing that a newcomer and an elderly man would not pose a serious threat to him in combat. The criminal's self-confident laughter was cut off along with his head, which Luxo cut off with one lightning-fast movement of his sword. The speed and efficiency with which Luxo dealt with the dangerous enemy left the hero in a state of deep amazement. Ju Hyuk couldn't believe that he could defeat a level 40 opponent so easily. Questions swirled in the hero's head about whether the enemy was that weak or whether Luxo possessed incredible strength that exceeded all expectations. While Ju Hyuk was pondering what had happened, Luxo ceremoniously presented him with the head of the defeated enemy, for which the system began to award the hero experience points. The system assessed the hero's participation in the battle with an enemy 30 levels higher than him, rewarding him with additional experience points and a valuable trophy worth 100 million gold. An incredible coincidence of circumstances brought the hero unexpected luck. Having received the status of chaos and having lost the opportunity to work normally, he unexpectedly got a valuable trophy. Ju Hyuk instructed the elder to continue the silent hunt for the surrounding creatures, realizing that this would help him quickly regain his lost power and influence. Realizing the importance of current events, the hero decided to fully immerse himself in the role of a ruler and follow any scenario that the game system would offer him. The next 2 weeks were spent in continuous wandering, during which the faithful Luxo tirelessly carried out the master's orders, destroying enemies and helping to level up. Ju Hyuk's amazing progress allowed him to reach level 13 in just 2 weeks, while other players needed years of development. The special mind technique available to the hero required reaching at least level 40, which was supposed to be the true starting point of his strength. The hero was looking forward to the moment when he could use the full power of the Heavenly Devil's techniques, which opened up incredible opportunities for development. Dreams of the future filled Ju Hyuk's head. Having received a stable income, he planned to found his own company and develop a serious business. Returning to pressing problems, the hero thought about the need to properly dispose of the bandit's head, which was beginning to weigh him down. While researching forums in the real world, Ju Hyuk learned of a recommendation to sell valuable items within the Olympus game to avoid the danger of being robbed in reality. The situation seemed hopeless. The chaos status closed access to official institutions in the game, and selling in the real world threatened to lose money and possible problems. The hero, lost in thought, did not notice the appearance of his sister, who quietly knocked on his room, wanting to know about his affairs. Seiya's unexpected visit came at a very opportune time, although the sister mistakenly assumed that her brother simply needed pocket money for current expenses. Ju Hyuk hesitantly asked his sister about possible actions with Getrak's head, which caused the girl to laugh sincerely in bewilderment. The sister cheerfully suggested that her brother take advantage of the possible reward and buy himself some hamburgers, promising to be happy if he treated her too. Showing concern for his sister, Ju Hyuk suggested that they split the future proceeds from the sale of the head equally between them, which surprised the girl. The unexpected seriousness of his brother and the strangeness of his conversations caused Seiya genuine concern and misunderstanding of what was happening. The sister reminded her brother of Getrak's high level and his inability to leave the training area, doubting the reality of his story. Ju Hyuk admitted that a few days ago he managed to escape from the training area and successfully deal with a dangerous opponent. The girl considered her brother's words an inappropriate joke until he told her about his true strength level, which reached 99 units. Trying to remind his sister of an old screenshot from 10 years ago, showing his level didn't bring the desired understanding. The old message about his brother being level 99 only left Seiya with disbelief, making him think about the strange changes in his behavior. The sister admitted that she mistook the old screenshot for a regular fake created with an image editor. Having forgiven his sister for her mistrust, Ju Hyuk suggested that she go to the Lifrian Mountains of Centennia, promising to provide the exact coordinates of the location. Seiya's concern about the difference in levels was understandable, as her level 25 seemed too low for such a dangerous journey. The brother's frank admission of his status as a chaos site and his immersion into a state of complete chaos caused the girl to be deeply shocked. Following her brother's instructions, Seiya reached the entrance to the Lifrian Mountains and tried to convince the guards to let her into the dangerous territory. The worried guards tried to dissuade the girl from the risky journey, warning her about the mortal danger of local monsters. Displaying surprising calm, the girl reminded the guards of the respawn system, which makes any death in the game a temporary inconvenience. Having stocked up on food and received final warnings from the guards, Seiya set out on her journey, mentally promising to take revenge on her brother if his words turned out to be a lie. The 3-hour journey through the unusually quiet terrain confirmed the brother's words about the destruction of all native creatures in the area. The oppressive emptiness of the surrounding space created the impression of a complete absence of life, as if death had touched every creature in these places. The sudden appearance of Ju Hyuk broke the oppressive silence of the deserted area, causing his sister to flinch in surprise. The girl's frightened scream was so powerful that it caused bleeding from the ears of the hero, who was unprepared for such a sonic attack. An indignant Seiya reproached her brother for the lack of warning about his appearance, which had frightened her so much in this deserted place. The girl's anger quickly turned to amazement at the sight of the incredible energy of chaos that surrounded her brother like a dark halo. Realizing the gravity of the situation led Seiya to realize that her brother had likely done something irreparable by destroying important NPCs. Instead of explaining, Ju Hyuk silently handed over to his sister the treasured item, the head of the infamous player Getrak, causing her to look at him with disbelief. The realization of the value of the trophy filled Seiya with joy, and her brother urged her to hurry with the exchange of the valuable find. A thorough examination of the trophy confirmed its authenticity, proving that it was indeed the head of the wanted criminal. Successful completion of the quest brought the girl an impressive reward of 100 million gold coins, exceeding all her expectations. The joyful thought of being able to buy his favorite dishes even with half the amount he received filled Seiya's heart with genuine delight. The memory of her brother constantly suffering from nausea after returning from Olympus suddenly took on new meaning for the girl. The mother's concern about the strange food that was supposedly causing her son's illness now seemed naive in light of the truth about his ordeal. Understanding the true reasons for his brother's suffering prompted Seiya to perform a noble act as a sign of gratitude for the suffering he had endured. At their next meeting, the girl handed her brother an impressive bag containing 99 million gold coins. Surprised, Ju Hyuk did not understand his sister's decision, remembering their agreement to split the reward equally between them. Seiya explained her decision as a desire to support her brother after 20 years of trials, leaving herself only a modest million for current expenses. Despite her brother's persistent offers to take back the promised half, the girl ran off on business, promising to buy hamburgers for a family dinner. Left alone with the bag of money, Ju Hyuk calculated that after deducting the commission and taxes, he would have about 80 million won left at his disposal. The incredible size of the sum earned amazed the hero's imagination, confirming his conviction that he was truly participating in the most important quest of his life. The status of a chaos site and the SSS top-rank quest that hadn't even begun faded into the background in front of the impressive sum of 80 million, promising even more generous rewards in the future. Realizing the importance of development, Ju Hyuk was determined to put in all his efforts to reach level 40, despite the time and difficulties that lay ahead. The hero understood that accelerated development was becoming not just a goal, but an important investment in his future, capable of bringing additional profit. That evening, Ju Hyuk turned to his sister, known as Luna, for help, asking her to purchase the necessary items on his behalf. The girl, tired after work, agreed to help her brother only after he promised to pay her 300,000 won a month for pocket money. The successful negotiations resulted in the monthly payment being raised to 500,000 won, after which Seiya, feeling like she was working overtime, entered the game capsule. Several hours of painstaking work allowed Ju Hyuk to collect a complete set of the necessary artifacts to accelerate his development. The acquired collection included many items to increase experience: a small growth ring, a training necklace, a growth bracelet, and various magical earrings. Having spent 70 million gold coins on equipment, the hero felt a slight sadness from the rapid parting with his first independent income. Without going into details about the purchases, Seiya requested that a teleportation point be set up for future errands to make such tasks easier. Ju Hyuk readily agreed to help his sister, assuming that the cost of installing the teleportation point would be quite reasonable and affordable. The unexpectedly high price of 3 million gold for installation and an additional 300,000 for each use made the hero think seriously. The realization of the rapid expenditure of money came to the hero simultaneously with the advice of his departing sister to hide unsightly accessories in invisibility mode. After an awkward farewell to his sister, the hero activated the invisibility of objects, realizing the need to increase his income for comfortable development. Focusing on the tasks at hand, Ju-hyuk called upon the elders to continue his journey and further level up. The next day brought the hero to a new part of the forest, where he slowly explored the area in search of his first prey. Hidden behind a tree, the knight kept a close eye on the suspicious stranger, using a scan to determine his status as a chaosite. The delighted knights decided to take advantage of the opportunity to increase their reputation, considering the poorly equipped Ju-hyuk an easy target. The squad leader doubted the enemy's weakness, but the hero's limited field of vision convinced him that they were facing an inexperienced newcomer. Following the instinct of an experienced fighter, the commander ordered his squad to prepare weapons for the upcoming battle. The hero's calm walk was interrupted by a system warning about an attempt by external forces to seize control of his body. The misunderstanding of the situation was quickly cleared up when the enemy caster discovered the hero's unusual resistance to magical binding. The strange combination of high resistance and simple equipment made opponents assume that the hero belonged to the priest class. The attackers explained the discrepancy between the level and equipment by the possible recent death of the hero and the loss of valuable artifacts. The impatient archer decided to act on his own, hoping to get into the League of Heroes after destroying one chaosite. The commander called the squad into organized action, instructing Captain Yu to distract the enemy from teleporting while the main forces prepared the attack. Without turning to face the attackers, Ju-hyuk calmly warned them of the only chance to survive, to immediately leave the dangerous territory. Ignoring the warning, the boss ordered an attack on the chaos site, but the unexpected resistance to his weapon made him doubt the enemy's level. A simultaneous attack by the entire detachment, including archers, did not bring the desired result, only increasing suspicions about the enemy's strength. The first to realize the danger of the situation was an experienced archer, who assumed that the chaos site had specially prepared for battle and lured them into a trap. The commander stood frozen in disbelief, watching the unexpected developments and the enemy's impenetrable defense. Seeing the confusion of his opponents, Ju-hyuk realized the need to enter the battle in order to quickly end the unpleasant situation. Deprived of the ability to use special skills, the hero decided to rely on basic combat stances and hand-to-hand combat. The wary archer assumed that his opponent was preparing a powerful magical technique, seeing his unusual fighting stance. An attempt to retreat using an anti-magic shot was too late in the face of the enemy's swift actions. Ju-hyuk's lightning strike ended the life of the enemy commander, demonstrating the hero's true strength. The system notification reported an increase in the dark aura and a deepening of sin, but these consequences did not bother the focused hero much. The next melee knight turned out to be even weaker than the first, confirming the hero's guess about his role as a distracting tank. The support group, left without a commander, froze in confusion, trying to establish contact with the dead captain. The revived captain managed to transmit the order to retreat, realizing the impossibility of defeating an unexpectedly strong enemy. The archer immediately transmitted the order to retreat, admitting his mistake in assessing the enemy, whom he considered an ordinary magician. The unexpected proximity of Ju-hyuk caught the retreating archer by surprise, who did not have time to react to the enemy's rapid movement. The hero grinned, watching the abrupt change in the behavior of his self-confident opponent, who went from aggression to panicked flight. Observing the enemy's jumping technique, the archer recognized the style of the legendary hunter player Rufendal, a famous fighter above level 60. The destruction of the entire squad, including the support group, brought the hero level 16 and recognition by the system of his stylish combat behavior. The successful battle strengthened the clan's loyalty and activated the previously disabled charisma characteristic, which the hero was sincerely happy about. Luxo, who appeared after the battle, urgently asked the Lord to follow him to the lair of the Heavenly Devil for an important conversation. The 7-day trek to the destination turned out to be so tiring that the hero's legs began to lose sensitivity from constant walking. The hero was surprised by the inexplicable remoteness of the village, which made him think about the reasons for such a location. Following Luxo at his sudden request, Ju-hyuk didn't expect the journey to take such a long time, wondering why the portal in the middle of the desert couldn't be used. The only consolation during the endless journey was the activation of the acceleration point, although for most of the week, the hero still had to move on foot through the deserted area. The 7-day trek through a lifeless area where no animals or monsters were encountered tested the strength of even a hero with the characteristics of level 99. The long-awaited announcement of Luxo's arrival in the village filled Ju-hyuk, exhausted by the long journey, with joyful hope for rest and a full meal. The first glance at the village destroyed the hero's joyful expectations. The once majestic settlement presented a sad spectacle of complete decline and destruction. The locals, despite the depressing state of the village, greeted the appearance of Ju Hyuk with sincere joy, seeing in him the long-awaited absolute and future restorer. The activation of the quest, Restore the Destroyed Village, coincided with the hero's thoughts about the need to first restore his own strength after an exhausting journey. The solemn ceremony of the meeting was completed by the appearance of the ancient prophet Carlos, who, despite his venerable age of 163 years, personally greeted the new ruler. In a private conversation, the prophet told the ruler an ancient story about the 12 elders who hid from the empire and traveled the world in search of the true descendants of the Absolute. The harsh reality of the area was the complete absence of living creatures and the impossibility of farming, which made the territory virtually uninhabitable. The locals, forced to hide in these inhospitable lands, spent many years waiting for the arrival of Ju Hyuk, placing all their hopes on him. The hero's bewilderment over the lack of a simple solution to the delivery of supplies was expressed in a direct question about the reasons for such a difficult situation. Prophet Carlos revealed the bitter truth about the magical confinement that prevented anyone, including the elders, from bringing anything from outside into the closed area. Realizing the critical situation of the residents, Ju Hyuk immediately called Luxo to discuss the immediate task of providing the population with food. Luxo's alarming response that the inhabitants would only be able to hold out until the full moon forced the hero to act decisively and immediately. Having climbed the cliff in front of the exhausted residents, the hero sincerely apologized for his long absence and promised to correct the situation in the near future. Ju Hyuk's solemn vow to give his last for the well-being of the people was accompanied by a request to be patient until the full moon, when he could change their lives for the better. The hero's sincere speech brought the desired result. The system recorded a significant increase in the favor and loyalty of the inhabitants of the Heavenly Devil Village. After the speech, Ju Hyuk gave orders to Luxo to follow him, leaving the rest of the elders to guard the village during their absence. Before leaving, the hero clearly outlined the tasks. Luxo had to destroy the monsters he encountered and collect all valuable items, including mana stones. The confidence that the quest would be successfully completed with due diligence gave the hero the determination with which he began to implement his plan. An eventful week has passed since Ju Hyuk and Luxo set off on a dangerous journey to the Lifrian Mountains. Ju Hyuk's ability to complete all the necessary preparations in just 1 hour was a source of genuine admiration for the experienced Luxo. The hero's calm explanation of his carefully thought-out system for quickly packing and collecting necessary things revealed his practical approach to solving problems. The events of a few days ago began with an unexpected message from Ju Hyuk to his sister Seiya, who was traveling around the city, asking for an important favor. The brother's unusual request was to deliver a magic bag and 800 jars of porridge to a familiar place in the Lifrian Mountains. The careful preparation of food with the help of her sister caused the girl to have natural questions about the purpose of such a quantity of supplies and the magic bag. Instead of explaining, Ju Hyuk gave his sister a precious blue stone, which made her suspect that her brother had an influential secret sponsor. The hero's cheerful laughter accompanied his explanation that the stone was his personal find and his request to sell it, keeping 10% of the proceeds for himself. Seiya's displeasure with his brother's sudden luck did not stop him from asking to purchase a third teleporter for further travel. The stone found during the hunt allowed the hero to acquire a teleportation system with several points of movement, significantly reducing travel time. The high cost of the third teleport was fully justified by the significant savings in time, which was critical to completing the mission. At the same time, the 12th Elder Eder expressed obvious dissatisfaction with the Lord's decision to abandon the village of the Heavenly Devil, leaving the borders unprotected. The Elder believed that the one who declared himself a successor must correspond to the high rank, and even the presence of Luxo did not justify the absence of the new ruler. The group of dissenting elders were ready to eliminate the Heavenly Devil at the slightest sign of lies or harm, showing extreme wariness of the new leader. The loud cries of the inhabitants attracted Eder's attention, forcing him to leave the tent to find out the reason for the unusual excitement in the settlement. Ju Hyuk, who delivered a large amount of provisions, showed concern for the health of the starving residents by suggesting that they start with light food instead of fatty foods. The only question that troubled the wary Eder was the mysterious origin of such a quantity of food in a closed area. The grateful residents, without asking unnecessary questions, glorified the merciful Absolute, which contributed to a further increase in the level of loyalty to the ruler. Showing his organizational skills, Ju Hyuk instructed one of the elders to help Luxo in fairly distributing the porridge he had brought among the people. Having secluded himself in a tent, the hero reflected on the need to improve not only food, but also living conditions and clothing, understanding the priority of the food issue. The unexpected visit of the 12th Elder Eder to the Lord's tent caused sincere surprise in Ju Hyuk, who was deep in thought. A stunning scene of repentance unfolded before the hero as the powerful elder fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness for his past disloyalty. Ju Hyuk's surprised look at the kneeling elder was accompanied by a system notification that the confession had been received from the 12th elder. Genuine tears of remorse streamed down Eder's face as he admitted his mistake in doubting the new leader's authenticity. The unexpected ease of gaining the loyalty of one of the most skeptical elders pleasantly surprised Ju Hyuk, who had expected a more difficult path. Displaying the wisdom of a ruler, the hero reassured the repentant elder, acknowledging his own shortcomings as a leader and showing understanding for his previous doubts. Ju Hyuk explained his limitations to the elder and expressed his understanding for his mistrust, asking for his support in the future and promising to repay his trust with dignity. The system confirmed the establishment of an ideal relationship between master and servant, guaranteeing its preservation provided mutual trust was maintained. A calm smile lit up the face of the hero, who had reached level 19 and successfully overcome another stage of the difficult path. Receiving level-up points inspired the hero to think about using the accumulated characteristics and going to a place important for his development. Luxo's warning about possible suspicions from the Empire forced the hero to choose Eder, who possesses excellent stealth skills, as his companion. Teleportation to the Lifrian Mountains led the travelers to an unexpected encounter with a huge bear, blocking their path in the wild lands. Looking closely at the unusual enemy, Ju Hyuk noted that this was the first time he had encountered a bear of such gigantic size in these parts. Eder's readiness to immediately engage in combat with the dangerous creature was stopped by Ju Hyuk's determined intention to test his strength on his own. Having assessed the enemy, the hero identified him as a level 40 monster, which usually required a well-coordinated group of 5 or 6 experienced fighters to defeat. Memories of past battles gave Ju Hyuk confidence. A lone monster, even such an impressive one, did not pose a serious threat. The hero's lightning attack resulted in an instant victory over the bear, bringing a reward of experience and 20,000 gold coins. Surprised by the ease of his victory, Ju Hyuk pondered the reasons for this result, trying to understand. Either the monster was unexpectedly weak, or his own strength had increased significantly. Having made sure that he had enough strength for the next stage, the hero suggested that Eder go to the Amantium dungeon, despite the upcoming days of travel. Arriving at the entrance to the dungeon was accompanied by Eder's warning about the many footprints, which was natural for a popular beginner dungeon near the starting city. The popularity of the location was due to the possibility of obtaining level-up points, which attracted many academy students and instructors from large unions. After easily defeating the giant bear, Ju Hyuk became interested in comparing his abilities with those of the experienced instructors from the Great Union. Focusing on the main goal, the hero suggested that Eder take advantage of the moment to quietly enter the dungeon. A group of students in the safe zone shared their worries before another dive into the dungeon, despite having experience with such forays. The students' ambitious plans to completely clear the dungeon were suddenly interrupted by the appearance of a strange stranger. An uneasy feeling caused the students to turn around and see Ju Hyuk, who was shrouded in dark energy and whom they mistook for a dangerous chaosite. The instructor immediately took a defensive stance in front of the students, amazed at the audacity of the chaosite who dared to appear in such a place. The previous days of travel allowed Ju Hyuk to make important observations. When killing monsters with his own hands, items almost never dropped. A status check confirmed a connection between the hero's extremely low luck and a reduced chance of receiving items after a victory. Thinking about ways to increase item drops led the hero to a difficult dilemma due to the inability to control his enormous power. The disgruntled instructor approached the uninvited guest, intending to find out the true reasons for his appearance in the guarded dungeon. The sister's warning about the danger of level 40 instructors from large unions did not prepare the hero for such an aggressive meeting on the threshold of the dungeon. The tense dialogue with the instructor was aggravated by the latter's obvious dissatisfaction with the disrespectful tone of the mysterious stranger. Demonstrating his superiority, the instructor warned of the consequences of disobedience, claiming that he had encountered many such violators. A quick scan of the stats showed the instructor that the enemy was level 19 without equipment, which strengthened his confidence in an easy victory. The lack of stealth skills and the status of a chaosite convinced the instructor that he was dealing with a student item hunter whose capture would earn him the title of hero. The arrogant behavior of the weak opponent caused the instructor to smile condescendingly and feel confident in his own superiority. Ju Hyuk tried to defuse the situation by explaining his peaceful intentions and desire to clear the dungeon, suggesting that everyone do their own thing. The instructor's categorical refusal to believe the words of the suspicious chaosite only worsened the tense situation in the dungeon. Addressing his charges, the instructor urged them to remain calm and stay behind him, preparing for a possible conflict. The unexpected behavior of the Holy Alliance representative made Ju Hyuk once again politely warn about the consequences of rash actions. The instructor's distrust of the words of the supposed loser only increased with each attempt at a peaceful resolution of the situation. Ju Hyuk's last attempt to explain his true intentions in clearing the dungeon failed to prevent the impending conflict. The system notification about the deactivation of the dungeon safe zone due to the appearance of enemies became a signal for an inevitable clash. The instructor's determination to protect the students from the perceived threat led to an open confrontation. Ju Hyuk's final warning about mutual non-aggression went unheeded by the determined instructor. The instructor's confident attack ended with an unexpected result. The blade, which seemed to have reached its target, met unexpected resistance. Using a special technique allowed Ju Hyuk not only to block the blow, but also to demonstrate superiority over his overconfident opponent. The instructor's growing anxiety was heightened by the realization that his opponent was significantly different from the average inexperienced newcomer. The strange technique and unexpected danger from the 19th level enemy forced the instructor to urgently request reinforcements through the system. Ju Hyuk's patience has reached its limit after numerous attempts at a peaceful resolution to the conflict and ignoring his warnings. The powerful blow with bare hands not only overcame the defense of the knight's blade, but also completely destroyed the weapon of the experienced instructor. The system began an urgent request for support, which was interrupted by a powerful explosion that scattered all the students present throughout the dungeon. The realization that the instructor and several of his comrades had been killed by the shockwave forced the surviving students to reevaluate the danger of the chaos they had encountered. Ju Hyuk's stern question about the others' readiness to join the fight was met with a unanimous silent decision from the surviving students. The students' wise decision to refrain from continuing the conflict was met with approval from their powerful adversary. Ju Hyuk's parting words included an unexpected message for the students to work hard on the quests to achieve outstanding results. Heavy reflections on the conflict that had occurred left the hero with an unpleasant aftertaste, despite his status as a chaos site and the lack of intention to kill students. Having reached his intended destination, Ju Hyuk found himself in front of an impressive defensive fortress in the center of the dungeon, guarded by an army of silent skeleton soldiers. Realizing the futility of hunting for items due to his stats, Ju Hyuk decided to not waste time on individual skeletons and focus on quickly destroying the main base. The hero's approach to the ancient fortress activated a complex defense system, including not only an army of skeletons, but also powerful siege weapons on the walls. A calm inspection of the fortification allowed the hero to assess its strength and assume that about 10 precise strikes would be required to completely destroy the fortress. The incredible power of the first blow exceeded the hero's expectations. Before he could swing a second time, he watched as the ancient walls cracked and crumbled. The unexpectedly rapid destruction of the most powerful fortress from a single blow caused the hero to doubt its declared strength, but confirmed the correctness of his actions. The instructors who arrived to help found only the ruins of the once impregnable fortress, not finding the culprit of the destruction at the scene. The discrepancy between the declared 19th level of chaos and the scale of destruction seemed to experienced instructors to be an inexplicable and impossible phenomenon. The mysterious ability of a single fighter to destroy a fortress in a flash without touching a single skeleton led the instructors to suspect the use of special artifacts. The system notification about the complete clearing of the dungeon, which seemed absurd to the arriving instructors, confirmed the incredible abilities of the mysterious chaos site. Not long before these events, the hero wandered through the dungeon, surprised by the unusually high concentration of skeleton soldiers in every accessible corridor. Having overcome all the obstacles that were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary level 19 player, Ju Hyuk reached the final base, where he discovered a giant ruby crystal. The lack of a name for the final base alerted the hero, forcing him to prepare more carefully for the upcoming test with the mysterious crystal. The unexpectedly easy destruction of the protective barrier with one blow made the hero think about the strange weakness of all the enemies he encountered in this world. Having completed the main task in the dungeon, Ju Hyuk decided to immediately leave the dangerous area before additional instructors arrived. The rapid movement towards the crystal through the rows of ignored skeletal monsters demonstrated the hero's determination in achieving his goal. Successful completion of a dungeon clear was marked by a system that awarded additional level-up points as a well-deserved reward. A modest reward for completing a low-level dungeon allowed the hero to reach level 20 and open the way to the mysterious Desert of Darkness. The hero's wariness about a possible ambush made him think about the tactics of the instructors, presumably waiting at the entrance to the dungeon. The system check was supposed to show the number of potential level 50 opponents gathered to catch the dangerous intruder. The exit from the dungeon presented the hero with an unpleasant surprise in the form of a significantly larger number of waiting instructors than originally expected. The girl's strange address to the invisible leader of the enemies made the hero look around in confusion, checking for the presence of disguised allies. Understanding the danger of a large-scale battle for the nearby students, the female instructor sought a peaceful solution to the conflict. Demonstrating awareness of Ju Hyuk's intentions, the woman expressed hope that it would be possible to avoid unnecessary bloodshed in this situation. The hero's growing irritation with constant persecution and interference was intensified by the understanding that his simple desire to move forward was meeting with resistance. The unwillingness to become the cause of death of helpless students forced the hero to seriously think about ways to resolve the current situation. The woman's demand to release the students was accompanied by a counter-question from the hero about the instructor's readiness to comply with the previously expressed request for non-interference. Focusing on the main goal of reaching the Desert of Darkness helped the hero decide to postpone unnecessary conflicts until a more appropriate time. The assistant's gratitude to Miss Jergal for preventing casualties was accompanied by a bitter reminder of the instructor and students who had already died. The rapid clearing of the dungeon and the stranger's unusual abilities made the experienced female instructor suspect the presence of powerful allies. The successful evacuation of the students was accompanied by reflections on the mysterious identity of the emerging chaos site, whose true nature remained unknown. An analysis of the stranger's dark aura led the female instructor to speculate about a possible connection with the famous chaos site Rufendal. The discrepancy between Rufendal's known 50th level and the stranger's readings was explained by the possible use of masking artifacts. Rufendal's sinister reputation was based on his ruthlessness towards any opponents and his lucrative trade in the spoils of his slain victims. The real Rufendal's reflections on the appearance of the mysterious double were accompanied by an analysis of numerous rumors about his simultaneous presence in different places. The famous Chaosite was worried about the news of recent events in the dungeon, which threatened to attract additional attention to his person. The realization of possible problems with the Great Union prompted Rufendal to decide to personally track down and neutralize the imposter using his name. Ju Hyuk's return to the Heavenly Devil Village was accompanied by an urgent gathering of all the elders to discuss the next course of action. The search for a specialist in large-scale magic among the elders was connected with the hero's plans to go to places where powerful monsters congregate. Elder Zeta, a recognized master of the magical arts, readily offered her services to the ruler, confirming her superiority in the magical sciences. The hero's agreement to cooperate with Zeta was accompanied by her mysterious smile, which went unnoticed by Ju Hyuk, who was immersed in thoughts about his sister's birthday. A system warning of the monster's imminent arrival prompted Zeta to swear a terrible oath to destroy enemies in the most brutal way possible for the glory of his master. The elder's excessive determination and unquestioning loyalty caused the hero mixed feelings, bordering on mild anxiety. The calm conversation of those gathered at the dungeon was interrupted by the boastful statements of a strong team about plans to become famous for destroying all opponents. The team's ambitious plans included not only clearing out monsters and capturing the Blue Stone, but also destroying the Chaos Site to gain heroic status. Ju Hyuk used the last seconds before the monsters appeared to remind Zeta of the reasons for choosing her as his assistant. Zeta's willingness to demonstrate his magical abilities was accompanied by genuine pride in the opportunity to serve the great ruler. The elder's majestic gesture caused a spectacular display of many purple lightning bolts to appear in the sky, heralding a grand event. The magical performance reached its climax with the appearance of a powerful evil god summoned by Zeta, who received orders to destroy all enemies of the ruler. Admiration for the incredible power of the summoned creature awakened in the hero a longing for his own honed skills, temporarily unavailable for use. The mass destruction of people by the demon Zeta contributed to the deepening of Ju Hyuk's sin and the spread of his fame as the rising Death Star across the continent. The appearance of the legendary title of the Death Star became possible only after the player reached a certain level of notoriety among other inhabitants of the world in Chaos mode. The Death Star title significantly weakened the wearer's combat capabilities, made him vulnerable to divine skills, and increased the resurrection time to 10 days. Despite the harsh penalties and the 100% chance of losing items upon death, Ju Hyuk, as the leader of the Heavenly Devils, took his development in this direction. The continuous stream of system notifications caused by Zeta's active actions remained unnoticed by the hero, who was focused on solving current problems. The desperate calls for help from the dying fighters did not bother Ju Hyuk, who was confident that he would successfully restore order and eliminate obstacles to further action. The appearance of a huge herd of angry bulls forced the hero to seek help from Zeta in order to effectively deal with the new threat. The elder's bloodthirsty promise to skin her opponents alive demonstrated her determination for the upcoming battle. The hero's hope that the bulls would resist his blows was expressed in a series of successive attacks aimed at testing their endurance. The instant defeat of the bull from the first blow and the reward of 18,000 gold pieces caused the hero a predictable disappointment with his excessive strength. Zeta's effective work with the remaining bulls and the possibility of obtaining artifacts consoled the hero a little, compensating for the failure with personal participation. The two observers, hiding in the thicket, were struck by the hunter's extraordinary cruelty, with the younger one taking their actions for automatic attacks. An experienced observer noted the particular importance of the melee mage, whose specialized attacks dealt impressive damage, unlike his sword-wielding partner. The mention of the enemy's magical abilities caused alarm in the young observer, who remembered the unsuccessful attempts of previous groups to resist them. The assumption of a minimum enemy level of 50 explained the incredible effectiveness of his actions and the inability of ordinary groups to resist. Zeta's fighting spirit was evident in the joyful cries of praise for the Overlord that accompanied her effective long-range magical attacks. The impressive abilities of the female elder earned the sincere recognition of Ju Hyuk, who appreciated her professionalism in the magical arts. Successful leveling up was accompanied by the hero's request to Zeta to collect valuable blue stones that fell from the defeated bulls. The impressive number of stones collected pleased the hero, especially considering the incredible speed of completing the task, unattainable for ordinary players. The hero's intention to leave the territory changed after an unexpected system notification about the appearance of a boss that aroused his professional interest. The lurking observers anxiously awaited the appearance of the legendary Bull King, wanting to see the powerful monster with their own eyes. The Black Bull King's majestic appearance was completely in keeping with his status as the main boss monster of this dangerous territory. Having encountered such an enemy for the first time, the hero instructed his assistant to destroy the small bulls and collect the dropped items. The hero's calculations on more serious resistance from the territory's boss were based on the desire to get a large pack of blue stones after its destruction. Zeta's alarming warning about the approach of a powerful force interrupted the hero's plans to confront the boss of the territory. The hero's attempt to explain his intentions regarding the enemy was interrupted by his assistant pointing to a mysterious portal that had appeared nearby. The appearance of reinforcements through the portal did not surprise the hero, who understood the inevitability of such a development of events and the undesirability of a direct confrontation. The forced retreat due to temporary weakness was accompanied by the hero's firm confidence in the future revival of the glory of the Heavenly Devil. Zeta's admiration for the Overlord's success was based on the significant level increase and the extraction of 11 valuable blue stones. The lack of information about the new monster in the system announcements after exiting the game surprised the attentive hero. Reflections on the influence of negative luck on the appearance of the previously unknown Black Bull King left the hero uncertain about the meaning of this event. Regret about the lost opportunity to get a pack of blue stones from a strong opponent did not leave the disappointed hero's mind. The system notification about the increase in hunting ground difficulty was accompanied by a story about a level 19 group's unsuccessful attempt to resist black skeletons. The appearance of a black giant bear in the usual habitat of ordinary bears has caused active discussion among players about critical changes. The hero's concerns about the possible connection between his actions and changes in the game world intensified after discovering discussions of a large-scale battle in the Desert of Darkness. The story of the mysterious Chaosite who destroyed a herd of bulls and retreated before the Black King ended with the victory of advanced players over the powerful boss. The news of 3 packs of blue stones falling from the defeated boss caused great irritation to the hero, who had missed out on valuable loot. Damned luck failed the hero again, depriving him of the opportunity to receive 90 blue stones, worth almost 450 million gold. Financial analysis showed that the 50 million gold received was barely enough to provide food for the Heavenly Devil village for 3 days. After taking into account exchange fees and tax deductions, the hero only had 15 million won in real money at his disposal. The limited budget significantly complicated the hero's plans to buy a gift for his sister, provide food, and buy serious property. Multiple restrictions, including low levels, locked skills, and various penalties, made the gameplay significantly more difficult for the hero. The only available path to development was to level up, which significantly increased the difficulty of the gameplay for the hero. The appearance of the unusual Black Bull became the subject of an urgent report from a subordinate to his superior, who was concerned about the situation. An analysis of the characteristics of the unusual monster showed that its real strength significantly exceeded its statistical indicators. The confident order to continue carrying out missions while increasing the number of performers demonstrated the determination of the command. Alliance Director Jung Wook-hyun's cynical attitude towards expendable players was based on the easy replaceability of regular members. The leader's additional assignment included a thorough investigation of the Chaosite's personality and preparation of punishment for independent actions against the Great Union. 3 weeks of hard training allowed Ju Hyuk to make impressive progress, raising his level to 29. Luxo's unexpected appearance was accompanied by genuine concern for the Lord's health after a long period of intensive training. The hero's gratitude for the care shown was accompanied by assurances of excellent health and no cause for concern. Lord Ju-hyuk patiently explained to his assistant Luxo the important truth that even with all the limitations of his body, he must remain strong for the sake of his friends and the future greatness of the heavenly devils. Ju-hyuk was determined not to waste time on rest and to continue moving forward, so he asked Luxo to stop worrying and just support him in this important decision. Delighted by the words of his master, Luxo knelt before him and took a solemn oath to faithfully serve the Lord until his last breath in this amazing world. The main character understood the correctness of his choice because all his actions and decisions were aimed at achieving his cherished dream of his own apartment, an expensive car, and owning a beautiful building. An unexpected message from his sister interrupted the hero's thoughts. She was interested in receiving a new quest, which was now being actively given out to all players in different corners of the game world. Before the hero had time to comprehend the essence of his sister's message about the mysterious quest, the system sent him a notification about receiving a new task called Holy Thrones, which promised to be interesting. The main objective of the new quest is to fight evil on the continent by uniting all 7 sacred thrones, which must come together to confront the dark forces that are gaining power. After receiving an alarming quest, the hero decided to return to the real world and check the game forums, where this hot news was already being actively discussed among many players. The gaming community has been hotly discussing the information about the appearance of 7 hidden classes, suggesting that these special roles will not go to ordinary players, but to people with great financial resources. The protagonist was especially concerned about the unknown regarding the characteristics of the new hidden classes, although he assumed their incredible power due to the connection with the main story of the game world of Olympus. In response to his sister's question about participating in the quest, the hero calmly explained that it was impossible for him to participate due to his belonging to the Chaos faction, which blocked access to receiving the task from game characters. The hero's sister spoke about her intention to participate in the quest despite being busy with alliance affairs, noting that strong players and people with a lot of free time will definitely accept this challenge. Reflecting on the situation, the hero realized the seriousness of the situation because the difficulty in the hunting zones had increased significantly, and the new quest seemed to include himself and the Sky Devil as the main evil. Realizing the possible threat from the 7 hidden classes, the hero realized that his dreams of a quiet life were postponed, and now he urgently needed to become much stronger for protection. Returning to the game world of Olympus, the hero gathered his elders and told them an important decision that he must make his next campaign completely alone. The worried elders tried to dissuade their master from the dangerous solo expedition, sincerely concerned about his safety in such turbulent times. Showing concern for his subordinates, the hero explained the true reason for his decision. An informant reported a leak of data on the group's movements to the Empire, which created a serious threat. The elders listened carefully to the Lord's explanation of the need to act covertly and agreed that moving alone would make him less visible to potential enemies. Deep gratitude filled the hearts of the elders when they realized that their Lord was willing to risk his own safety to protect his loyal followers. Saying goodbye to the elders, the hero understood the wisdom of his decision to leave them to guard the village, because the new quest could lead to an unnecessary conflict with the powerful empire. Thinking about the future, the hero realized the importance of enlisting the support of the remaining 4 elders, because Eder had already joined him, and Zeta was initially on his side. The hero understood the logic of improving living conditions after solving the food problem, but the high costs of food did not yet allow him to spend 300 million gold on building a house. Having carefully considered the situation, the hero decided to focus on reaching level 40 to master the mind that conquers the heavens technique and continue the quest on the mentor's map. Realizing the importance of rapid development, the hero decided to train with maximum dedication and tirelessly improve his level to bring his desired future closer. The search for strong opponents led the hero to a pack of giant bears, which he successfully dealt with thanks to his fighting skills and accumulated battle experience. A successful hunt brought the hero not only the necessary experience points, but also helped relieve accumulated tension through active physical confrontation with strong opponents. An unexpected bonus after the battle was the acquisition of a new skill, Unusually Powerful Fist, whose late appearance surprised the hero, but he immediately appreciated its potential benefits. Studying the characteristics of the new skill, the hero learned that Extraordinary Fist absorbs the caster's strong will, his determination, and burning desire for victory. A detailed description of the skill revealed its ability to inflict special damage on opponents when attacking with bare hands without using additional weapons. Having carefully studied the description, the hero was delighted with the perfect match. Reducing the attack power of the skill allowed him to receive artifacts, finishing off opponents with the final blow. Inspired by the new possibilities, the hero decided to acquire a pet to help him obtain the necessary items, and was going to immediately go home to carry out his plan. A sudden joyful cry from a stranger interrupted the hero's thoughts. Someone was persistently looking for a meeting with Ju Hyuk and finally achieved their goal. Rufendal's appearance and his confidence that he had found the right person made Ju Hyuk realize the seriousness of the unexpected meeting. Rufendal got straight to the point and told of his troubles with the Great Union due to constant confusion over the hero's identity. Ju Hyuk's displeased look betrayed his ignorance of the identity of his interlocutor, although a careful analysis revealed the presence of a thick aura of a chaos player and the corresponding equipment. The frivolous ignorance of his identity shocked Rufendal so much that he took it as an inappropriate joke in a serious situation. Sincerely surprised by his interlocutor's self-confidence, Ju Hyuk honestly admitted that he had never heard of Rufendal and his supposed fame before. An angry Rufendal introduced himself and explained the problem. Because Ju Hyuk had impersonated him, serious trouble had arisen. Rufendal's intentions were simple: to catch the imposter and hand him over to the Alliance to solve all problems and restore his reputation. Rufendal demanded that Ju Hyuk kneel down and beg for forgiveness, declaring the need to pay for the illegal use of someone else's name. Misinterpreting the enemy's silence as fear, Rufendal promised to spare Ju Hyuk's life on the condition that he voluntarily surrender and admit his guilt to the Alliance. Ju Hyuk's calm question about Rufendal's desire to have a duel sounded like a challenge, because the hero was not going to give up without serious resistance. Angered by his opponent's audacity, Rufendal agreed to fight, confident in his superiority as an experienced chaosite who specialized in assassination. After Rufendal's first strike, the hero calmly looked at his opponent, not understanding the mention of death, since the attack had reduced his health by only 3%. Having assessed the enemy's strength, Ju Hyuk doubted his high level and decided to test his skills in battle, activating a special fist with damage reduced by 90%. Watching the use of the special skill, Rufendal began to believe the rumors about the enemy's ability to kill the Alliance captain with one blow. Rufendal's confidence in victory was based on the assumption that there would be a long delay between the enemy's attacks when using such a powerful skill. Rufendal's astonishment reached its peak when his opponent covered the distance between them in a split second and prepared to strike. Ju Hyuk's first attack seemed to fail thanks to Rufendal's timely teleportation to a safe distance. Rufendal's special armor fulfilled its purpose. It was destroyed after the impact, but successfully protected the owner's body from serious damage. After assessing his capabilities against the enemy, Ju Hyuk decided to change the damage reduction settings from 90 to 50% to increase his attack. This was the first time he had found himself in such a situation. Rufendal suspected that his opponent was deliberately distracting him in order to recharge an important combat skill. Hoping to take advantage of the opportune moment to attack, the assassin rushed towards Ju Hyuk, realizing the enemy's vulnerability while recharging his skills. Rufendal's confidence in a quick victory was replaced by amazement after a powerful blow unexpectedly landed right in the face. Multiple system notifications of the destruction of protective armor made the experienced fighter realize the cunning and treachery of his enemy. Ju Hyuk's tactical ploy was successful. After a faint first strike, a full-force attack followed, catching the enemy off guard. The inability to use the Mind's Eye skill, which was only available at level 55, forced the hero to constantly pursue the elusive enemy. An enraged Rufendal summoned a spirit helper, intending to demonstrate his true power before capturing his enemy for a showpiece for the Grand Union. Watching the enemy's actions, the hero recalled the widespread rumors about a special signature method of killing for which Rufendal was famous. The enemy's characteristic movements confirmed the preparation of the legendary skill, Heart Attack, known among experienced players. The just decision to use his own secret weapon resulted in the complete disabling of the power-blocking skill. Rufendal's ignorance of the enemy's constant use of the power suppression skill led to a misjudgment of the situation and a malicious laugh. Confidence in victory pushed Rufendal to a swift attack, moving the confrontation into the decisive stage of close combat. Successful use of the Heart Attack skill did not save Rufendal from an unexpected death, leaving him completely bewildered by what had happened. Ju Hyuk's incredible resistance to the deadly skill made Rufendal suspect that his opponent was a master of a special class of martial arts. Doubts about the reality of the enemy's death were reinforced by the incomprehension of how the previous attack could completely destroy all defensive spells. The rash decision to attack without a reliable defense left Ju Hyuk puzzled about the intellectual abilities of the overconfident Rufendal. The minimal damage from the legendary skill Heart Attack made the hero think about the possibility of underestimating his own destructive power. The surprising lack of dropped items after the death of a Chaos player contradicted all known rules of game mechanics. The mysterious discrepancy between the status of the Chaos site and the lack of dropped items caused confusion among both participants in the strange confrontation. A careful examination of the battle site allowed the hero to discover fragments of completely destroyed enemy objects scattered around. The loss of valuable equipment purchased with gold bars left Rufendal in shock. The logical explanation for the lack of dropped items was that they had been completely destroyed during the final devastating attack. An easy victory over a level 50 opponent convinced Ju Hyuk that he was ready to visit the high-ranking hunting grounds. Watching the victor leave, the enraged Rufendal vowed to find the mysterious adversary, no matter what the obstacles. The unexpected binding of the soul by the slavery skill instead of the usual reincarnation was the first such case that caused Rufendal serious concern. The appearance of the mysterious figure in a dark robe was accompanied by joyful thoughts about the rare luck of obtaining first-class experimental material. The sudden appearance of a sinister stranger with evil intentions caused natural fear in the helpless Rufendal. The stranger's quiet admission of interest in his previous opponent was accompanied by satisfaction at the opportunity to use Rufendal himself. The return to life was accompanied by the imposition of a systemic spell, threatening eternal enslavement of the soul if not removed in time. The absurd order to do 10 push-ups caused a natural protest from Rufendal, who did not understand the reasons for submitting to strange demands. A systemic reminder of the consequences of disobeying a caster during soul slavery warned of the inevitable suffering that would follow orders. The forced performance of push-ups was accompanied by mocking comments from a stranger about the benefits of obedient behavior in avoiding pain. Lack of previous experience with soul slavery led Rufendal to speculate about the existence of a new magic by a hidden class of necromancers. An analysis of the stranger's manner of speech made it possible to determine his young age, which gave rise to the hope that manipulation through flattery was possible. Kneeling, Rufendal remembered his master's mention of his desire to obtain the body of the mysterious enemy for his own purposes. Having received confirmation of the stranger's intentions, Rufendal hid his sinister smile behind a promise of help in achieving his goal. After finishing his gaming session, Ju Hyuk went with his sister to his favorite burger place to spend some time together. Her brother's generous offer to buy an unlimited number of burgers brought genuine joy to Luna, who settled on 3 mouth-watering portions. The satisfaction of being able to provide for both the Heavenly Devil Village and the simple joys for his sister filled the hero's heart with peace. The unusual generosity of the brother, who had previously strictly limited his purchase to 1 burger, aroused the rightful suspicions of his attentive sister. The assumption that the new task had influenced the brother's character change turned out to be wrong after the true reason for his unexpected generosity was revealed. The brother's serious tone and request for careful consideration of the upcoming conversation created a tense atmosphere between the relatives. The problem of critically low luck, preventing the hero from getting loot even after defeating the Chaos site, was causing the hero growing concern. The decrease in the effectiveness of assistance and doubts about the usefulness of the pet led the hero to the idea of founding a joint farm with his sister. The unexpected proposal caused a shocked reaction from the girl, which was expressed in bewilderment regarding the relevance of opening new companies. Ju Hyuk's calm clarification about the unusual nature of the planned undertaking somewhat softened his sister's initial surprise. Seiya's practical thoughts on market conditions included concerns about the dominance of the Grand Union and the influence of black monsters on the economy. The suggestion to carefully consider the decision was met with confident objections from the brother, who emphasized the length of preliminary planning. Seiya's curiosity about the details of the unusual enterprise was aroused, prompting his brother to begin a detailed explanation of his business plan. The Alliance Director was holding an important meeting in the conference room, discussing the recent loss of many Alliance members in a dangerous region called the Desert of Darkness. Particular attention at the meeting was given to an unusual Chaos site who gained fame due to his principle of not attacking first and not killing without good reason. The president spoke about the recommendations sent out everywhere to leave alone any Chaos site encountered without items in order to avoid unnecessary conflicts and losses. An important discovery was the recording of the battle between the real Rufendal and the mysterious Chaos site obtained by Jung Wook-hyun, which refuted previous assumptions. The video obtained by Jung Wook-hyun made a strong impression on the president, who did not expect to receive such important evidence of the events taking place. A careful review of the battle footage helped those present to understand the fatal error in Rufendal's tactics that led to his defeat. Analysis of the video footage showed that the unknown Chaos site possessed outstanding high-level close combat skills and easily dealt with the enemy after breaking through the defense. Despite the young age of the unknown fighter, experts have suggested that he has a hidden class, although he has not yet learned to use his abilities fully. The information gathered included an interesting promotion quest from a noble game character, the contents of which particularly interested the Alliance president. The content of the quest turned out to be connected with the capture of a certain Ramtidian, whom the local nobles considered a dangerous representative of the Chaos faction. The demonstration of the portrait of the wanted Ramtidian raised doubts in the president, who immediately noticed significant differences from the appearance of the Chaos site known to them. A check of the information conducted by the nobles led to an unexpected discovery. The game system identified the elusive Chaos site as Ramtidian. The Alliance leadership decided to focus its efforts on capturing available targets to earn promotion points, rather than wasting resources on searching for an elusive enemy. Young Wook-hyun's carefully thought-out plan involved forming 30 men and using the rank and file of the Alliance to wear down the enemy and make payments. One employee expressed concern about the amount of compensation, given the real pain sensitivity of injuries in the virtual world of Olympus. The director's confident words about the dedication of the company's young employees and their willingness to work hard to earn growth points sounded like a final decision. The president's approval of the sum of 3 million won for the successful completion of the mission was the final touch in the discussion of the financial side of the operation. Young Wook-hyun presented a detailed plan for distributing the 700 million gold reward among the president, directors, participants, and organizers of the operation. The president's approval of the plan was accompanied by an order to immediately begin the operation, despite possible casualties among ordinary union members. The long-awaited meeting of brother and sister took place in the mountains, where the girl brought an impressive collection of magical books for study. The sister expressed concerns about the effectiveness of the books brought, as they contained only basic spells for novice magicians. The girl's anxiety was intensified by the understanding of the lack of time to learn new spells, because her brother should have received an advanced game class long ago. Opening one of the books, the hero read ancient wisdom about how even a simple weed can turn into a powerful weapon in the hands of a true martial arts master. Explaining the meaning of what he read to his sister, Joo-hyuk explained the possibility of turning a normal attack into a special move if the character has outstanding characteristics. While learning various combat skills, the hero felt regret about not having developed his game characteristics enough to fully realize his potential. Careful observation of her brother's actions led the sister to a startling discovery. The owner of such incredible abilities still remained without a specific class. Realizing the true state of affairs forced the girl to reconsider her decision to quit, made at the request of her brother, on whose support she had greatly counted. Understanding the responsibility he had for his sister, who trusted him, Joo-hyuk promised that together they would reach unprecedented heights and become true masters of their craft. Preparation for training began with removing all equipment that provided additional bonuses to the strength and health characteristics of the sister's character. When he began his magical experiments, Joo-hyuk honestly admitted his lack of experience and chose a simple healing spell despite warnings about its weakness. Confidence in his own abilities prompted the hero to test the effect of basic healing on his sister, hoping to strengthen the spell with his own characteristics. The lack of noticeable changes after casting the spell made the girl reach for a recovery potion to improve her health. An amazing discovery awaited the sister when, at her brother's request, she checked his health indicators and discovered a complete restoration of all parameters. Encouraged by the success of the healing spell, Joo-hyuk decided to give his sister a buff to test her abilities in a real fight. The sister's confusion about a possible opponent for training turned to wariness when her brother simply asked her to turn around. The girl was taken by surprise when a huge giant bear appeared, growling menacingly, preparing to attack his opponents. Seiya couldn't believe her brother's intention to make her fight such a huge enemy alone, as such missions were usually carried out by a group. Her brother's refusal to help in the battle forced the girl to gather all her strength and defeat the giant bear in 3 minutes of intense combat. After a grueling battle, Seiya fell to her knees, not believing in her ability to defeat such a powerful opponent without help. The joy of victory was further enhanced by the discovery of a blue stone that had fallen from the defeated bear, worth a whopping 5 million won. Demonstrating the benefits of working independently, Joo-hyuk explained to his sister that in alliances, most of the spoils would go to the organization rather than the players themselves. The hero's development plan included reaching level 45 in the Desert of Darkness, and he invited his sister to join this dangerous but promising adventure. Upon arrival in the Desert of Darkness, the hero deliberately distracted the aggressive bulls, giving his sister the opportunity to demonstrate her acquired fighting skills. Seiya's swift reaction resulted in her casting a powerful lightning spell that instantly struck down all of the attacking bulls, showing her strength. The girl's sincere joy after the successful completion of the hunt was expressed in joyful jumps, and her brother warmly congratulated her on her excellent result. The discovery of a whole collection of 18 blue stones delighted the girl, who already dreamed of opening her own cafe with the proceeds. A warning sign for Joo-hyuk was the unusual absence of other players in the once popular location, which could indicate serious changes. The appearance of dangerous black monsters explained the sparseness of the place, and the hero easily repelled the enemy's sudden attack with his signature move. The coordinated actions of the brother and sister allowed them to quickly deal with the enemy. Seiya finished him off with lightning and collected the dropped items as instructed by her brother. As she followed her brother's instructions to collect loot from fallen enemies, the girl couldn't shake the unpleasant feeling that their actions resembled a robbery. In the game world, everyone considered Ju Hyuk to be an ordinary low-level chaosite, which gave him the advantage of taking items from those who dared to attack first, and he calmly explained this to his opponents. Suddenly turning around, Ju Hyuk saw an army of high-level knights approaching, no lower than level 50, which turned out to be so numerous that even his sister Seiya was frightened by such a number. Seiya couldn't understand how her brother managed to attract the attention of an entire raid of players and suggested an immediate retreat, but Ju Hyuk remained unperturbed, realizing that the time for escape had already been lost. The game system caused Seiya to become truly terrified by its announcement that no one would be able to leave the battle area until the PvP battle was completely over. Ju Hyuk activated a secure communication channel between the players and promised his sister that everything would end well, but asked her to move away so that she would not have problems due to communication with him. The knights approached and saw Ju Hyuk's sly smile, and he asked how many warriors they would need to defeat him, and warned that he would not harm those who did not attack first. Director Jin of the Alliance, having identified their target, gave clear instructions to his warriors to keep a safe distance and follow the chosen strategy to successfully complete the mission. A group of mages cast a binding spell on Ju Hyuk, attempting to immobilize his body with external forces, but his own strength was enough to automatically resist the magic. Ju Hyuk's confusion as to why people were ignoring his warnings to kill if attacked led to him immediately creating a huge fireball towards his opponents. Director Jin deemed the attack weak and ordered the tanks to move forward to create a powerful defensive barrier called Magic Breakthrough that would easily deal with normal magic. According to Captain Jin's explanation, the hero's lack of a specific class meant that his basic magic was of no threat, so tanks had to quickly organize a combo skill to destroy him. Watching the barrier being destroyed, the hero thought about the strangeness of his nicknames, because before he was called Rufendal, and now they came up with a new name, and this situation was beginning to irritate him. After the smoke cleared from Ju Hyuk's powerful attack, Commander Jin realized with horror that all of his tankers had been destroyed by a single enemy strike. The commander couldn't believe what was happening, because the enemy was only using basic magic, and given Ju Hyuk's reputation as a master of hand-to-hand combat, what happened seemed completely illogical. Deeply shocked by what he saw, Director Jin ordered the remaining warriors to prepare for battle and tried to understand how simple basic magic could have such destructive power. The director pondered the contradiction between the high magic power and low resistance to slavery in the opponent who stood motionless under the effect of the binding spell, which raised questions about his true nature. In an unexpected display of mercy, Ju Hyuk warned his opponents of their imminent death from his magic and advised them to immediately leave the battlefield for their own safety. An impressed Seiya shared her surprise with her brother at the incredible size of the fireball, and although Ju Hyuk himself did not expect such an effect, he carefully hid his surprise. The worried girl asked her brother about the effect of the enemy's magic, which supposedly restricted his movements. But after learning the truth about the lack of effect of the spell, she could not understand the reason for his immobility. Ju Hyuk explained to his sister that his stillness was due to their conversation and waiting for the recharge of the fireball, which he planned to use against the opponents several more times. Watching her brother's actions during the battle, Seiya understood that his behavior could hardly be called reasonable, but she recognized his right to act at his own discretion. The system informed Ju Hyuk of the 50-second cooldown for the fireball skill, which made him annoyed at the long wait, but he couldn't change this limitation. Captain Jin gave the order for the ranged troops to prepare for a large-scale attack on his signal, trying to understand the situation with the enemy, who was displaying the abilities of a magician instead of the expected skills of a fighter. The Alliance president received an urgent message from Jin asking for support and the need to send a high-level tanker to create a magical barrier, as their enemy was not a melee fighter. Jin informed the president of the 3 dead soldiers and the current lull in enemy reloading, emphasizing the need to quickly capture the target to minimize further casualties. The president realized the error of the information he had received about the enemy and decided to increase the number of attackers, despite possible financial losses, in order to cope with the unexpectedly strong enemy. Jin led his warriors into the attack, explaining to them that now was the best time to win, since the enemy, although he possessed magic, was under the effect of a binding spell. During the massive attack by the enemies, Ju Hyuk showed strange behavior, smiling and making no attempt to avoid the impending danger. The archers and mages organized a continuous stream of varied attacks, trying to create the perfect combination of skills and not give the enemy a single opportunity to strike back. Watching the events unfold, Captain Jin became convinced of the effectiveness of his tactics, based on constantly tying up the enemy and properly organized attacks, regardless of his class. The captain hoped to have time to inflict significant damage on the enemy before the president arrived, expecting to reduce his health by at least half during the current attack. Jin was in complete shock when he discovered that Ju Hyuk was methodically eliminating the knights one by one, realizing the ineffectiveness of the binding spell he had used. Ju Hyuk moved swiftly between his opponents, using fireballs and destroying them with incredible efficiency, demonstrating the superiority of his fighting skills. After destroying another group of fighters, Ju Hyuk, with a sly smile, reminded the captain of his warning that he would not have killed them if they had not attacked first. The remaining knights were in great fear, not understanding the nature of the enemy's abilities, who demonstrated outstanding combat skills contrary to their assumptions about his magical specialization. In the midst of Jin's panic and attempts to organize a target blockade, the president appeared, thanked the captain for his work, and took command. The president announced an agreement with partners and the sending of additional forces by all alliances after promising to share the quest to increase the level for capturing Ju Hyuk. Despite the significant manpower at his disposal, the president expressed surprise at Ju Hyuk's ability to eliminate so many opponents in a short period of time. The alliance leadership was confident of the success of the operation thanks to 200 fighters, who made up a virtually invincible army, ready to confront a single enemy. The president was counting on a quick victory, believing that a lone enemy would be very tired after a long battle with superior forces. Checking his health indicators, Ju Hyuk noted that numerous opponents who were stronger than Rufendal were barely able to deal any damage to him. Thanks to the colossal speed of health recovery, Ju Hyuk remained confident in his abilities, realizing that even 200 opponents would not be able to cause him serious harm. Luna, who was watching the battle unfold from the sidelines, felt great concern for her brother's safety in this dangerous situation. The brother's unexpected request to Seiya to strike him caused the girl extreme surprise and misunderstanding of the current situation. After Ju Hyuk's explanation, it became clear that his request for a hit was aimed at protecting his sister from possible suspicions from other players. Seiya's stillness during the mass battle could arouse suspicion among the other participants in the battle, so certain actions had to be taken. After receiving her brother's consent to use lightning, Seiya activated her magic spell, sending an electric discharge towards Ju Hyuk. The system instantly responded to Seiya's actions, creating a special professional quest with special conditions for completion for her and the other participants in the battle. A new system notification has revealed that Ju Hyuk's sins have worsened and his full house status has been maintained, causing his Death Star to level up. Despite Ju Hyuk's foresight into this development, the sudden change in his game status still caught him off guard in the midst of battle. Having received the new status of Heavenly Death Star, Ju Hyuk's curiosity was piqued, and he immediately decided to check the detailed information about this title in the special game window. The open rank window showed a rare type, assassin born under the Death Star, which provided significant benefits: a 10% increase in level and defense in PvP, additional experience, and special bonuses when fighting heroes. As he delved deeper into the direction of absolute evil, Ju Hyuk noticed the growing loyalty of the Heavenly Devil, and was now confident in his ability to stand up to even heroes, thanks to the buffs he had received. The knights fighting Ju Hyuk were confused by the conflicting information about his specialization, not knowing whether they were dealing with a mage or a skilled melee fighter. Seeing the confusion of his opponents, Ju Hyuk explained the absurdity of their assumptions with a slight grin, emphasizing his complete lack of any game class. Frightened by the continuous killing of their comrades, the soldiers called their commanders in panic, fearing that Ju Hyuk would soon destroy their entire unit without the slightest difficulty. The president's disappointment grew with each passing minute, because initially he was promised a simple quest to level up, and now the situation was completely out of control. Upon hearing about the opponent's lack of class, the president speculated that Ju Hyuk had a hidden class that would only reveal its true strength under certain conditions. The president recalled an incident 40 years ago with the general class, where even a low-level player was able to win by accidentally discovering the enemy's weak spot. Confident that Ju Hyuk had a weak spot, the president and Director J decided to personally enter the battle, intending to find the enemy's vulnerability and exploit it. Having dealt with another group of opponents, Ju Hyuk calmly responded to the appearance of the president and director, confidently declaring that he had no weaknesses. While doing a little warm-up between fights, Ju Hyuk thought about the need to quickly level up to master ranged combat skills, considering their lack to be the only drawback. Ju Hyuk's thoughts were interrupted by his sister's unexpected request. She asked his brother to help her carry out several experimental actions as part of the assignment he had received. The sudden receipt of a special job quest by his sister caused genuine surprise in Ju Hyuk, who did not expect such a turn of events in the current situation. After moving to the entrance of the Romanian dungeon, the sister explained the need to attack her brother with full force, to which Ju Hyuk confidently agreed, confirming the activation of all defensive enhancements. The sister's first attack was so powerful that it reminded Ju Hyuk of Rufendal's deadly technique, but the high speed of health recovery compensated for the damage received. Ju Hyuk showed an exploratory interest in his body's capabilities, speculating on the ability to withstand such attacks for a long time without interruption. The combined attack of Lifidi and Luxamidiana rained down on the boy with a powerful stream of various spells, forming a super effective combo against the bearers of sin. After exhausting all her strength through continuous attacks, Seiya achieved a special achievement that gave her the ability to reduce the damage of the sinners by 30% and reveal their true nature. After revealing her brother's true identity as the Heavenly Death Star, a flustered Seiya expressed confusion as to why he hid information about such a significant title from her. Surprised by his sister's knowledge of her title as a Heavenly Death Star, Ju Hyuk assumed that this discovery was related to the quest she was on. Noticing the appearance of the monster, Ju Hyuk was distracted by the battle, while the system informed Seiya about the successful actions of the Heavenly Death Star in the current duel. Watching her brother's confident actions in battle, Seiya realized the need for him to be removed to complete the mission and asked him to retreat as far as possible. After destroying all the skeletons in the area, Ju Hyuk announced his intention to continue on his way forward and suggested that his sister call him if any problems arose. Removing the brother resulted in a system notification that the class quest conditions related to escaping the Celestial Death Star had been successfully completed. The successful completion of the quest caused an amazing transformation of the girls' clothes, which began to emit a bright glow and change their appearance. An unexpected system notification informed Ju Hyuk that the main scenario had been updated due to one of the 7 sacred thrones being filled with a new owner. The shocking news that it was his sister who took the place on the Holy Throne came as a surprise not only to Ju Hyuk, but also to the girl herself. The action moved to the Alliance conference room, where the president expressed his sincere gratitude to all those gathered for their presence at the important meeting. The president, with obvious regret, announced the need to hold an offline conference due to serious difficulties that had arisen in the activities of the Alliance. The main reason for the problems was the failure of the quest to capture Full Hao, which occurred due to inaccurate information about the enemy. The negative consequences included a massive exodus of traders and serious economic damage to the Alliance, which led to the need for significant staff reductions. The staff showed understanding of the difficult situation, recognizing the impact of chaos and black monsters on the economy, and sympathized with the difficulties their president faced. A small smile appeared on the president's face when he saw the sympathetic reaction of his subordinates to the situation. After bowing his head in regret, the president announced the continuation of the quest and promised all participants would receive promotion points upon its successful completion. In a clever tactic to stave off discontent, the president expressed hope for a future meeting under better circumstances, knowing that many wanted to keep their jobs. After the meeting, the president decided to enter the game capsule, realizing the need to restore relations with partners, despite the successful reduction of losses through staff reduction. The president and the directors understood that the Alliance's survival depended on investing $1 billion to clear up the chaos, especially considering the difficulty of restoring the lost reputation. Having connected to Olympus, the president went to the person with the authority to issue orders to eliminate game characters. A calm greeting greeted the president when his interlocutor inquired about the reason for his unexpected visit at such a late hour. The president explained his intention to place the assassination order through the Sarmat group, expressing confidence in their ability to handle the task. Having carefully studied the details of the proposed case, the man inquired about the amount of financial reward that the president was willing to allocate for the execution of the order. Providing a bag of $1 billion gold pieces as an advance payment satisfied the man, after which he guaranteed the completion of the task within 3 days. The president's confidence in success was based on the involvement of 2 of the Empire's finest assassination teams, the Sarmak and the Black Flowers, in the task at hand. Ju Hyuk's ignorance of the president's connection with the Sarmak group was his biggest mistake, which led to his rash decision to stand in the way of an influential person. Despite the significant cost of $1 billion gold, exceeding the elimination bonus by 300 million, the president considered it a good deal due to the additional promotion points. Leaving the safe zone, the president considered partially compensating for the losses by cutting personnel and wages as he moved forward into the open space. The sudden beheading and the systematic notification of the hunt became the last events in the life of the president, who did not even have time to comprehend what had happened. The president's lack of understanding of the moment of his death caused great confusion because everything happened so quickly that he did not notice the approach of danger. The last message for the president was a system notification that he would be kept in spirit form until he logged out of the game, leaving him with many unresolved issues. The appearance of the killer, who threw a card with the sign of the black flowers on the president's corpse, was accompanied by an ominous warning from the man in red about the beginning of an indefinite death sentence. The man's arrival at the Sarmat Group's base was accompanied by information about a new order that required the immediate attention of the organization's leadership. The leader of the group immediately recognized the unusualness of the situation, realizing that with a standard order, the client would already be dead, and the current task required his personal participation. The young assistant expressed concern for the chief's safety, not understanding the reasons for his personal involvement in a task that could be carried out by subordinates. Touching the worried boy's shoulder with a calming gesture, the leader confirmed his intention to personally carry out the assigned task, emphasizing the importance of this information. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived, causing genuine joy in the man, ready to begin fulfilling an important mission. The 30-year history of the Sarmat Group, created during the time of the Absolute, was filled with dangers and difficulties in anticipation of the emergence of the true Absolute ruler. Second Elder Johann, despite the existing limitations and difficult circumstances, sought to personally verify the emergence of a natural-born Absolute ruler. Being next to his sister, Ju-hyuk experienced a real shock when he learned about her rapid development and overcoming the 30th level in a short time. Sister enthusiastically spoke about the rapid gain in experience after changing classes, now possessing the status of 7th Holy Throne, pure white wizard, making it impossible to obtain normal promotion points. The sister's calm explanation about the uselessness of promotion points for her new status as the 7th Throne, belonging to a pure white mage, cleared up the situation. The girl's joy at the many advantages she had received was accompanied by sincere gratitude to her brother, thanks to whom her promotion had become possible. After analyzing the situation, Ju-hyuk realized the connection between the hunt for him and his sister's class change, realizing his role as an absolute evil and the throne's peculiarity of not needing promotion points. The high rate of leveling up posed a serious danger, considering the possibility of Seiya reaching level 99, despite the simple desire of people to live a peaceful life. Caution in communication after the massive battle in the Desert of Darkness forced them to use whispers and disguises, especially considering his sister had reached the platinum level with a minimal amount of his blood. Agreeing to his sister's request for additional training, Ju-hyuk put forward one condition: she should not accidentally kill him during a training fight. The sister's internal struggle manifested itself in her desire to kill her brother at least once in order to complete a special quest, despite the difficulty of making such a decision. The sister's persistent entreaties to allow him to be killed for the sake of a high reward were met with a categorical refusal by the brother, despite the potential value of the reward. The smiling sister continued to insist, reminding them of the game nature of what was happening and offering to divide the reward they had received according to their agreement. Ju-hyuk philosophically noted that if he were to die someday, he would prefer to do so at the hands of his sister, but killing him now was definitely not the right thing to do. Ju-hyuk's curiosity about the possible reward for his murder was mixed with bewilderment at his sister's cheerful attitude towards the idea of his elimination. The positive changes in his sister's character and her taking over the throne made Ju-hyuk happy, making him look at the situation more optimistically. The next few days, the siblings spent in various dungeons, where Seiya fought on her own, collected items, and leveled up. Checking the stat window showed Ju-hyuk that despite needing to level up, he still lacked a significant amount of experience. To reach the next level, Ju-hyuk needed to destroy additional monsters to gain the missing experience. The sister's unexpected decision to temporarily leave to replenish her stock of potions and items was accompanied by a promise of a quick return. The final agreement on collecting dropped items ended their conversation, after which the brother and sister temporarily went their separate ways. Ju-hyuk's plan was to use the 10-minute window to solo kill the monsters needed to level up. A sudden ambush interrupted Ju-hyuk's plans when an unknown person addressed him using the title of Absolute Heavenly Devil. Second Elder Johann personally came to verify the authenticity of Ju-hyuk's identity, wanting to confirm the veracity of his claim to the high title. The threat of a permanent death sentence from the Sarmat Group hangs over Ju-hyuk if his true identity is not confirmed. The system responded to the Second Elder's appearance by creating a difficult SSS level quest called Second Elder Johann's Attack. Johann's fame among the 12 Elders of the Heavenly Devil was based on his unrivaled skill in surprise attacks, requiring Ju-hyuk to be especially careful in order to gain recognition. The unexpected appearance of an SSS-level quest within the main quest, Return of the Absolute, made Ju-hyuk realize that he might be in the middle of something big. Analyzing the aftermath of the attack on his sister and her ascension to the throne, Ju-hyuk understood the possibility of his becoming an absolute and quickly growing as a saint without the need for promotion points. The prospect of a solo confrontation with the Saints implied receiving balanced SSS-level quests that required maximum concentration of forces. The support of elders like Johann, who ordered Ju Hyuk to take up arms, could be a decisive factor in the upcoming battles. While deflecting the enemy's blade, Ju Hyuk calmly reminded Johann of his lack of a weapon and expressed his incomprehension of the need to immediately prove his skills. The hero's misunderstanding of the situation made Ju Hyuk think about the true intentions of Johann, who clearly did not seek a simple murder. Reflection led Ju Hyuk to realize that Johann was loyal to the idea of reviving the Heavenly Devil, making him an important ally in the future. Ju Hyuk's explanation about the restrictions placed on him and his imminent release from them was aimed at establishing mutual understanding with Johann. The recognition of current weakness was accompanied by confidence in the temporary nature of this condition, emphasizing the prospects for future development. Ju Hyuk urged Johann and the other elders to be patient, promising that the true absolute ruler would soon appear once the restrictions were lifted. The misunderstanding of Johann and the other elders' desire to destroy the barely manifested power caused Ju Hyuk to be genuinely perplexed. The warning of possible future regret due to the elders' impatient nature emphasized the importance of a cautious approach to the developing situation. Careful study of Johann's reaction convinced Ju Hyuk that the necessary contact had been made, setting the stage for the decisive argument. Ju Hyuk's confident statement about quickly mastering the technique of the mind bequeathed by the teacher was accompanied by a specific time promise of 10 minutes. The boy's distrust of Ju Hyuk's ability to master a complex technique in such a short time reflected the general doubt about the possibility of such an achievement. Ju Hyuk conditioned the successful mastery of the technique on the provision of additional time, promising to prove the truth of his words with real actions. Johann's displeased remark about the imminent verification of the truth of Ju Hyuk's words created a tense atmosphere of anticipation of the upcoming proof. Johann announced his intention to become Ju Hyuk's shadow for the next 10 minutes, carefully observing the process of mastering the new skill and ready to act in case of failure. The system notification showed Ju Hyuk the remaining 59 seconds of the time Johann had given him, giving him satisfaction at his successful time-buying tactic. The need to gain the last experience points seemed like a doable task thanks to Ju Hyuk's negative luck, which attracted many monsters, allowing him to expect to complete the task before the 10-minute deadline. As he exited the dungeon, Ju Hyuk was confident that 1 minute was enough to complete the task, based on his previous experience with monsters. The sudden absence of monsters after exiting the dungeon was an unpleasant surprise for Ju Hyuk, disrupting all his preliminary calculations. The usual encounters with bears and skeletons at every step were replaced by a strange emptiness, as if all the monsters had suddenly disappeared at the most important moment. The realization of the law of meanness and the impact of his own failure forced Ju Hyuk to rethink the situation and look for alternative solutions. The alarming system notification of 30 seconds remaining out of the allotted 10 minutes increased the tension of the situation for Ju Hyuk. Thoughts about the possibility of a fistfight with Johann quickly gave way to the understanding of the hopelessness of such a plan due to the impossibility of even sensing the presence of the enemy. Elder Johann's stern nature ruled out any further negotiations for additional time, forcing Ju Hyuk to look for other options to resolve the problem. An unexpected message from his sister about her unsuccessful search for her brother was interrupted by his stern warning to stay away due to the dangerous situation. The sister's confused report about being chased by many bears and the difficulty of escaping added further tension to the current situation. A sudden realization of fortunate coincidence dawned on Ju Hyuk when he realized that his younger sister had unwittingly brought the necessary number of monsters with her. The sister's complete lack of understanding of the reasons for her brother's strange behavior and his warnings to keep her distance created additional uncertainty in the situation. The sister's amazement reached its peak when Ju Hyuk rushed past her at lightning speed, destroying all the monsters pursuing her with incredible speed. Multiple system notifications about the completion of the hunt for giant bears ended with a long-awaited level increase after the destruction of the last enemy. The remaining 3 seconds forced Ju Hyuk to hurriedly log in to activate the necessary skill, on which the outcome of the entire confrontation depended. The last second of the allotted time coincided with the feeling of Johann approaching from behind, causing Ju Hyuk to become extremely worried about the outcome of the situation. The long-awaited system notification confirmed that the conditions for using the heaven-spanning mind technique had been met, indicating that the skill was constantly active. The sudden glow of Ju Hyuk's body was accompanied by a significant increase in all stats and an increase in dominance over the Heavenly Devil. The relief from the realization of the nearness of failure was replaced by the satisfaction of gaining an advantage over clan members and the ability to spread an aura to subordinates. The confirmation of the title of Heavenly Death Star and its changeability when certain conditions are met guaranteed Ju Hyuk's superiority even over Johann. The system notification of the appearance of absolute evil was accompanied by receiving a special effect in the form of an additional point of absolute evil upon receiving the title. The encounter with the reality of becoming the absolute caused Ju Hyuk to feel strange, but Seiya's support in confronting 6 opponents gave him hope for success. The description of the title of absolute evil revealed the purpose of the destroyer of peace and order, requiring the courage to stand against everyone and follow the bloody path of destruction. Activating the mind technique Sky Spanning brought multiple 20% boosts to all stats, including health, attack speed, and recovery. The incredible improvements from the single activated mind technique gave Ju Hyuk confidence in the existence of additional abilities of absolute evil. The Lord's confession was accompanied by Johann kneeling and sincere apologies for any doubts that had arisen, demonstrating complete acceptance of guilt before the Lord. Showing understanding, Ju Hyuk acknowledged the naturalness of Johann's doubts, noting that he himself might have doubts in a similar situation. The satisfaction of Johann's recognition of his authority was enhanced by the knowledge that he had gained control over the Sarmak organization, opening up new possibilities. Successful completion of the quest, Second Elder Johann's assault, resulted in Johann pledging his allegiance, leaving the need to gain the support of only one elder. An unexpected, excited message from his sister interrupted Ju Hyuk's thoughts about the successes he had achieved and his future plans. The news of the appearance of absolute evil caused panic in the player communities, creating chaos and fear among all participants of the virtual world. The sister suggested that they hunt absolute evil together, hoping to help her brother remove his restrictions by completing important quest tasks. The awkwardness of the situation lay in the need to hide from his sister his true nature of absolute evil, limiting himself to simple words of gratitude. The explanation for the 19-point increase in stats shocked his sister, causing Ju Hyuk to come up with an excuse about fistfighting training. The sister's shock from her brother's passing the 100th milestone of characteristics was so strong that she decided to immediately leave the game space. The realization of the unusual nature of her brother's development forced the sister to put off thinking about it because of urgent matters requiring her immediate attention. The intense shock of his sister made Ju Hyuk delay admitting his true nature as an absolute evil, fearing her reaction to such a revelation. The interest in the rewards for completing SSS-level quests prompted Ju Hyuk to ask Johann to continue discussing important matters. The hope of gaining control of the Sarmak organization as a reward was based on the desire to simplify interaction with the saints and resolve financial issues. The beginning of Johann's report on the power and status of Sarmak was interrupted by his sudden tension from the feeling of approaching uninvited guests. Ju Hyuk was irritated by the appearance of another group of knights at such an important moment during the discussion of strategic issues with Johann. The knight's enthusiastic announcement to his warriors about the discovery of the sought-after chaos was accompanied by the promise of an incredible reward for his head. Ju Hyuk was displeased with the opponent's constant habit of using different names every time they met, which he found tiresome and pointless. The battle began with the commander's order to use energy charges to exhaust the enemy's forces, demonstrating the standard tactics of the knights. Activating the mind technique allowed Ju Hyuk to sense the NPC's abilities, giving him the confidence to let the opponents begin their attack. Ju Hyuk's first experience fighting knights was disappointing due to their low level, which did not pose a serious challenge. The commander's confidence in the exhaustion of the enemy's forces after the destruction of the detachment prompted him to attempt to personally eliminate Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk was surprised by the knight's ability to block his attack thanks to his high-quality equipment, which added an unexpected element to the battle. Watching his opponent closely, the knight assessed his incredible strength, while at the same time hoping that his opponent would be tired after previous battles. Ju Hyuk smiled as he explained about holding back his strength in previous attacks, before demonstrating his true power with a knockout punch that killed the last opponent. A system alert reported the assassination of Viscount de Bairn, noting the increase in absolute evil points for the destruction of a high-ranking noble NPC. The joy of gaining a mind technique that allowed him to fight effectively without fatigue prompted Ju Hyuk to call Johann to discuss the well-deserved reward. Johann's lack of response and the feeling of an unknown creature approaching irritated Ju Hyuk, causing him to demand an immediate introduction from the possible hunter. The stranger denied being a bounty hunter, revealing his true intentions to kill Ju Hyuk and turn him into an obedient slave. The appearance of the bound Rufendal next to the mysterious man in the robe added a new element of tension to the developing situation. Rufendal's confident greeting, thinking that Ju Hyuk was crazy, only elicited a mocking reaction from his former opponent. The man in the robe, observing the situation, offered Ju Hyuk voluntary servitude, promising favorable treatment and planning to use the surrounding corpses as an added bonus. The demonstration of necromantic powers began with the reanimation of fallen knights and soldiers, who obediently lined up at the command of their new master. The realization of the necromantic nature of the enemy caused some concern in Ju Hyuk, causing him to reevaluate the difficulty of the upcoming confrontation. An analysis of the situation led Ju Hyuk to the conclusion that the enemy had a hidden class that allowed him to bring back the dead while preserving their memories and personality. Ju Hyuk's concern was further heightened by the realization that even the mind technique could not accurately measure the abilities of the resurrected undead, who were potentially quite powerful. The noble Viscount's oath of allegiance to his new master, demonstrating complete submission to the necromancer, presented a shocking spectacle. The commander's address to Ju Hyuk was accompanied by a confident oath about the inevitable death of the enemy, showing complete submission to the will of the necromancer. The sudden, intense pain that gripped the approaching man left Ju Hyuk completely confused about the events happening in the world. A system notification confirmed the activation of the title effect Absolute Evil, which grants control over the products of black magic and resistance to necromancers through the aura of mind technology. The effectiveness of mind energy against black magic has caused great concern to the necromancer, who is witnessing the loss of control over his puppets. The realization of the possibility of usurping power over dead bodies prompted Ju Hyuk to test the subordination of the creatures occupied by the necromancer to his will. The instant formation of all resurrected creatures in a row at Ju Hyuk's command ended with the order to return to the state of death. Rufendal's concern about the possibility of his own death from Ju Hyuk's order was attempted to be reassured by the necromancer, who retained control over his slave. The experimental order for Rufendal to perform 10 jumps with his arms outstretched was based on Ju Hyuk's assumption that his power would extend to all forms of undead. Rufendal's attempt to resist the order ended with a powerful lightning strike, forcing him to immediately begin carrying out the humiliating task. Ju Hyuk's calm approach to the necromancer was accompanied by a question about his age, which was left unanswered due to the enemy's desire to immediately leave the scene of the confrontation. Following his principle of only killing those who attacked first, Ju Hyuk allowed the necromancer to escape since he did not have time to make a direct attack. The necromancer's hasty departure after a deep bow left Rufendal alone with Ju Hyuk for a decisive conversation. The uncertainty of his future fate caused Rufendal serious anxiety as he awaited the hero's decision. Rufendal's attempt to establish friendly relations was accompanied by an explanation of his forced submission to the necromancer and the possibility of liberation thanks to the intervention of Ju Hyuk. The offer of loyal service in exchange for saving his life delighted Ju Hyuk, who saw the opportunity to get a free assistant to collect items. The necromancer's disconnection from Olympus was accompanied by the realization of the enormous difference in power between him and the chaosite he had encountered. Gratitude for the preservation of life was mixed with bewilderment regarding the superiority of the enemy's necromantic techniques over his own abilities. The memory of the mentor's prediction about the coming of the only ruler made the necromancer think about the possible connection between the prophecy and the enemy he had encountered. The bitter realization of the missed opportunity to capture an important figure instead of fleeing was reinforced by the understanding of the special abilities of the person he had met. The sudden discovery of Friday and the missed meeting forced the necromancer girl to hastily leave the virtual space. Resuming the interrupted conversation with Johann allowed the elder to begin his report anew, providing important information. The gentleman's frequent requests to speed up the report were explained by the fear of the appearance of new uninvited guests eager to meet with him. Detailed information about the Sarmak group included data on the number of assassins of various classes, capable of eliminating even high-ranking knights of the Empire. Sarmak's popularity was confirmed by the constant flow of people wishing to join the organization, many of whom died during the qualifying competitions. Sarmak's influence extended to the highest circles of the Empire through financial connections with high-ranking nobles, bypassing representatives of lower ranks. The organization's 30-year activity has allowed it to accumulate an impressive capital of 6 billion gold coins, distributed between operational and personal funds. The transfer of all his accumulated funds to the absolute ruler Ju Hyuk caused him to feel genuine joy at the opening up of opportunities. The system notification of the quest reward, which included gaining control of Sarmak and a compensation of 6 billion gold, greatly improved Ju Hyuk's mood. The formal acceptance of Johann's allegiance was accompanied by important instructions regarding the future management of the organization. The retention of the operating fund and Johann's leadership role was justified by his unrivaled qualifications in managing the affairs of Sarmak. The distribution of the 4 billion received was intended to finance not only Sarmak, but also the development of the Heavenly Devil Village for the general revival. Johann's gratitude was accompanied by a solemn oath to follow the highly respected ruler wherever he went. Ju Hyuk's joy at gaining control of Sarmak was based on the prospect of improving his life quests. Johann's sudden mention of the third elder of Rexer was accompanied by a serious warning about his exceptional danger. The special distinction of Rexer among all the elders, including Johann himself, emphasized the need for increased caution. Rexer's reputation was built on his ability to carry out sudden, deadly attacks without prior warning. Jo Hyuk's curious question about Rexer's status as an assassin was confirmed by Johann, who revealed his position as the leader of the Black Flowers organization. A sudden system notification confirming 2 throne holders at once interrupted an important conversation, requiring immediate attention. The possibility of an attack by new owners of the throne required that the potential threat be taken seriously, regardless of their personalities. The hero's confidence was based on the support of his younger sister, who occupied the 7th throne and control over the Sarmak organization. The sister's unexpected appeal contained information not only about the appearance of the 1st and 2nd thrones, but also about more important events that required the brother's attention. A meeting between his sister and a close friend brought up information that could be of particular importance to Jo Hyuk in the current situation. A surprising coincidence revealed the identity of Seiya's friend as the same necromancer girl who recently attacked Jo Hyuk. The appearance of a persistent waiter in a cafe, who declared a stranger to be his ideal and asked for her phone number, created an awkward situation. The girl's categorical refusal was accompanied by bewilderment regarding the possibility of calling a stranger ideal and asking for contact information at the first meeting. The girl was genuinely disgusted by people who tried to build relationships solely on the basis of external attractiveness. Seiya's explanation of her friend's outstanding beauty was accompanied by the suggestion that Se-song still had a fear of men. Se-song's embarrassed denial about having problems with men was accompanied by a clarification about her lack of such experience. Remembering the nickname Ice Princess from the academy made Seiya smile as he thought about the possible reactions of his friends to his friend's current behavior. Se-song's awkward reaction to her friend's supposed anger turned into genuine laughter and a question about current affairs. Se-song's candid account of her recent problems showed the level of trust between the friends and the importance of their communication. The long conversation brought the girl significant relief from the opportunity to share her accumulated experiences. Mutual gratitude for the confidential conversation ended with good wishes for a successful journey before the friends parted. The unexpectedness of the information received made Seiya think about the necessary actions, starting with establishing contact with his brother. Jo Hyuk's immediate disconnection from Olympus was due to the realization of the importance of the information, prompting his sister to immediately send a message. Fear of possible eavesdropping forced the girl to return home for a calm conversation in a safe environment. Seiya's revelation about the unique information he received was about Se-song's unexpected encounter with the absolute evil, which came as a complete surprise. The existing information about the solitary struggle of absolute evil against the saints was supplemented by the knowledge of the existence of support classes among players. Jo Hyuk's realization that his sister's longtime friend possesses a hidden ultimate necromancer class designed to support ultimate evil. The value of the information received made Jo Hyuk doubt the ethics of his sister disclosing her friend's secret that had been entrusted to her. Seiya's explanation was based on the spiritual kinship with his friend and the need to inform his brother as an absolute evil about important events. Jo Hyuk's attempt to feign ignorance was met with his sister's explanation of her knowledge and the expectation that her brother would confess on his own. Analysis of the brother's unusual history included 20 years of training in a strange place, sudden appearance, connection with black monsters, and incredible strength. Additional signs included the full Chao status and a sharp increase in characteristics after the notification of absolute evil appeared. The chain of logic ended with Seiya gaining the 7th throne after attacking his brother, which allowed him to draw obvious conclusions. Understanding the complexity of the situation did not lessen Seiya's frustration at not having a confidential conversation with his brother, leaving him without the possibility of an excuse. Her sister's praise for her insight was accompanied by an acknowledgement of her expectation of the mystery being revealed. But Seiya rejected her brother's attempts to make excuses. Seiya was careful not to reveal to her friend the identity of the ultimate evil and her own status as a saint. The awareness of the need to maintain secrecy to protect personal data was confirmed by the seriousness of the situation in confrontation with the entire world and the sister's status as an accomplice. The need to meet with Mariana was based on the possibility of avoiding a single confrontation with the 7 saints, revealing the scale of Zeus's plans. Jo Hyuk's arrival in the Leprian Mountains was accompanied by memories of information from his sister. Mariana's age of 19, leaving the Academy for Necromancy, level 14. The recommendation to use a mask to impair recognition was based on the need to hide from the Empire and the Unions as an absolute evil. The acquisition of the mask was accompanied by thoughts about the need for greater caution and surprise at the possibility of meeting a young necromancer. The doubts about the capabilities of a level 14 necromancer were based on the ability to capture a level 50 Rufendal, even with a hidden class. Arriving at the meeting place, Jo Hyuk saw his sister standing next to her friend, also protected by a mask. Mutual recognition of the meeting participants occurred despite the presence of masks, revealing the true identities of those gathered. The shocking revelation of Se-song's feminine essence contradicted her previous manner of speech, surprising both participants of the previous meeting. The rationale behind using a low voice was based on the desire to match the image of a necromancer, which was different from his usual behavior in real life. Seiya was surprised by the mutual recognition between his friends and the realization of his own ignorance of their previous meeting. Joo-hyuk's calm explanation of the previous meeting was accompanied by an admission of awareness of the enemy's true identity. Se-song's thoughts on the strangeness of fate included analysis of information from Seiya and her own suspicions about the identity of the ultimate evil. Mutual confessions revealed the true identities of the participants, the absolute evil, the younger sister, and the seventh light. The unexpected revelation of the information caused Se-song to feel strong emotions that she could barely contain when talking to her friend. Se-song's emotional reaction was expressed in physical pressure on her friend and demanding an explanation for hiding important information. Seiya's explanation for the reasons for withholding information included respect for his brother's privacy and an apology for keeping silent about his own status as a saint. Se-song's state of shock was intensified by the realization that she was inappropriately dressed for a meeting with her friend's brother, causing severe nervous tension. Se-song's awkward excuses to Joo-hyuk included references to the usual attention to appearance, a different manner of speech, and the inappropriateness of the phrase about enslavement. Joo-hyuk's internal contradiction between his sister's description of his friend's beauty and his own perception of her as a child was accompanied by bewilderment regarding the image of the Ice Princess. The transition to the main topic of conversation was accompanied by a direct question about the status of an absolute necromancer and receiving the corresponding quest. The handover of the bundle to Joo-hyuk was accompanied by an explanation of the inheritance from the teacher, drawing attention to the important artifact. The initial perception of the document as a map was replaced by a shocking realization of identity with the map received from one's own mentor. A detailed comparison of the drawings and marked destinations confirmed a complete match with the map received from the teacher. The analysis of the obvious connection with absolute evil led Joo-hyuk to pay special attention to the drawing in the corner, which is related to the technique of the mind. The black flame sign, which reflected the essence of Joo-hyuk's technique, indicated his destiny as a conqueror of the world. The confidence that the sign's appearance was not accidental strengthened the understanding of the importance of the events taking place. Confirming the teacher's words about the existence of players with hidden classes to support the absolute evil expanded the understanding of the situation. Joo-hyuk's relief was based on the possibility of avoiding a single confrontation with the Saints thanks to the support of his allies. The rationale behind being weak against absolute evil and being a minion resonated positively with Se-song. The return of the scroll was accompanied by confirmation of the power of the absolute necromancer and a proposal to begin active actions. The explanation for the need to raise Se-song's level 14 was based on the preliminary information from her sister. The joint battle with the giant bears began a few days later with Seiya easily defeating his first opponent. Having received the level-up system multiple times left Rufendal confused about the number of upgrades required. Completing Joo-hyuk's quest to collect rewards resulted in successfully finishing off the giant bear and reaching level 58. Quickly completing the task of finding the reward and delivering the blue stone to the owner earned Joo-hyuk's praise and gratitude. What was surprising was the transformation of the legendary killer Rufendal into a simple collector of artifacts under the leadership of a new master. The appeal of serving under Joo-hyuk was based on his excellent healing skills, buffing skills, and guaranteed rewards. The sudden realization of his contentment with his slavery made Rufendal want to rid himself of such inappropriate thoughts. Checking the levels of the party members revealed Mariana's impressive progress to level 19, typical for the hidden support class. Seiya admired the fact that Se-song had hunted alone before, demonstrating her independence and determination. Se-song's admission of her lack of skill control was coupled with Joo-hyuk's understanding of her outstanding necromancer abilities, despite her outward clumsiness. The current limitations due to Se-song's low level included the weakness of summoned undead and summoning limits, without diminishing the potential of the absolute necromancer. The priority task of raising the girl's level was related to ensuring safety in the conditions of the Elder's activity and the attention of the players. The strategic value of the undead in waging a quantitative war made Se-song an ideal ally in the current situation. The peculiarity of Se-song's quest to research unity techniques allowed the game to start at level 20, as opposed to Joo-hyuk's level 40. The difficulty of the quest left by Joo-hyuk's mentor required a joint effort to avoid serious problems when completing it alone. Joo-hyuk's joy at the addition of his sister and Se-song was combined with the satisfaction of maintaining his luck in real life. Se-song's unexpected embrace was accompanied by a joyful message about reaching level 20 and gratitude for the effective instructions. After breaking free from the hug, Ju Hyuk announced that the quest could be started once Se-song reached the required level. The plan of action involved transporting Se-song and Seiya via the Imperial Teleport to the Kargos Mountains on the Runya continent. The girl's first priority was to collect all available information in the designated area. The agreement on Ju Hyuk's subsequent joining with Rufendal via the Union's teleport completed the distribution of tasks. Rufendal's doubts about the possibility of using teleportation due to his full house status were shared by Ju Hyuk, who was ready to look for alternative ways. Analysis of transport options revealed the disadvantages of cheap but time-consuming sea and air travel, making teleportation the preferred choice. The limited number of teleports independent of the Empire was complicated by additional restrictions on chaosites from the Federation. The teleport of the Large Union of Helen was an example of the monopolization of the management of large unions in the existing system. The vigilance of the teleport guard led to the discovery of suspicious activity and a call to the captain to check the situation. The captain's forced attention to the situation was caused by a report of 2 chaosites approaching the protected area. The captain's decision to allow entry was accompanied by the intention to personally control the situation to ensure safety. The operators of the teleport of the Great Union acknowledged the validity of the security measures taken in the current situation. Rufendal's premonition of trouble was met by Ju Hyuk's confident assurances of safety in the conflict-free zone if his instructions were followed. The teleport representative explained the route north of the Kargos Mountains on the Runya continent and inquired about the availability of the necessary payment. The recognition of the famous blue-haired Rufendal led to the assumption that he had brought an assistant to perform auxiliary tasks. Following Ju Hyuk's plan, Rufendal introduced his companion as the collector of the dropped items, maintaining the appearance of superiority. Rufendal's concerns about potential problems persisted despite following Ju Hyuk's plan to take over as leader. The guard was perplexed by the strange choice of assistant to collect the items, which seemed like a suboptimal solution. Doubts about the usefulness of Rufendal's companion were reinforced by the apparent low level of development of the supposed assistant. Despite his obvious agitation, Rufendal tried to explain to the guard that the level of his assistant should not have any bearing on the accomplishment of their common task. The young guard laughed and stated his payment demands directly, setting a special price for the Chaos Travelers at 30 million gold coins each. Rufendal was frankly shocked by the amount named, which seemed to him completely unreasonable and excessively high for the usual fee for passing through the portal. The guard calmly reminded the travelers of their special status as chaosites, which meant they could not use the regular Imperial portals to travel. The guard's carefully thought-out plan worked flawlessly, as the travelers, despite Rufendal's outrage at the high prices, were forced to accept his terms. The guard saw an opportunity to gain additional benefit from the current situation and approached Rufendal's companion with an unexpected proposal to change his situation. Admitting to ignorance of Ju Hyuk's full story, the guard offered to help him in exchange for unconditional compliance with all subsequent instructions and orders. Careful observation of what was happening allowed Ju Hyuk to fully reveal the true nature of the leader of a large alliance, who surprisingly easily succumbed to a simple trick. Ju Hyuk's current plan was to create a convincing appearance of his sincere desire to free himself from his position as a subordinate right in front of everyone present. The group of girls' journey to the Kargos Mountains ended surprisingly quickly and successfully thanks to the flawlessly functioning instant teleportation system. Mariana expressed concern about the fate of Ju Hyuk, but Seiya confidently assured her friend of her brother's invincibility, capable of coping with any difficulties. The girl was deep in thought about the correctness of addressing the young man as uncle, given his relatively young age and friendly attitude towards others. The age difference between them was only 7 years, so the girl was worried that the guy might be displeased with her overly respectful treatment of him. Seiya, knowing her brother's character very well, confidently told her friend about Ju Hyuk's complete indifference to formalities in address and the choice of appropriate address. Suddenly, Se-song stopped talking and focused on a serious problem: her complete inability to understand the maps and determine the correct direction to move. The narrative switches to Commander Eva, who occupied a lowly position with a development level of 40, insufficient to confront the leader of the Union, Helen. Eve's appointment as the head of the teleport control group was made possible solely by the influence of his aunt, who held a high position in Helen. Eve's life path was incredibly successful thanks to his connections in Helen, which ensured his rapid promotion regardless of his actual abilities. Eve sincerely considered having influential relatives to be his main talent and advantage, treating all other people as losers without much prospects. Ju Hyuk planned to teach Yiwoo a harsh lesson by using his overconfidence to achieve his own goals, and then leave him to languish in utter poverty. Ju Hyuk was confident in Eve's current overconfidence, considering his opponent an obvious loser with easily predictable actions and intentions. Unexpectedly for those around him, Ju Hyuk established contact with Rufendal and informed him of the attempted betrayal by Eve, who was trying to make a secret deal. The next stage of Ju Hyuk's plan involved feigning Rufendal's consent to teleportation, followed by a delay and the payment of 60 million gold coins. After leaving the safe zone of the teleport, Ju Hyuk planned to use a special move without causing damage, calming down Rufendal, who was worried about a possible attack, with a detailed explanation. Rufendal, despite not fully understanding the details of the plan, followed the instructions precisely and demanded that his protege immediately pay 60 million gold. Playing the role of an obedient pet, Ju Hyuk began to demonstratively search his pockets for the required amount, accompanied by loud, disgruntled cries from Rufendal, who was hurrying him. The system notified the travelers of the exit from the safe zone immediately after completing the teleportation to the northern part of the mountainous region through a special portal. Eve sent a message to Ju Hyuk, asking him to launch a demonstrative attack or show aggression, promising immediate intervention of his people in the conflict. Ju Hyuk quickly warned Rufendal of the beginning of their plan and demonstratively rushed into the attack, loudly declaring his refusal to play the role of an obedient dog. Rufendal, despite worrying about the lack of real damage, played his role as the victim of a surprise attack by his loyal pet well. After Ju Hyuk's harmless blow, Rufendal convincingly feigned anger and pounced on the rebellious subordinate, taking advantage of the opportunity to strike back. The observers decided to use anti-magic against Rufendal to prevent him from using his instant movement ability during the upcoming battle. Ju Hyuk remained calm as he saw 5 enemies attacking Rufendal, knowing that his allies' abilities had been greatly enhanced before the fight. Eve was triumphant, believing that he had discovered the valuable carrier of 60 million gold coins, and decided to eliminate the potentially dangerous chaosite immediately. The opponent intended to prolong the pleasure of the fight with Ju Hyuk, planning to deliver a series of blows before finally destroying the unexpectedly strong enemy. The overconfident enemy demanded that Ju Hyuk hold out longer for his own amusement, unaware of the unpleasant surprise that was being prepared in return. Anxiety gripped Iva at the sight of his enemy remaining almost unharmed after delivering what seemed like a crushing blow with all his available strength and abilities. Ju Hyuk's powerful counterattack sent a startled Eve flying across the makeshift battle arena, completely changing the balance of power in the battle. The incredible force of the blow, comparable to that of an experienced martial artist, made Iva seriously worried about the abilities of the underestimated opponent. The lack of system notification about the enemy's master status and the preservation of the previous level of endurance completely confused the thoughts of the confused Eve. After carefully analyzing the situation, Eve assumed that there was an error in reading the enemy's parameters, confusing the agility indicators with the actual attack power. Ju Hyuk suddenly discovered the missing setting of his skill and quickly set the maximum damage reduction factor to 100%. An enraged Eve demanded an explanation from Ju Hyuk for the blow, receiving a calm response about legitimate self-defense after the initial attack. A shocked Eve watched the rapid flight of his assistants, who suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the incredibly strengthened Rufendal in an unequal battle. The last enemy fell under the effect of Rufendal's special skill Heart Attack, finally proving the grave misjudgment of the traveler's strength. Rufendal, despite specializing in single combat, successfully won a difficult fight against 5 opponents at the same time. An ecstatic Rufendal expressed his endless gratitude to Ju Hyuk for the incredible enhancement of his abilities, promising a lifetime of loyal service to his benefactor. Ju Hyuk explained to the surprised Ivu the reason for sparing his life was the simple fact that there were no valuable items when the enemy was immediately eliminated. The realization of the truth astounded the enemy, who suddenly realized that there was no real conflict between the travelers, who had been secretly coordinating their actions in whispers. Fearing an internal investigation if he died, Eves offered to return the 60 million gold, but was only mockingly refused by Ju Hyuk. Ju Hyuk suggested that Rufendal demonstrate his increased strength with a full power strike, giving him the opportunity to show his loyalty and demonstrate his skills as a chaosite. During the bargaining, Eves hesitated at the mention of 100 million gold, but Ju Hyuk firmly stated the minimum acceptable amount was 130 million. Rufendal expressed his full agreement with the stated amount of compensation, considering it a fair assessment of the damage caused and the betrayal of trust. Outraged by Eves's betrayal, Rufendal insisted on the payment of 130 million gold as compensation for the moral damage caused. Despite the huge sum, Eve agreed to pay 130 million gold on the condition that he was first moved to a safe zone in the city. Rufendal rejected the offer of a safe zone and demanded immediate payment, ready to use his deadly skill, Heart Attack, at any delay. After paying the required sum, the defeated Eve hastily withdrew, feeling deep shame for the defeat of his assistants and rejoicing at the preservation of his own life. Ju Hyuk, watching his enemy leave, suggested that Rufendal carry out just retribution on the man who was destroying the foundations of society with his actions. Rufendal immediately set off in pursuit of the enemy, intending to play the role of the arbiter of justice in this difficult situation. Despite understanding the extreme cruelty of such a decision, Rufendal submitted to Ju Hyuk's insistent demand to eliminate the enemy after receiving a ransom. The shocked Eve's last words were an echo of his own mockery as Rufendal, using his special skill, repeated his request to hold out for at least one blow. Rufendal felt an extraordinary sense of satisfaction from the revenge that had been accomplished, and sincerely thanked Ju Hyuk for the opportunity to experience such a special feeling of triumph. While examining the fallen enemy, Rufendal discovered among the fallen objects an unusual key, which aroused his particular interest with its mysterious appearance. Rufendal was amazed by the offer of 1 billion gold coins for the return of the found key, realizing the exceptional value of the found item. Despite the incredibly generous offer for a simple item, Rufendal made a firm decision to keep the mysterious key for himself for further study. Rufendal hurried to report to Ju Hyuk about the completed task, showing off the bag he had obtained and mentioning the incredible ransom offer of 1 billion gold. Ignoring the mention of the proposed amount, Ju Hyuk focused on the contents of the mysterious bag, suggesting that the items inside be examined immediately. Examining the contents of the bag caused the hero to have mixed feelings, since the murdered captain, despite the value of the loot, caused a persistent feeling of mistrust. Ju Hyuk felt a growing curiosity about the contents of the bag, expecting to find something truly valuable that would justify the offered ransom of 1 billion gold. The unique items found in the bag, even with a total value close to 500 million gold, did not explain the generous ransom offer. Suspecting a connection between the find and smuggling, the hero continued to carefully examine the contents of the bag in search of additional secret items. Ju Hyuk decided to divide the spoils, allocating 30 million gold to Rufendal, who expressed sincere gratitude for the unexpected generosity. As he said goodbye, Rufendal promised to reconnect with Ju Hyuk after returning from the continent, expressing his deep gratitude for the trust he had shown. Rufendal sincerely wished his benefactor good luck, planning to devote his time to leveling up and rejoicing in the reward he had received for his faithful service. Upon meeting his sister and Marianne, Ju Hyuk was relieved to learn that their journey had been successful and unmarred by any major obstacles. Si-song happily talked about Seiya's help in navigation, causing Ju Hyuk to show interest in the possible interesting finds they might make during their journey. Si-song shared disturbing rumors about the appearance of an extremely dangerous monster that wiped out an entire level 50 team during a quest. Ju Hyuk noted the strange lack of information about the incident in the Olympus community, which raised further questions about the nature of the threat. The group decided to personally deal with the mysterious monster before determining the further route of their journey through dangerous territories. During the 3 days of travel, Si-song and Seiya had many training battles with various monsters, improving their fighting skills. Si-song has shown great skill in necromancy, using her abilities effectively during numerous battles with monsters. Seiya, having reached level 33, noted the advantage of a difficult location, where the absence of other players made their training much easier. Ju Hyuk praised the efficiency of the equipment he gave both girls, noting their exceptional success in mastering hunting skills. Ju Hyuk was particularly impressed by Si-song's ability to turn defeated monsters into obedient undead after each successful battle. When asked about the mana consumption during multiple summons, Si-song confidently stated that there was enough magical energy to support all the creatures. Si-song explained her strategy of constantly increasing the undead army as a desire to maximize the possibilities for summoning in future battles. Estimating the total number of undead warriors under Si-song's control to be around 200, Ju Hyuk acknowledged the exceptional effectiveness of the class she had chosen. After studying the map of the area, Si-song confidently reported that they were approaching the intended target, indicating the direction of the group's further movement. Having reached the foot of the majestic mountains, Ju Hyuk expressed some doubts about the accuracy of his companion's navigation skills in the difficult terrain. Si-song confidently confirmed the correctness of the chosen route, making Ju Hyuk think about the need to overcome the difficult mountain climb. The suggestion to use a flight spell proved impossible due to the magical ban on air travel in effect in the area. Si-song's sudden request to look up interrupted the group's thoughts on how to overcome the mountain obstacle in their path. The hero's gaze discovered the cruel Hazel, the famous ruler of the Carboniferous Mountains, hovering above their heads with a threatening look. The danger of the Korea was its ability to become stronger after absorbing the shiny stones that appeared when hunting other monsters. Korea's arrogant attitude towards humans manifested itself in her constant theft of their shiny objects, which she used to increase her own strength. Ju Hyuk tried to protect the girls from the dangerous bird by searching through his things for a suitable item to distract the creature. The Korea's swift attack ended with the hero being captured and lifted high into the air, accompanied by the arrogant gaze of the giant bird. Outraged by the haughty behavior of the Korea, Ju Hyuk responded with a threatening look, mentally calling the impudent bird a simple chicken. Ju Hyuk offered Korea a deal of sorts, promising to spare her life if she could withstand his single blow. The Korea's attempt to throw off its rider ended in failure when Ju Hyuk deftly held on and took up a position on the giant bird's back. The bird's extraordinary resistance to physical attacks proved to be a saving grace for both participants in the air battle, preventing them from falling from a great height. Ju Hyuk offered the bird a mutually beneficial deal, promising to spare its life on the condition that it become his loyal and obedient pet. The bird's lack of enthusiasm prompted Ju Hyuk to use his fighting skills to train on a creature that could withstand his powerful attacks. Reducing the power of his attacks by 80%, Ju Hyuk promised the bird that the next blows would be much softer than the previous crushing onslaught. The intense training had greatly weakened the bird's resistance, giving Ju Hyuk the perfect opportunity to use the tamer's magic ring. The fortunate acquisition of the tamer's ring during the recent act of justice has proven extremely useful in the current situation with the unruly bird. A magical glow enveloped the bird when the ring was activated, initiating a partial taming process limited by the animal's high level of intelligence. After landing, Ju Hyuk explained that the initial taming was a simple step, but the perfect result required choosing the right nickname. The girls were genuinely amazed by the unexpected display of Ju Hyuk's talents in taming animals, including his own sister Seiya. Ju Hyuk calmly explained the origins of his taming skills, acknowledging the uniqueness of his technique compared to traditional golden spoon methods. While studying the new pet stats in the information panel, Ju Hyuk discovered the highest S rank and unusual food preferences in the form of blue stones and gold. Comparing his purchase with the famous Korean wyvern of Master Eugene, rank A, Ju Hyuk noted the exorbitant cost of such creatures on the market. The high cost of keeping a new pet made Ju Hyuk seriously think about the advisability of raising an unusual bird on his own. The presentation of a bag of gold coins instantly brought the bird, which had pretended to be unconscious, into a state of active attention and interest. Ju Hyuk exploited the bird's obvious greed, offering it access to his riches in exchange for obedience and loyal service as a pet. The final stage of the domestication process was the choice of the nickname Coco for the bird, who had come to terms with her new role, which finally cemented their bond. The entire group settled on Coco's back for a quick climb up the cliff and to the map destination. Seiya praised the advantages of the new companion for comfortable travel, causing the bird to noticeably enjoy herself with sincere praise of her abilities. A careful study of the map raised doubts among the travelers, since they could not find the entrance indicated on it in the indicated place. Si-song tried to help Ju Hyuk determine the exact location, but he honestly admitted that he had no understanding of the map symbols. At the foot of the mysterious mountain, Se-song suggested that her companion destroy it entirely, but the young man admitted that despite his strength, he did not have mining skills and could not disturb the natural landscape. Tired of fruitless attempts, Ju Hyuk asked the girls to hold tightly to the magical bird Coco, which, at his command, rose high into the sky, preparing to make a rapid flight along the mountain wall. After many failed attempts, Ju Hyuk came to the conclusion that in order to open the secret entrance to the mountain, they had to fulfill certain requirements that they had not yet guessed about. After carefully considering the situation, Ju Hyuk decided to use his incredible physical strength to make his own way into the impregnable mountain stronghold. Gathering all his internal energy, Ju Hyuk used the powerful technique Mind Conquering the Heavens, thanks to which they finally discovered the long-awaited secret entrance to the mountain's depths. The joy of discovery quickly turned to disappointment when the travelers learned of a new challenge. They had to find and sacrifice 200 mountain monsters in 5 short minutes. Reflecting on the current situation, the hero realized that sacrificing 200 monsters within 5 minutes should destroy the rock and end the difficult test. While searching for a solution to the difficult problem, Ju Hyuk remembered the mysterious hidden class, Absolute Necromancer, that had a special connection with the forces of darkness. After carefully examining the area beneath the rock, Ju Hyuk noticed many dark creatures and thought about the possibility of using them to perform the necessary sacrificial ritual. Turning to his companion Se-song, Ju Hyuk inquired about the number of dark creatures below, hoping to find the required 200 heads to complete the ritual. Having carefully studied the space under the rock, the sister confidently reported that the number of dark creatures even exceeded the required number and reached 286. Upon learning of the need to sacrifice the undead, Se-song expressed a deep reluctance to part with the creatures that had become as dear to her as her own children. Confused by the girl's reaction, Ju Hyuk watched her in surprise, trying to figure out if she could really communicate with the undead and hear their unwillingness to become victims. The situation became clear pretty quickly. It turned out that the girl couldn't talk to the creatures. She was just very upset and started crying quietly. Seeing Se-song's unusual behavior, Seiya expressed genuine surprise, as their companion had never shown such emotional sensitivity before. The important words of the mentor rang in Se-song's memory. He spoke of her destiny to rise above the darkness and obey only one master. Realizing the importance of the moment, the hero explained that they were now taking the first step towards a great goal, and failure could mean the end of all their aspirations. Despite understanding the importance of the moment, Saesong felt deep mental anguish at the thought of using the undead as sacrificial creatures. After assessing the remaining time, Joo Hyuk explained that even with all his strength, he physically would not have time to find and collect 200 new monsters in the remaining 3 minutes. Deep mental anguish overwhelmed the girl at the thought of having to personally sacrifice the creatures with whom she felt a special connection. After closely observing Saesong's condition, Joo Hyuk guessed that her unusual connection with the undead was a special side effect of the hidden class. Seiya shared an observation about Saesong's unusual behavior, noting that the girl had not shown such affection for dark creatures before. Showing his firmness of character, Joo Hyuk directly told Marianne that he was ready to end the cooperation if she could not overcome her doubts and carry out the necessary actions. Once an important quest was activated, none of the participants had the right to take things lightly or allow personal feelings to influence the completion of the task. Faced with a difficult choice, Saesong knew that she had to either sacrifice the undead and stay on the team, or part ways with the rest of the travelers forever. Realizing her true purpose of walking alongside the team, Saesong made the difficult decision to sacrifice herself, for which she received sincere gratitude from Joo Hyuk. Taking on the role of the future absolute necromancer, Marianne made a difficult choice and sacrificed 200 undead creatures to perform the ritual. The moment of sacrifice turned out to be especially difficult. The undead began to slowly disappear, as if mourning their fate with invisible tears. Suddenly, the girl was overcome with intense pain, and her vital forces began to rapidly decrease, depleting her physical and spiritual state. Quickly assessing the situation, Joo Hyuk cast a basic heal on Saesong, who was suffering from the side effects of the hidden class, asking her to hold on with all her might. Successful completion of the difficult task brought a worthy reward. The cave recognized the power of the absolute necromancer, significantly increasing his characteristics. All undead ratings increased, the usage limit reached 3,000, and mana costs were halved. Thanks to Joo Hyuk's timely healing intervention, the girl's mental state gradually improved, allowing her to regain her inner balance after the ordeal she had experienced. The sacrifice of 200 undead creatures opened the way to the ancient Cliff of Ages, allowing a group of travelers to approach a mysterious cave that holds its own secrets. Carefully observing Marianne's condition after the ordeal, the caring Joo Hyuk offered to use his healing skills once again to ease her suffering. Having overcome her inner pain, the girl calmly assured her companions of her good health, finding consolation in the significant increase in her magical abilities. Following Joo Hyuk's wise advice brought Saesong long-awaited relief, but she did not even notice how angry Seiya was ready to punish her brother for her friend's suffering. The ancient gates of the Cliff of Ages have been transformed into the mysterious Celt's legacy, allowing travelers to penetrate the depths of the majestic dark cliffs. Exercising caution in an unknown place, Joo Hyuk warned his companions of possible dangers, urging them to remain extremely vigilant. Seiya's first impression of the interior was deceptively simple. The room resembled an ordinary mountain cave with no visible signs of danger. The attentive Joo Hyuk checked the condition of each member of the group, while Seiya, looking around the unusual place, began to doubt the correctness of the chosen path. Memories of the legacy of the Celt left by his old mentor did not leave Joo Hyuk's mind, who sensed the inevitability of another difficult test. The system has launched a verification of the right to receive the legacy, revealing the true goal of the absolute evil, the destruction of the 7 holy thrones with the help of powerful allies. 3 selected assistants, including the magical bird Coco, were subjected to a thorough examination to confirm their readiness for the upcoming tests. The strict rules of the quest left no room for retreat. The assistant's refusal to check threatened the irreversible deletion of the main character's account. The guy was dissatisfied with the rigidity of the quest system. The path was predetermined without the possibility of turning or choosing an alternative route. 20 years of training and meetings with the elders of the Heavenly Devil turned out to be part of a grand plan, one of the key scenarios of the majestic Olympus. Realizing there was no way back, Joo Hyuk was determined to complete the game, warning his companions of possible dangers ahead. Showing complete trust in her brother, Seiya accepted the offer to become his assistant without hesitation, receiving official system notification of her new status. Devoted to her choice, Saesong also received a system notification and immediately expressed her agreement to become Joo Hyuk's loyal assistant on his difficult journey. The wayward bird Coco showed obvious disobedience, hinting with her whole appearance to Joo Hyuk that special conditions were necessary to obtain her consent. Quickly guessing the bird's hints, the resourceful Joo Hyuk scattered 8 million gold coins in front of her, instantly receiving the joyful consent of his greedy assistant. Gaining consent from all 3 assistants gave Joo Hyuk long-awaited access to the mysterious Celt's legacy, bringing him closer to new challenges. The appearance of the mysterious portal marked the beginning of a new stage of testing, which Joo Hyuk immediately rushed to, ready to face the unknown. Despite not having a clear understanding of the upcoming clues, Ju Hyuk resolutely confirmed the entrance, eager to uncover the message left by his teacher. An urgent telephone conversation brought relief to Eve. The situation with his murder was resolved, but the interlocutor insistently asked him to show less pity in the future. Being the leader of the Great Union's teleport control group did not protect Iva from rage. He was filled with rage from the realization that someone had dared to deceive him. Eve was particularly outraged by the unexpected discovery that Rufendal had been spending time with a simple scum of society, a certain Ramtadian. An unexpected turn of events played into Eve's hands, providing a perfect opportunity to teach Ramtadian a harsh lesson for his inappropriate actions. Over 700 people had already accepted the quest to capture Ramtadian, and even his outstanding fighting skills could not help him deal with such a large number of pursuers. A sudden phone call caught Eve's surprised attention, interrupting his thoughts about the upcoming hunt for a daring opponent. The caller turned out to be Eve's brother, who, having noticed the posted quest to catch Ramtadian, decided to immediately contact him. The conversation revealed interesting details. The brother who called turned out to be the director of the Great Union, Divine Star, and the first owner of the throne, ready to help catch Ramtadian. Entering the Celt's testing zone, the hero realized the importance of the upcoming path and mentally wished all his companions successful completion of the difficult tests. The hero's first test was an encounter with a giant bird of incredible size, which he immediately recognized as part of the test prepared by his teacher. The battle with the mighty bird took only a few minutes, bringing the hero a reward of 90,000 gold coins for successfully hunting the three-legged raven. An encounter with the three-legged raven, who turned out to be weaker than expected, awakened in the hero's memories of past adventures in the special zone of Lime. The teacher's instructions about the need to become stronger in order to achieve the title of the strongest ruler in the world were deeply imprinted in the young hero's memory. 20 years of hard training under the guidance of the teacher were aimed at creating the perfect absolute, but the difficulty of the dungeon raised doubts about the success of other participants. In another part of the dungeon, Seiya successfully completed the hunt for a giant bat using her impressive lightning control abilities. The use of a powerful attack resulted in the creation of a new ultimate spell, Lightning Rain, and the Pure White Wizard class enhanced the girl's magical abilities. Along with the others, Saesong waged her own battle, successfully completing the hunt for the knights with her necromantic abilities. An ambitious necromancer decided to turn the defeated knights into her loyal servants, using the magic of the absolute necromancer to create an army of undead warriors. The use of powerful magic transformed ordinary knights into majestic death knights, greatly strengthening the Dark Mistress's army. Pleased with the new rank of her warriors and the number of undead under her control, which had exceeded 900 units, Saesong promised herself to listen to Ju Hyuk's advice more often. The fearless bird Coco successfully completed her test, defeating a huge poisonous worm, after which she happily enjoyed the blue stones she had obtained. Successful completion of all individual tests allowed the group to reunite in the common room, where Ju Hyuk joyfully greeted his comrades. Excited by their success, the girls shared the good news that they had increased their level by 10 points, which was a significant achievement for both participants. A sudden system alert interrupted the joyful reunion of the group, announcing the start of the main test, specially prepared by the mysterious Celt. Anticipating new challenges, Ju Hyuk urged his comrades to remain calm, and Seiya warned of the possibility of the group being split up again. An unexpected meeting with a teacher who was pleased with his students' success confirmed Ju Hyuk's achievement of the status of the Great Absolute Evil, which he had been striving for so long. The mysterious appearance of the holographic image aroused Saesong's curiosity, to which Ju Hyuk calmly explained that a projection of his former mentor had appeared before them. The smug teacher extolled his own merits for Ju Hyuk's achievements, claiming that it was his plan and ability to discern his students' talents that led to such impressive results. While Seiya was looking with interest at the legendary teacher she had heard so much about, he calmly reported the approval of the elders for the young man. Pleased with his choice, the teacher explained the importance of Ju Hyuk's ability to transport the necessary resources to the Heavenly Devil's lair, without which the villagers would not be able to survive. The teacher expressed his firm belief that his disciples' efforts would help revive life in the space of the Heavenly Devil and would one day lead to the conquest of the entire continent. The update to the Ultimate Evil main quest has revealed a major plan to merge the SS class quest, the Ultimate Evil title, and the main scenario into one. The grandiose task was mind-boggling. It was necessary to overthrow the ruling empire that held power on the continent and create a new world of heaven under their leadership. The mentor warned about the need to wait for a special child with a pure soul, capable of receiving a unique gift, without specifying whether it would take a day or 50 years. The teacher emphasized the importance of meeting this pure being, whose contribution to the conquest of the world would prove invaluable, despite all possible difficulties. After a farewell wish of good luck, the teacher's hologram dissolved, and a sign appeared informing them of the need to wait for the arrival of the special class, Absolute Necromancer. Seiya's worried question about the need for a long wait was met calmly by Ju Hyuk, who noted the presence of a suitable necromancer in their group. The timely confirmation by the system of the presence of the Absolute Necromancer marked the fulfillment of all the necessary conditions for completing the Celtic heritage. Reflecting on the fortunate coincidence, Ju Hyuk realized that without Marianne's help, he could have spent his entire life here, trying in vain to pass the test. Successful completion of the quest, the Celt's Legacy, brought a generous reward, 2 promotion points, 20 bonus attribute points, and a precious red stone. Assessing the rewards he had received, the hero was especially pleased with the red stone worth 500 million won, which guaranteed financial stability for the near future. Carefully studying the received rewards, the hero noted the special value of 2 promotion points and 20 characteristic points, already planning their effective use. Seiya's enthusiastic announcement of receiving the red stone was met with approval by Ju Hyuk, confirming her sole right to the valuable reward. Overwhelmed with joy, Seiya rushed to her friend, still not believing her luck, until Marianne's sincere congratulations brought her back to reality. Marianne told about her special reward. Instead of a red stone, she received promotion points, unlimited mana, and a new useful skill. Impressed by her friend's abilities, Seiya suggested celebrating her success, planning to treat her with the proceeds from the sale of the precious red stone. Watching Sesong's humble description of her new abilities, Ju Hyuk was amazed at her power to control a massive army of undead with virtually no mana consumption. A sudden loud cry from a bird caught everyone's attention. Coco, surrounded by a bright glow, began the process of increasing her rank and developing her abilities. Watching the bird's transformation closely, Ju Hyuk noted its impressive progress, reaching level 73 and rising from rank S to SS. Watching the bird's proud behavior in front of its companions, Ju Hyuk suddenly realized that all this time he had mistaken the male Coco for a female. Returning to practical matters, Ju Hyuk focused on distributing the 20 bonus points he had received to improve the mind-conquering the heavens technique. The limited options for allocating points into basic stats forced Ju Hyuk to focus on the only available upgrade option. The carefully selected reward allowed the mind that conquers the heavens technique to be upgraded, causing the special truth effect to be activated in this powerful skill. The search for the hero continued, and Yves and his men discovered Ramtadian's broken trail in a snowy area where the track suddenly ended. Ramtadian's bounty hunters lost track of him in this location, much to the displeasure of Yves, who was eager to destroy his adversary. The first Holy See, known as the Crimson Gladiator, calmed the angry Yves, assuring him that it was only a matter of time before Ramtadian was captured. The Crimson Gladiator's confidence was based on a carefully prepared trap, from which, in his opinion, even the strong Ramtadian would not be able to escape. The sudden appearance of a dark spot high on the cliff attracted everyone's attention when a huge, unusual-looking bird flew out of it. The amazement of those present was increased by the sight of Ramtadian, seated on a bird and radiating a noticeably increased power since their last meeting. Activating the true technique, Conquering the Heavens brought an impressive 30% improvement to all stats, including recovery speed, skill cooldown, and basic stats. Viewing the updated status gave the guy satisfaction. All his characteristics had again reached a new, higher level of development. Seeing the joy on her brother's face, the curious Saya inquired about the reason, receiving an explanation about the significant increase in his characteristics. Impressed, Sesong noted the exceptional achievements of Ju Hyuk, whose stats exceeded 100 points, confirming his status as a true ultimate evil. The completion of the clearing of the Celtic heritage field was accompanied by its transformation into a new phenomenon and the beginning of destruction, signaling the need for urgent care. An unexpected system message confirmed the hero's suspicions. The main goal of the entire test was indeed to strengthen the mind technique that had not yet been fully studied. The alarming system warning about the account being deleted and the 42-second evacuation limit made Ju Hyuk displeased with the teacher's treachery. After successfully completing the Celtic heritage quest, Ju Hyuk planned a short visit to the headquarters, but his plans were not destined to come true. Seiya's anxious voice drew Ju Hyuk's attention to the group of bounty hunters gathered below, clearly waiting for the right moment. The realization of the ongoing quest to capture Ramtadian helped Ju Hyuk understand the reason for the gathering of hunters, who still considered him as their target. Alarmed, Seiya suggested to her brother that they flee immediately as the best way out of the dangerous situation with their pursuers. Noticing the approach of one of the heroes, Ju Hyuk quickly ordered the girls to put on protective robes and move as stealthily as possible. Confident of his victory, the man announced that today would be the last day in the life of Ramtadian, whose long hiding had finally come to an end. The astonished spectators watched with admiration as the warrior of the Holy See soared through the skies, anticipating the imminent execution of the infamous Ramtadian. Understanding the importance of the moment and the cameras trained on him, the warrior anticipated how a quick victory over Ramtadian would bring him favor with the players and NPCs. Activating the attacking flamesword, the man declared his determination to defeat Ramtadian in front of the world's media, who were riveted to the scene. The warrior's ambitious plan included the elimination of Ramtadian as the first step to defeating absolute evil and turning the Divine Star into the strongest world alliance. The enemy's first attack was aimed at the bird, trying to knock it out of flight, but the wounded Coco, overcoming pain and panic, continued to confidently hold the intended course. Introducing himself to his opponent, the warrior identified himself as Kang Musiak, the director of the Divine Star Alliance and holder of the title of Crimson Gladiator of the First Holy See. Before he could finish his arrogant warning, Kang Musiak was grabbed by an enraged Coco who used her claw dash skill to throw him into a nearby wall. The thugs watching from below froze in amazement, not believing their eyes. Ramtadian's pet was strong enough to inflict damage on the Crimson Gladiator himself. Shocked by the bird's unexpected strength that had reached level 70, the Crimson Gladiator admitted his carelessness, but still believed in his ability to deal with the enemy. Approaching the defeated Kang Musiak, Ju Hyuk calmly voiced his main principle. He does not attack first unless the opponent shows aggression. Carefully assessing the situation, Ju Hyuk understood that an attack from Kang Musiak was inevitable, as he could not show weakness in front of the many mercenaries watching. An urgent message from an enraged brother warned Eves of his intention to kill Ramtadian instead of his planned arrest due to pent-up anger. Confident in his superiority, Kang Musiak was perplexed by Ju Hyuk's audacity, knowing that even the leaders of the Great Union could not handle him alone. Enraged by his opponent's arrogance, Kang Musiak decided to demonstrate the true power of the First Holy See, which was capable of destroying not only Ramtadian, but also absolute evil. After the enemy activated the fire armor, a worried Seiya offered to help her brother in the battle, but Ju Hyuk urged the girls not to interfere. Understanding the difficulty of hiding one's true identity, Ju Hyuk was aware of the risk of having his companions' identities revealed through their behavior, especially for Luna of the Seventh Holy Throne. Reflecting on the recent events that changed his life as an unemployed person, Ju Hyuk marveled at the reckless courage of the big Union director, who attacked without a trace of fear. Watching Kang Musiak's fighting stance as he prepared to attack, Seiya recalled his opponent's well-known reputation as an extremely proud warrior. Seiya understood that killing Kang Musiak would mean war with the Divine Star, although the clash of the absolute evil with the Crimson Gladiator was inevitable. Keeping a close eye on her brother as he gathered strength, Seiya warned of the enemy's wide attack radius, urging Ju Hyuk to be especially careful. Confident in his superiority, Ju Hyuk only smiled, realizing the significant difference in strength and the readiness of the absolute evil to meet any challenge. Swiftly closing in on the enemy, Ju Hyuk used the skill Unusually Powerful Fist with the intention of reducing the damage by half, demonstrating his superiority. The powerful attack activated all of Kang Musiak's defense mechanisms. The armor was destroyed, the protection of the spiritual necklace, and the spiritual barrier were activated. The Crimson Gladiator's many magical artifacts were actively working to heal him, and the protective ring was creating an additional protective barrier. Surprised by his opponent's resilience after his attack, Ju Hyuk noted with interest Kang Musiak's impressive arsenal of magical items. Despite the obvious advantage in characteristics, Ju Hyuk decided to prolong the battle in order to study the possible hidden abilities of the enemy. Recognizing the enemy's strength, Kang Musiak realized his previous carelessness and the need to exercise utmost caution in battle. With a mocking smile, Ju Hyuk expressed his disappointment at the weakness of the Divine Star's director, calling him a third-generation gold spoon mediocre. Enraged by his opponent's arrogance, Kang Musiak began to concentrate his power, preparing to demonstrate the true strength of the Crimson Gladiator. The activation of the skill Explosive Fire Flower created such a powerful heat that its intensity could be felt even at a considerable distance where Ju Hyuk was. Watching his opponent closely, Ju Hyuk noticed a gradual decrease in his health, likely caused by using his techniques to the limit. Analyzing the situation, Ju Hyuk assumed that the enemy was using Berserk mode, understanding the time limitations of such a state. In preparation for the final battle, Ju Hyuk entrusted Coco with the protection of the girls, completely trusting his faithful companion with their safety. Jumping off the bird, Ju Hyuk rushed towards his opponent, intending to personally test the limits of the endurance of the holder of the First Holy Throne. A few hours later, a worried Kang Musiak urgently called his assistant, demanding that he immediately take control of the media to prevent information leaks. Understanding the difficulty of the task due to the rapid spread of information on the internet, the assistant nevertheless respectfully promised to carry out the assignment. Trying to calm the manager, the assistant assured that he would make every effort to ensure that footage of the director's death did not appear on the internet. Annoyed by the suggestion that he was dead, Kang Moo-seok abruptly corrected his secretary, explaining his absence as simply leaving the game to rest. Kang Moo-seok's mounting rage erupted into an angry tirade about the inappropriateness of treating him like a dead man when he was standing alive in front of his subordinate. Continuing to be indignant, Kang Moo-seok expressed his indignation at having to endure such treatment because of a loser like Ramtadian. Having vented his pent-up anger on his secretary, Kang Moo-seok tried to calm down by giving orders to clean up his office. Standing by the window, Kang Moo-seok reflected on the misconceptions of society that overlooks the emergence of many incompetent people in important structures. Kang Moo-seok's thoughts were filled with the certainty of the guild's top users being of utmost importance to the functioning of the entire game world. Anticipating the coming changes, Kang Moo-seok saw the approach of a new era where the sudden rise of the weak would be impossible due to the reorganization of the world. The swift flight on the faithful Coco made Joo Hyuk happy, once again confirming the value of such a reliable friend, capable of instantly delivering to the right place. Noticing the improvement in Coco's mood, Joo Hyuk correctly guessed the reason. It became much easier for the bird to carry one passenger instead of the usual 3. The cause of Coco's concern turned out to be an attack from an enemy that released extremely powerful flames aimed at his wings during the battle. The realization of the master's power, capable of destroying an opponent with one basic attack, made a strong impression on Coco, forcing her to rethink her behavior. Impressed by his master's display of strength, Coco decided to be more obedient, fearing to share the sad fate of the defeated Crimson Knight. Having reached the lair of the Heavenly Devil, the hero went about his business, while a pleased Coco entertained the local children by showing off his gold coins. Studying the received report revealed to Joo Hyuk the details of the settlement's survival strategy for the upcoming cold season of the year. The elder described in detail the severity of the local winters, emphasizing the need to provide each home with warm clothing and heating equipment. According to preliminary calculations, 800 million gold coins were required to provide for the 800 inhabitants of the Heavenly Devil for the winter period. Responsibility for the accuracy of economic calculations was assigned to the 4th elder of the settlement, the wise Serdian. Studying the reports on the life of the settlement, the hero reflected on the previous methods of survival of these people during the winter period, doubting the need to spend resources on simple NPCs. While Serdian promised to prepare a detailed plan for the arrangement of the dwellings, Joo Hyuk realized that the required 800 million could easily be covered from Johan's 4 billion fund. Having approved Serdian's plan to revive the Heavenly Devil, Joo Hyuk generously allowed the use of the required amount, understanding the importance of this business project. Encouraged by the Lord's support, Serdian dared to propose increasing the budget to 1.5 billion gold coins to purchase higher quality materials. By agreeing to increase the expenses, Joo Hyuk earned the sincere gratitude of Serdian, who promised to tell all the residents about the generosity of their ruler. The system notification about the increase in the loyalty of the residents and the strengthening of his power over the village slightly consoled the hero, upset by the large expenses. The unexpected initiative of the meeting from Johan surprised Elder Rexer, who did not expect such a display of attention from his old acquaintance. Acknowledging the unusual nature of his behavior, Johan confirmed Rexer's guess that the reason for the meeting was a discussion of absolute evil, feeling the power of the mind. Conquering the Heavens technique, Johan claimed that their chosen one had already reached the minimum requirements for the role of absolute ruler. Despite partially agreeing with Johan's arguments, Rexer firmly stated his unwillingness to serve a ruler whose power was significantly inferior to his own. Recalling the difficult path of creating Sarmak and the Union of Black Flowers, Rexer emphasized the importance of strength and authority for a true leader. Rexer's deep conviction in the necessity of the ruler's superiority over his subordinates made him doubt the candidacy of the new leader. Such high demands on a leader were typical of Rexer, the 3rd elder and head of the notorious Black Flowers assassin group. Johan explained Rexer's temporary superiority by the presence of several limiting prohibitions that were hampering the true power of their future ruler. The head of the House of Black Flowers, who was aware of the situation, acknowledged the need to wait, although his patience was gradually running out. Rexer shared information about the growing impatience of other non-aligned elders, emphasizing the impossibility of waiting indefinitely. Contrasting his opinion with Rexer's, Johan noted that the elder had not seen any recent changes in the power of their potential lord. After returning from the expedition, Johan noticed a significant increase in the young leader's strength, feeling his potential grow many times over. Johan confidently stated their lord's ability to confront the elders, even without special equipment, demonstrating a significant increase in his strength. The hero's unique ability to deliver items from the outside world to the village became an indisputable argument that even Rexer did not argue with. While observing the initiative to provide residents with winter supplies, Rexer expressed concern about the use of the organization's funds. Johan emphasized the wise use of Sarmak's funds by their master, directing all resources solely towards the development of the Heavenly Devil. Calling on Rexer to be patient, Johann hinted at the existence of a special plan by their overlord to obtain additional military forces. While observing the latest research into creating monsters, Ju Hyuk realized that a revolution was coming to the gaming industry. Seiya was amazed at the scale of the financial investment in research, noting the huge amount of red and black stones used. His brother's indifferent reaction to the news after his victory over the First Throne made Seiya suspect a hidden meaning behind the events. Showing concern for his sister, Jo Hyuk explained the defeated enemy's reluctance to acknowledge the growing notoriety of the absolute evil. Urging his sister to be careful, Ju Hyuk warned her about the upcoming confrontation with the monster creators and the need to maintain incognito. While explaining to his sister the importance of self-improvement, Ju Hyuk encountered her unwavering belief in his superiority over everyone else. Analyzing the situation, Seiya proposed using monster generation technology to ensure the self-sufficiency of the Sky Devil. Ju Hyuk's next target was the Sky River area, rich in red stones and recently open to independent players. His sister's warning about the presence of level 70 players only strengthened Ju Hyuk's resolve to explore the new territory. While connecting to Olympus, Ju Hyuk thought about the upcoming hunt in the exclusive territories of the continent of Sentinia, inhabited by unusual creatures. The popularity of hunting grounds among Alliance members was due to the possibility of a stable supply of valuable red stones. For the upcoming expedition, Ju Hyuk decided to take Zeta, the sixth elder, with him, who possesses impressive magical abilities. Having awakened the true technique of mind-conquering the heavens, the hero decided not to advertise, but also not to hide his status as absolute evil. Upon reaching the vicinity of the teleporter, Ju Hyuk ordered Zeta to stay nearby using camouflage, then joined his team. Rufendal's unexpected appeal about the imminent end of his undead state was accompanied by a request for permission to continue their journey together. Surprised by Rufendal's desire to stay by his side despite his dreams of freedom, Ju Hyuk listened to his willingness to become undead again. Intrigued by Saesong's capabilities, Ju Hyuk watched as Seiya offered her help in fulfilling Rufendal's wish to die. A sudden lightning attack from Seiya instantly ended Rufendal's life, causing Ju Hyuk to freeze in amazement. Rufendal's quick resurrection by Saesong's forces resulted in its owner changing from player Marion to player Arthur. The revived Rufendal felt an unprecedented surge of strength, noting a significant increase in characteristics by more than 20 units. Grateful to his new master Arthur, Rufendal linked his rise to power precisely with these changes in the system of subordination. Ju Hyuk noted the development of the Absolute Necromancer's abilities thanks to the Celtic Heritage Reward, which applies to both NPCs and players. While organizing the group's gradual promotion, Ju Hyuk especially warned his sister to be careful due to her status as a saint. The appearance of Ju Hyuk, Rufendal, and the mighty eagle at the portal attracted the attention of those around them, who recognized the familiar silhouette. The dark energy and the accompaniment of the giant eagle allowed observers to quickly identify the approaching man as Ramtadian himself. The panicked reaction of those present resulted in urgent preparations for battle and attempts to contact the head office. The unexpected order to let Ramtadian through caused all the knights to part, giving him free access to the portal. Confused by the strange behavior of the people around him, Ju Hyuk listened to Rufendal's suggestion that their sudden respect was due to the video of Kang Moo-seok's victory that had been circulated. Kang Moo-seok's status as the director of the Divine Star Grand Alliance ensured that the Alliance members were aware of what had happened, facilitating the further advancement of his sister and Marianne. Reflecting on the portal system, Ju Hyuk recalled their original general availability and doubted the legitimacy of large alliances seizing control over the natural structures of Olympus. After passing through the portal, the hero learned of the order from senior management to maintain the usual work regime, leaving the solution to the problem to higher authorities. Finding himself in an unexpectedly deserted area after teleporting, Ju Hyuk decided not to take any risks and stay put while waiting for the rest of the team to arrive. The covert surveillance of the hero culminated in the director suddenly ordering a full-scale fire attack when it became clear that Ju Hyuk had not noticed the ambush. Calming the worried Rufendal, Ju Hyuk reminded him of the presence of a defensive spell and suggested that he block the enemy's attack while he provided a boost. Anticipating the possibility of such a development of events, Ju Hyuk was still surprised by the obviousness and straightforwardness of the opponent's actions in the current situation. The first attack was carefully prepared, including the reinforcement of combination skills and the addition of a stunning effect to neutralize the enemy without any room for error. While successfully holding off enemy attacks, Rufendal noted the difficulty of single blocking due to the excessively wide range of strikes delivered across the entire area. Calmly assessing the situation, Ju Hyuk saw a simple solution to the problem in his personal participation in blocking the enemy's massive attack. Saesong's sudden appearance from the open portal was accompanied by her worried questions about the reasons for the surrounding fiery chaos and destruction. Realizing the danger of the situation for Se-song, Joo-hyuk tried to warn the girl about the need to immediately evade the enemy's approaching attack. Se-song's lack of reaction speed resulted in the enemy's powerful attack heading straight for her unprotected face, threatening serious consequences. After the attack had completely stopped, the wary mages maintained their combat positions, ready to resume the offensive at the slightest sign of enemy survival. Disappointed by the ease of the battle, the director of the Grand Alliance publicly expressed disdain for the force that defeated the Throne Warrior, warning of a similar fate for all opponents of the alliance. The sudden appearance of a strange silhouette emerging from the smoke after a massive attack attracted the alarmed attention of all the fighters present. A growing sense of unease gripped the commander as he thought about the incredible possibility of the enemy surviving such a powerful and coordinated attack. While taking refuge with his comrades on Koko, Joo-hyuk received a message from a worried Seiya, ordering her to remain in place until further instructions. Showing concern for Marianne's condition after the attack, Joo-hyuk asked the girl to remain under the protection of the mighty Koko until his return. Joo-hyuk's timely intervention allowed him to protect the girl from the approaching fire attack, managing to shelter her from the deadly flames. Reassuring the girl, Joo-hyuk assured her of complete safety under his protection and asked her to rise with Koko to the clouds after the end of the active phase of the battle. Stopping Joo-hyuk before leaving, Se-song, grateful for saving him, expressed her strong desire to stop hiding and join the fight by his side. The end of the quiet conversation between the heroes led to them jumping off the bird together, causing the red-haired guy to be surprised by the lack of visible damage to the opponents. The preparation for the second attack was accompanied by general amazement at the incredible defensive ability of the opponents, who remained unharmed after such a powerful blow. While acknowledging the opponent's exceptional defense, observers were skeptical about their attacking potential, comparing it to Rufendal's limited capabilities. Confident in the reliability of his fighter, the director entrusted him with the role of the main defender in the vanguard, counting on his exceptional fortitude in the upcoming battle. When asking Rufendal to prepare a recording device, Joo-hyuk noted the number and high level of the enemies, instructing him to collect all the dropped items. An approaching tank tried to warn Joo-hyuk against an unequal fight, but only received an order for Rufendal to begin recording the upcoming battle. Confident in the superiority of his team's numbers and equipment, the woodcutter offered Joo-hyuk to voluntarily surrender, avoiding inevitable defeat. Calling on Joo-hyuk to repent to director Kang Moo-seok, the woodcutter hinted at the possibility of a lighter punishment if he apologized in a timely manner. Confused about the seriousness of the charges, Joo-hyuk listened to the woodcutter's explanation of the crime against the Union's territory and the violation of order in the work area. The invasion of territory and insult to the pride of the Divine Star were considered sufficient grounds for the most severe sentence to be passed on the offender. Reacting mockingly to the claims, Joo-hyuk inquired about the legitimacy of the Great Union's claims to a territory created without their participation or efforts. Outraged by the unfounded claims to control the teleport and hunting grounds, Joo-hyuk openly questioned the right to charge fees to ordinary players. Explaining the reason for killing the first attacker, Kang Moo-seok, Joo-hyuk realized the pointlessness of dialogue with opponents who are incapable of rational discussion. The woodcutter's growing anxiety was caused not so much by Joo-hyuk's words, but by the frightening energy of an unknown force emanating from him. Se-song's timely completion of the task resulted in the activation of necromantic abilities and the summoning of an army of dead soldiers onto the battlefield. Having surrounded the area with resurrected warriors, Joo-hyuk issued an ultimatum to immediately summon the head of the Union, threatening cruel reprisals in case of refusal. Expressing categorical rejection of the monopolization of gaming resources, Joo-hyuk declared his readiness to completely destroy the existing unfair system. In preparing for the attack, the woodcutter counted on the advantage of his equipment and magic potions against an enemy with almost no special equipment. Joo-hyuk's rapid movement caught the woodcutter off guard, not even allowing him to realize the moment the enemy was approaching his position. Understanding the enemy's intention to rely on healing potions and spells, Joo-hyuk decided to demonstrate the futility of such tactics in the upcoming battle. Having destroyed the enemy with a simple basic strike, Joo-hyuk contemptuously noted the weakness of a warrior who fell to an unarmed enemy with a single blow. By ordering the knights to destroy the remaining opponents, Joo-hyuk demonstrated his readiness for a full-scale battle with the enemies. The shocking death of Director Lumberjack, who was capable of facing level 80 monsters, from a simple blow from an unarmed man seemed unbelievable. Receiving alarming reports of a growing undead army, the director rejected the offer of retreat as tantamount to dismissal and ordered a continued offensive. Realizing the enemy's connection with the necromancer discussed in society, the director could not understand the possibility of simultaneously controlling so many resurrected undead. Assuming that the enemy necromancer's mana reserves had been exhausted, the director interpreted the mass appearance of the undead as a ploy by the enemy to quickly overwhelm them with numbers. In an effort to expose the enemy's supposed deception, the director ordered the troops to engage in a decisive battle to prove the true strength of their detachment. In the midst of a tense standoff, Ju Hyuk made an important request to Si-song to temporarily recall all the Death Knights and stay out of the upcoming battle herself. The air around Ju Hyuk began to fill with dangerous dark energy because, having reached the 50th level of development, he was able to use his special destructive ability. By decisively activating the skill Lightning 100 Strikes, which transformed into the upgraded version True Lightning 100 Strikes, the warrior received a significant boost to all stats. Intending to demonstrate to his opponents the true extent of the difference in strength, Ju Hyuk immediately directed his destructive energy at one of the opposing side's directors. Alarmed by the swift attack, the director immediately responded by calling for defensive fighters, who were immediately ordered to form a defensive line. The defenders vowed to provide the director with reliable protection, but their efforts were in vain as a single blow from Ju Hyuk completely destroyed the enemy's body. The victorious completion of the duel earned Ju Hyuk many system congratulations for eliminating a heroic ranked opponent, and also added 5 additional absolute evil points to his score. After successfully eliminating the most dangerous enemies, Ju Hyuk requested the return of the Death Knights to continue the offensive, but the system warned him about the possibility of eliminating the irrational limit. The leadership of the Divine Star organization gathered for an emergency meeting after receiving alarming reports of events occurring near the mysterious river flowing through the sky. The management was deeply shocked to realize that the culprit of yet another destructive incident was the elusive Ramtadian, who was undermining their monopoly. The representative of the management team persistently convinced his colleagues that the problem that had arisen would be resolved quickly and that all records of the battle would inevitably be removed from the information space. After the bitter confrontation ended, Si-song made a sudden decision to not allow the defeated knights to die, planning to turn them into her loyal followers. The remaining director expressed clear disagreement with what was happening, but was powerless against Si-song's magical influence, which forced his subordinates to destroy their surviving comrades. Marianne calmly explained to the warriors, who were suffering from an internal struggle, that ceasing their resistance to magical influence would significantly ease their condition and bring long-awaited relief. Testing the limits of his newfound powers, Ju Hyuk launched another training attack, which resulted in the destruction of one of the remaining enemy soldiers. An unexpected result of the last battle was the appearance of several red stones, indicating a new ability to obtain items after independently eliminating opponents. The current situation was created by the use of absolute evil points, which, according to the system message, helped remove irrational elements of the gameplay. The amazing effect of the transformation was the complete normalization of the luck parameter, getting rid of negative values of this characteristic and opening up new opportunities for character development. While busy collecting valuable artifacts, Rufendal suddenly discovered the appearance of uninvited guests through the portal and considered it necessary to immediately inform his master. A careful analysis of the situation allowed Rufendal to identify the arrivals as representatives of an elite unit of the Lesser Trinity of the Union, operating under the auspices of the Divine Star. The warriors, nicknamed the Three-Handed Warriors, immediately demanded that Ju Hyuk voluntarily submit to justice in order to mitigate the inevitable harsh sentence. Rufendal hastened to warn Ju Hyuk about the extreme determination of the Divine Star representatives who had arrived and the need to take the threat that had arisen seriously. Having listened carefully to Rufendal's detailed explanation, the protagonist received a comprehensive idea of the outstanding strength of the arriving group of opponents. The first opponent was the renowned master of close combat, Kirtel, who had reached incredible heights in the development of a rare hidden class of martial arts. The second member of the group was a mysterious warrior nicknamed the Assassin, who possessed unique techniques of a hidden class of bladed weapon masters. The central position was occupied by the defensive magic specialist Liu Peng, whose exceptional skills allowed him to provide impenetrable protection for his allies. Analyzing the combat abilities of his opponents, Ju Hyuk noted the similarity between Liu Peng's defensive techniques and Rufendal's magic, suggesting the possible influence of the former on the development of the latter. The enemy group's leader, Liu Peng, issued a final warning to avoid severe punishment, while also giving the order to begin hostilities. Carefully assessing the current situation, the protagonist noted the absence of healers and priests in the enemy group, which clearly indicated that the enemy underestimated his capabilities. The first representative of the enemy group began a rapid advance, loudly declaring his intention to fight at full strength, despite the enemy's lack of equipment. Despite the enemy's threatening statements about the inevitability of his imminent death, Ju Hyuk managed to stop his rapid attack at the last possible moment. The opponent was deeply shocked by Ju Hyuk's incredible ability to stop his most powerful blow without using any weapons or special equipment. Instantly delivering a crushing blow in return, Ju Hyuk calmly informed his defeated opponent of his disappointment in the level of his fighting skill. Liu Peng, who was watching the battle, was truly shocked by his opponent's ability to send Kurtel flying with a simple punch, realizing the serious inaccuracy of the intelligence received. Carefully observing the opponent's reaction to the blow he received, Ju Hyuk noted his extraordinary endurance and instructed Rufendal to capture the upcoming interesting duel. The trio of elite warriors, recognizing the impressive strength of the enemy, sent a proposal to Ju Hyuk to hold constructive negotiations for a peaceful resolution of the conflict situation. Having received another decisive refusal to begin negotiations, the opponents continued to insist that there would be no negative consequences from accepting their conditions. Representatives of the enemy side offered attractive terms of cooperation, including the right to hunt in controlled regions and the abolition of the life sentence. The opponents offered truly favorable conditions for cooperation with the Divine Star, including free use of all portals and an impressive annual reward. Ju Hyuk resolutely rejected the attractive offer of his opponents, openly declaring his intention to completely destroy the existing monopoly control system. The protagonist was well aware of the special value of the proposed conditions for an ordinary player, including a high salary, access to hunting grounds, and the use of the portal system. The current situation caused deep indignation in Ju Hyuk, who observed the humiliating struggle of low-level players for minimal access to game resources under the control of monopolists. The video footage of the events broadcast by Rufendal caused a powerful response among observers, who were inspired by the protagonist's decisive stance against the system. Further irritating Ju Hyuk were the continued secret messages from opponents asking him to allow them to carry out an exhibition assassination to save their reputation. The final failure of the negotiation process led to the inevitable start of a large-scale battle between the opposing sides on the territory of a mysterious location. Ju Hyuk publicly promised to fight fairly, unlike his opponents, and then immediately unleashed the most powerful True 100 Lightning Strikes combo. Realizing the inevitability of a quick defeat, the experienced assassin made a tactical decision to redirect his attacks to the more vulnerable allies of the main enemy. Having carefully assessed the combat situation, the assassin identified the necromancer accompanied by the undead as an important strategic ally of the enemy, requiring immediate elimination. Based on the general idea of the necromancer's weakness in direct combat, the assassin decided to take advantage of the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack on an unprotected enemy. The seasoned fighter planned to take the necromancer hostage to gain a tactical advantage, but he did not expect the swift intervention of unaccounted forces. The assassin's sudden attack was stopped by a mysterious creature whose presence was so unnoticeable that even an experienced warrior could not detect its approach. The unexpected defender turned out to be the mighty Johann, who, after mockingly commenting on the attempted attack, used the devastating skill, Wild Sword of Destruction. Shocked by the instant death of his ally, Liu Peng tried to determine the mysterious warrior's affiliation with known organizations, speculating about his possible connection with Sarmak or the Black Flowers. The mysterious Johann issued a threatening warning of inevitable punishment for all who dared to oppose the mighty Sarmak. The frightened warrior instantly recognized the legendary leader of Sarmak, wondering about the reasons for his sudden appearance and mysterious connection with the powerful Chaosite. The unexpected development of the battle continued with the entry into the battle of the powerful Zeta, who immediately activated a formidable spell to summon an evil spirit. The unwavering Zeta solemnly declared the inevitable death of all opponents of the Overlord, ending her statement with a wish for eternal peace for the fallen enemies. A satisfied Ju Hyuk watched the elder's flawless actions, showing impressive initiative without the need for direct instructions. The loyal Johann respectfully apologized to the Lord for his unauthorized interference in the battle, but Ju Hyuk expressed satisfaction with the results of the operation. The sudden message from Liu Peng contained a sincere apology for underestimating Ju Hyuk's abilities and an urgent request to resume the negotiation process. The enemy, having realized his mistake, acknowledged the inappropriateness of the previous proposal and expressed his readiness to provide exceptional conditions for cooperation with the full support of the Great Union. Tired of useless talk, Ju Hyuk decisively moved to active combat operations against the arrogant enemy. Ju Hyuk used the moment before the crushing blow to briefly explain his refusal, after which Liu Peng met an unexpected death from a simple basic strike. After the intense battle was over, the diligent Rufendal began methodically collecting the numerous trophies left behind by his fallen opponents. A pleased Rufendal noted the exceptional generosity of the spoils obtained from the rich equipment of the defeated members of the Divine Star. The attentive Si-Song took an interest in the identities of the unexpected helpers after learning from Ju Hyuk that they were part of the Heavenly Devil Elders and had plans to hunt together. Having completed the careful collection of resources, the inspired Rufendal joyfully reported his incredible success and invited Ju Hyuk to inspect the collected trophies. The elders who observed Rufendal's actions were deeply impressed by the sincere devotion and diligence of their unusual assistant. As Ju Hyuk calmly began to check the items Rufendal had collected, he suddenly discovered something so alarming that he immediately called for Kok. Assessing the situation in a flash, Ju Hyuk ordered Rufendal and Sesong to climb onto the dragon's back, while calling for Johan and Zeta to prepare for battle. Despite the general lack of understanding of what was happening, all participants felt the approach of an unusually powerful and threatening force. The foreboding was confirmed by the appearance of a new quest, Boss Monster Attack, which reported the sudden appearance of absolute evil. The interaction of the energy of absolute evil with the energy of the monster field led to the emergence of 3 powerful chimeras, the terrifying size of which impressed even the experienced Johan. Amazed by the incredible size of the monsters that appeared, Sesong expressed confidence in Ju Hyuk's victory and asked to transfer the defeated creatures under her control. The cautious Johan warned the Lord of the incredible power of the monsters that had appeared, acknowledging the difficulty of the battle even for himself and the mighty Zeta. Concerned about the current limitations of Ju Hyuk's abilities, Johan expressed doubts about the possibility of an immediate victory and suggested postponing the battle. Confident in his abilities, Ju Hyuk calmly explained to the excited elders his intention to immediately enter the battle, inviting them to witness his victory. After carefully examining the system notification, Ju Hyuk determined that the boss's appearance was the result of special interaction with the energy of absolute evil under certain conditions. Having correctly identified the monsters as part of a special game event, Ju Hyuk decided that an immediate battle with the enemies that appeared was inevitable. Resolutely activating a powerful flow of true mind energy, Ju Hyuk filled the surrounding space with the overwhelming power of absolute evil. Observing the monsters' reactions, Ju Hyuk confirmed his guess about their special nature, noticing the creatures' complete paralysis under the influence of the energy of absolute evil. Ju Hyuk's confidence in defeating powerful monsters was based on their inability to resist his unique energy. Calling upon the elders to watch the upcoming battle closely, Ju Hyuk activated the True 100 lightning strikes against the paralyzed chimeras. The approach of an attack was accompanied by a system notification about the special compatibility of the energy of absolute evil with monsters transformed under certain conditions. The incredible power of the approaching attack caused uncontrollable fear in the boss monsters, confirming Ju Hyuk's absolute superiority over his opponents. An ecstatic Zeta continued to marvel at the Overlord's impressive display of strength in battle against the overconfident members of the Union. Struck by the rapid growth of his ruler's power, Johan recognized the true greatness of the absolute ruler. Successfully completing the battle earned Ju Hyuk confirmation of the right to obtain hidden skills and the creation of special titles Hidden, Intimidation, and Deadly. Pleased with the results of the battle, Ju Hyuk explained to the elders that the strength he had demonstrated was the true reason for his status as the absolute ruler. The Grand Union leadership held an emergency meeting to thoroughly analyze the impressive abilities demonstrated by Full Hao in the river location. The director in charge of the Great Union Divine Star provided confirmed information about the enemy reaching the 50th level of cultivation. The alarming situation caused serious concern to the chief executive, who was aware of the catastrophic decline in the organization's reputation in the eyes of the public. An additional blow to the organization's reputation was the crushing defeat of the leaders of the small union, who were unable to put up a worthy resistance to Ju Hyuk. Recognizing that there was no excuse for their weakness, all 3 defeated leaders immediately rose to make formal apologies. The calm leader explained that the reason for the discussion was not the need for an apology, but the unexpectedly high level of strength of the opponent. The experienced leader expressed regret about the inability of his subordinates to correctly assess the enemy's capabilities and offer appropriate terms of cooperation. The short-sightedness of the leaders of the Little Union caused deep disappointment to the attentive observer of the events taking place. Unusual opponent Full Hao demonstrated exceptional abilities, despite his relatively low 50th level of development, actively using the media space. The spreading rumors about attempts to capture the mysterious enemy by major organizations testified to its high strategic value. Grand Union President Kang Mu-hwan has been closely monitoring the situation regarding the official pronouncement of a life sentence by the Divine Star organization. Carefully analyzing the situation, the leader realized that regardless of the strategic value and negotiating opportunities, Full Hao remained an adversary of a society with powerful allies. A close examination of the mysterious player's past actions strengthened Kang Mu-hwan's compelling hypothesis that the enemy might be connected to the forces of absolute evil. The leader's grandson, Kang Mu-seok, expressed sincere admiration for his grandfather's insight, who explained the main goal of absolute evil, to plunge society into a state of chaos. The seasoned leader stressed the importance of eliminating such destructive elements to create an ideal world free of unnecessary casualties. Guided by his convictions, Kang Moo-hwan took drastic measures, declaring Ju Hyuk the embodiment of absolute evil and establishing complete control over society. Despite the decision made, the Divine Star organization traditionally remained open to talented people, allowing for the possibility of secretly recruiting the enemy. The experienced strategist Kang Moo-hwan believed it was necessary to first drive the enemy into a hopeless situation, despite his impressive individual strength. The leader's plans were based on incomplete information, as at that moment, Ju Hyuk had already successfully defeated the first of the powerful monsters. The persistent desire to demonstrate the futility of a lone struggle against the majority was explained by the desire to create a world under the control of a select elite. Not long after, the mighty Ju Hyuk ended the difficult battle, winning a decisive victory over the last Chimera monster. The successful completion of the boss monster attack quest was met with genuine admiration from observers, who were particularly impressed by the ease of defeating the enormous enemies. The brilliant victory brought the hero an impressive reward, including 30 million gold, increased characteristics, and additional points of absolute evil. An unexpected addition to the standard reward was receiving 3 rare black stones, accompanied by a solemn system congratulation. A shocked Ju Hyuk experienced incredible emotions from receiving the legendary black stones, considered the highest treasure among all existing ones. The historical rarity of the objects obtained was confirmed by statistics. In the 200 years of Olympus's existence, black stones appeared only 3 times. The incredible rarity of black stones made it nearly impossible to accurately determine their true market value in the game economy. Reflecting on his achievement, Ju Hyuk recalled the path he had taken, the support of his loved ones, and the training of his teacher, realizing that all the trials he had endured were justified. The attentive elders noticed the Lord's unusual joy, which Zeta associated with the successful demonstration of his outstanding abilities. The insightful Johann, sensing other reasons for the ruler's joy, suddenly discovered the approach of new guests and decided to temporarily hide. The unexpected visitors turned out to be high-ranking representatives of large organizations, the director of the Great Union, Helen, and the president of the Union of Justice. The sudden appearance of the head of Sarmak behind the guests, holding a weapon to their necks, was an unpleasant surprise for the uninvited visitors. Faithful Johann respectfully turned to the Lord for instructions on how to proceed with the unexpected guests. Ju Hyuk's calm gaze caused the excited visitors to quickly introduce themselves. The director of the Elena Blue Heart Union and the captain of the Justice Union. Intrigued by the American origins of one of the guests, Ju Hyuk allowed them to stay, but with a stern warning to remain still. Showing a willingness to engage in dialogue, Ju Hyuk invited the unexpected visitors to explain the reasons for their appearance. The representative of the big union, Helen, was the first to voice her organization's intention to attract the talented player to its ranks. The woman's offer included an impressive contract with a substantial initial deposit, a high annual salary, and additional privileges in the territories under her control. The determined captain immediately indicated a similar intention for his organization to recruit the outstanding player into the ranks of the Justice Alliance. The impressive offer from the American side included a substantial down payment, a hefty annual salary, and a valuable collection of rare items. An alarmed Korean representative tried to emphasize the importance of protecting the Greater Union for survival and access to trade infrastructure. The unperturbed Ju Hyuk calmly explained to his interlocutors that he had his own methods of obtaining and selling the necessary items. The proposed annual salary of 500 million won did not impress the powerful player. Showing off his abilities, Ju Hyuk destroyed the approaching monsters with lightning speed, after which Rufendal immediately collected the dropped treasures. The impressive display of ability made those present realize how insignificant the amount offered was for such a powerful warrior. Confident in his abilities, Ju Hyuk calmly stated his ability to earn the proposed amount without much effort. The red stones on display, obtained from the defeated monsters, clearly confirmed the unsatisfactoriness of the proposed terms of cooperation. The attentive captain interrupted the attempts at persuasion from the representative of Helen, noticing the misunderstanding that had arisen in the discussion. An important clarification from the captain concerned the currency of the proposal. It was 500 million US dollars, not Korean won. Surprised, Ju Hyuk felt a little embarrassed by his incorrect guess about the reward currency, thinking about the payment system in the Union. The frank admission of Elena's representative about the offer in Korean won caused the captain's sincere bewilderment regarding such a modest amount. The striking difference in the offers astounded Ju Hyuk. A modest 300 million won from the director versus an impressive $500 million from the president. The understanding captain acknowledged the difficulty of making an immediate decision on such an important proposal. The experienced negotiator expressed hope that their offer would be given priority consideration in the future, acknowledging the inappropriateness of the competitor's initial amount. A confident representative of the Union of Justice emphasized the organization's readiness to make the most of the possible second chance while maintaining respect for the player's choice. Impressed by the American side's approach, Joo Hyuk promised to give the Justice Union priority in the possible conclusion of a future contract. The surprised representative watched the satisfied captain leave, amazed by the unexpected discovery of the true financial capabilities of the Union of Justice. The determined Joo Hyuk attracted the attention of the remaining interlocutor, inquiring about the advisability of her continued presence in the absence of new proposals. The astute warrior suggested the possibility of improving the terms of the contract on the part of the representative, although it was obvious that there was no such possibility. Realizing that there was no alternative to the best offer for the talented player, Representative Elena decided to leave the negotiating venue. The woman, outraged by the behavior of the yellow-haired guy, left the meeting place in a state of extreme dissatisfaction. An unexpected message from Eves asking about the results of the meeting prompted the woman to describe in detail the arrogance Joo Hyuk had shown, and the need to demonstrate to him the limitations of acting alone. Focused solely on returning the important bag, Eve persistently asked his interlocutor to make every effort to carry out the previously discussed task. Perplexed by the enemy's actions, Eve tried to understand the reasons for Joo Hyuk's reckless behavior, deliberately turning powerful organizations into his implacable enemies. Despite not understanding the enemy's true motives, an attentive observer noted the favorable development of events for the realization of his own interests and plans. The return of the lost bag seemed to Eve to be a key factor that could radically change the current development of events and influence the further course of history. After leaving the virtual space of Olympus and taking a refreshing shower, Joo Hyuk thought about the best ways to use the black stone to spread profitable rumors. The unexpected call from an unfamiliar number turned out to be an attempt to contact Se-song, causing natural surprise in the detail-oriented Joo Hyuk. While thinking hard about the source of his interlocutor's number, Joo Hyuk clearly remembered that he had never given her his contact information directly. The subsequent explanation revealed the source of the information. The phone number was obtained from Seiya during a recent meeting, after which Se-song decided to check on the other person's availability. An additional argument for the meeting was that Se-song was currently in the company of Joo Hyuk's sister, which created an excellent opportunity for them to spend time together. Joo Hyuk's appearance in the cozy cafe was accompanied by joyful welcoming gestures from Seiya, persistently inviting her brother to join their small company at the table. An inspired Seiya shared her thoughts on the benefits of meeting together, explaining the reason for passing on contact information, while noticing her brother's obvious displeasure. An irritated Joo Hyuk asked the girls present about their true intentions, assuming they were willing to listen to serious comments about their actions. Recalling his original stance on personal meetings, Joo Hyuk emphasized the extreme frivolity of such actions in the current situation. Expressing obvious dissatisfaction with his forced presence, Joo Hyuk explained the need to have a serious conversation about the consequences of his interlocutor's rash actions. Joo Hyuk's detailed explanation was about the importance of controlling every spoken word and gesture, which could be the key to revealing closely guarded secrets. Particular attention was paid to the principles of maximum caution in communication, including a clear distinction between the names used and the manner of speech in the virtual and real worlds. Se-song's personal recommendations included a categorical ban on mentioning her game name and character class in any real-life communication. After listening carefully to the serious warnings, Se-song, who had become quiet under Joo Hyuk's watchful gaze, was forced to give a firm promise to follow all the rules that were voiced. Watching the reaction of her frightened friend, a puzzled Seiya tried to understand the reasons for her brother's strict attitude towards a seemingly harmless meeting of close people. Warning about the upcoming serious conversation at home, Joo Hyuk emphasized the inadmissibility of disseminating his personal information without prior approval. Seiya's attempts to justify his actions with the partnership were met with a harsh reminder about the need to carefully control his statements outside the gaming world. In concluding the unpleasant conversation, Joo Hyuk strongly recommended that the girls exercise utmost caution and refrain from discussing the events of Olympus in public places. Joo Hyuk's hasty departure, explained by urgent domestic matters, left a frustrated Seiya to reflect on her older brother's unpleasant character traits. In an attempt to explain the situation to Se-song, Seiya shared an observation about her brother's unusual focus on precautions in everyday interactions. The attentive Se-song, based on her memories of the first meeting, noted the initially comfortable atmosphere of communication with the mysterious partner in virtual adventures. Gratitude for the care shown during critical moments was the main reason for Se-song's desire to arrange a personal meeting with the attentive gaming companion. The outcome of the meeting was the opposite of the girls' expectations. Instead of the admiration for Se-song's appearance that Seiya had predicted, they received a serious reprimand for their reckless behavior. Ju Hyuk's return to the virtual space of Olympus was met by the diligent Rufendal, who prepared a detailed report on the valuable items he had recently received. The carefully written document included current market prices and detailed recommendations for the safe disposal of items without risking the owner's identity. Acknowledging the high quality of the work done, Ju Hyuk limited himself to a short gesture of approval, expressed in a light stroking of the diligent assistant's head. The insightful Ju Hyuk attributed Rufendal's extraordinary diligence to his knowledge of the rare black stones, preferring not to reveal his understanding of hidden motives. A careful examination of the contents of the bag he received led to the unexpected discovery of Eve's recording stone, which had caused such great concern to its owner. A review of the stored records revealed a pattern of illegal activities by Eve involving the monopolization of teleports and trading in access rights to hunting grounds. The realization of the lost bag's true value came to Ju Hyuk along with the memory of the generous ransom offer of 1 billion won. The formation of a new strategic plan began with the summoning of the skilled Johan, who was lurking nearby thanks to his outstanding camouflage skills. The detailed description of the situation included information about the existence of a private teleport in the northern mountainous area, under the control of the Hellen Union. The assumption about the current activities of the head of the teleport control group, probably engaged in collecting illegal payments, formed the basis for the further plan of action. Ju Hyuk voiced a tough decision about the need to eliminate the leader of the operation immediately after he leaves the protected safe area. Johan's curiosity about the reasons for such a radical decision received a simple answer from Ju Hyuk, based solely on personal hostility towards the intended goal. An additional factor in the decision was the desire to use the obtained recordings as a tool of pressure on the influential Great Union. Having left the virtual capsule of Olympus and immersed himself in everyday affairs, a puzzled Eve tried to understand the reasons for the rapid change in public opinion. Iva's disdainful attitude towards Ju Hyuk was based on the conviction of the complete helplessness and insignificance of his unexpected opponent. Eve's arrogant remarks about the typical behavior of members of the lower classes who suddenly gained power reflected his deep contempt for social upstarts. Analyzing the situation, Eve assessed the enemy's actions as a banal attempt to gain popularity among the broad masses of the gaming community. The sudden appearance of news reports about the recognition of the chaos-side Ju Hyuk as the embodiment of absolute evil forced Iva to reconsider his assessment of what was happening. The forced recognition of Ju Hyuk's exceptional abilities as an independent player was accompanied by an understanding that he belonged to an entirely different level of skill. The current development of events has led to the formation of a global confrontation between a single player and the entire virtual gaming community. Iva was perplexed by the enemy's inexplicable decision to confront the powerful Kang Mu-seok in a situation of complete isolation due to the mark of absolute evil. The appearance of the official statement from the Great Hellen Union about the full support of the position of the Divine Star confirmed the high probability of Ju Hyuk's connection with the forces of absolute evil. The hostile position of the country's two largest unions was bound to provoke a similar reaction from other organizations, creating a large-scale confrontation. When considering the limits of destructive power, experienced players understood the critical importance of access to teleporters to successfully travel between continents. Strategically blocking the teleportation system could be a fatal blow to the player's mobility, dooming the player to inevitable defeat. Additional restrictions on the sale of game items by large unions threatened complete economic isolation and the cessation of gaming activities. The sensational announcement of the sale of the legendary Black Stone immediately attracted the attention of Eve, who was confident in the identity of the mysterious owner of the valuable artifact. Confirming that the Black Stone belonged to Ju Hyuk greatly increased the likelihood of his successful resistance to the organized pressure of his opponents. The sudden appearance of information about the Black Stone on the Korean server caused quite a stir among all categories of players and gaming organizations. The unique properties of the Black Stone, significantly exceeding the capabilities of its blue and red counterparts, were determined by a virtually unlimited supply of internal energy. Serious American research has confirmed the exceptional properties of the Black Stone, including the potential ability to control natural disasters. The first appearance of the legendary Black Stone in 30 years has caused an unprecedented resonance throughout the international gaming community. The information about the mysterious owner's categorical refusal to sell the Black Stone to the Divine Star organization caused Kang Mu-hwan great concern. An additional irritating factor was the confirmation of the seller's identity, Fu Hao, who explained his refusal by simple personal dislike of potential buyers. The categorical refusal to sell a precious artifact needed for important research drove the influential Kang Mu-hwan into a state of uncontrollable rage. The numerous negative news stories about her brother caused great indignation in Seiya, who was absolutely certain that the information being published was completely unreliable. Watching his sister's desperate attempts to express her anger, Ju Hyuk listened to her determined intention to initiate legal proceedings against the unscrupulous journalists. Concerned about his sister's behavior, Ju Hyuk recalled a recent conversation, emphasizing the inadmissibility of publicly displaying their family ties. Of particular concern was the sister's official position on the Holy See, which required the utmost caution in publicly displaying family relations. The girl's sincere indignation was caused by the incredible audacity of the authors of the articles, who dared to publish such unreliable materials. The considerate Si-song, who was well aware of Ju Hyuk's true character, felt deeply indignant at the unfair accusations and malicious publications. Despite the recent stern reprimand during their face-to-face meeting, Si-song remained confident in the exclusively positive qualities of her mysterious interlocutor. Explaining the naturalness of the current situation, Ju Hyuk noted the pattern of negative reactions after confrontation with powerful organizations. Focused on the upcoming sale of the black stone through auction, Ju Hyuk preferred not to worry about the current information pressure. A firm position regarding potential buyers excluded the possibility of selling the artifact to the Divine Star and Helen organizations under any financial conditions. The grand opening of the long-awaited auction was scheduled in a picturesque abandoned coliseum located on the mysterious continent of Centene. Numerous viewers actively discussed the suspicious simultaneous malfunction of all teleports under the control of the largest unions, preventing the removal of the artifact. The elders' wise advice to announce the exact location 30 minutes before the auction began helped prevent possible attempts at organized sabotage. Having recognized the rationality of the proposed strategy, Ju Hyuk gave orders to prepare for the unique auction event. The confidence in the unquestioning fulfillment of any demands of the organizers was based on the general desire to get a chance to acquire the legendary artifact. A fundamental safety requirement was the categorical prohibition of wearing any elements of protective equipment within the auction area. A carefully thought-out security system included the placement of experienced elders and professional Sarmak assassins throughout the perimeter of the protected area. The organizers have established strict safety rules, which include the immediate elimination of any participant seen attempting to use a weapon or commit murder. A preliminary analysis of the situation made it possible to confidently predict the appearance of undesirable individuals who were prohibited from participating in the event. The ceremonial start of the unique auction was marked by a loud welcoming address to the numerous participants gathered in the historic building. After thanking those gathered for complying with the established requirements, Ju Hyuk officially declared gold coins to be the only acceptable currency for participation in the auction. The general agreement with the proposed conditions allowed the organizer to begin the bidding, presenting the legendary black stone without setting a minimum starting price. The unexpectedly high first bid of 600 billion gold coins was met with an outwardly unperturbed reaction from the experienced auction organizer. Ju Hyuk's inner shock was caused by the realization that representatives of the highest gaming aristocracy and influential organizations were present at the auction. The rapid growth of offers from 800 billion to 2 trillion gold coins demonstrated the exceptional interest of wealthy participants. The unexpected appearance of a new bidder, who calmly offered 30 trillion gold coins, caused quite a shock among those present. The mysterious buyer turned out to be an influential ruler of the continent of Pora named Rendel, known for his impressive wealth and Middle Eastern origins. Representatives of the continent of Pora have traditionally encountered serious difficulties when attempting intercontinental travel in the game space. The determination of the wealthy ruler in his desire to acquire the legendary artifact exceeded all possible difficulties with transporting the valuable acquisition. The further increase in the rate to 31 trillion caused genuine surprise to Ju Hyuk, who was closely following the progress of the trades. The unexpected increase in supply to 53 trillion gold coins was accompanied by a calm smile from the rich participant and general amazement from the observers. The experienced Serdian, observing the development of the auction, predicted the end of the auction at the 50 trillion mark and the likely hostile actions after the end. The accuracy of the prediction was confirmed by the appearance of an unknown terrorist who committed suicide under the slogan of glorifying absolute evil. Keeping his cool in a critical situation, Ju Hyuk immediately called on his loyal Johan to quickly resolve the incident. The tense atmosphere reminded Ju Hyuk of Serdian's insightful warning about the inevitable attempts by opponents to disrupt the auction. The opponent's complex strategy included banning the use of teleports for intercontinental players and organizing mass riots during trades. The obvious plan of the hostile organizations was to discredit Ju Hyuk by creating controlled chaos in the isolated space of the auction house. A close inspection of the violators bribed by the opponents allowed Johan to note their exceptional determination in their efforts to provoke large-scale unrest. Analyzing the actions of his opponents, the experienced Johan noted the absolute accuracy of Serdian's prediction, which completely coincided with the actual development of events. Alarmed by the colossal force of the explosion, Luxo expressed serious concern about the potential for significant damage to the numerous participants in the auction. Ju Hyuk's calm explanation emphasized the exceptional status of the assembled participants, who had come from all over the world for the unique opportunity to acquire the Black Stone. The high level of development of the world-class rankers present provided reliable protection against such attacks even with a minimal amount of equipped items. The intense interrogation of one of the detainees was suddenly interrupted by the unexpected suicide of the prisoner, whose body began to slowly dissolve into thin air. The lightning-fast reaction of the experienced Johan, who foresaw similar behavior from the other captives, made it possible to prevent the mass self-destruction of the detainees. Johan's return was accompanied by a sincere apology to the Lord for his failure to identify the true perpetrators of the terrorist attack. Ju Hyuk's positive assessment of the successful prevention of the second attack was based on his understanding of the exceptional resilience of the assembled participants to such provocations. The official statement of the authoritative captain of the Union of Justice categorically denied the involvement of the main participants in organizing the terrorist act. The presence of the influential captain at the event was explained by his insightful foresight into possible provocative actions on the part of his opponents. The captain's strong support for the continuation of the auction confirmed that he maintained a friendly attitude towards Ju Hyuk despite the incident that had occurred. Ju Hyuk's irritation was caused by the impossibility of accurately identifying the specific union behind the organization of the large-scale provocative action. The negative mood was intensified by the realization of the possibility of independently using the unique Black Stone without the need to sell it publicly. The altruistic decision to sell the artifact was based on the understanding of the possibility of its effective use for the development of civilization and the achievement of peace. The unexpected admission of the presence of additional Black Stones was accompanied by a firm intention to suspend sales until the organizers of the riots were identified. The sensational announcement about the number of Black Stones available caused active discussion among numerous participants of the prestigious auction event. The calm explanation of the situation included information about the continuing isolation in Korean society and growing pressure from unknown opponents. A clear position regarding future sales excluded the possibility of the Divine Star and Helen alliances acquiring the remaining stones even after the customers were revealed. The simple explanation of the reasons for the refusal as personal animosity led observers to the logical conclusion that large unions might be involved in organizing the riots. A careful analysis of the situation led many participants to realize the possibility of a profitable collaboration with Ju Hyuk after establishing a connection between the terrorist attack and the suspected alliances. The final stage of the event included a polite request that all participants except the winning bidder be removed to allow for confidential negotiations to conclude the deal. Randall's knowledge of Full House status meant that it was impossible to conduct an official exchange transaction to conclude such a significant trade. Understanding the limitations of the trading system led to the preparation of the full amount of 50 trillion gold coins for direct cash transactions. Ju Hyuk was surprised by the absence of the traditional procedure of checking the goods by the buyer's trusted representatives, familiar to him from numerous cinematic plots. Randall's calm explanation underscored his confidence in his interlocutor's exceptional leadership qualities and his desire to demonstrate the corresponding respect. The buyer's noble behavior made Ju Hyuk feel ashamed for his fleeting thoughts about the possibility of dishonestly completing the deal after receiving the money. The transfer of the valuable artifact was accompanied by reflections on the need to maintain moral principles even in the face of the imposed role of absolute evil. A deep understanding of the consequences of possible deception determined the inevitability of the transformation of the entire world community into irreconcilable opponents of the dishonest seller. The genuine interest in the plans for using the unique artifact prompted Ju Hyuk to inquire about the new owner's intentions regarding the acquired treasure. Randall's initial statement about the decorative use of the stone surprised his interlocutor, who attributed the strange decision to the typical whims of wealthy people. A subsequent explanation revealed the humorous nature of the initial response and the existence of a serious plan to use the unique properties of the acquired artifact. Randall's sensitivity to social issues included an understanding of the difficulties of people who had lost their ability to earn a living in Olympus due to various disasters. An additional concern was the issue of access to education for children unable to attend the academy, which is mandatory for all citizens. The noble desire to provide support to those in need was manifested in the desire to ensure that all children had the opportunity to receive an academic education. The limited financial possibilities in solving social problems were compensated by the potential to use the unlimited energy of the acquired Black Stone. Randall's aristocratic background determined his desire to take on increased responsibility for the well-being of society as compensation for his privileged position. Ju Hyuk's satisfaction with the outcome of the deal was based on the transfer of a valuable artifact to a person with high moral principles and noble intentions. The information received by Kang Moo Hwan about the successful sale of the Black Stone was supplemented by shocking information about the presence of two more similar artifacts by the seller. The leader's heightened interest in the fate of the dispatched organizers of the riots reflected his concern about the possible consequences of the provocative operation. Of particular importance was the careful concealment of all traces of involvement in the organization of the incident, which was successfully implemented by the executors of the special operation. The assistant's confident statement about the impossibility of establishing contact with the guild, even with the most thorough investigation, calmed the worried leader. Kang Mu-hwan's curiosity about the source of the unique artifacts was heightened by the possibility of additional black stones. The consideration of the possibility of overturning the death sentence was confronted with the need to preserve the family's reputation and maintain the authority of the influential union. Fears about the consequences of violating one's own decision were intensified by a negative attitude towards the enemy, recognized as the embodiment of absolute evil. The strategic importance of the black stones was determined by their potential use to create portals to monsters of considerable value. The difficulty of making the optimal decision was determined by the scale of possible consequences for all parties involved in the conflict situation. The conclusion of the main events was followed by a gathering of Ju Hyuk's team to discuss the results and plan further actions. The satisfaction of successfully completing the deal was reflected in the joyful examination of the 50 trillion gold coins received, opening up wide possibilities. Serdian's unexpected appearance was accompanied by a high assessment of the Lord's negotiating skills and a proposal for an immediate discussion of important strategic issues. Ju Hyuk's polite refusal to discuss it immediately was accompanied by an explanation of urgent matters and a promise of a detailed conversation later. The unexpected appearance of the quest, Return of the Absolute, was accompanied by information about the existence of the last rebellious elder among those who had previously rejected the hero's authority. The sudden appearance of mysterious lightning bolts erupting from the ground caused an immediate wary reaction from the elders, who tried to determine the source of the possible threat. Rexor's dramatic appearance from the rooftop was accompanied by a formal address to the heir to the legendary mind technology that conquers the skies. The third elder and the head of the Black Flower House made a strong statement, categorically refusing to acknowledge Ju Hyuk's authority without first proving his strength. A timely update to the system quest has made it clearer that the trust of the last rebellious elder named Rexor must be gained. The detailed description of the quest revealed the recognition by the 4 elders of Ju Hyuk's exceptional qualities and the need for a demonstration of strength for the final test. The harsh test conditions included a significant weakening of all stats, limitation of combat skills, and a critical reduction in the effectiveness of mind techniques. Rexor's mocking behavior was accompanied by a story about the 3 elders secretly observing the auction and the subsequent recognition of Ju Hyuk's authority by 2 of them. The solemn explanation revealed the sacred duty of the elders to evaluate the deep essence of a candidate for the title of True Lord. A detailed explanation of the evaluation criteria included 4 main qualities: charisma, wisdom, ambition, and determination, with Rexor specializing in testing strength. While acknowledging Ju Hyuk's display of outstanding personality traits in front of the other elders, Rexor noted that his physical strength was insufficient to merit recognition. An indignant Johann sharply pointed out the inadmissibility of such a brazen appeal to the legitimate absolute ruler on the part of the disobedient elder. Logical reasoning highlighted the contradiction between the claimed observation of the Lord's actions and the disrespectful attitude towards his obvious power. The calm disregard of the elder's objections was accompanied by an appeal to Johann with a reminder of his own request for patience in waiting. Rexor's provocative proposal included the possibility of replacing Ju Hyuk in the upcoming fight with Johann himself, showing a clear disregard for the challenger's abilities. Ju Hyuk's decisive intervention prevented the brewing conflict between the supporters, calling on everyone present to think clearly about the situation. The confident statement about the unity of the titles of the successor of the technique of reason and the absolute of the heavenly devil was accompanied by a categorical ban on conflicts between the elders. Ju Hyuk's firm stance on the need to overcome the test on his own ruled out any possibility of supporters interfering in the upcoming fight. The address to Rexor contained an admission of preliminary guesses about his identity, accompanied by surprise at the unexpectedly dramatic manner of the elder's appearance. Confirmation of Ju Hyuk's assumptions was accompanied by Rexor's mocking explanation of his reluctance to wait any longer for the potential ruler to grow stronger. The decisive acceptance of the terms of the duel demonstrated Ju Hyuk's willingness to prove his superiority by force, as required by the rebellious elder. Zeta's concerns about the Overlord's chances were expressed in his appeal to Johann, who had a similar specialization in the art of assassination to Rexor. The sudden weakening of the Lord's powerful energy aura after Rexor's appearance raised serious doubts in the experienced observer Johann. The current situation left the loyal Johann with only one option: to unconditionally believe in the abilities of the Lord, following the received order of non-interference. A thorough analysis of the situation allowed Ju Hyuk to understand the difficulty of confronting a first-class assassin under the automatic weakening effect. The memory of Eder and Johann joining naturally after the demonstration of personal growth strengthened the confidence in the correctness of the current test. Logical reasoning about the principles of the game system led to the conclusion that there was a real possibility of winning the upcoming difficult test. Ju Hyuk's serious attitude towards the upcoming fight was expressed in his adoption of an appropriate fighting stance, demonstrating his complete readiness for battle. Rexer's hope for a worthy confrontation was met with a calm remark about being too talkative for a professional killer and a hint about the limited time. The rapid start of the test of the opponent's professionalism was followed by a successful attack by Rexor, leaving a noticeable mark on the cheek of the unshakable Ju Hyuk. Careful observation of the enemy's actions allowed us to appreciate the exceptional skill of a first-class killer, demonstrating incredible speed and silence. A serious assessment of the situation made Ju Hyuk aware of the potential danger of confronting a professional opponent, determined to kill. Confidence in control of the situation was shaken by the unexpected appearance of an enemy overhead, accompanied by a powerful attack from above. The Elder's panicked reaction to the Overlord's apparent defeat was calmed by Johann's confident call for them to watch the duel more closely. Ju Hyuk's incredible display of strength, stopping his opponent's sword with his bare hands, was followed by a mocking question about his sudden loss of confidence. The immediate punishment for the carelessness shown was expressed in the demonstrative destruction of the enemy's sword by the bare hands of the powerful ruler. The imperious demand to stop underestimating was accompanied by a powerful throw from the opponent and a serious warning about the absence of leniency in further confrontation. Ju Hyuk's calm explanation revealed the special properties of the glove he used, which was capable of greatly increasing the pain of the target he chose. Johann was truly amazed by the Overlord's ability to achieve a decisive victory even without using the legendary heaven-conquering mind technique. Ju Hyuk's detailed explanation revealed his ability to assess the situation from the first scratch he received, demonstrating superiority even in a weakened state. A careful analysis of the damage received confirmed that the base power remained significant at 99 units even with the weakening effect in effect. An additional factor in the success was the timely decision to use special artifacts from the personal arsenal after a long period of abstinence. Johann's emotional reminder emphasized their leader's exceptional status as the successor to the legendary technique and absolute of the Heavenly Devil. The defeated Rexer's determined attempt to rise to his feet demonstrated the unyielding character of an experienced warrior even after a crushing defeat. The winner's calm question about possible objections was accompanied by confidence in the fulfillment of all the conditions set for recognition of superiority. The respectful admission of defeat was accompanied by admiration for the perfectly calculated counterattack and gratitude for sparing the life of the defeated enemy. Rexer's sincere repentance was expressed in the recognition of unforgivable arrogance before the legitimate heir and the readiness to accept any punishment for the disloyalty shown. Johann's understanding of Rexer's true motives was coupled with concern about the smiling Overlord's possible harsh reaction to his disobedience. The final conclusion of the conflict was accompanied by a wise recognition of the duel as proof of Rexer's sincere devotion to the ideals of the Sky Devil. The ruler watched the actions of his warrior Rexer closely and decided to show understanding for his desire to show strength, instead of assigning severe punishment for such behavior. Thanks to the ruler's wise decision, Rexer received the honorable position of Elder of the Heavenly Devil and became one of the most trusted assistants in managing all important affairs of the state. The stern warrior unexpectedly showed his sincere feelings to all the people gathered and burst into tears right during the important ceremony of recognizing the power of the ruler Ju Hyuk. The devoted warrior Rexer fell to his knees before his master and, holding onto the hem of his robe, began to loudly beg forgiveness for his unworthy behavior and swear eternal loyalty. The new Heavenly Devil Elder sincerely admitted his mistakes and expressed deep gratitude to the ruler for his kindness and ability to forgive even the grave misdeeds of his subjects. The elders looked in surprise at the unusual behavior of the always stern Rexer, while the ruler Ju Hyuk rejoiced at the successful completion of an important task to restore absolute power. Advisor Serdian resolutely approached the ruler and asked for time to complete their interrupted conversation, showing with his whole appearance the special importance of the issue under discussion. Having carefully assessed the recent events in the kingdom, the wise advisor Serdian decided that now was the most opportune time to discuss his important proposal. Inspired by the appearance of a huge sum of 50 trillion gold coins, the experienced advisor Serdian presented a bold plan to create a new capital and organize the relocation of the entire population. The elders gathered at the council, and the ruler Ju Hyuk himself were amazed by such an unexpected proposal, since the issue of moving the capital had never been raised at meetings before. All the inhabitants of the settlement came to the important meeting, except for a few elders, who at that time were carrying out urgent tasks far beyond the protected territory. The wise advisor Serdian opened the meeting and immediately addressed the main question that worried everyone present. Why was it necessary to leave a settled place and move the capital? The advisor explained the simple reasons for the move. The land no longer yields crops, the settlement lacks important buildings, and maintaining the farm requires more money than building a new city. The people immediately asked Advisor Serdian about the location for the new capital, and he without hesitation named an amazing place called Nine, telling about its wonderful advantages. Nature has reliably protected this place with high mountains with steep slopes, through which even the largest enemy army with all its military equipment would not be able to pass. A large, full-flowing river flows through the entire territory of Nine, and provides residents with clean water all year round, completely solving the issue of water supply at any time of the year. The favorable location of the mountains and the river creates an impregnable fortress, where even a small detachment of defenders can stop the advance of a huge enemy army numbering 1,000,000 warriors. Ruler Ju Hyuk listened carefully to his advisor's proposal and acknowledged the correctness of his arguments, remembering that Serdian never made frivolous proposals. An experienced advisor spoke about the possibility of creating a powerful magic circle in a new location, which previously seemed like an impossible dream, but will require significant financial investments. According to Serdian's advisor's calculations, 10 trillion gold coins were needed to begin construction, and such a huge amount made the ruler Ju Hyuk think seriously. Recalling Randall's recent investment of 50 trillion, the ruler realized that his doubts about a smaller sum spoke to the limitations of his own vision of the future. The advisor acknowledged the large size of the required investment, but considered such expenses necessary to protect against a possible invasion by imperial troops and to create a reliable defense of the state. The success of the construction will be ensured by the 8th and 11th elders, recently accepted into the council, whose knowledge and experience will significantly speed up the completion of all necessary work. The lands of Nine were considered an ideal place to live, which many rulers had long dreamed of, but no one dared to start moving, so now everyone was waiting for the wise decision of the Lord. The wise ruler understood his responsibility to the people and considered the costs of the new capital reasonable, comparing them with the enormous expenditures of other countries to defend their territories. The ruler approved the proposal of advisor Serdian, fully trusting in the abilities of the 8th and 11th elders to successfully complete an important project and create a foundation for future prosperity. After the announcement of the ruler's decision, all the elders expressed their support, and the magic system reported the successful start of the capital's transfer and the growth of trust between the council members. Ju Hyuk understood the importance of the construction that had begun, but parting with 10 trillion gold coins was the biggest monetary expenditure in his entire life. Sometime after the construction work in Nine began, the ruler Ju Hyuk personally went to check the implementation of all the planned works and the quality of the work done. Advisor Serdian happily reported on the successful implementation of all plans and emphasized the special importance of this first big step on the path to the great achievements of the ruler. The ruler thanked his loyal advisor for the detailed report and expressed complete confidence in his ability to properly organize work on a complex construction project. Having full confidence in Serdian's experience in managing the construction, the ruler decided to attend to his own important affairs and not interfere in the process until the work was fully completed. The ruler's main task was to receive a well-deserved reward for the successful completion of an important task called Return of the Absolute, which was fully completed. Opening the magic system window, the ruler saw a message about the completion of the calculation of the reward due to him, which consisted of 2 different parts with special conditions. After a difficult battle with Rexer, the ruler hoped to receive a worthy reward for completing a high-class quest, perhaps even including a rare black magic stone. The first part of the reward gave the ability to freely move the sacred altar, which at first did not seem very important, but turned out to be very useful for moving to a new location. The second part of the reward required an additional condition to be met, to donate a valuable black stone, which was supposed to disappear immediately after it was used to receive the reward. The ruler was very upset at having to hand over the precious black stone, worth several trillion gold coins, just to receive the reward he was entitled to. Despite his obvious dissatisfaction with the terms, the ruler understood the need to complete the main scenario and decided to agree to the requirements in order to receive the reward he deserved. After receiving the reward, the ruler was determined to find the one who came up with such an unfair condition and tried to harm him by taking away the valuable magical item. Immediately after receiving the award, the ruler's profession was forced to change, and his new class received the unusual name Absolute Evil with special abilities. The ruler pondered the unusual phenomenon for a long time and tried to recall cases of class demotions, but could not find a single similar example in his memory. The elders around the ruler felt an incomprehensible fear from the dark demonic energy emanating from him, but Ju Hyuk himself felt completely calm. Along with the new class, the ruler received an amazing specialization and many special benefits that were given only to the chosen bearers of this rare title. The ruler realized that the loss of one black stone was fully justified by receiving the title of Absolute Evil, which brought him one step closer to fulfilling the main scenario. Among the benefits he received, the ruler discovered 2 new combat skills that he immediately wanted to test in a real battle to assess their strength and capabilities. Noticing 2 worried elders nearby, the ruler was delighted by the opportunity and asked them to help him test the new abilities of his unusual class. Returning home after training, the ruler saw important news from Olympus about the completion of the formation of all 7 holy sees with the selection of worthy rulers. The main residence for all the elected rulers of the holy sees was designated the majestic imperial castle, located on the ancient continent of Centene. The ruler realized the connection between the emergence of the ultimate evil from the Centene continent and the concentration of the main scenario around these mysterious lands with a deep history. After a long absence from an important meeting, the ruler's sister finally returned, and he decided to ask her about the past events and impressions received. Among the 7 elected rulers, 5 were from Korea, making it unnecessary to use an automatic translator during important negotiations and discussions. The sister told her brother with surprise about an incredibly strong level 130 person among the chosen rulers, who asked to keep the information about his strength a secret. Hearing about such a high level, the ruler remembered his teacher's story about a mysterious, unofficial warrior whose strength exceeded the 100th level and wanted to know his true capabilities. After telling her about the strong rulers, the sister reminded her brother of an old enemy named Kong Mu Seok, with whom he had a serious fight. According to the sister, this dangerous enemy harbored a strong grudge against the ruler and was now preparing some kind of insidious plan to carry out his revenge. The ruler took this news calmly, realizing that his old enemy was simply angry because of a serious defeat in their previous brutal battle. Continuing the story of the news, the sister reported that all the rulers of the Holy Seas had received a common important task which they must carry out together. The ruler was delighted with this news, believing that completing a difficult task together would help the rulers get to know each other better and build strong friendships. Given the current situation, the ruler advised his sister to use the time spent working with other rulers to gain useful experience and new knowledge. The ruler noted an important advantage of working together: the opportunity to learn the characteristics and weaknesses of each ruler of the Holy See, being close to them. The ruler's sister happily accepted the new role of secret observer, considering such an important task a fun and interesting adventure in her life. The girl did not even suspect that her brother had entrusted her with a serious and responsible task that no one else could handle better than her own sister. In a conversation with her brother, the girl suddenly remembered some important preparations that he had mentioned in their previous conversation. The ruler nodded thoughtfully in response to his sister's question and said that he was just about to talk to her about these important preparations. Looking closely at his sister, the ruler asked her to free up the next day for a joint trip to an important place on a special matter. It turned out that the brother was planning to formalize the purchase of a new spacious apartment, registering it in the name of his younger sister as a gift. The next day, the brother and sister came to the real estate agency and told the friendly employee about their desire to buy a new house. An attentive employee in glasses politely asked the young people to tell them about their wishes and approximate budget in order to select the most suitable options. The young man confidently named the prestigious residential complex Hills, in which they wanted to purchase a new spacious apartment for a comfortable life. The employee looked at the young visitors in surprise and told them about the excellent infrastructure of the chosen complex, suggesting their interest in long-term rent. In a calm voice, the young man explained that they planned to pay for the entire purchase of the apartment in gold coins, and clarified the possibility of this method of payment. Despite the surprise, the employee confirmed the possibility of paying in gold and asked to wait a few minutes to agree on the terms of the deal with the owner of the apartment. After preparing all the documents, the employee drew up a contract in the name of the younger sister and promised to contact them on the day of the planned move. The ruler spent 5 billion of the 50 trillion he received on buying a nice apartment, avoiding overly luxurious options to remain cautious. Looking at his sister's happy face, the ruler was pleased with his decision to register the apartment in her name, which turned out to be more important for the girl than the cost of the housing itself. The ruler understood that people might associate the purchase of the apartment with his sister's new status as a saint, so he decided to become even stronger to protect the family from possible problems. Having connected to the magical system of Olympus, the ruler immediately met his boss Rufendal and told him about his plans for the near future. The chief suggested going to the dangerous Girgartu cave, intended for warriors of level 50, which caused the ruler some doubts about the correctness of such a choice. The experienced Rufendal told of the serious danger inside the cave, where tens of thousands of poisonous creatures, huge centipedes, snakes and ants, instantly attack those who enter. The ruler calmly confirmed his knowledge of the dangers of the cave, which greatly surprised Rufendal, who considered the presence of an experienced fire mage necessary for such a trip. The young sorceress Se Song decided to stay close to the strong ruler during a dangerous campaign, hoping for his protection from numerous enemies. The ruler asked the girl with a smile about her lack of confidence in her own strength, and the surprised Rufendal realized that he was not at all going to protect his companions. The experienced sorceress, Se Song, who had reached the 50th level of power, explained to the others that it was not a matter of doubting her ability to defend herself from enemies. The ruler knew about the rapid growth of the young sorceress's power, who had already surpassed Luna herself from the Holy Throne and had a large army of loyal followers. The ruler reminded everyone of the serious workload of the elected rulers of the Holy Seas, who are carrying out an important joint task to strengthen their union. The brave travelers entered a dark dungeon where experienced magicians were already fighting, using fire magic against hordes of giant poisonous insects. Pleased with the success of his mages, the leader of the small union suggested that the warriors rest while his people collected valuable resources after defeating their enemies. One of the experienced magicians suddenly noticed a rare red stone, which they had been looking for a long time in this dangerous dungeon to complete an important task. The senior mage was delighted to find a rare red stone, the sale of which would help his group survive for a whole month without serious financial problems. An experienced leader spoke about his past at the Divine Life Union, where he had to leave due to the company's difficult politics, which seemed like the end of his career. The loyal subordinates followed their leader, and together they created a successful business, giving half of the income to the Divine Star Union for the use of hunting lands. The alarmed mages informed their leader of the approach of a powerful Full Chow warrior, which caused great concern in the experienced leader. The scouts added that a huge eagle was flying next to the approaching warrior, and his companion turned out to be a powerful necromancer with dark powers. Among the approaching travelers, the magicians recognized the well-known bearer of the title, Absolute Evil, which caused even more concern among the defenders of the dungeon. The experienced leader Markin could not understand the reason for the appearance of such a powerful warrior in their lands, and did not know how to act correctly in such a situation. The powerful ruler calmly explained to the alarmed Markin that he would not harm his people unless they began hostile actions first. Continuing to calm the frightened magicians, the ruler suggested that they calmly go about their business, ignoring his presence. The ruler once again confirmed the absence of hostile intentions on the part of his group, and expressed his desire to simply move on with his important business. Reassured by the ruler's words, Markin offered the help of his fire mages to protect against dangerous creatures if there were no such wizards in the group of travelers. Unexpectedly for everyone present, the ruler's huge pet named Coco joyfully pounced on the poisonous ants, beginning to eat them with pleasure. The ruler watched his pet's strange behavior with surprise, while the other travelers stood to the side in confusion, not knowing how to react correctly. The alarmed mages warned their leader about the danger of the pet's uncontrolled attack on the poisonous ants, which could lead to serious problems. An experienced leader, Markin quickly assessed the danger of the situation and ordered his men to immediately pack their things for an urgent retreat from the danger zone. Late in the evening, the girl was discussing with the warrior Kang Mu-seok the video that appeared online of the complete destruction of the ancient dungeon after the recent events. The impatient girl was interested in Kang Mu-seok's plans for revenge, as he was ashamed of his defeat as a future representative of the Divine Star. The girl recalled the successful appointment of her opponent to the position of the first ruler of the Holy See, which caused her great irritation. Realizing the possibility of the enemy receiving support from the sons of the heavenly ruler, the girl persistently asked her ally to hurry with revenge. Kang Mu-seok politely thanked her for the advice, hiding his hatred for the arrogant girl who only got a place at the academy, thanks to the support of influential patrons. Interrupting her gloomy thoughts, the girl recalled rumors about the appearance among the rulers of the Holy Seas of some unknown person without noble origin. The experienced warrior Kang Mu-seok immediately guessed that the conversation was about the mysterious owner of the seventh throne among the rulers of the sacred lands. The angry girl considered it unacceptable that a commoner, Luna, was appointed to the high post of ruler of the Holy See and was going to correct this injustice. Kang Mu-seok advised to wait until the important scenario was completed and gather more information, realizing that it was impossible for allies to have an open conflict in the fight against absolute evil. Rising resolutely from her seat, the girl firmly declared her refusal to silently observe the illegal possession of her rightful place. The girl added a cruel remark that the accidental death of an unknown imposter was unlikely to attract the attention of important people. The experienced leader Markin tried to warn the travelers about the danger of the pet's uncontrolled hunting, which could disrupt the natural cycle of rebirth of creatures. Shocked observers watched as Coco's huge pet not only killed the poisonous ants, but also ate them, after which he let out a mighty royal roar. The surprised people observed an unusual sight. The frightened ants began to quickly scatter in different directions from the formidable predator. The puzzled mages discussed the strange ability to repel ants and the cruelty of the owner nicknamed Absolute Evil towards his own pet. Markin watched in horror as his pet was punished, unaware of the use of minimal force, while the sorceress Song scolded the bird for missing the opportunity to join the army of the dead. After the punishment, the saddened pet Coco pointed his owner in the direction of the depths of the cave, where he felt the presence of something unusual. The ruler was surprised at the possibility of missing something important during a thorough examination of the underground premises. Approaching the travelers cautiously, the experienced guide, Markin, politely asked permission to share important information about this place. Markin, who had been closely observing the group's actions, told them about a dead end in the western part of the cave, where the unusual pet had pointed. The experienced guide explained to the travelers the existence of different zones in the dungeon and suggested that the indicated dead end could be an entrance to another area. The ruler looked at Markin with respect, understanding his deep knowledge of all the features of the dungeon as an experienced leader of the local union. Having assessed the guide's experience, the ruler invited Markin to join their group as a knowledgeable advisor, promising to give him half of the reward he received. The humble leader refused the generous offer, wanting to earn his reward honestly and enjoying the opportunity to join a strong group distracting dangerous enemies. The united group of travelers began moving towards the indicated dead end, while the experienced guide Markin confidently reported on the approach to an important place. Markin explained the need to block the constantly respawning monsters immediately upon entering a new zone, advising the ruler to prepare for battle in advance. The impatient ruler, without listening to the important explanations, entered the dungeon and received a dire warning from the system about the death penalty for invading sacred lands. The strict system added that the only way to leave the forbidden place would be to sacrifice the life of the violator of the sacred rules. A shocked Markin watched in horror as the huge swarm of poisonous ants gathered, realizing that they were not running away, but had deliberately gathered in one place. Alarmed assistants reported that all exits were surrounded by dense rows of poisonous ants, posing a serious threat to the group. Unexpectedly for everyone, the huge pet Coco bravely rushed into the thick of the enemies, loudly indignant at the disrespect of simple insects for the true king. Watching his pet's actions, the ruler realized that Coco was once again showing her indomitable fighting spirit. In the midst of battle, the mighty pet gained a new amazing ability called All-Encompassing Beak to fight enemies. The resulting ability allowed the pet to deliver incredibly fast and accurate strikes to selected targets among the many poisonous ants. After destroying all enemies, the hungry pet received a new skill, Feast Table, to collect magic stones and restore its strength. Joyfully flapping his wings, Coco did not have time to enjoy the spoils of red stones, which the dexterous Rufendal quickly collected and handed over to the ruler. The pleased ruler praised his diligent assistant, who promised to collect all the valuable red stones during their dangerous journey. The ruler turned around and noticed the displeased look of his pet, who clearly considered Rufendal's actions to be a real theft of well-deserved booty. Confident in his superiority, Rufendal explained his actions by his status as the first pet, who had the right to hand over the Mind Stones directly to the master. An indignant Coco loudly expressed his disagreement with his rival's statement, considering himself worthy of the title of the ruler's first pet. The amazed Markin could not believe the incredible luck of the travelers, who collected more rare red stones in one go than his group had found in a whole month. After a complete victory over the enemies, the travelers discovered a previously invisible passage, hidden from ordinary explorers of the dungeon. Fulfilling the special condition of destroying all the ants with Coco's pet opened up access for the travelers to the secret part of the ancient dungeon. The magical system warned the travelers of the grave danger of the new passage and offered a choice between risky exploration and a safe return without reward. The experienced leader Markin suggested that his people leave the dangerous place immediately, despite the loss of a possible reward for the research. The alarmed guide feared a new attack by even more deadly creatures from the depths of the dungeon. Approaching the ruler, the wise Markin explained the necessity of their groups separating due to complete ignorance of the further dangers of the unknown territory. The ruler calmly accepted the experienced guide Markin's decision to part ways, sincerely thanked him for his help, after which the group said goodbye and left the dungeon. Pleased with the successful work, Markin praised all his assistants for their excellent results and announced the end of today's working day. The experienced leader strictly warned his people about the need to keep secret all the unusual events that occurred in the dungeon. Surprised, Markin suddenly noticed the appearance of one of the powerful rulers of the Holy See behind him. The ruler who arrived noted with suspicion Markin's unusual joy, as if he had seen something special in the depths of the dungeon. The caring sorceress Song approached the ruler, worried about the condition of her pet Coco, who for the first time seemed unable to cope with the huge number of enemies. The attentively observing ruler reassured the sorceress, explaining the absence of real danger due to the strange behavior of the creatures surrounding the pet. Continuing his observation, the ruler noticed the unusual behavior of the ants, which looked more like frightened fugitives than dangerous enemies. Noticing the ants' attempts to attack Mariana, the ruler quickly picked the girl up in his arms and asked her to be careful while checking Rufendal's defenses. Confident in his powers, Rufendal reported the incredible strength of his magical defense, which he received thanks to special enhancements from the ruler. The attentive ruler noticed the confusion in the eyes of the young sorceress Mariana, who could not collect her thoughts in the current situation. Having collected his thoughts, the ruler asked the sorceress to prepare to use a special soul slavery technique to conduct an important magical experiment. After activating the powerful skill, the magic system loudly announced to everyone present that a mysterious evil space had appeared. Surprised by the sudden appearance of dark energy around him, a confused Rufendal turned to the ruler for an explanation of the changes taking place. Pleased with the effect produced, the ruler explained the peculiarity of the evil space skill, which allows one to fully reveal the powerful forces of absolute evil. The ruler added information about the temporary nature of the skill, which gives various improvements to nearby followers. Previous tests with the elders showed a significant increase not only in Rexer's combat abilities, but also in the managerial talents of the wise Serdian. The ruler understood the importance of this skill in the upcoming battle against the Holy Seas, but decided to first test its interaction with the powers of the absolute necromancer. The magic system reported that Mariana's abilities belonged to the forces of evil space and began distributing special abilities among the participants. The young sorceress received a significant increase in all stats by 20 points and an additional random effect of increasing the rank of any summoned undead. Realizing the need to test her new abilities, the sorceress Sei-Song received permission from the ruler to use her necromantic power. The first creature summoned was a mighty water chimera, very different from its previous appearance as an insect-like behemoth. The unusual changes in the appearance and size of the summoned undead occurred due to Mariana's special abilities and the increase in the rank of the creatures. The surprised sorceress discovered a new ability to choose combat skills for her undead after receiving a request from the monster to destroy enemies. Having chosen the powerful spell Acid Volcano, even the ruler, who was confident in his abilities, was amazed by the incredible attack power of the summoned creature. Pleased with the result, the sorceress joyfully watched the successful application of the chosen skill, which exceeded all expectations of those present. The ruler noted the impressive characteristics of the attack: a huge area of effect, high accuracy, excellent rate of fire, and strong penetrating effect. After praising the diligent Mariana, the ruler discovered an additional benefit of the skill: distributing the experience gained between the absolute evil and the team members. Pleased with the discovered capabilities, the ruler decided to enhance the ability's effect by adding a special evil incentive for his followers. After applying the enhancement, a special mark of absolute evil appeared on the sorceress, giving everyone in the evil space the powers of darkness and undead. Having received the recognition of the ally of absolute evil and new powers, the sorceress activated the enhanced skill Region Slavery, an improved version of soul slavery. Thanks to the improvement, the sorceress was able to control almost 10,000 creatures, with small insects taking up half the usual space. The joyful sorceress informed the ruler about an amazing feature of the skill that allows one to control twice as many small creatures. The astonished ruler realized the incredible growth of the sorceress's power, now able to control an army of 20,000 undead creatures. The delighted sorceress immediately used her new abilities to summon a huge number of unusual creatures. Deciding to live up to the majestic title of Absolute Necromancer, the sorceress sent her vast army of undead to sow fear among her enemies. The sorceress's cheerful nature prevented her from creating a suitably gloomy atmosphere, which was noticed by the ruler and Rufendal, who were watching her. After the evil space disappeared and the reward ceased to work, the upset sorceress asked the ruler about the nature of these amazing abilities. The ruler explained the limited duration of the acquired skill and the possibility of its significant strengthening with the right approach to use. While the ruler and the sorceress discussed the rapid growth of her power, the attentive Rufendal silently watched their lively conversation. An upset Rufendal was worried about losing the title of first pet to the mischievous Coco and the loss of the opportunity to be the cutest creature next to the ruler. In an effort to maintain the ruler's favor, the resourceful Rufendal offered to explore the mysterious passage in an attempt to strengthen his position as a loyal servant. After a short preparation, the brave travelers entered the mysterious hidden part of the dungeon, which received the simple name New Passage. The secret passage was made possible by the mighty roar of Coco's pet, which caused all the insects to run away in fear. The ruler noticed the rapid return of the frightened insects and assumed that there was something more dangerous than a huge army of enemies deep within the passage. The thoughtful ruler turned down the frightened sorceress Sei-Song's request to hold her hand as they moved forward in surprise. With a trembling voice, the sorceress spoke about her unpleasant sensations in this place, the piercing cold, and the constant feeling of someone else's observation. The angry ruler suddenly ordered Rufendal to take the trembling sorceress by the hand to calm her down while she moved. The surprised assistant met the displeased gaze of the sorceress, who clearly expected a different decision from her respected ruler. The proud sorceress calmly refused the offered help, declaring her ability to continue on her own. The attentive ruler noticed the sorceress's obvious displeasure, but decided to focus on continuing the important study of the mysterious passage. Finding himself in complete darkness, the ruler created a bright ball of light to illuminate the narrow underground corridor in front of the travelers. A worried Rufendal understood the enormous power of even simple spells in the hands of a powerful ruler due to his incredibly high magical abilities. The ball of light created by the ruler turned out to be so bright that for a moment it blinded all the travelers nearby with its incredible radiance. Immediately after the bright flash, the alarmed ruler suddenly pushed the surprised Rufendal against the wall, ordering him to hide immediately. The confused assistant did not understand the reasons for such behavior of the ruler until he felt the presence of some creature right above his head. The slow-moving Rufendal did not have time to react to the danger and found himself under the influence of a petrification spell from a huge snake named Kirk's Double. The ruler, who had successfully defended Mariana, reflected on the strange appearance of the ancient master of the dungeon, who had not come out to people for 80 years. The surprised ruler tried to understand the reasons for his unexpected meeting with the double of the powerful creature and the location of his dangerous original. Watching the battle closely, the ruler was surprised by the snake's complete disregard for the level 70 attacks from his powerful pet, Coco. The enraged pet of the ruler realized the complete disregard on the part of the huge snake, which paid no attention to his presence. Insulted by the enemy's inattention, the pet furiously rushed at the huge snake, loudly demanding the immediate start of a worthy duel. Responding to the pet's challenge, the huge snake tried to attack the brave Coco, but the angry ruler rushed to defend his faithful friend. Having cleverly reacted to the ruler's approach, the huge snake opened its terrible mouth wide and completely swallowed the brave warrior. The assistant's horror quickly turned to surprise when a bright light burst from the snake's mouth and then its entire head was blown apart by the ruler's powerful blow. Calmly assessing the strength of the defeated enemy, the ruler noted the enemy's sufficient power, although one blow with a special skill was enough for victory. Freed from the spell, Rufendal was once again amazed by the incredible strength of his master, feeling his faith in his abilities grow even stronger. After successfully completing the hunt for Kirk's Double, the diligent Rufendal immediately rushed to collect the special scales of the defeated enemy that fell as a reward. The experienced sorceress realized the true nature of the fallen creature when she was unable to summon him as a new warrior for her undead army. The sorceress, dreaming of becoming stronger, thanked the ruler for saving her from the monster's attack, hiding her tender feelings from the strict ruler. After finishing clearing the dungeon, the ruler received a system message about the appearance of a hidden quest upon revisiting the place within the next 36 hours. Having carefully studied the received scales, the ruler assumed that they played an important role in moving to the next gate and meeting the real master of the dungeon. Having assessed the importance of the upcoming task, the ruler suggested that his tired companions take the necessary rest before continuing the dangerous adventure. Going out to the kitchen to have a snack, the ruler unexpectedly met his surprised sister, who did not expect him to appear in the real world. Having explained to his sister his desire to rest, the attentive brother immediately noticed her eyes reddened from tears, despite her attempts to hide her condition. The ruler demanded to know the reasons for the tears, suspecting a connection between the incident and the recent meeting of the Guardians of the Holy Seas. Concerned about his sister's condition, the ruler insistently asked to tell the whole truth about what happened at an important meeting. The upset girl told of the cruel words that forbade her to intervene in conversations due to her lack of noble birth. The arrogant rulers ordered the young girl to silently follow all instructions, considering her appointment to the high post of the seventh throne unworthy. The angry ruler demanded to name the person who had offended his sister, but she only knew that he belonged to the rulers of the Holy See. The lonely girl turned out to be the only stranger among the rulers who had known each other for a long time, including the unfriendly Kang Mu-seok. The girl, offended by the unfair treatment, ardently defended her simple parents, not understanding the sinfulness of being born into a poor family. The outraged ruler realized that the offenders belonged to the new aristocracy of the Divine Star, who had illegally appropriated the right to humiliate people without wealth. Hiding his anger, the caring brother calmed his upset sister, explaining that only the cruel offenders were to blame for the unpleasant situation that had occurred. The ruler promised his sister to punish all offenders, mentally planning the complete destruction of arrogant enemies in the future. Returning to the virtual world, the attentive ruler first checked the well-being of his faithful assistants Mariana and Rufendal. Alarmed assistants reported the search for the ruler to the familiar leader of the Union, Markin, who claimed that there were no urgent issues. An excited Markin warned about the meeting with the director Kang Moo-seok, who was waiting for them immediately after the Union left the dungeon. The arrogant director reminded the hunters of his favor, which allowed them to use the hunting grounds for their past services to the Divine Star. The enraged director declared Markin's betrayal, daring to help a man sentenced to death in strictly controlled hunting grounds. The cruel chief permanently closed access to all hunting territories of the Divine Star Union to punish traitors who helped the enemy. Having lost support, Markin spoke about the forced dissolution of the Union and the placement of all his people in other organizations. The brave leader planned to start over, realizing the difficulty of the situation without the support of other unions and access to hunting lands. The sympathetic ruler was surprised by the Divine Star's cruelty, suspecting the presence of a spy among the members of the disbanded Hunters' Union. Outraged by the new aristocracy's arbitrary appropriation of royal power, the ruler did not understand the accusations of treason against the Divine Star. The ruler assumed the personal initiative of the arrogant Kang Moo-seok, demonstrating to everyone his belonging to the new aristocracy. The unpleasant behavior of the famous gladiator, who treated ordinary people like animals, caused the ruler to doubt the necessity of the future battle. Realizing the immutability of the situation, the ruler offered Markin his help in the hunt, asking him to carefully take care of his own safety. The ruler understood the desperate situation of the experienced leader, who decided to ask for help in such a difficult situation. A frustrated father spoke about the need to pay for his daughter's education after spending all his savings on creating and developing his unsuccessful union. The embarrassed manager spoke about the urgent matters that had accumulated and asked for at least one precious red or blue stone to solve urgent problems. The kind ruler calmly agreed to the simple request, considering one red stone a small payment for the assistance provided by an experienced guide. In agreeing to help, the cautious ruler warned Markin about the possible use of his support in future political battles. The experienced leader understood the inevitability of a clash between absolute evil and large unions, and the possibility of his participation in the fight against the Divine Star. A desperate leader decided to accept a dangerous offer of absolute evil, understanding all the possible consequences of his important choice. Markin, who entered the cave, froze in surprise, seeing the literal fulfillment of the ruler's promise to receive a rare red stone. The mighty pet Coco quickly got several red stones with one group strike, which the attentive Rufendal immediately rushed to collect. The shocked manager could not believe the incredible frequency of rare red stones appearing during the unusual pet's hunt. The amazed Markin remembered his first surprise at seeing such a miracle during his previous meeting with the unusual travelers. The confused leader decided to consider what was happening as incredible luck without trying to understand the true reasons for the strange events. The observant ruler noticed the opening of a new passage, from which another huge double of the mighty serpent Kirk appeared. Calming the frightened Markin, the ruler explained the appearance of another double and asked him to move away from the dangerous battlefield. The surprised leader looked with distrust at the brave men who were ready to fight the huge monster without outside help. The amazed Markin saw the incredible power of the ruler, who destroyed the terrible monster with one precise blow with critical damage. The magic system once again offered the opportunity to receive a hidden quest when replaying a dungeon within the next 36 hours. Shocked by what he saw, Markin believed in the ruler's ability to defeat even all the rulers of the Holy Seas in a single battle. A thoughtful Kang Moo-seok was thinking in his office about the recent unexpected conversation he had with his grandfather about a minor incident. The wise grandfather explained to his grandson the danger of hostility towards the Union due to the influence of public opinion on the policy of the Divine Star. The experienced leader advised using diplomacy instead of force, reminding about the importance of treating even the most ordinary people correctly. The arrogant grandson agreed with the elder's opinion, but was inwardly outraged by the need to worry about a man without noble origin. The dissatisfied young man considered his grandfather's softness a sign of old age, linking his change in character with the tragic death of his father. An attentive assistant reported the results of a search for young people who had purchased expensive real estate with a modest family income. A thorough investigation revealed a girl named Seiya, who likely received money to buy a house after being appointed to the seventh throne. Having confirmed his suspicions about the girl's poor origins, the young director remembered the correctness of his recent interlocutor named Yu Jin. Disappointed by the results of the search for absolute evil, the director noted the unusual caution of the enemy in hiding his sudden wealth. The assistant suggested hiring the guardian of the seventh throne in the Divine Star, considering the information received to be useless for finding the enemy. The thoughtful advisor stressed the importance of establishing connections with ordinary people to improve the public image of the powerful Union. The far-sighted aide noted the possibility of strengthening the Union's international influence thanks to the presence of two guardians of the thrones. The interested director asked for more details on the proposed plan, considering the idea promising enough for further discussion. The brave travelers reached the southern region of the dungeon called Inaccessible Cliff, which gradually replaced the former stone corridor. An experienced guide warned his companions about a dangerous 70-meter cliff, advising them to carefully watch every step. The attentive Markin told of the Divine Star Union's past attempts to explore this mysterious territory. The story ended with the complete destruction of the reconnaissance squad, after which any exploration of the dangerous place was tacitly banned. Cautious hunters avoided unnecessary risks, since passing through the dangerous area was not required for a normal dungeon clearing. The observant ruler assumed that another double had appeared below, realizing that there was no reason to risk his life for the sake of an unofficial boss. Confident in his powers, the ruler decided to destroy the dangerous enemy, although others were content with the easy prey of red stones. The grateful ruler asked Coco to prepare for the descent and thanked Markin for his help in finding the right road. Surprised by the ruler's kindness, Markin watched with interest the actions of his amazing pet during the hunt. The experienced manager was amazed at the incredible amount of red stones mined, which usually appeared no more than once a month. An attentive observer suggested that the pet had a special skill that significantly increased the likelihood of receiving valuable items. The delighted leader estimated the enormous value of the unique pet at hundreds of billions of coins, doubting even Yujin's ability to tame such a creature. The inspired sorceress asked permission to use her army of 2,000 beetle monsters in the upcoming battle. The kind ruler agreed to give the joyful sorceress the opportunity to demonstrate her abilities in managing a powerful army of the undead. Flying in darkness, travelers completely lost visibility in the surrounding darkness, unable to see anything around them. Alarmed, Rufendal tried to stop the ruler, who was about to light the way with a simple magical light. The bright flash of the basic spell blinded everyone present, causing the unfortunate Rufendal to fall from the flying bird. The falling assistant promised to return in 2 days, asking not to forget him before disappearing into the mouth of a huge snake. Having received word of his pet's death, the calm ruler focused on catching a new double, trusting in Rufendal's ability to return. Strengthened by the space of evil and a special encouragement, the sorceress was the first to start the battle, feeling a multiple increase in her abilities. An amazed Markin watched the incredible scene of the legendary Rufendal being instantly swallowed by a huge snake. An alarmed Markin doubted the correctness of the decision to entrust the battle with such a dangerous opponent to a young sorceress without much experience. The sorceress who gave the order to begin the battle amazed the observer with the huge number of obedient warriors in her powerful army. The amazed leader finally understood the power of the necromancer, who was able to turn all the insects living in the dungeon into his own loyal servants. The attentive Markin noticed unusual changes in the appearance of the creatures, which became larger and stronger than ordinary insects, thanks to magical enhancement. The experienced leader tried to count the incredible army of the undead, numbering between 2,000 and 4,000 huge creatures. Surprised, Markin admitted that there was no mention of such a powerful lord of the dead beings existing. Empowered by the random effect of the evil space, the sorceress gained the ability to turn ordinary ants into winged queens of underground colonies. The activated unique skill allowed the sorceress to summon 1,500 red warrior ants in a few seconds, with the possibility of an infinite replenishment of the army. The sorceress informed the ruler about the first use of a special potion to increase the supply of magical energy during an important battle. The considerate ruler suggested that the sorceress use her own life forces more economically when creating a huge army of undead. The huge army of ants quickly destroyed the mighty snake monster, ending the successful hunt led by the young sorceress. Markin, who was watching the battle, was amazed by the girl's incredible abilities, which surpassed those of the rulers of the Holy Seas. The tired travelers left the dungeon, agreeing to meet in a day to continue the important task in the remaining time. The uncertain sorceress asked for an assessment of the quality of her work, hoping to receive praise from the ruler to increase her confidence in future battles. Surprised by the request, the ruler praised the diligent sorceress, inspiring her to diligently increase her level in the next day. The unexpected meeting was interrupted by the appearance of the angry crimson gladiator Kang Mu-seok, his eyes burning with rage. The cautious ruler listened carefully to the proposal of the first custodian of the Holy See, trying to understand the true goals of the enemy. The cunning gladiator planned to gain the ruler's trust for subsequent betrayal, following the wise advice of his grandfather. An arrogant aristocrat offered the ruler an honorable place in noble society, but received a decisive refusal from the proud opponent. The ruler's lightning attack ended the life of the arrogant opponent, earning the winner an additional point of absolute evil. The defeated berserker received a serious punishment from the system, loss of a Holy See point and a decrease in strength by 4 levels. Surprised by the lack of such reports in the past, the ruler realized that he had reached the highest level in the absolute evil class. The enraged gladiator threatened revenge on the ruler, receiving in response a reminder of his sentence and advice to leave the game. Pleased with the punishment of his sister's offender, the ruler decided to repeat such lessons at every meeting to correct the enemy's character. The ruler, who told his sister about the victory, was surprised by her dissatisfaction with the quick reprisal and her desire for a longer punishment of the enemy. The ruler explained to his sister the advantage of a quick solution to the problem, preventing the emergence of new insidious plans by the defeated enemy. Having listened attentively to his sister's story about the ruler's disdainful attitude towards her absence from the meeting, the brother began to think about how events were developing. The brother, enraged by the behavior of the rulers, promised his sister a severe punishment of the offenders and a public exposure of their dark deeds. The happy parents congratulated their successful daughter on the purchase of a good home, not suspecting that their son would help them acquire a new apartment. The joyful mother celebrated not only the successful move to a prestigious area, but also the long-awaited emergence of harmony in the relationship between her children. The touched ruler felt pleasantly embarrassed by the sincere words of his mother, who dreamed of a happy future for her beloved family. A worried aide received an urgent order from the president to find and remove a mysterious message posted by the ultimate evil. Surprised readers discussed the author's courage in openly using the name of absolute evil to publish important video material. The puzzled assistant tried to figure out the strange reason for Kang Moo-seok's murder, which was cited in the message as the enemy's unpleasant appearance. The brave travelers returned to the dungeon a day later and set out to explore the last unexplored northern part of the cave. The powerful ruler easily defeated another double, successfully completing the difficult hunt for all copies of the ancient creature. The activated ancient altar required special items obtained from each defeated doppelganger to perform an important ritual. The prudent ruler was pleased with his decision to keep all the skins of magical creatures obtained in battles. Attentive travelers immediately recognized the ancient structure as a sacred altar for an important sacrificial ritual. The confident ruler quickly placed 4 valuable sacrifices on the altar, successfully activating the ancient mechanism of magical summoning. The majestic appearance of the true master of the dungeon amazed the travelers who saw the legendary hidden boss of the dungeon for the first time. The magic system warned all players in the dungeon about the particular cruelty of the monster, which differed from its counterparts. The mighty monster cast a terrible petrification spell, which captured the bodies of all the travelers without any special protection from magical influence. The alarmed ruler noted the extraordinary power of the long-range spell, which affected even the mighty pet Coco. The sorceress's amazing resistance to the petrification spell was explained by her incredibly high level of magical development. Focused on the possibility of obtaining a new warrior, the sorceress displayed an unusual combination of genius and naivety in her behavior. The cautious ruler asked the sorceress to stay behind, deciding to fight the powerful enemy on his own. The experienced warrior immediately attacked the dangerous enemy with his powerful move, Truth Attack, 100 lightning strikes. The surprised ruler noticed the enemy's ability to slow down even the fastest attacks with petrification magic. Having assessed the boss's unusual strength, the ruler used unusually powerful fist, but the enemy managed to respond with the dangerous ability Poison Injection. The powerful Ju Hyuk had reliable protection against strong poisons and magical effects thanks to his special abilities. The huge snake concentrated all its forces on the enemy, but Ju Hyuk's partial resistance to the petrification spell allowed him to continue moving. The invincible Ju Hyuk broke through the enemy's defense with a powerful blow and added 100 lightning attacks, successfully ending the hunt for the real Kirk. Victory over a powerful enemy brought the hero a huge amount of experience, instantly raising his level to 57 units. While a joyful Ju Hyuk was learning his new abilities, the determined Saesong began to transform the defeated snake into a new undead warrior. Carefully examining the status window, a pleased Ju Hyuk discovered that the long-awaited skills, Spiritual Eye, and Advent of the Evil God had been unlocked. Lucky Ju Hyuk received additional ultimate evil points and valuable trophies from Kirk while Saesong completed the subjugation of the huge snake. The hero's exit from the dungeon was interrupted by an unexpected meeting with the persistent Kang Moo-seok, who was waiting for them outside. The surprised Ju Hyuk did not understand the appearance of the enemy he had destroyed just a day ago in a fierce battle. A confident Kang Moo-seok calmly announced his desire to make a lucrative business proposal to his recent winner. An enraged Ju Hyuk rejected any offers from his sister's offenders, planning to severely punish all the rulers of the Holy Seas. The cautious Ju Hyuk used his new Spiritual Eye, detecting multiple defensive spells on the well-prepared opponent's body. The observant hero noticed a strong intent to attack in the streams of magical energy around the tense opponent. Tired of talking, Ju Hyuk attacked his opponent, surprised by Kang Moo-seok's unusual ability to withstand a powerful blow. An enraged Kang Moo-seok became furious at the brazen attack, promising terrible revenge and offering a last chance to change his mind. The careless enemy did not have time to use the magic scroll due to the sudden attack of a huge army of hungry ants. A caring Ju Hyuk asked Saesong not to kill the enemy, fearing that her rage stat would increase after the ruler was destroyed. An admiring Saesong noted the extraordinary kindness and care of Ju Hyuk, who personally went to kill a dangerous enemy. The ghostly Kang Mu-seok was furiously indignant at Ju Hyuk's frivolous refusal of the Divine Star's generous offer. A calm Ju Hyuk reminded his opponent of his terrible appearance comment as the reason for refusing any negotiations. Ju Hyuk, who was about to leave, stopped when he heard the loud laughter of the mysterious dragon rider in the dark sky. The mysterious rider introduced herself to the assembled crowd as the powerful tamer Yujin, the mistress of wild beasts. The attentive Eugenia respectfully acknowledged the amazing talent of the powerful warrior she had met. The delighted tamer praised Ju Hyuk for the humiliating defeat of the arrogant director of Divine Star. Confident Eugenia offered the talented warrior an interesting job under her personal leadership as a loyal assistant. The powerful beastmistress promised to spare Ju Hyuk's life in exchange for his agreement to serve her. A surprised Ju Hyuk listened with a smile to the loud words of a young girl who looked no older than 20 years old. The doubting hero changed his mind about Eugenia's self-confidence after noticing her incredible ability to control a huge wyvern. The attentive Ju Hyuk acknowledged the possible validity of the young animal tamer's pride. The insightful hero correctly identified the abilities of Eugenia, who demanded that he hand over the pet to her in exchange for work. A thoughtful Ju Hyuk noted the childish behavior of the famous 20-year-old wild animal tamer. The knowledgeable hero knew of Eugenia's affiliation with the secret guild, Sons of the Heavenly Ruler, which operated covertly. The persistent Yujin followed Kang Mu-seok to search for the mighty Ju Hyuk's amazing pet. The experienced tamer immediately noticed the extraordinary intelligence of the mysterious bird, which surpassed ordinary creatures. The attentive Eugenia recognized the powerful S-rank pet in the video that had struck Kang Mu-seok himself. The determined tamer was eager to add this amazing bird to her pet collection. An irritated Ju Hyuk pointed out to young Eugenia that she was speaking disrespectfully to her elder. The confident hero warned the persistent tamer that he would leave if the empty conversation continued. A shocked Eugenia encountered such disdain for the first time, unusual even for the directors of large unions. The angry tamer ordered the impudent warrior to remain where he was, not understanding his indifference to her words. The observant Ju Hyuk noticed through the spiritual eye a special connection between Eugenia and her mighty wyvern. The cautious hero realized the possibility of a counterattack in the event of an attack from the angry tamer. Caring Ju Hyuk asked his faithful pet Coco if he was ready for the upcoming battle. The experienced warrior strengthened his pet with protective spells and sent it to fight the flying lizard above. Inspired by the support of his owner, Coco's pet immediately rushed into a furious fight with a powerful opponent. The curious Ju Hyuk carefully observed the abilities of the wyvern belonging to the famous beast mistress. Young Eugenia has already earned the reputation of being the best tamer thanks to her amazing abilities. The attentive Ju Hyuk decided to test the true strength and capabilities of the famous mistress of wild animals. The surprised hero did not understand the passivity of a strong wyvern, which significantly surpassed Coco in terms of development. An enraged Coco attacked his opponent with all his might, irritated by the flying lizard's arrogant behavior. Coco looked in bewilderment at the flying lizard, who dared to consider himself the ruler of the sky, and tightly clinging to the dragon's neck, decided to show who was the real ruler of the airspace here. Watching closely, Ju Hyuk noted Coco's amazing ability to control the wyvern like a toy, despite all the enhancements that had been placed on it. In a tense silence, Eugenia scolded her inactive pet Archie, who remained completely indifferent to the events happening around him and did not respond to commands. After carefully studying the girl's abilities, Ju Hyuk came to the conclusion that she did not have the necessary talents to effectively control combat pets in difficult situations. Eugenia's level of development was almost the same as Si-song's, but Marion's specialization in mass battles did not require such precise control over pets. As he continued to watch the battle unfold, Ju Hyuk remembered Eugenia's victory in the pet control competition and assumed that there was no judging in that competition. An indignant Eugenia abruptly demanded that Ju Hyuk stop his mocking remarks, which, in her opinion, were aimed at belittling her dignity and reputation. Turning around the next moment, Eugenia realized with horror the sad fate of her wyvern Archie, whose resurrection would now require a long wait of 72 hours. Assessing the current situation, Ju Hyuk decided to end the pointless fight, surprised by Eugenia's self-confidence, considering her frankly weak fighting skills and lack of spare pets. An angry Eugenia approached Ju Hyuk, wondering how this insignificant person dared to destroy her precious pet, even though she was the one who gave the order to attack through mana first. Completely ignoring Ju Hyuk's explanation, Eugenia suddenly slapped him in the face, calling him an arrogant degenerate and stating that he had no chance of salvation in the current situation. Ju Hyuk calmly asked Marianne about the recording of the events that took place, receiving confirmation from a worried Si-song, and assured her that there was absolutely no damage from the slap. Extremely outraged by Eugenia's behavior, Si-song felt a strong desire to teach her a lesson instead of Ju Hyuk, but was forced to restrain herself at his direct request not to interfere. By analyzing Eugena's manner of speech, especially her use of the word plebeian, Ju Hyuk determined that she belonged to the new nobility, reflecting on the complete lack of normal people among the aristocrats. Eugena solemnly declared her intention to make Ju Hyuk's life on South Korean soil unbearable, backing up her words with an oath in her own name to destroy the despicable plebeian. Ju Hyuk ironically noted the pathos of Eugena's threats, reminding her of her own wyvern's recent fall from heaven to earth, which quite symbolically corresponded to her loud statements. Understanding the pointlessness of further confrontation, Ju Hyuk suggested ending the conflict, but received a categorical refusal from Eugena, who insisted on continuing the duel. Coco's sudden appearance next to Eugena caused her obvious fear and confusion, especially after Ju Hyuk's command to his pet to teach the self-confident girl a good lesson. Without showing much interest in what was happening, Ju Hyuk calmly ordered Coco to send Eugene after her defeated wyvern, fully trusting in his pet's abilities. Continuing to receive attacks from the ruthless bird, Eugena expressed bewilderment at Ju Hyuk's calmness after her solemn vow to ruin his life on South Korean soil. Eugena's sudden death from a critical loss of health interrupted her angry tirade, presenting, in the opinion of the onlooking Ju Hyuk, a rather pitiful sight. Markin quickly picked up the bag of items that had fallen from the fallen girl and respectfully presented it to his master, which caused slight displeasure to Rufendal, who considered this his job. Ju Hyuk tried to explain to Markin the unnecessary nature of his actions, given the normal duties of a Rufendal, but was sincerely asked not to discount his efforts to help the absolute evil. An examination of the bag's contents revealed the presence of numerous red stones, which led Ju Hyuk to think about the considerable wealth of the young girl's family, who had access to such valuables. As a reward for his excellent work, Ju Hyuk generously gave some of the red stones he found to his faithful pet Coco, who had proven himself to be exceptionally effective in the past battle. Grateful, Se-song happily accepted the red stone offered by Ju Hyuk as a well-deserved reward for her participation in the recent events and her help in the confrontation. Astonished by the unexpected gift, Markin could not believe his happiness, having received the red stone from Ju Hyuk, although he believed that he had not done anything special to receive such a reward. Approaching the surprised man, Ju Hyuk explained that the presentation of the red stone was not a simple act of kindness, and asked him to accept the reward given the recording of what happened. Ju Hyuk reminded of his plans to use Markin in a political struggle against the new aristocracy, the Great Alliances and the Holy Seas, promising a worthy reward for his help. Realizing the error of his initial doubts, Markin finally became convinced that Ju Hyuk was indeed a guide to his new life and a worthy leader. While expressing deep gratitude to absolute evil, Markin praised Ju Hyuk's justice and mercy, noting the creation of an environment of fair competition and fair rewards for hard work. Despite some embarrassment from Markin's overly pompous praise, Ju Hyuk took it as a positive sign of readiness for future cooperation and support for their common cause. Upon returning to the village, Serdian immediately greeted his master, expressing sincere admiration for the impeccable execution of the previously assigned task and the results achieved. Serdian emphasized the importance of understanding the fear of superiors over the unified voice of subordinates, advising Ju Hyuk to develop the ability to control people's hearts to achieve greatness. The wise advisor insisted on the need to listen carefully to the voices of ordinary people, showing genuine empathy for their situation instead of demonstrating brute force. Ju Hyuk, recognizing the specificity of Serdian's presentation of thoughts, could not help but agree with the correctness of his advice, which perfectly corresponded to their strategic goals and plans. Serdian, knowing about his master's successful trade in black stones, concluded that he had significant financial resources, causing Ju Hyuk to fear new expenses. Explaining his thoughts, Serdian proposed using the available funds and the completed move to create a forward base necessary for further advancement into the continent. Quickly realizing that this was a matter of creating a kind of branch, Ju Hyuk was confronted with Serdian's persistent insistence on the utmost necessity of this step in order to conquer the world. Realizing Serdian's confidence that his offer could not be refused, Ju Hyuk was forced to agree to begin implementing this ambitious project of expanding influence. As he watched Serdian happily leave to draw up a detailed plan, Ju Hyuk sadly reflected on the significant financial costs that maintaining a competent minister required. Over a bottle of expensive alcohol, Kang Moo-hwan decided to discuss the current situation with his respected teacher, seeking wise advice and an objective assessment of the events taking place. The interviewee noted the growing support for absolute evil among young people as a serious problem, exacerbated by Kang Moo-seok's regular defeats in recent confrontations. Kang Moo-hwan acknowledged the validity of the comments about Ju Hyuk being perceived by the common people as a social revolutionary, despite the obvious impossibility of changing society by one person. Showing interest in the development of events, the son of the heavenly ruler laconically described what was happening as an interesting phenomenon, without encountering any objections from his interlocutor. Reflecting on the situation, he recognized that even livestock had a purpose, which must remain in their designated position in the social hierarchy. In a philosophical discussion, the interlocutor asked about fair retribution for the attempt of livestock to encroach on the master's table, hinting at the need to maintain the established order. While in the village, Ju Hyuk regretfully realized that all the money he had earned previously would be spent on establishing a forward base, unlike the previous profitable period. Accepting the inevitability of expenses as his direct responsibility, Ju Hyuk found solace in Serdian's promise to reveal new ways to earn even greater income in the future. But suddenly a time reminder popped up, and Ju Hyuk didn't understand. Had he really spent that much time in the game already? Walking down the street in the company of her friends, Mariana was constantly interested in her appearance, feeling nervous before the upcoming visit to Ju Hyuk. The girls around her confidently assured Mariana of her extraordinary beauty, noting the admiring glances of all the people passing by, directed exclusively at her. Inner doubts continued to trouble Mariana, who critically assessed her overly ordinary outfit, worrying about the impression it made. Ju Hyuk's invitation to the housewarming party came with the special condition that several girlfriends be present, which was supposed to prevent any unwanted suspicions from arising. By carefully choosing a simple style of clothing, Mariana aimed to please Ju Hyuk's tastes, while simultaneously thinking about options for improving her image for future meetings. Arriving at the new building, the friends unanimously noted Seiya's obvious success, appreciating the impressive appearance of the modern building and its location. The unexpected appearance of a man who stepped out of a luxurious Lamborghini was accompanied by a polite request to give Mariana a few minutes of his time. The stranger openly admitted his immediate sympathy for Mariana's appearance, offering to join him for lunch at a prestigious establishment. Politely declining the stranger's persistent offer, despite the admiration of her friends, Mariana cited her minority and the presence of a romantic relationship. The man, laughing at the seriousness of Si-song's reaction, clarified the harmlessness of his proposal to simply have lunch, leaving a business card for a possible change of heart. Studying the business card caused a real shock among the friends, who discovered that their casual acquaintance occupied a high position as the head of the union, having achieved impressive success. The man, charmed by Mariana's appearance, approached the girl and thought about the possibility of a gradual development of the relationship, despite the aforementioned presence of a boyfriend. The sudden appearance of Ju Hyuk caused an unexpected reaction from the girl, who immediately rushed towards him, leaving the astonished fan to watch this scene. The realization of the reality of the existence of the aforementioned guy was accompanied by incredulous surprise at the fact that such a loser turned out to be the chosen one of a beauty. Having met with Ju Hyuk, Mariana learned of his absence due to a trip to buy drinks, thoughtfully purchased especially for the girls for the celebration. Returning to Olympus, Mariana expressed obvious dissatisfaction with her friend's complete lack of any information about Ju Hyuk's personality and achievements. Ju Hyuk's lack of understanding of the reasons for Mariana's indignation was accompanied by his sincere confidence in the successful holding of the housewarming celebration. The friends persistently convinced Mariana of the superiority of the stranger they had met over Ju Hyuk, noting his attractiveness, financial situation, and impeccable upbringing. The disagreements that arose between the friends concerned the ethics of such behavior by a man, given Mariana's minority, and the existence of a relationship. Comparing the social status of the men, the girlfriends disdainfully assessed Ju Hyuk's status as an ordinary member of the union, ignoring the presence of his sister. In a tactless move, the girls approached Seiya directly, trying to find out her possible role in arranging the relationship between her brother and Se-song. The persistent persuasion of her friends was based on the opinion that Mariana was more compatible with the successful owner of Lamborghini than with her current chosen one. The serious conflict that arose significantly darkened the atmosphere of the festive housewarming, leaving Mariana with an unpleasant aftertaste from the entire incident. Having decided not to involve Ju Hyuk in the unpleasant details, Mariana only announced her intention to stop communicating with these friends. Sincerely admiring Ju Hyuk's outstanding personality, Mariana expressed her desire to take a selfie with him and share it on social media. Exercising caution, Ju Hyuk gently declined the offer to publicly display his relationship with Si-song, explaining the need to maintain privacy for the time being. The calm conversation was suddenly interrupted by the loud cry of the returning Rufendal, which attracted the attention of both interlocutors to his long-awaited appearance. The realization that 48 hours had passed since Rufendal's death caused genuine surprise in the attentive Ju Hyuk. Rufendal shared the joy of resurrection and anxious thoughts about rivalry with Coco and Markin, worrying about possible oblivion from the owner. An excited Rufendal immediately inquired about rumors of Ju Hyuk's financial success, receiving joyful confirmation from Mariana about the upcoming collaboration with Markan. Ju Hyuk explained the strategy of conducting external operations through Markan due to the impossibility of direct transactions with NPCs due to the disadvantageous position. Mariana was excited about the news of the start of full-scale active work, understanding the significance of the changes taking place for their future. In the first stage of development, Ju Hyuk organized the establishment of a forward base on the continent, entrusting Markan with the acquisition of a fief to expand his influence. The successful fulfillment of Serdian's request to acquire the land surprised Ju Hyuk, given his status as an absolute evil, thanks to the correct legal arrangement. The Divine Star and Helen's lightning-fast reaction to the news of the acquisition of the fief resulted in immediate plans for its destruction. The passivity of foreign conglomerates and other large alliances was explained by the localization of the absolute evil scenario in South Korea and the support of the world's top leaders. The dissemination of information about the presence of 2 black stones significantly affected the overall situation, despite the use of one of them. Divine Star and Helen's decision to allow the territory to be attacked in the owner's absence created additional tension in the relationship. The strategic advantage was provided by the presence of the Elders, Sarmak, Black Flowers, and especially Si Song, who had exceptional abilities in large-scale battles. The current focus of those sitting on the holy thrones on completing quests has minimized the risks of serious problems should a feudal war arise. Rufendal's order to declare war through the community was accompanied by the mention of a death sentence from the Divine Star and Helen alliances. The unprecedented nature of a single player ordering the destruction of a large alliance raised doubts about the existence of such cases. Rufendal's confidence in the success of his master's plans was based on previous experience and led to his immediate agreement to carry out the order received. Returning in his luxury car, the persistent admirer continued to experience the rejection of Se Song, who completely matched his ideal ideas. The girl's appearance and her cold gaze completely corresponded to the man's preferences, causing him genuine admiration and interest. The girl's refusal due to the presence of a young, inexperienced guy who, in the man's opinion, did not possess any outstanding qualities, caused bewilderment. The man's self-confidence was based on the conviction that his business abilities were superior to his external appearance, and that he could gradually win Se Song's favor. The assistant's unexpected report about the unleashing of a war by absolute evil against the Divine Star and Helen only caused the man to smile condescendingly. The additional information about the choice of the Remwana Valley as the first target for attack made the man take the message he had received more seriously. The assistant explained the choice of target as the strategic importance of the hunting location, which brought in significant profits for the Divine Star, making the public announcement particularly bold. A deep sense of concern came over the boy as he realized that it was their union that was carrying out most of the operations in this strategically important territory. Successful cooperation with the Divine Star brought a steady increase in profits, forcing one to think about the reality of the threat of attack from absolute evil. An urgent order was issued to all members of the Union to avoid direct confrontation with absolute evil as much as possible, observing extreme caution. A stern warning about dismissal for any provocation was accompanied by an understanding of the mortal danger emanating from an unpredictable enemy. The information space was filled with sensational news about the declaration of war by absolute evil against the powerful alliances of the Divine Star and Helen. Shocked, President Kang Moo-hwan, realizing the seriousness of the violation of boundaries by absolute evil, immediately initiated the convening of an emergency general meeting. The complexity of the current situation required additional support, especially given the assumption of the partners' prior knowledge of the plans of absolute evil. The unexpected announcement that those sitting on the holy thrones would not participate in the upcoming battle sounded like an important strategic decision. Firm faith in the power of the Divine Star was reinforced by the confidence in the inevitability of a just punishment for the theme of chaos, foreshadowing a simple and quick victory. While outwardly expressing gratitude for the trust shown, Kang inwardly understood the other person's true desire to see the Divine Star's defeat. The refusal of those sitting on the holy thrones to participate suggested the possible secret influence of unknown forces on the adoption of this decision. The situation was given special significance by the fact that the fourth and fifth thrones belonged to a relative of the interlocutor and were under his direct control. The strategic calculation was to have allies appear on the battlefield as saviors after the expected defeat of the Divine Star. Understanding the old man's devious plan to gain an advantage, Kang Moo-hwan was determined to defend his territory and capture Ju Hyuk at any cost. The unexpected news of her brother's planned invasion of the valley reached the ears of the alarmed Luna, causing serious concern. The incredible popularity of the news about the upcoming invasion, which had garnered 30 million views, increased Luna's doubts about the reality of his brother's intentions. The calm confirmation of the seriousness of the intentions of invasion was accompanied by an important warning about the refusal of those sitting on the holy thrones to participate in the conflict. Confidence in his brother's abilities was combined with an important warning about the significant influence of the fourth throne, whose decision determined the non-participation of the others in the war. While acknowledging the fourth throne's outstanding strength, Luna noted his unbearable impudence and constant insulting remarks about absolute evil. Ju Hyuk's surprising calmness was explained by his partial agreement with the negative characteristics attributed to his personality by his opponents. Seiya was genuinely outraged by the disrespectful attitude towards the man who dared to oppose the injustice of the existing social order. Seiya's growing concern was the arrogant attitude of the Holy Seas and the great alliances towards the other members, whom they considered useless trash. Seiya's emotional request to his brother to punish the offenders was accompanied by a promise to immediately report any possible intervention from those sitting on the holy thrones. The brother's firm promise to send all opponents to the trash bin sounded like a decisive answer to his sister's request for retribution. The decisive moment was marked by arrival in the valley, where all participants had already taken up predetermined positions according to plan. The peculiarity of the valley was the specific tactics of hunting monsters along the cliffs, with preliminary installation of mines before the appearance of new opponents. The effectiveness of long-range bombardment from high ground allowed for successful hunting of monsters by delivering precise strikes and maintaining constant pressure on the enemy. General bewilderment was caused by Ju Hyuk's decision to launch an invasion from below, despite the obvious tactical disadvantages of such a position for the attacking side. Upon reaching the mining zone, Ju Hyuk immediately warned Rufendal to exercise extreme caution and maintain a minimum distance. A thorough analysis of the terrain allowed Ju Hyuk to decipher the main elements of the enemy's tactical strategy in preparation for the upcoming clash. The unexpected tactic of entering the valley from below caught the enemy off guard, destroying their assumptions about the enemy's reluctance to fight under unfavorable conditions. The popular belief that Koko would likely be used for an aerial attack did not correspond to Ju Hyuk's true intentions and goals. Activating the loudspeaker, Ju Hyuk drew attention to the likely forced participation of most of the players present in the upcoming battle. The public explanation for the response to the Divine Star's life sentence was sounded like a justification for the current standoff. Showing understanding for the forced participants in the conflict, Ju Hyuk announced his intention to spare all subcontractors, having no personal claims against the performers. Clear instructions required all mobilized subcontractors to raise their left hand before engaging in combat to ensure immunity. Focusing on confronting the large Divine Star Alliance, Ju Hyuk emphasized his reluctance to harm the forcibly mobilized members. Openly declaring the sole purpose of destroying the Great Alliance, Ju Hyuk strongly recommended refraining from meaningless sacrifices for the sake of other people's interests. Liu Peng was outraged by the obvious attempt to incite subcontracted players, which threatened the stability of the established order. A shocked Kurtel sharply rejected the enemy's propaganda attempts, accusing him of deliberately distorting the facts and manipulating public opinion. The reminder of full chaos status and the killer's unchangeable reputation was accompanied by accusations of insincere concern for other participants in the conflict. Feeling irritated by the moralizing lectures, Ju Hyuk refrained from explaining why he was forced to receive the full chaos status against his will. Liu Peng's unexpected decision to interrogate the killer sounded like an attempt to obtain additional information about the enemy. Careful observation revealed Ju Hyuk's ability to detect hidden mines, which would greatly affect his tactical advantage in the upcoming battle. The realization that his ability to bypass mines was obvious made Ju Hyuk prepare for the inevitable reaction of his opponents to this advantage. The tense anticipation of the start of the invasion was accompanied by confidence in the inevitability of the next tactical move on the part of the opponents. The rapid appearance of the first warriors, jumping from the heights, marked the beginning of the active phase of the confrontation. A quick inspection revealed the presence of magical explosion scrolls on the approaching warriors, intending to carry out a self-destruct attack. Rufendal's operational order to activate the protective shield was based on the significant increase in his abilities thanks to the Overlord's support. Rufendal's confidence in his master's invulnerability was confirmed by the complete absence of damage after the powerful explosion of the opponents. Recognizing the need to strictly follow a strategy to inflict maximum damage on the enemy, Liu Peng recognized not only the enemy's insane nature, but also his outstanding strength. The smoke cleared to reveal an unharmed Ju Hyuk, who accused Divine Star of shamelessly using self-destruct tactics on players without causing any damage. Reflecting on the senselessness of the victims, Ju Hyuk suggested that there were no regular staff members among the dead players, used for the suicide attack. Showing sympathy for the forced executors of the self-destruct order, Ju Hyuk placed the responsibility on the Divine Star, noting the temporary nature of death. The warning to the players contained the bitter truth of the Divine Star's indifference to their sacrifices, no matter how diligent and selfless they were. The persistent man's doubts found a response from the other participants, who began to acknowledge the persuasiveness and plausibility of Ju Hyuk's words. The Divine Star's unwavering superiority was clearly demonstrated by the presence of the Scroll of Annihilation, which served as further proof of their power. Kürtel's decisive order to ignore provocations was accompanied by a reminder of the enemy's full chaos status, received for the murders committed. The decisive moment was marked by Ju Hyuk's signal, after which Se-song immediately rushed towards the enemy. Liu Pen's attention, distracted from Kürtel's encouraging calls, was drawn by the appearance of a strange object in the sky above the battlefield. Se-song's timely arrival on Koko coincided with the instant activation of Ju Hyuk's special skill, changing the balance of power on the battlefield. The space of evil that enveloped the young people allowed Se-song to give the order to her powerful death soldiers to rise from oblivion for the decisive battle. The previous conversation revealed Se-song's desire to join the Chaosites, causing confusion to Ju Hyuk, who was well aware of the inconveniences of such a status. Se-song's calm explanation revealed her true nature as an absolute necromancer, determining her future path and the decisions she makes. Clarifying her position, Se-song emphasized her belonging to the absolute evil support class, acknowledging Ju Hyuk's crucial role in achieving success. A judicious acceptance of the inevitability of her fate led Se-song to decide not to delay her transition to chaos status, realizing that this step was predetermined. After listening carefully to Se-song's arguments, Ju Hyuk expressed his willingness to accept her help on the condition that he carefully considered the decision he made. Se-song's entry into the evil space was accompanied by an instant transformation into her true form and the activation of unpredictable random effects. The first battle after accepting the status of a Chaosite became an opportunity for Se-song to justify the trust of Ju Hyuk, who gave her a significant role in the confrontation. Se-song's determined attitude demonstrated her desire to show her best abilities and prove the correctness of the high trust placed in her. The use of powerful magic led to dramatic changes in the sky, covered with dark clouds, and the appearance of a mysterious portal. The massive discovery of 3,000 undead save slots caused widespread panic, demonstrating the necromancer's impressive powers of control over the dead. The activation of the random effect caused the population of summoned undead to double, greatly increasing the combat potential of Se-song's army on the battlefield. The effects of the evil encouragement greatly increased the level of the undead, resulting in the emergence of many deadly insects from the huge portal. Liu Peng's desperate order to bring in fire mages and use self-destruct scrolls proved too late in the face of the insects' swift attack. Careful observation allowed Liu Peng to identify the insects as creatures from Herakta's cave, noting their greatly increased strength and invulnerability to physical attacks. Liu Peng's growing interest in the identity of the necromancer who could summon such powerful beings reflected his professional respect for the abilities he had demonstrated. Liu Peng's strategic calculation was based on the need to hold out until Ju Hyuk's forces were exhausted and the trap for his capture was completed. Liu Peng's fatal mistake was his failure to notice the presence of absolute evil behind him, which had managed to rise to the heights unnoticed. Assessing the panicking enemies, Ju Hyuk decided to try out a new wide-range skill instead of his usual tactic of taking out enemies one by one. Everyone's attention was drawn to the approach of a colossal oppressive force known as the Coming of the Evil God, causing genuine terror among the opponents. Ju Hyuk was surprised by the coincidence of the skill's name with Zeta's technique, noting the significant difference in the lack of the manifestation of a huge monster upon activation. The new skill's special feature was that it formed many smaller shadow figures instead of a single large one, which greatly increased the effective radius of damage. While watching the knights being absorbed, a notification was received about the technique's transformation into the true advent of the evil god, under the influence of the mind's energy. The horror of Liu Peng and his comrades was caused by the realization that the enemy's strength had grown enormously since their last encounter, casting doubt on the possibility of resistance. Successfully using the skill gave Ju Hyuk 4 points of absolute evil and a significant increase in charisma, accompanied by the presence of shadow entities. The end of the evil space and evil encouragement effect was marked by the timely notification received by the attentive Se-song during the battle. The disappearance of the undead created by the random effect caused premature jubilation among the people, who mistakenly attributed it to the depletion of the necromancer's mana. The anxious thoughts of one of the participants in the battle reflected an understanding of the inevitability of continuing the attack and the need to make an important decision. Watching Ju Hyuk and his assistant's selective approach to their opponents strengthened the warrior's desire to save his life by raising his left hand in surrender. The difficulty of making a decision was compounded by the fear of falling into disfavor with the Divine Star, which could significantly complicate the possibilities of hunting in controlled areas. The realization of the inevitability of death prompted the warrior to decide to fight to the last, hoping to attract the attention of the divine star with his selflessness. The desperate attack on the absolute evil was accompanied by bewilderment at the courage of the enemy, who challenged the powerful divine star. Knowing that he couldn't deal a fatal blow to the absolute evil didn't stop the warrior from striving to create an impressive scene to attract the divine star's attention. The lightning-fast defeat from a single blow from Ju Hyuk was an unexpected end to the ambitious plans of the self-confident warrior. The inability to comprehend the speed of the blow he received led the warrior to a belated understanding of the true monstrous strength of his opponent. The warrior devoted his last moments of life to predictions of Ju Hyuk's inevitable defeat before the divine star, which went unnoticed by the retreating enemy. Rufendal's activation of the broadcast allowed anonymous observers to appreciate Sesong's outstanding abilities as a necromancer, causing admiring comments. Public opinion was divided between recognition of Sesong's superiority and respect for the principled nature of the absolute evil, who kept his promise to spare his surrendered opponents. A report from aides to President Kang Moo-hwan confirmed the alarming trend of public opinion shifting toward absolute evil, calling for an immediate response. He ordered aides to keep the media under control and ensure that it did not become a problem. Kang Moo-hwan tried his best to pretend it didn't bother him, but he finally realized that the ultimate evil wasn't just a madman. He was a cautious and politically savvy guy who knew how to stir up hatred for his enemies. At this time, the battle was still going on, so it was interesting to see what was happening with the small union. He was informed that the preparations were completely completed, and then Kang Moo-hwan ordered that they finally begin to implement their real plan. A spell was used on Ju Hyuk that bound him. It was a high-level spell, and his heaven-bending mind energy technique was trying to resist the spell. Kurtle just laughed, wanting to know how Ju Hyuk felt when someone finally appeared and trapped him. After all, they had mobilized 300 mages to catch him. It was clearly not an easy trap to escape from. Ju Hyuk himself was shocked when the system notified him that the resistance had failed and the slavery effect had been applied to him. This was surprising because his characteristics exceeded 130 units, but they still managed to catch him. He didn't even know what to do in such a situation. Kurtel approached him and explained to Ju Hyuk that he had clearly gotten into a place he couldn't handle, so he wanted to know how he felt after such a big failure. After which Kurtel began to viciously beat Ju Hyuk. Sesong, who was riding on an eagle, watched all this with excitement. She was very worried, but Ju Hyuk immediately told her in a whisper that she should wait a little and not interfere. Although Ju Hyuk had foreseen this situation, he never expected that he would actually be tied up. Even though his stats were over 130, he was still not in his strength, and he finally realized it. Moreover, at that moment, Kurtel took out special handcuffs, an item that blocks automatic recovery, preventing the increase of health and mana levels for a period of up to 3 years. Ju Hyuk finally realized that the rumors about the divine star forcing people who had fallen out of their favor to wear such items were not rumors. Kurtel approached and decided to interrogate the guy about who was behind him. When there was no answer, he realized that Ju Hyuk was still not going to cooperate, but by showing the handcuffs, he made it clear that after they were put on, there would be no point in it. But suddenly Kang Moo-seok appeared and took the handcuffs from Kurtel, because he wanted to put them on himself and personally punish the sinner who was bringing chaos to society and treated the divine star in this way. Ju Hyuk did not understand by what right Kang Moo-seok should pass such a sentence on him, because he did not become a king and was not even close to one. Instead of answering, Kang Moo-seok only hoped that soon the guy would shut up forever and not be able to open his dirty mouth. Soon, Kang Moo-seok's speech clearly bored Ju Hyuk. He explained to the man that he tried his best to listen to him, but he could no longer tolerate his nonsense. And since Kang Moo-seok had already said everything he wanted, Ju Hyuk simply broke the shackles, finally taking his turn to say his piece. Kang Moo-seok couldn't believe that someone was able to break a high-level binding spell, because before that, the guy clearly couldn't even move. It seemed like an absurd situation, but he couldn't do anything, so Ju Hyuk punished him and said his signature line that he just didn't like Kang Moo-seok. Kurtle and the others were shocked, not understanding how the director was struck by absolute evil again. Moreover, this time it also killed him with just one blow. Serdian knew from the beginning that in order to maintain their status and well-being, the people would treat the ruler as a criminal and make him look helpless. For example, they may spend time casting a long spell that reduces status. Since they are unable to defeat the overlord by force, they will try to use binding or petrification magic. Of course, with the help of the spiritual eye, the ruler will be able to easily see their preparations. However, Serdian believed that they would not be able to resist the temptation to bring onto the stage a hero who brings enlightenment. In the end, everything went according to the man's plan, and as Serdian believed, Ju Hyuk decided to demonstrate his greatness to the whole world. Moreover, all this time, Rufendal was filming a video in real time behind him, so Ju Hyuk hoped that everything was being broadcast exactly as intended. After he was tied up, activating the spell, he checked his absolute evil points. There was an offer to enhance the true heaven-spanning mind energy technique for 40 points. Ju Hyuk always knew that he would strengthen this technique one day, but he was worried about when exactly that moment would come. And today, he thought that he should strengthen it. Eventually, once he did this, his points increased enough to deal with these shackles. His decision turned out to be the right one, although it was a bit of a risky decision, but he hit the jackpot. At this time, Liu Peng could not believe that in addition to the fact that Ju Hyuk was freed from the shackles, the atmosphere had changed even more, as if he had become even stronger. The guy at this time only asked that those who did not want to be killed raise their left hand up so that they would not be hit. Kurtel was at this time insanely angry at this rebel, who continued to behave so arrogantly until the very end. Liu Peng tried to stop the man. The hero, with a smile, decided to repeat to everyone again that his enemy was the Divine Star Union, and he had no intention of punishing the innocent. By this point, Ju Hyuk had already killed absolutely every player who didn't have their left hand raised. Liu Peng couldn't believe that the boy was able to fight against them, especially in such a relaxed state. It only meant that he wasn't fighting at full strength. At this time, Ju Hyuk calmly said goodbye to the survivors and asked them to return home calmly. After watching this video, the annoying man realized that the absolute evil was clearly crazy, but still, his opponent was the Divine Star Alliance, so it seemed impossible that he could win against so many people. It seemed to him that he might have used some kind of bug with such power. After all, he defeated not just ordinary members of the Union, he even killed 3 deities' viceroys with one blow. Also, his area attack was amazing. It was truly a crazy situation where a single skill could kill hundreds of people. And although at that moment the man had an absurd idea, now it seemed to him that the Divine Star Union had disturbed someone whom it should not have touched from the very beginning. Besides, he noticed that even Mariana hadn't responded at all today. Initially, in order to get her number, he met her friend, and she agreed not only to give him Mariana's number, but also gave him hers as a parting gift. But that girl didn't interest him. It was extremely difficult for him to get Mariana out of his head, her haughty look, so much so that he couldn't even believe that she was 19. The man knew that if the girl only came to him, he would immediately arrange for her to get a decent job, and then he would be able to take proper care of her, but she was not interested in this. From the height of the flight, she looked at Ju Hyuk, and as she expected, he was simply magnificent. The plan that was announced earlier, everything went exactly as he said. Besides, she thought he looked incredibly masculine when, even when he was completely focused on his work, he showed incredible concern. Therefore, Saesong realized that she too had to quickly become stronger in order to be even more useful to the Lord. At this time, Ju Hyuk was thinking that the scene of the Divine Star members being killed seemed incredibly familiar to him, just like when a huge number of players were killed in the hunting grounds. The true heaven-spanning mind energy technique reacted to something. Now he felt the same, and as if in response to his feeling, the Rioman Valley expanded and the radius of the hunting grounds increased. Ju Hyuk realized that it was similar to the case of a river flowing across the sky. This meant that the boss would appear again soon, and this turned out to be true, as the message announced that due to the appearance of the true evil, his heaven-conquering mind technique had satisfied the conditions for the appearance of the boss monster. The boss monster Double Digger has been created, as well as the Black Armadillo, and a quest has been given to it accordingly. The project on boss monsters made me happy, because finally this hidden part of the quest will also be completed. Moreover, Ju Hyuk did not hesitate and decided to start the fight, as he realized that absolute evil has a special compatibility with monsters that were created under special conditions. Therefore, just in his appearance, he also displayed an intimidation technique that instilled great fear in the darkness-type monsters and demons. The powerful energy caused the boss monsters to feel an all-consuming sense of terror, and they were eventually so scared that they immediately began to hide from Ju Hyuk. Even Coco, who was watching from above, laughed at the fact that these monsters were afraid of his master. And Rufendal was proud of Ju Hyuk because he expected nothing less from his boss. At this time, Ju Hyuk calmly looked at the boss monsters and realized that they had no intention of attacking. Apparently, the whole point was that his intimidation effect had become much stronger. He walked up to one of the monsters and stroked his head, asking him not to be so afraid that he wouldn't touch him. After which, Ju Hyuk calmly left, realizing that they would have to deal with the people from the Divine Star who came here, so they would have to deal with them again later, and the boss monsters would help him with this. Rufendal happily recorded absolutely everything that happened during this time, and the people watching the broadcast were amazed at how huge monsters were frightened by the mere presence of absolute evil, so the status of his master was firmly established. Later, people came back to hunt in their lands, and the tanks that had descended chose a defensive position. But their enemies were the boss monsters who guarded this territory at the behest of their master, so they killed absolutely everyone. No one understood why they were so strong, because during the broadcast they looked weak. Moreover, the monsters not only attacked from below, they were also able to dig through the rocks and rise up. In this situation, all the strategies used up to now became absolutely useless. At this time, the guys turned to the head of their union, warning that the black mobs were about to appear. He himself knew this. The man was clearly worried, because after that battle, the Divine Union did not show any attention to what happened, so he decided to at least go on a raid and bought a lot of things for this expedition. But in the end, he only got this. Therefore, now it seemed to him that it was his huge mistake, and that at that moment he simply did not raise his left hand, and now he was forced to suffer because of the Divine Star, for which he gave his life and all the resources he had. At this time, Kang Mu-seok was indignant, because now, following the river flowing through the sky, the Ryuman Valley was also experiencing a decrease in operational profits, since after the appearance of Ju Hyuk, black monsters began to appear there. At that moment, Yu Jin appeared, displeasedly reporting that she had seen everything that the absolute evil had done, and did not understand why Kang Mu-seok continued to sit idly by. She was clearly upset that the person sitting on the holy throne was unable to even fight properly, and it seemed like Kang Mu-seok was clearly doing something incomprehensible. The man said with displeasure that he had let his guard down a little, and also scolded the girl for always spitting everywhere like a boar, and doing so, leaving her marks on his floor. But Yu Jin didn't pay any attention to his comments, and only scolded Kang Mu-seok for letting his guard down so that his head flew off his shoulders. Kang Mu-seok was furious with this girl. Without a backing behind her, Yu Jin was nothing more than a puppy trembling with fear, and even though Kang Mu-seok was holding himself together now, it was only because she was the daughter of the heavenly ruler. But one day he dreamed of crushing this pathetic little bug, which had become quite annoying to him with its scandals and eternal screams. Ju Hyuk was in the process of beating up the members of the Divine Star Alliance at the time. Anyone he found he would quickly kill, and Rufendal was right there to collect their items. During this time, they had already devastated 5 Divine Star hunting grounds. At that moment, the guy unexpectedly received a message from an unknown fan who was actively involved in video editing and was impressed by Ju Hyuk's activities. So he had a couple of ideas on how to improve his streams. Ju Hyuk was surprised by this message, because since he had killed many members of the Divine Star Alliance, he had often received various threatening messages from the Divine Star people. But this guy was the first one who managed to interest him. So he decided to talk to him anyway, and asked him to briefly outline his proposal. The boy, who was sitting in the bushes at the time, was glad that Ju Hyuk responded to his whisper and explained that the media was currently completely taken over by large unions. And in any media, only facts that were unfavorable to absolute evil flowed. To begin with, the guy decided to show evidence of his specialization. He was a journalist and decided to take a screenshot that he could send to Ju Hyuk. He explained that nowadays the media defines absolute evil as social evil and rebel force, but he had a different opinion. He believed that Ju Hyuk, on the contrary, criticized the existing unreasonable and unfair system and was a person who wanted to change the world in a direction that was extremely healthy. And he wanted to help Ju Hyuk. This guy's name was Jang Hyun-suk, and he wanted to help Ju Hyuk in this media war. He was also an independent streamer, and he explained that he wanted to edit a video about absolute evil and highlight it on his stream. In addition, he was a master of editing, so he could definitely help with this. So if Ju Hyuk had sent him the videos that Rufendal had taken, he would have been able to demonstrate how to make the video into the embodiment of the truth itself. Ju Hyuk knew that he didn't have to do anything on his part, so he thought it was a pretty good offer. But he was worried that Rufendal would have to work hard in that case. In the end, Ju Hyuk agreed, and both Rufendal and Jang Hyun-suk were incredibly grateful for the trust and asked him to rely on them, because they would do everything in the best possible way. The new video started with what many people must have heard about the news, that an absolute evil had taken over the valley and made it closed for use, while destroying the hunting grounds and turning them into chaos. But that was a lie. First, the absolute evil took the initiative in defeating the boss monsters. And as new strategies developed to combat the black monsters, users began to successfully deal with them one after another, and players also kept the blue stones they had obtained. Therefore, there was no monopoly in these hunting grounds, and they were absolutely free. This was the reality of the current situation, which everyone called social chaos. This video was broadcast in the Divine Star Alliance conference hall, and Kang Mu-hwan made it clear that the actions of the absolute evil were undermining the existing market order, thereby contributing to chaos and division in society, so he decided that they could no longer turn a blind eye to it. Kang Mu-hwan personally declared war on absolute evil. Soon everyone learned that the declaration of war was made personally by the head of the Great Union. The territory of absolute evil, an abandoned fiefdom west of the Kogonis Mountains, was completely surrounded by Kang Mu Huan's soldiers. On this occasion, Ju Hyuk decided to go live and calmly stated that he would gladly accept the Divine Star's challenge. He then approached Serdian, explaining that events had developed according to his predictions, and the man explained that they believed there was a high probability that the enemy did not attach importance to their strategy. Most likely he believes that their main forces will be concentrated on defense and guerrilla warfare, so they will slowly surround them from all sides and wait until they die of hunger. To be honest, the rules of feudal warfare were disadvantageous for Ju Hyuk since he had few troops, and although the elders stood next to him on the stream for propaganda purposes, but using them was too risky since the balance of the entire empire was at stake. So Ju Hyuk decided to go and see the warriors who had come out against him himself, for he knew absolutely that the opposite side had prepared absolutely nothing against him, and he decided to show them at once what their battle would be like. The sister was very worried about this outcome of events and was worried that something might not go according to her brother's plan. After all, he only had one fief. If it was taken away, then everything would come to an end. But Serdian calmly reminded that he also had a main military camp, and there were 2 fiefdoms at his disposal, but no one knew where his main stronghold was. So there was nothing to worry about. Even the mighty empire of Erfes was unable to find his stronghold. And if the empire can't find it, then the users definitely won't be able to find it either. So even if he fails, there's no threat to absolute evil. But Seiya was still worried because this time Kang Mu Huan himself would also enter the fight. But Ju Hyuk still believed that he was much stronger. He also reassured his sister by explaining that he had one special skill that he was really counting on. But after hearing about it, Seiya clearly doubted that everything would be okay. Instead, he decided to find out what the tendencies of those sitting on the holy thrones were. And as it turned out, they were all now running around like crazy with quests to become stronger. Besides, Seiya really wanted her brother to kill them as soon as possible, because they irritated her like crazy, especially the Beast Mistress. She didn't even occupy this throne, but she participated in the quests with everyone else, and knew all the details that they discussed. Besides, she declared that the nobility should live up to their high position and not communicate with commoners like her. Ju Hyuk quickly understood what was going on, since this kind of behavior from Yu Jin didn't surprise him at all, so he stroked his sister's head. And he decided that the first thing he wanted to do was deal with the monster tamer Yu Jin. Kang Mu Huan, meanwhile, understood that they had no need to rush, since they were in a very advantageous position. High-ranking fire-type magic and expensive flame magic scrolls, with this level of preparation, even the swarm of undead crawling insects that attacked their forces last time wouldn't be able to prevail. Since there is a large difference in the number of troops, the absolute evil will have no choice but to sit in deep defense and make guerrilla attacks. And the only road leading to the fief was taken under control. According to the system, even the death of their NPC is considered a defeat in the territorial war, and according to the information received, the lands are not conducive to survival, even without supplies. Therefore, the more time they spend here, the more advantageous their situation becomes. After all, they may not even attack, but simply wait until everyone dies of hunger. The events move to the Imperial Palace of the Empire, where the Imperial Intelligence Service has heard a rumor about the appearance of an absolute evil that has bought lands in Western Cernia through a trusted person. So now they were faced with forces that had legal rights, and they couldn't do anything about it, but they didn't understand if it was really a problem that needed their attention. Then they were informed that at the same time as his appearance, movements of the Black Flower forces and Sarmak were noticed. So it was obvious that that player had taken control of both groups. It was clearly a good result, but even so, it was about the players and they had no need to interfere. He only asked to report if this player tried to buy new lands again, because until that happened, the situation was not so critical that they would pay attention to it. As night fell, Kang Mu Huan was informed that assassins were heading their way. This didn't surprise him, because now there was a full-scale war going on, which Ju Hyuk couldn't cope with. But he foresaw something like this, so he asked his people not to panic, because something like this would not be able to cause chaos in their ranks. But suddenly a man came running and reported to Kang Mu Huan that something had happened that they had not foreseen. Absolute evil itself appeared in person, and even Kang Mu Huan was surprised by this. Moreover, they explained that he did not appear in their camp, but in Darkhan, a trading city that was part of the Divine Star. The merchant who ran Darkhan didn't understand what this guy was doing here and how he could have used the teleport to get here. Moreover, it seemed even more incredible that he decided to destroy Darkhan alone, because without allied forces, it seemed simply impossible. The merchant was asked about the state of the fortress walls. They were currently using red stones to secure the structure, so the man in charge of the land thought that Ju Hyuk alone would definitely not be able to do anything. The man who came was Kang Mu Yeol, a player who is a member of a large union and is ranked 7th in Korea. So, without wasting any time, he activated the watching eye and analyzed the field where Ju Hyuk was located. He realized that the guy really had come all alone and thought he was completely crazy. After which, he activated his divine bow, which few people had ever seen before, and prepared to shoot at their enemy. Activating the fire attribute, the fire bee, he sent an arrow towards Ju Hyuk. People watching the broadcast simply thought that an attack of this level should kill the absolute evil on the spot, since it was unlikely that he would be able to dodge such an attack. He didn't actually dodge. Instead, he just caught the arrow in midair. No one could believe it, not even Kang Mu-yeol himself. And Ju Hyuk was just looking at the arrow at this time, not understanding what kind of unusual skill it was. In addition, the arrow moved slower than he expected. Finally, after putting out his hand, Ju Hyuk realized that it seemed like it was time for him to act too. But without the skill of rapid movement, he would not be able to quickly reach the mountain itself. Although despite the fact that with the help of his high characteristics he moved quickly, he had neither artifacts nor a special presentation. Even the quick steps that Rufendal used had their own charm, but Ju Hyuk didn't have that, so he decided to do it later. Heading towards the fortress walls, he decided to activate the destructive strike skill, which he considered to be his most useless skill. At the same time, he remembered the times with his teacher, who explained to the boy that he was destined to conquer the world, but he did not understand why he should do this. The teacher explained that it was precisely to achieve this goal that he had to teach him the skills that he had been honing for 40 years. Those were the times when Ju Hyuk still had so-called dreams, and they weren't that grandiose. He just wanted to live an ordinary life like everyone else. He had no interest in anything like conquering the world, so when he got skills that were meant for feudal warfare, he thought they were just crap. That's why he wasn't happy about getting the skills Crushing Strike and Mercury Strike. But the teacher beat his student and said, not contentedly, that only with these two skills can one conquer the world. Ju Hyuk didn't understand what use it was to have the feudal warfare specialization when he couldn't use those skills against monsters, so he thought of those skills as pure trash. There was a time when he had exactly these thoughts in his head, and he felt like he wouldn't be able to use this skill since he was level 60. But he was incredibly happy that he was able to increase his level, even with the help of a reward, and so in the end he was able to reach the level of this skill. Although Ju Hyuk never expected that there would be a time in his life where he would use something like this, but even to his surprise, this skill in his performance turned out to be much more powerful, because his destructive fist under the effect of his title became an ultra-destructive fist, and he was incredibly surprised that this skill was also subject to strengthening. After the blow, the frightened people immediately noticed a black fog rising above their fortress. They were wondering what the hell kind of skill this guy had decided to use. Ju Hyuk was calmly happy that using his fists was much easier than he thought. His mana consumption had also decreased significantly after leveling up to 60. But at that moment, he noticed a bright star appear in the sky. It was Kang Mu-yeol preparing to release a stronger skill. This skill already consisted of many explosive arrows that flew towards the guy, but they did not frighten him at all. He just calmly raised his hand and activated his destruction ability, and everyone was shocked that even the explosive fire, known as the strongest long-range attack skill, was completely destroyed. At this point, Kang Mu-yeol, realizing the hopelessness of the situation, ordered to take control of the media because the current situation should not leak out to the information portals. After this, the man immediately announced to the knights that any filming was prohibited in Darkhan and ordered that this order be conveyed to the others. Besides, the man was in despair, realizing why something like this had happened during his rule of the city. He thought it was just a bad dream, but all their plans were hopelessly failed. At this time, Jang Hyun-suk was busy filming everything in detail using his webcams. He happily explained that he had filmed everything from the very beginning and had not missed a single detail. At this moment, all the state and major radio stations had stopped broadcasting, and the breathless Chang realized that this was probably all due to the pressure of the Divine Star. But he was not at all afraid of such restrictions and broadcasted live so that the world could see what was really going on here. Kang Mu-yeol clearly panicked, not understanding what kind of skill the hero had, and ordered all the knights to retreat because the fortress wall was collapsing. In the end, it was smashed to pieces, and Ju Hyuk went inside, realizing that in order to take over the rights to the territory, he needed to destroy the 3 fief crystals located in the fortresses. One of the crystals was guarded by the city's governor, who sent his knights to stop the absolute evil from spreading further. At this time, Liu Peng asked his colleagues to try to contact the head of the union. The killer was already doing this, but the head of the union ordered them to stop the absolute evil at any cost, but even Kirtle did not understand how they should stop it. At this moment, Kang Mu-hwan arrived at the enemy's territory, who could not imagine that the abilities of absolute evil extended so far, but they could not sit idly by. After all, if absolute evil struck Darkhan, then they were obliged to strike its walls. In any case, Cernia is the only fiefdom of absolute evil. If they take this place first, they will win. But suddenly the man felt that something was clearly wrong here because inside the fortress it was insanely quiet. And if you think about it, they broke into the castle without feeling any resistance. Plus, no one was protecting the crystal. They hadn't even met a single NPC, so no one knew what the hell that was supposed to mean. At this time, one of the members of the Union reported to Elder Serdian that, on his orders, all troops and residents had been moved. Serdian only asked if the man had done a good job with the teleporter, leaving no traces, and he assured him that the job had been done perfectly. Serdian knew that the enemy had already penetrated into Cernia and should have guessed by now that it was an empty house. Of course, they won't know until they die that everyone was evacuated via teleport. So now the man ordered his people to find at least some trace of the departed inhabitants. He had no idea how the absolute evil had managed to do this, but he had moved all the NPCs and everything belonging to the fief. No doubt he had another hideout. Besides, Kang Mu Huan felt like he had received a good slap in the face from that scoundrel. Zhu Hyuk knew that he was taking a huge risk because this skill had the highest mana consumption, but thanks to the effect of the true mind technique, the mana consumption was reduced, giving him more freedom. So now he decided to use his gathering skill. After this, people noticed that Zhu Hyuk's magic gradually began to dissipate and disappear. But the city manager knew that this was not the case. The energy began to condense and concentrate around absolute evil. Kang Mu-yeol guessed that the boy probably didn't think to look for the fief crystals. Even if he tried to hide now, his situation was no different from a rat splashing around in a vat of poison. But suddenly, with the help of his clairvoyance skill, he noticed that all the crystals were in his hands. Kang Mu-yeol was even more shocked when he destroyed all the crystals with just a basic attack. After this, he received the ownership rights, but on the condition that he could protect the newly created crystals for 15 minutes. Zhu Hyuk understood that due to the skill's effect, the crystals were gathering right in front of him, so he didn't need to move anywhere, but he felt that protecting them for 15 minutes would be difficult. He also noticed the mages in the crowd around his dome. He wondered why they weren't doing anything, but when he looked more closely, he realized he was wrong. As it turned out, all this time they were attacking him in the same way as Kang Mu-yeol had attacked. But their attacks were either too weak or had no effect because they simply didn't reach Zhu Hyuk. Suddenly the hero realized that his thunder fog of destructive strike was canceling out all the blows and attacks that were flying towards him, and he couldn't even imagine that this skill, which he thought sucked, was so cheating. In the end, he destroyed all the crystals and repelled every enemy attack in 15 minutes, so he became the new leader of the fief. Those who were still watching the stream were shocked, because at this time Kang Mu Huan had already managed to capture Zhu Hyuk's fiefdom. But for some reason, the feudal war did not end there. Everyone realized that he had another fiefdom, and that the lands he lured Kang Mu Huan to were just bait. But suddenly the guy noticed comments that the big Union of Helen had started a live broadcast. At this time, a press conference began, where Eve spoke, who admitted that the absolute evil was strong. They had no choice but to admit that too much power had been given over to the personal control of absolute evil, but he reminded them that they could not trust him, because they must not forget that he was a murderer. Jang Hyun-suk didn't understand whether it was really impossible to gather again and again to repeat the same thing. He thought that this should have become quite annoying by now, but instead he witnessed a lot of angry anonymous comments raining down on the absolute evil, considering him a worthless murderer. But he immediately realized that, judging by their nicknames, these people were from the Great Union. He thought their actions were absolutely childish, since they decided that an ordinary independent streamer was beyond their capabilities. Finally, he put on his glasses and made a request to connect the journalist class powers. Once the Zeus system accepted his request, he used the skill to detect aggressive bots. And once all the accounts were discovered, they were permanently blocked. Chang knew that his opponents probably didn't know that the skills could be used in this way as well. And since it was too boring to drive them out now, he decided to find that very video that the absolute evil had given him, because the very moment had come when it could be used. At this time, Eve was walking after a press conference when he unexpectedly received a call from his aunt. He was about to go home, but the woman immediately yelled at the guy and ordered him to return to the conference room. As it turns out, there's a video going around the internet right now that supposedly sells them exclusive teleport rights and kickback hunting. Eve really can't believe that the absolute evil actually posted that. Meanwhile, Zhu Hyuk wandered around the captured castle and explained that he had also seen the video of Eve's fraudulent actions, and he was curious if the Helen Union was truly competent enough to advocate for social justice in any way. And since they had captured Darkhan this time, he found many interesting things here. Ju Hyuk understood that his enemies, who baptized themselves as nobles, must obviously be getting nervous. He explained that he didn't like all of them, especially the Divine Star, so they were already dead. The video ended, and Jang Hyun-suk happily explained that Ju Hyuk looked absolutely amazing. He immediately left Olympus to edit the video and post it online. Ju Hyuk was counting on his help, and he also knew for sure that the video would be flawless since its plot was written entirely by Serdian. But he wondered if Serdian really thought that Darkon's operational reporting was so flawed, since he knew nothing about it. The pleased elder explained that this was the first time in his life that he had encountered such negligent management. This can be seen simply by looking at the taxes collected. Funds were transferred from one person to another, but there were no records of this. The money was simply stolen. Moreover, Serdian promised that he would quickly find evidence of these machinations, because many dishonest acts had been committed here. Moreover, the enemies behaved too carelessly and are probably now extremely worried about the situation that has arisen. Suddenly, Serdian had a great idea, and Ju Hyuk decided to listen. Although he admitted to himself that although Serdian was in charge of administrative management, it was this elder who was the most frightening to Ju Hyuk. There was a conference in the Divine Star Union and a statement from the Absolute Evil, the content of which reported on the administrative management of Darkon. The Ultimate Evil made public promises outlining the benefits that would be gained by registering in Darkon. Since the promise was published, more and more players have been moving to Darkon. The director explained that the Absolute Evil also promised to reorganize the management system into NPCs specializing in administration. There were rumors among users that Darkon was an extremely corrupt city. The position of the Absolute Evil was that he would manage the territory transparently and with all diligence. Kang Moo-hwan was clearly panicking, as he had never thought that such a situation would ever arise. In addition, there were various documents and ledgers left behind. The amount of stolen and laundered money in Darkon alone must have been hundreds of billions of won, so they needed to gather their forces and attack before Ju Hyuk found any evidence. It was an unprecedented situation where Darkon, the Divine Star's main source of income, fell into the hands of Absolute Evil. To retake Darkon, Divine Star and Ellen once again formed an allied force. Following Cernia, major media outlets began to pay attention to Darkon. Outwardly, under the pretext of a movement to punish social evil, a battle for the Darkon fortress of Absolute Evil broke out. The secret society did not understand what position to take, because no matter how much they tried to manipulate public opinion, it had reached the point where it could not be hidden. Only those who use social networks or communities were influenced. The rest understood that Absolute Evil is still the same killer. However, in a certain age group, there was already a clear mass support for Absolute Evil. Many were wondering whether Absolute Evil could continue to demonstrate the strength it had demonstrated in the feudal war. This was the key point of many disputes, especially considering that Divine Star and Helen had now united, a force they even called the Agreement to Evaporate Absolute Evil. In addition, if someone does not sign the Agreement on the Extermination of Absolute Evil, they may face criticism. And we are talking about the unions that occupy first and second place in the ranking of South Korea. If this time the Absolute Evil is defeated and loses its power, then observers of the situation from the outside may find themselves the objects of all sorts of nagging. However, they didn't know what to do, because the unimaginable power of Absolute Evil was not a temporary phenomenon, so they needed to come up with a plan on what to do if it became even stronger. Even if they had to get caught in the crossfire, they decided to continue watching and make a decision later. At this time, a joyful Rufendal came to report to the owner that he had collected all the items of the players killed by Ju Hyuk in Darkon. Ju Hyuk understood that he was clearly a good guy, and it was not for nothing that he learned the skill of collecting a wide range of items. If he continued like this, he would be able to maintain his position as the #1 pet, so he asked his owner to reward him with the praise he deserved. Ju Hyuk was already rummaging through the bag at that time. The first thing he gave out was a reward for Rufendal himself. It was a necklace worth 7 million. Rufendal understood that the amount earned this month alone had already exceeded 30 million, and he was glad that he had become a pet. Serdian was discussing the next stage of Darkon's work with the elders at the same time. As it turned out, after the publication of the social contract, the number of registered users exceeded 10,000, which is rather a slow increase. Ju Hyuk was worried whether everything would be all right on the Divine Star side, whether they would launch another attack, since then the flow could be blocked. But Serdian, on the contrary, saw this as a good opportunity for them. All they had to do was to demonstrate their greatness during the battle for Darkon. If everyone sees how good the ruler is not only in attack, but also in defense, then everyone will want to serve him. Ju Hyuk was clearly hesitant, but he understood that since Serdian had spoken about it, this was what he should do, and this time he would clearly have to exert a little more effort. At this time, Helen's Union was watching a video where a man presented a gift to Eve and asked for his help to take care of the hunting grounds and portals. Having accepted the gold, the man realized that for such a reward he was still willing to do a good deed. In this video, the face was completely hidden behind a mosaic, so the Union said it was an edited video, but no matter how you looked at it, it was obvious that it was Eve. And he didn't even know how to react, because he felt terrible when he was caught taking large amounts of bribes. And now he found himself in an extremely difficult situation. But the aunt decided to close her eyes to this, because she understood that a bribe was also a kind of business, because the entire lower class was trying to create new connections. So she did not see any wrongdoing on Eve's part. She didn't know how they got their hands on the footage, but the fact that they would stoop to making threats with videos like this was definitely a bad sign. Eve couldn't believe that he was actually staying afloat, so he bowed and promised his aunt that he would continue to work hard and try not to tarnish Helen's name again. In addition, he decided to ask the woman if she wanted to take part in the siege of Darkhan. She explained that she was an important figure in Helen, so she had to take part, but Eve didn't know for sure if she would be okay. She only calmly explained that it could not be otherwise, because in this battle for Darkhan, players from 1st to 5th place in the rating participated, because Darkhan had to be recaptured in the shortest possible time. Around this time, Sisong was in the Divine Star hunting grounds, taking control of the local troops' resistance. She agreed to take control of the hunting grounds around Darkhan because it was the first time in a long time that Ju Hyuk had asked her for a favor. But it was gradually becoming more difficult to hold her ground. She had never expected that she would have to mobilize even priest and paladin class NPCs to protect the hunting grounds. She realized that after all, the Great Union was not called that for nothing. Besides, she was pretty tired of it, and she would rather return to Ju Hyuk himself. The man had already gotten too close to Sisong at this time and realized that this necromancer had a huge reserve of stamina, but no matter how strong she was, since she had to mobilize even the paladins, she would soon be tired. Moreover, this valley was incredibly important to the man. After all, he had barely settled here after the failure in the valley. He could not stay here just because of his position, just because he was a subcontractor of the Divine Star. But as soon as the man rushed towards her, he saw that up close this necromancer was incredibly similar to the girl he already knew well. But she managed to defend herself in time, ordering her death soldiers to rise from the dead and summon the undead Gurkaktu. It was a huge snake, which immediately ate the man. While in the snake's mouth, the man was only indignant and only had time to regret that he had only just established himself in these hunting grounds. The girl was surprised that the man's face made her feel such disgust that she immediately decided to summon a snake instead of some other simpler type of undead. At that time, Ju Hyuk was near the eastern gates of Darkhan together with Serdian. He didn't expect a huge army to come to them, but now he saw that there was a real darkness of them. At this point, he was informed that the estimated number of troops was 200,000, and that the players from 1st to 5th place in the Korean rankings were present, so the viewers of the stream believed that absolute evil would definitely not win here. For the first time, Serdian also became worried, realizing that the enemy's troops were in great numbers, and suggested calling the elders, but Ju Hyuk saw no need to go that far. Besides, if the elders gathered here, it would attract the attention of the Urfi's empire. After that, he decided to go down to fight, because by coincidence, his level had risen to 60. And when he took over Darkhan, his arsenal was now fully expanded with the devastating strike he used before. So Ju Hyuk realized that it was time for his crappy skill to serve a second time. In addition, he decided to add the skill Mercury Strike to make his strike even more grandiose. Serdian, seeing the power of the skills that the Lord thought were rubbish, was shocked because he felt that what was in front of him was magnificent demonic energy, and he did not understand how the Lord could even think of it as a terrible skill. As a result, Mercury Strike was strengthened into Super Mercury Strike. As a result, everyone witnessed a suspicious air current appear around the castle that had not been seen before. Kang Mu Huan said that it was natural for an army of 200,000 to win. That was just the difference in strength. But the problem was that absolute evil did not obey any logic. Moreover, this skill was similar to the skill that was demonstrated earlier. The first saint, Kang Mu Seok, decided to go on reconnaissance in order to strike and understand how the skill of absolute evil reacts. Besides, he understood that we were talking about an army of 200,000, and obviously even absolute evil would not be able to cope with it. Having unsheathed his sword of flame, the guy understood that nothing threatened him. He was armed with protective magic for all types of battles, so in this fight he should certainly win. But what a shock it was for the guy when literally within a second multiple attacks were directed at him in response. As it turned out, if an attack aimed at Mercury Strike couldn't destroy it, the skill responded with a serious counterattack, and with a 40% increase in damage. With the same success, Ju Hyuk killed several more opponents who were sending attacks at him. but Kang Mu-hwan continued to order him to block his blows at all costs. At this point, it was confirmed that his skill was also an ability to resist attacks. During the observation, they had to sacrifice warriors, but the absolute evil was still a human, so it was not able to repel the attacks of an army of 200,000, so they launched an all-out attack. One woman clearly saw something strange, because without a doubt this skill should consume mana. But no matter how large his mana reserve was, absolute evil had to somehow replenish it. But during this time, the absolute evil did not even drink a mana restoration potion. In fact, the reason was that all this time he was simultaneously earning points of absolute evil. In addition, he understood the full privileges of his Mercury Strike. Since it was closely intertwined with skills, he could clearly see who was making what attacks. In addition, there is the ability to not only reflect attacks, but also absorb damage in the form of mana, so its consumption is practically absent. In this situation, if the opponents were unable to repel Mercury Strike with a single attack, then it meant that Ju Hyuk was truly invincible, and many even began to doubt whether the absolute evil was a class that specialized in defense. At this moment, Kang Mu-hwan also realized that he had the option to absorb mana, and this was literally a person who was beyond common sense. However, he couldn't just abandon the players from 1st to 5th place like that. With such a skill, if their joint attacks suddenly failed and they couldn't break through this skill, it was quite possible that they would suffer serious damage or even death. Being cannon fodder is the fate of those who occupy the lower classes, but continuing to waste their strength here is also not the best option, so Kang Mu-hwan ordered to retreat a little first and continue later. Seeing the retreat, Serdian knew that their enemy was planning something. Ju Hyuk knew that they had most likely decided to wait until the Mercury Strike ended, and he realized that in that case, the best option would be to visit them himself. But Serdian was clearly panicking, not understanding why such risks were being taken. Ju Hyuk knew that if his enemies weren't going to come to him, then he wouldn't be too lazy to visit them himself. Besides, he decided to open his system since he had already collected a lot of absolute evil points, and he decided to try using his ultimate skill. Meanwhile, Onkoko Seisong was flying in the airspace near Darkhan. She was very worried because she had lingered, mocking the dead warrior, because the more she looked at him, the more the blood boiled in her veins, and she decided to splash out her anger. But she was afraid that Ju Hyuk would scold her for being late. The girl promised to give Coco a black eye and asked the bird to fly faster. She soon noticed that the guy had been below all this time, and this surprised her, because he had said that he would be on the fortress wall. So she decided to send him a whisper first. But before she could do anything, he activated the skill Asura's Heaven-Destroying Fist at that moment, and purple lightning erupted all around. Looking at such a strong skill, she couldn't even fully believe that this skill belonged to Ju Hyuk. In addition, she saw how the skies began to darken rapidly, and this was clearly some kind of skill that affected the weather. But as far as she knew, such a skill did not exist on Olympus in principle. The enemy troops also froze in shock, not understanding what was happening now. And Jang Hyun-suk also watched the recording, not understanding what kind of ability it was. But more importantly, the video was cluttered with noise. He couldn't broadcast live in that situation, and viewers were incredibly unhappy. At that moment, news spread that all video recording devices in Darkhan were temporarily out of order, and suddenly the guy realized that the problem was not his weak equipment. Even public channels were unable to record. It appears that it was impossible to film using a remote-controlled drone. All Jang Hyun-suk could do was connect directly and continue filming. But he didn't understand whether he would be able to return from Darkhan alive, and whether he would die if he found himself in the epicenter of the skill of absolute evil. At this time, the hero calmly walked past the enemy troops, who from such a flow of energy, immediately scattered in different directions. They were dying. It was not surprising. After all, in the game the skill belonged to the highest category, which can only be obtained at level 99. As far as the hero knew, this was the strongest wide-range skill that the absolute evil could master. Once activated, all the skills acquired by absolute evil would merge into one, and then a chain reaction would occur in all areas, including attack, defense, stats, and so on, resulting in the death of the enemy. Besides, Ju Hyuk understood that most likely, this skill would even be enough to gain recognition from his crazy teacher. One way or another, to put an end to this battle, it was necessary to go deeper inside and get to the management. After all the people from the top were simply hiding, using ordinary users as cannon fodder. He didn't have any personal grudges against the ordinary office workers, but he wanted to deal with everyone as quickly as possible, so he activated the skill of total destruction. As a result, the entire battlefield erupted in a huge lightning strike, for which the guy received a level increase. He was awarded a lot of experience points. Even Ju Hyuk himself didn't expect his skill to be so powerful. Even from his perspective, it was a bit too much. Kang Mu Huan clearly didn't panic, but ordered everyone to gather their thoughts and quickly figure out the current situation, as well as find healers and priest users as soon as possible. At this point, the director reported to the president that all 100,000 people had simply been killed in one blow. Kang Mu Huan was insane, but he understood that even if the absolute evil destroyed all the laws of common sense, it also had to have some kind of limit. In this situation, he had only one choice left. He asked the director of Blueheart to engage in battle with Ju Hyuk, to stall for a little time. The woman understood perfectly well that she, as the fifth in the top of the player's career, was being sent only to stall for time. But she believed that in the future, the Divine Union would fully repay her for this service. Kang Mu Huan promised that their ties with Ellen's alliance would become even stronger in the future, and the woman had no choice. So she prepared for battle. Knowing what Kang Mu Huan had already planned, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, she was just Ellen's director, and Kang Mu Huan was the president of Divine Star. If she was told to go, she had to obey. So standing in front of the absolute evil, she warned that she would not allow him to go any further. The hero was clearly not happy with this. He did not understand how such a weak opponent dared to stand in his way, but he immediately recognized Director Ellen, whom he had seen earlier, and did not expect that she herself would so easily go against him. Ju Hyuk decided to test her abilities once, but Se-song suddenly contacted him. Her undead scouts discovered something strange at the western gate. A conscription squad had suddenly begun to be brought in. At this time, the Imperial intelligence was already starting to get worried, because a player had appeared who had single-handedly captured Daron, and it was a level that was far superior to ordinary players. They were wondering if the current situation was the one where they needed to intervene. According to the protocol, there were 3 situations. The first was a class called Absolute Evil. It had power beyond their expectations. The second was the wanted criminal they were pursuing, Ramtadian. The player looked a little similar, but clearly only to NPCs and not to people, because for people the difference was immediately obvious. But suddenly, the man reported that it was a mistake. In the evening, the criminal himself surrendered to them exactly 8 hours ago. He was very scared that he was considered the absolute evil, although he was the most ordinary criminal. In the end, only the last third point remained. Kang Mu Huan of the Big Star Union rented Ramada, and some clearly did not expect that such a powerful weapon would be used during the war between the players. It was a direct order of His Imperial Majesty, so they could not speak on this matter. It seemed like the players had good diplomatic skills. Even though it was a third-class weapon, they still couldn't believe that the Imperial Majesty had given his written permission to use it. Many were curious about whether the Divine Star would be able to use Ramada effectively, but it was immediately obvious that they would not be able to unlock its true power. In case of emergency, no precise guidance was provided, so it is likely that they will only use half of the gun's original power. But this will be quite enough to destroy such a weak castle as Daran. After the fall, the feudal crystal will also be completely destroyed. Ju Hyuk immediately realized that there was a huge cannon there, and that he needed to go there. To do this, he needed to move quickly, but a 5th player blocked his way. He didn't know if he needed to deal with this woman before he left, but he knew for sure that Ellen was a place that required the same attention as the Divine Star. He also didn't like the fact that they called the video that was released the other day a lie. But for now, he simply activated the skill, heaven-spanning steps, and quickly fled away in order to reach the cannon that was the #1 threat. Because if this giant cannon was what he thought it was, then he had to deal with it first. Because he didn't know if Mercury's strike would be able to stop an attack from something like that. And the most important thing was that the effect of Mercury's strike was coming to an end, and Se-song also did not understand what they should do and what the enemies were going to do now. It was clear at first glance that this cannon had incredible power, so it was obvious that they had to block this attack at all costs. Besides, Se-song saw that Ju Hyuk was already on his way, but she couldn't stay away because she had to do something. She asked Coco to be ready and then began calling upon her death soldiers. Se-song knew very well that even if Ju Hyuk hurried, he wouldn't be able to stop the attack in time, so she summoned the most powerful undead creature in history that she owned. In addition, she also decided to raise her rank. In the end, she summoned the undead and raised her rank with the power of absolute necromancy. At this moment, Se-song received a notification that the mana consumption was currently happening too fast, causing the previously summoned undead to be recalled. Well, Se-song didn't care about that, because she wanted to show what she could do and get praise. All the undead except the snake began to call back. Player Ruin, who also became undead and went out of control, died. And finally her snake was able to activate its true skill. None of the warriors even managed to react to her appearance, as large-scale petrification magic was immediately activated on them. Se-song was happy that she had accomplished her task, but the problem was that she had fallen off Coco's back. The bird at this time was flying towards the girl in fear to save her. Coco was very panicked because she knew that if Si-song died, she would also meet her death at the hands of her master. Si-song knew that this was clearly not her plan. If she collapsed now, she would definitely die. However, she had proven useful. But what was her delight when she landed straight into the arms of Ju Hyuk, who praised her for her help. He was amazed that the girl used large-scale petrification, and he knew that her strength was probably at its limit, so he asked her how many more seconds she could maintain this skill. When he found out that she had 5 seconds left, he realized that this time was quite enough, so he put the girl in her place and moved on. Si-song continued to look at her hero with loving eyes, who not only saved her, but also praised her and hugged her. Si-song thought that this clearly showed that Ju Hyuk liked her, but Coco only cleverly looked away, because his opinion was clearly different. At this time, Ju Hyuk was running towards the cannon. Seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that it was the Empire's siege weapon. But he couldn't destroy Ramada with his own hands. Since then, he would definitely be in the Empire's crosshairs, so he decided to first destroy all the mages nearby. To do this, he decided to use 1,000 lightning strikes. In addition, due to the fact that Ju Hyuk already had a high enough level, his skill was able to increase repeatedly, which is why even the system itself congratulated him on reaching new heights. In the end, the mega-powerful 1,000 lightning strikes and mega-powerful 100 lightning strikes were combined against the opponents, and he created a high-class magic attack. He decided to combine both skills since they seemed to work well together, but he didn't expect that, in addition to directly enhancing the mind energy, there would also be an energy infection. In addition, he also received a message from Jang Hyun-seok, who was at the Eastern Fortress Wall at the time and was worried. Ju Hyuk needs to be brought back here as soon as possible. They say that Director Ellen is giving an urgent interview at the Eastern Gate. At this time, the woman understood that their weapon should have worked by now, and did not understand why Ramada's attack had not yet occurred. The woman explained to reporters that Absolute Evil was a notorious murderer. As soon as she approached him, he immediately ran away, which was not surprising given her level. But what a shock the woman was in when, after these words, she noticed the lightning-fast approach of Absolute Evil, and at the last second barely managed to escape. The woman was obviously worried because she clearly felt him approaching and barely dodged. Moreover, the guy only slightly touched her, but she had already suffered damage. After this, she ordered all journalists to leave and she took out her weapon. She understood that Ju Hyuk didn't even seem to attack her with his full strength, and so his true power must be truly great. Given the circumstances she observed, it seemed that the plan to use Ramada had failed. This meant that Grand Union President Kang Moo-hwan had moved on to the final plan. In that case, she had to complete her task and ordered Ju Hyuk to attack in order to buy some time. They clashed in battle, but the woman quickly lost, although she herself could not believe it because she was in the top 5 players, but she was killed with one blow. Ju Hyuk himself thought it was too mediocre for a player ranked 5th. Besides, Ju Hyuk knew that once a woman came out against him alone, her intentions were crystal clear. Activating the spiritual eye, he saw that a huge magical force was concentrated in the rear. After the failure with Ramada, it was time for the next secret plan, so he moved on. Ju Hyuk had already warned the knights that he was tracking down top players. If they didn't interfere with him, he wouldn't kill anyone. At that moment, the president realized that Ju Hyuk was within the spell's range, and the third-ranked Great Magician girl, who had already prepared a binding spell, reacted. She asked the president to trust them because they had never failed, and besides, she had 300 magicians. Kang Moo-hwan was curious about how long they could shackle Ju Hyuk, and the girl knew that even in the worst-case scenario, she could shackle him for a few seconds. All they had to do in that time was put the shackles on him, taking advantage of that golden time. Moreover, using her level calculation abilities, she could see that he was only at level 70. Her passive skill, 100% insight, didn't detect any cheating techniques, so success is very possible. She was surprised by the fact that his level was lower than she thought, but it was for the best, because all the facts showed that his extraordinary strength was achieved thanks to a special class and skills. She ended up activating the magic circle, and along with it, the binding spell was also activated. The girl knew that her magic circle would bind targets with a 100% probability if her intelligence stats were higher than her opponent's. And since he was level 70, it meant that his intelligence stats could not possibly be higher than hers. But what a shock it was when Ju Hyuk approached her just a second to find out if she was ready to suffer the failure. At this moment, the system reported to the girl that the enemy's intelligence characteristics were higher than Lemian's. In the end, her calculations were wrong. If it were a regular level 70 user, he would have to invest all of his stats into intelligence to even come close to Lamian's stats. But Ju Hyuk didn't even use the skills because his basic stats were too high. All characteristics had base values equal to 999 units, as well as additional improvements in characteristics thanks to the energy of the mind. Therefore, he could not be suppressed by Lamalad's intelligence in any way and was able to immediately apply a knockout blow. Kang Mu Huan simply thought that Zhu Hyuk was some kind of crazy person. Even if he was going beyond the bounds of common sense, this was clearly too much. During his entire time leading the Divine Star, he had encountered a monster like this twice, but after the Heavenly Emperor's karma, the same person appeared again. At this time, Kang Mu Huan continued to order everyone to attack Zhu Hyuk, and he was shocked that they were still attacking, but he could not do anything about it. And since the recharge time was about to end, he decided to finish it quickly. In the end, he used the skill of total destruction, and soon all the news feeds were full of news that the battle of 200,000 troops against one was defeated. After this loss, Kang Mu Huan was completely devastated, the complete destruction of top players and 200,000 army. Not only did they fail to recapture Daran, but the status of their nobility was also undermined. If this continues, the foundations of the Republic of Korea will be shaken. The good news was that there was no properly recorded video of him using this strange skill, so the public didn't know the full truth. Kang Mu Huan gave the order to start a war for public opinion, control all media, and change the direction of the news. History should say that their allied forces were not destroyed, but simply retreated. The brutal killer Absolute Evil declared war on the people. But at that moment, the excited director ran to the president and reported that a video of the fight with Absolute Evil had been uploaded to the internet. The video was uploaded to a private YouTube channel that has been gaining a lot of popularity lately, as it has been revealing all of the Ultimate Evil's actions without hesitation. At this point, it appears to be the only video of the battle with the Ultimate Evil. While all remote filming equipment was shut down due to an unknown phenomenon and other media outlets were conducting emergency interviews manually without filming, one person appeared to be filming on the battlefield or from the Darkhan Fortress wall with a handheld camera. Kang Mu Huan was curious about this private channel that was also posting videos as if it was a representative of Absolute Evil. This drove Kang Mu Huan crazy, and he ordered an immediate investigation of everything, from the identity of the channel owner to the location of Olympus. Once all the assistants left, Kang Mu Huan began to panic even more, as the Absolute Evil acted as if it had foreseen absolutely every step. If Kang Mu Huan knew his personal data, he would have immediately sentenced him to death. But the guy was hidden, and even with such power, he had not left any trace in reality until this day. A little later, Johan came to the hero with a statement that the Divine Life Union began tracking Jang Hyun-suk because of the video of the last battle posted on his channel. It seemed that assassins might be involved, so he assigned the mission of protecting Jang Hyun-suk to Johan, who was clearly grateful for the trust. The hero was very unhappy that these people had even managed to dig into the internet, and the situation was becoming even more dangerous than he thought. After which he decided to pay attention to his guest, who had taken so long to get to them from these parts. But Randall asked the hero not to apologize for such a greeting because they had not seen each other for a long time. This time, in his opinion, the hero managed to cause a serious mess. He explained that he had long wanted to make a deal with South Korea. The Republic of Korea had an excellent educational infrastructure and different requirements for nurturing talent. However, attempts to conclude a contract failed each time due to opposition from the South Korean Grand Union. The hero was curious as to why the unions were against it. Besides, this time he did not open an auction for the sale of the black stone. So it was interesting what brought Randall, because crossing the continent, a person had to spend a lot of money. He explained that by concluding a treaty with Korea, the price of stones from monsters would drop significantly, and as the price of stones fell, the profits of the Great Union would also decrease. As far as he knows, South Korea is a country without social classes, but large unions have proclaimed themselves to be the nobility and rule over the people. They deliberately prevent people from increasing their level of economic independence and focus only on their own enrichment. He honestly admitted that he hated such people in power. It seems that the Ultimate Evil does not pay attention to large alliances and completely ignores their strength. So Randall said that he would like to support Zhu Hyuk in this. The hero was amazed that Randall was offering him something like this without any conditions. But it became obvious that he wanted to make a deal with his country, and if he played big alliances, he could achieve his goals. But Zhu Hyuk had no reason to refuse, so he counted on Randall's help. As a result, their interests coincided, and now he will be able to get help even offline. Finally, the news hit the headlines that the Ultimate Evil had teamed up with a rich man in the Middle East, and the news turned the internet upside down. However, even at this point, the Absolute Evil's course of action was attracting attention. Few people really believed that the Absolute Evil could destroy all the national big unions until a single announcement was made a few days later. Therefore, Zhu Hyuk came to the elder to find out how he was doing, and whether he had managed to put his documents in order. Serdian, clearly sleep-deprived, smiled and informed the Lord that they had just managed to sort everything out. Ju Hyuk suggested that the man take a break, since he clearly looked unwell, but Serdian refused. After all, their goal was to do a huge job, to first leak a little information, and then expand people's emotions, gradually revealing more and more new facts. Of course, the other side will also try to create public opinion that criticizes the Lord. There are countermeasures regarding this nuance, so Serdian asked the Lord not to worry about it too much. At the time the news was published, Seiya was with Mariana and finally saw what had been uploaded. This time, the documents proving the Divine Star's illegal actions. As a result, 3 of Divine Star's atrocities were revealed. The first is the pension case. The fact is that the pensions paid to the players of the Empire were assigned through a separate fund. The second is the exploitation of subcontracted players during the Step Up quest. Subcontracted players were intentionally put in a situation where their characters would be deleted, and then the consolation money given to players whose characters were actually deleted was only 5 million won. People whose characters had been leveling up for over 20 years and were deleted were left with no choice but to find new jobs in real life. Third, the Beastmaster. It was recorded that 3.5 billion gold coins were paid to Beastmaster Eugenia, who was not on the Divine Star staff. It was confirmed that the gold coins came from the stolen pension and social budgets. Seiya was truly shocked that the Divine Star had laid her hand even on the retired one, but Saesong was more angry at the Beastmaster. Now that Seiya thought about it, the Beastmaster wasn't even a member of the Divine Star, and she didn't understand what that meant. Saesong didn't know either, but either way, she had disliked the girl from the start. Besides, Seiya heard that a lot of materials had been leaked online, but she never expected such a bomb to break out. As right as her brother was, she wasn't sure if he had done the right thing by posting such information or if she could help him in any way. But while others thought that Ju Hyuk was waiting for his next move, he was already in the process of capturing a new city, Port Marion. There was no particular change in the actions of the absolute evil. All it did was wage a feudal war against the Divine Star. There are about 360 fiefdoms concentrated in the hands of the Divine Star, and the absolute evil captured 1 or 2 enemy fiefdoms per day. And every time a new fief fell into his hands, Serdian immediately extracted the necessary information from the documents he received. Serdian was deliriously happy as he rummaged through the papers, because he understood that their enemies had so much data that they couldn't even manage it properly. It seemed that they themselves did not even know where the legal papers were kept and where they were not. Ju Hyuk was amazed by the elder's hard work, because the other day it seemed like he looked incredibly tired. But now, on the contrary, he was glowing with complete happiness, so he clearly understood that this elder was clearly a workaholic. In addition, Serdian asked the Lord to also drop by Nan for a while, as his subjects were eager to greet their Lord. In the end, Ju Hyuk awkwardly agreed and asked Serdian not to work too much and take a vacation if he needed to. At this time, Kang Moo-seok was with his grandfather and asked him not to worry. Despite the unprecedented nature of the current situation, he was sure that everything would be forgotten in time. In any case, the public is just dogs and pigs. If problems arise, you just need to cover them with others. Kang Moo-hwan sternly stated that this time they were facing a truly serious problem, and it was unlikely that the noise would truly die down over time. If we're talking about a problem that only happened once, Absolute Evil is a crazy villain who has his own grand plan. He has such enormous power that he can be called a one-man army. With this power, he continues to seize fiefdoms and get his hands on more and more data. In addition, more and more of these pig dogs fall under his influence and fall in love with him. This is literally the beginning of a livestock rebellion against their owners. The man tried to stop him with money, to bribe him, but the timing was unfortunate. Now he also had Randall on his side, who was a truly powerful ally. Therefore, Kang Moo-hwan had absolutely no idea what measures he should take. He understood that, first of all, they needed to put out the fire urgently, so he ordered his grandson to immediately gather all the directors. He had an important decision, and although this was only a temporary measure, it was necessary to take out the knife. The next day, news reached the Divine Star members like lightning, a restructuring. About 10,000 members of the Great Union were laid off under the pretext that the financial situation had begun to deteriorate. On the territory taken away where Absolute Evil stepped, black monsters of high complexity begin to appear. The profitability of hunting grounds is falling, at least these are the reasons that have been voiced. After reading this, Ju Hyuk didn't understand if they were really doing all this because of the black monsters. At that moment, Seiya happily ran into her brother's room. He ordered the girl to knock next time, but she did not listen to him at all because she had already thought of a way to help him. After all, she leveled up by completing quests for those sitting on holy thrones with other holy men. And this time, she finally reached level 70, and she had a purification skill that Ju Hyuk had never heard of before. As a result, very soon the seventh throne arrived in the Desert of Darkness and honestly admitted that he had not been here for a long time. She also noticed that there used to be a lot more people here, but since the black monsters appeared, it had become quite quiet. She urged people not to worry and then began to recite her spell using cleansing magic. Immediately after this, the black cow was purified and became normal, so she explained to the people that they could say goodbye to the black mobs that were difficult to resist. She was ready to cleanse all the polluted hunting grounds and asked that people turn to the seventh throne, the pure white wizard. Ju Hyuk finally understood what purification magic was and realized that his sister had decided to cleanse the hunting grounds that had been taken over by the ultimate evil. At this time, the president, having seen the news about the seventh throne, was indignant. Why is the girl interfering without asking and ruining everything? Moreover, she is not only cleaning their hunting grounds, but also wasting her energy on cleaning the hunting grounds captured by the absolute evil. Kang Mu-seok understood that it was likely that a lowly commoner had gained a bit of power and had become arrogant. In addition, the sons of the Heavenly King were supporting the purification, which might have something to do with the Holy Sea's quest. Kang Mu-seok suggested hiring secret assassins to the seventh throne, but Kang Mu-hwan knew that if they did it themselves, the sons of the Heavenly Throne would immediately figure them out. They even went so far as to carry out a large-scale restructuring due to the decline in profitability due to the black monsters. But in the current situation, this became a pointless step, and the image of absolute evil did not suffer at all. Moreover, if the fired users form their own team and go to the hunting grounds that are taken over by the absolute evil, and since the absolute evil does not charge them any fees for these hunting grounds, they will most likely settle there, thereby improving the image of the absolute evil. Kang Mu-seok suggested to his grandfather that they recruit the seventh Holy See into their ranks and take control of it, but Kang Mu-hwan knew that they had already discussed this. The status of the Holy Seas can change depending on the origin of the participants, so this point needs to be carefully considered. In addition, the seventh Holy See received the most useless, in its opinion, abilities. A little later, when Ju Hyuk joined the game, he met Mariana, who was very happy, and the hero immediately realized that good news had come to them. She explained that the public opinion of the ultimate evil on the internet had been improving lately, which made her very happy. Ju Hyuk could no longer believe it. She explained that since there were no more black mobs, which increased the number of people who were getting a stable income from free hunting grounds, they liked that they were getting much more than they would have if they were in a large alliance. Also, the ultimate evil, when it encountered the top players in Korea, quickly dealt with them, so people believed that it would soon defeat the Divine Star. Looking at such a cute Mariana, Ju Hyuk even thought that she was charming, but still explained that this was all the result of Serdian's work. The campaign to change public opinion was also slowly bearing fruit. After the success of the battle during the siege of the fortress, the number of players registering in Dear Han has increased significantly. 30,000 people have already registered. So if the current trend continues, the maximum capacity of 100,000 will soon be reached. Since they pay minimal taxes for using the territory, people realized that there really was corruption in Divine Star, and finally began to understand what was going on. The remaining task was to expand the territory, but the problem was that he could not take care of all the territories on his own. Even if he takes control of several fiefs, he will not be able to respond to calls for help in all territories at once if the Grand Union divides significant military formations and goes at the same time. In fact, some of the places he's swallowed up have been won back in his absence over the last few days. It would be great if the staffing issue could be sorted out. While Ju Hyuk stood there thinking about this idea, Se-song accidentally glanced at him and was truly amazed by the young man's beauty. The more she looked at him, the better he looked, and Serdian clearly understood that the Lord really liked this girl. But suddenly Markin appeared, excitedly explaining that something had appeared that the absolute evil definitely needed to see. He brought him the accounting book of the welfare fund. Ju Hyuk immediately realized that this was the same fund that had been embezzling Olympus's pension money, as evidence had been discovered the other day when Derhan had fallen. All the people involved had fled, and Markin decided to inspect the office to see if there was any useful data left. Among them he found a tablet, and realizing that there might be some data there that was not in the castle. But in it, he found that the head of the foundation was the fourth throne. He explained that he thought this was a very important entry. Ju Hyuk immediately recognized the nickname as said, and realized that this was definitely the one sitting on the holy throne. Both Serdian and Mariana were shocked by this news. Ju Hyuk explained that Seiya had shared their names with him earlier, so he knew for sure, the fourth throne, the necromancer named As It Is Said, Personal information is unknown, but it is said that she is a woman with whom Kang Mu-seok, the leader of the Divine Star and the Crimson Gladiator, who sits on the first throne, constantly have difficulty communicating. Seiya was shocked because she thought that the whole problem was the first throne, who was constantly doing strange things, and therefore was surprised that there was an even more destructive person. During this time, Serdian had already managed to analyze the data he had found and realized that there was clearly something here that should interest the Lord. Ju Hyuk immediately saw that these were records from the Foundation's founding moment, and at the time of its establishment, it seemed to have been created with the financial support of large unions like Divine Star. From here, traces of involvement in the personnel changes of the Divine Star Union can be found, and the name of Mr. Markin was also recorded. At this moment, Morgan finally felt the importance of the find and realized that the reason he was kicked out of Divine Star was because of the Welfare Foundation's influence. Markin was clearly indignant all this time, not realizing when he had crossed the Foundation's path, but now it didn't matter at all, because he was on the side of absolute evil. Ju Hyuk had always thought that the fund was created simply to steal pension money from Divine Star, but now it turns out that was not the case. This fund was created with funds from the Great Union and had a direct influence on its work, and the head of the fund was the one whom Kang Mu-seok considered a difficult person, although they were both sitting on holy thrones. At this point, Seiya joined the boy, wondering why he looked so thoughtful, and he explained that he had decided to think about something, after which he decided to ask the girl how her work as the Holy See was going. She happily reported that the cleanup work was going smoothly, and what's more, she had some mind-blowing news. She reminded him of the Beastmaster Yu Jin, whom they had discussed recently. Ju Hyuk didn't understand what news could be related to her, because he hadn't heard much about this girl recently. Seiya also reported that the Beastmaster was a student of the Fourth Throne, and then he realized, since there was a record that the Divine Star Union had supported the Beastmaster with more than 3 billion won, and now it turned out that the Beastmaster was a disciple of the head of the Foundation, the Fourth Throne. In the end, having collected all this information, Ju Hyuk was faced with the fact that he was putting together single pieces of a puzzle, and now an extremely interesting picture was emerging that could very well play into his hands. The character can be deleted, and there are people who start all over from level 1. As a subcontractor for the Divine Star, users ran into trouble while gathering information for the quest Step Forward when they encountered a special island that could delete characters without prior notice. The character you spent your entire life developing is deleted, and all equipment and items disappear. Everything starts over again, like a level 1 newbie without a penny in his pocket. It wasn't just one person who found themselves in this situation. Monsters with the special ability to delete a character, many users who sacrificed themselves to reveal these abilities, or people who even went to investigate the traps. The function of deleting players who have thus lost all their efforts on Olympus. At the moment, there were only 15 people officially. Such people have no chance to re-enter the academy or become independent. These people literally have nowhere to go on Olympus. The only place that accepted such people was Durkhan, and the absolute evil promised to support them. Many were shocked that the one who decided to help them was a small alliance, absolute evil. As a result, by registering as local residents of Derhan, they received support until they could achieve economic independence over the next 10 years. Absolute evil began to do what the Divine Star, which had left them, had not done. The man crying told how the absolute evil had promised them a livelihood and a future. It had given them not just support, but also hope. Seeing this, Jang Hyun-suk knew that Ju Hyuk was clearly doing a good thing, but some people were indignant, thinking that it was all thanks to Randall, or that this support would not last long, and Jang Hyun-suk was not surprised by this, because such public opinion made sense. But Ju Hyuk calmly explained that Captain Randall had nothing to do with it, and that everything could have been done solely through the taxes collected in Daran. He didn't know why the Divine Star couldn't or didn't provide such support. But currently, Derhan is able to provide such a level of support if he doesn't spend money on useless things. So obviously, there were too many thieves in this area in the past. Soon after this statement, as expected, people began to realize even more what the truth was. From opening up hunting grounds for free to supporting the fiefdom residents, no matter how much the Divine Star tried to belittle them, they couldn't say anything because Ju Hyuk was completely different. And the result of this was that the number of people gathered in Deer Khan now amounted to 1 million. People had no doubts. Would they be able to accept everyone as residents of the fief? Of course they couldn't, because the maximum capacity was only 100,000 people. The hero did not understand what they should do. Should they really send back about 900,000 people? But Serdian had already come up with a solution to this problem. Many have already heard that there were other cities that were also in the hands of the absolute evil. And in the end, They decided to go to that city and were even ready to stand up for its defense. After all, if they resisted the divine star, they would gain time for the arrival of their protector, absolute evil. Serdian explained that now it could finally be seen that people were willing to go to other fiefdoms that had been absorbed into the empire, and the problem would be solved. But Ju Hyuk was worried about Serdian's message that in that case, he would have to manage other fiefdoms at the same time too, but the man was ready to handle it. In the end, having gathered in this way, the inhabitants of the fief will serve as troops to defend the territory. Even if the allied forces of the Divine Union attack, they will at least be able to buy time until the arrival of the Overlord. Serdian calculated that in this way it would be possible to ensure the security and exploitation of about 10 fiefdoms. Based on what Serdian said, the problem of the lack of troops that had been troubling Ju Hyuk all this time had been resolved. Moreover, a mechanism for stable management of the 10 fiefs was even thought out. So, since Ju Hyuk had some free time, he decided to drop by Nan. As soon as he arrived, he was immediately met at the Heavenly Devil's stronghold by many people, as well as elders, who congratulated the Lord on his arrival. Ju Hyuk kept wondering why Serdian kept calling him to Anne, but he finally realized that the city had developed greatly during this time. At first he really thought it was an absurd idea, but at this rate, he knew he could soon achieve world domination. But suddenly the central altar reacted to his appearance, and as soon as he approached the fire, it flared up even brighter, checking the rights of the owner of the fief. He required the possession of at least 10 fiefs, and the minimum requirements had already been met. And so he was congratulated, because the conditions for the connecting quest were fulfilled. Finally, he received a new quest, the Great Overlord. If this is a link quest, then it is clearly a main scenario quest for the absolute evil class. Ju Hyuk understood that sooner or later he would fulfill his teacher's wish to conquer the world. He decided to see what kind of quest it was, and it was that Ju Hyuk needed to become the owner of 300 fiefs, get 3 million reputation, and also reach the bar of 3 million permanent residents of the fiefs in 60 days. Then Ju Hyuk remembered again that his teacher was indeed crazy because it was simply impossible to accomplish this in 60 days. After all, the Divine Star had achieved exactly the same result over the course of 150 years, and what the Great Union had achieved in 150 years, they were offered to do in just 60 days. But if he failed the quest, the penalty would definitely be huge, and he didn't even know if he would be able to keep the absolute evil class at all after such a failure. Besides, he didn't know if he could even complete such a main quest. Suddenly, the thought of Se Song came to his mind. At first, he didn't understand why he thought of her, but suddenly remembered that he couldn't have completed many quests without the help of this girl. After that, she also always tried to help him. In fact, even recently, during the siege of the fortress, he was able to win because Se Song did not allow the enemy to use siege weapons. Looking at the whole picture, one could admit that Se Song was indeed a very useful comrade. So he informed his elder that he was going back. Anyway, he's been doing pretty well so far, and maybe if there's a day in the future that he doesn't get to see, all of this won't be able to fix itself. So all he had to do was occupy 300 fiefs. From now on, he'll have to act a little faster because he only has 60 days left. At the same time, the president of the third largest guild was asking his comrades what they were doing. After all, during his vacation, he received a report about absolute evil, and he didn't understand. Has no one ever had close contact with absolute evil? He trusted them and took a year off. But now his disappointment knew no bounds, so he even returned earlier than planned. And so the employees all knew perfectly well that the current state of society was abnormal because someone had appeared who was trying to destroy this society. But he believed that this young guy was doing what he couldn't do in his youth and was doing great things. So from now on, they would actively support the absolute evil and act together. This was the policy of Chung Gong-jin, the president of NZ, the third largest big union in South Korea. But his staff thought it was too dangerous a decision. Although it may now seem that the ultimate evil is gaining strength, it is still untested. It is a sailboat that can fail at any moment. But Jong Gong-jin believed that even if it didn't pass the test, they had something they had to do first. Opening up freely, reforming the hunting grounds, that was something they hadn't been able to do before because they had been adjusting to the mood of the higher-ups all this time. And here's the problem with the black funds of the fiefs. The young man carries this entire burden on his shoulders and carries out his plan on his own. And in his eyes, he was not the absolute evil, but a hero. If they follow him and support his steps, if there are Randall's funds and their support, then he will be able to block the forces of the new nobility and create a better Republic of Korea. He explained that if they considered the absolute evil a sailboat, then he would become the captain of this sailboat. And he took full responsibility. So he promised that his employees would be completely safe, because now they, the older generation, must prepare to meet the new era. The events shift to Derhan, where Zhang Gongjin came to the ultimate evil and explained that if they mobilized all their forces, they would be able to protect about 50 fiefs. It was a great honor for Zhu Hyuk to collaborate with the third largest union. In the end, they joined in the declaration of support for the Grand Alliance of NZ, an alliance that had done more good deeds than other great alliances, had a good reputation, and was also the only Grand Alliance whose leader came from humble origins. Although he is different from the other representatives in that he previously criticized the misdeeds of the other great alliances and did not cooperate with them, he is achievable to the core, so Zhu Hyuk could not trust him 100%. However, he was now in a situation where he needed to capture 300 fiefs in 60 days, and so he needed to think about supporting military forces. In addition, the man brought his granddaughter with him and decided to introduce her to the absolute evil. He explained that this girl would be extremely useful to the man in his business. Finally, the girl took off the robe covering her face and greeted the absolute evil. She explained that she had long noticed the steps of the absolute evil, but she had not had the opportunity to enter the scene of active action. However, from now on, she would actively support the ultimate evil. Her name was Warp Master, or Li Ju Ran, and she was counting on being useful to the ultimate evil. Zhu Hyuk was really shocked to see Li Ju Ran here. He also didn't know that she was Zhang Gunjin's granddaughter. Li Ju Ran was a non-combat player of the hidden class, and although she was not in the top, she had her own reputation. She plays by using the warp rather than fighting. This player, doing good deeds, opens portals for free for those in need. For example, she helps injured players or NPCs, lost or isolated merchants, and the like. The limits of the warp magic she used had not yet been fully revealed, so Li Ju Ran believed that her abilities would be of great benefit to the ultimate evil. In addition, it is known on the Korean continent that there is no place she cannot move to. Zhu Hyuk knew that Li Ju Ran, and also known for her modesty and willingness to help players, he could not even imagine that such a person would be a member of the Grand Union. In any case, everything worked out for the best, so Zhu Hyuk greeted the girl and explained that she could call him by his nickname, Arthur. Thanks to Yonggun Jin and Li Ju Ran, it would be easier for him to carry out his plan, and Yonggun Jin was really curious to know what he was aiming for. The man then said that he needed to capture 300 fiefs in 60 days, but to the two this seemed like an unattainable goal. On the same day, the support of the Great Union for the Absolute Evil was announced. This is an unprecedented situation where the Great Union, which ranks third in business circles, officially united with the Absolute Evil. Public opinion began to slowly turn its gaze towards the Absolute Evil, and Zhu Hyuk realized that it was time for them to take more decisive action, because from now on, he intended to seize 300 fiefs in 60 days. The fiefdom he will visit first is the Taurus Fortress. Taurus Fortress currently belongs to Divine Star. In addition, the 5th-tier dragon magical weapon, which works with the water element, is guarded there. This technology was purchased from the Empire. Zhu Hyuk's plan was to strike at Taurus Fortress first. They will go on an expedition together to make it easier to get there. Serdian was surprised that the Overlord decided to leave right now, but Sisong was more worried about Li Ju Ran, because she was incredibly beautiful, and she also looked incredibly competent and mature. Sisong was worried that this girl might become an indispensable assistant for Zhu Hyuk, and Sisong would fade into the background. Zhu Hyuk also noticed the girl's anxiety. He did not understand what was bothering her so much. He thought that perhaps Sisong thought that Taurus Fortress was stronger than what Zhu Hyuk could overcome. He stroked her head and calmed her down, explaining that he was much stronger, and Sisong asked the Overlord to be careful and promised that during this time she would work hard to improve her level. Finally, Zhu Hyuk and Li Ju Ran teleported, and Serdian asked the girl out loud if she really liked the Lord that much. She was ashamed to admit it, so she only explained to the man that she was worried about something completely different. The Great Mage was already near the fortress, preparing for defense, and all preparations for this moment had already been completed. The girl really wanted to take revenge on the Absolute Evil, who was just a low-born guy who dared to humiliate her like that. She was ashamed that everyone saw her failure, so she ordered her mages to prepare mana supplies and all troops for this battle. The president of the Divine Star had also aided her in her revenge and had given her the support of as many mages as she needed, so they simply could not afford to lose this time. As a result, they activated the 5th-tier dragon weapon, finally located the player. Once the target was confirmed, they were ready to launch an attack. Zhu Hyuk, having analyzed the territory, immediately teleported back to Li Ju Ran. He was very grateful, because it would have taken him a long time to get here alone, and their cooperation made his journey much easier. Now he could move to wherever he wanted at any time, so he thought that she had really incredibly useful abilities. Moreover, he initially expected that at least mines would be laid in this place, like in the valley. But surprisingly, the enemies had not prepared anything like that. All he saw with the spiritual eye were just streams of mana. It seemed like they relied entirely on the dragon, since all the magical powers were concentrated in this weapon. At this moment, the girl began to concentrate the first attack on her target. The current strike setting was supposed to be lethal because she wanted to first bring Ju Hyuk to a half-dead state, and then shackle him and make him her slave for the rest of his life. The weapon warned that there was a possibility that the target would be killed due to the excessive amount of magical power currently being supplied, but it didn't care and opened fire. Everyone thought that Ju Hyuk was finished, but he had a completely different opinion. He took out his special item, with which he was able to completely block this attack. More precisely, it was not blocked. The attack stopped in its tracks. Ju Hyuk calmly explained that this weapon from the title should be absolutely scary, but in reality, it turned out to be a dud, and therefore he suggested that they quickly do something with the weapon that stopped working. If not, then he will show them real fear. To repel this attack, he used the Eye of Herakth, one of the 3 rewards he received after defeating Herakth. The slime and tears have the effect of temporarily increasing the user's level, while the eye has a completely different effect that allows the player to directly use one of the abilities, albeit briefly. Garakt's ability Petrification is a freezing of the target's mana flow, and combined with Ju Hyuk's skill Spiritual Eye that controlled the flow of mana, he was able to completely stop the attack. He expected nothing less from this eye, since it had previously been able to freeze his 100 lightning strikes. Moreover, he was good at blocking not only living beings but also material objects. He could even petrify magic bullets consisting of magical energy. The sorceress was horrified that all the flows of magical energy instantly stopped and did not understand what it was. The remaining time of Garakt's eye was 50 seconds, and the boy realized that the magic bullets must have been really strong. But he believed that this time would be quite enough for him, so he rushed into the attack. The military leaders immediately figured out the enemy's plan and gave orders to all the defenders of the fortress to prepare to defend the main gate, since the enemy could attack at any moment. Having carefully studied the features of the Taurus fortress, Ju Hyuk noted its main advantage, the only entrance and a narrow road that led to massive fortified walls. Having to break through only one door to enter the fortress made the attacker's job much easier, so Ju Hyuk took this feature as an added advantage. With the ability to concentrate all of his destructive power on one point instead of distributing the energy over a large area, the warrior directed a powerful, focused strike straight into the center of the wall. Jang Hyun-suk watched the events, believing that the absolute evil would spend a lot of time and effort to overcome Taurus's defense. Once inside the fortress, Ju Hyuk immediately began searching for the source of power that provided magical energy to all the defenders of the Dragon organization. The defenders were nowhere to be seen on the fortress walls, and the attacker had a strong feeling that the opponents were preparing some special defensive tactics. Suddenly, one of the 3 strongest players in Korea appeared, accompanied by a group of mages, causing Ju Hyuk to recall his encounter with Lamiana during the Battle of Durkhan. As he thought about the situation, Ju Hyuk recalled an important detail. Lamiana acted independently of large organizations, meaning she definitely supported the Divine Star. Deciding to test his opponent's reaction, Ju Hyuk deliberately pretended not to recognize the girl he had met earlier in the important battle for Durkhan. This behavior caused a real storm of indignation in the girl, who immediately began to shower Ju Hyuk with angry insults for the disrespect shown to her person. The girl's arrogant behavior, reminiscent of the manners of a noble person, puzzled Ju Hyuk because she was not even a member of the Great Union and publicly called him a stray dog. The opponent continued to furiously shout insults, emphasizing Ju Hyuk's low origins and calling his behavior typical of a homeless dog. Approaching his angry rival, Ju Hyuk calmly asked if she wanted to experience the force of the blow from the one she called a stray dog. The warrior delivered a precise knockout blow, deliberately reducing its destructive power so as not to cause fatal harm to his opponent on live television. Viewers of the live broadcast watched in amazement as the girl managed to withstand the powerful blow, assuming that she had used many protective spells in advance. The attack sent the girl into a state of uncontrollable rage, and she began loudly reminding Ju Hyuk of his low position in society. Carefully observing Lamiana's behavior and words, Ju Hyuk noted the typical character traits inherent in all representatives of the new nobility. Having achieved his goal of throwing his opponent off balance, Ju Hyuk prepared to teach his impudent rival a serious lesson about the consequences of rash actions. Lamiana firmly believed that a person of low birth should always remember his place in society and never try to appear to be someone important. After ordering her mages to prepare for an all-out attack, Lamiana activated a special skill called Limited Bloodburst. Carefully analyzing the opponent's actions, Ju Hyuk noticed unusual details in the use of the ultimate skill. It seemed that it was not just about using someone else's mana. Unexpectedly for everyone present, one of the magicians suddenly fell to his knees from exhaustion, and after him the others began to lose strength. Jang Hyun-suk, who was watching the battle, urgently contacted Ju-hyuk and told him about Lamiana's special skill, which not only took away mana, but also deleted characters. Information about a dangerous skill that was activated randomly and had already killed many players was transmitted by a representative of the magical community who risked his life. Ju-hyuk received an important instruction to immediately inform the players who suffered from the deletion about the possibility of receiving help from a special organization. Magical energy suddenly engulfed Ju-hyuk himself. The system warned about external influence on the body, and the indicator showed a rapid decrease in health. The triumphant Lamiana maliciously reminded her opponent of his lowly origins, declaring that now, after activating the special skill, victory would certainly remain hers. The girl smugly noted that the Absolute Evil's attempt to provoke her had led to the enemy's loss of vigilance, and promised to show the commoners their true place. The arrogant Lamiana considered it entirely justified to sacrifice a few insignificant assistants in order to achieve a significant victory over a serious opponent. Remaining remarkably calm, Ju-hyuk asked his opponent if it was really necessary to use the secret skill that killed allies to defeat him. Giving a short command to gather all the surrounding magical energy, Ju-hyuk used his own power to completely dispel the hostile spell. The enemy's incredible ability to instantly neutralize her most powerful skill left Lamiana in a state of genuine shock and confusion. The girl was especially struck by the enemy's knowledge of the skill's character-deleting effect, although she herself saw nothing wrong with destroying commoners. Ju-hyuk began to deliver a series of lightning-fast strikes, which left his opponent completely confused. She could not believe such power after her successful attack. Having removed Mercury's protective cloud, the warrior absorbed the enemy magic directed against him and finally neutralized the impact of external energy on his body. While examining the defeated Lamiana, Ju-hyuk recognized that she had a powerful secret spell, which explained her high ranking with ordinary base stats. Thanks to the live broadcast of the battle, the public received irrefutable evidence of the true attitude of the elite players and the new nobility towards the common people. Having successfully captured the Taurus fortress, the winner gained access to a new territory called the Taurus Field, which was under the jurisdiction of the fortress. History showed that no one had managed to capture Taurus in the last 200 years, so taking the fortress opened access to a hidden reward. The territory was especially valuable due to the presence of rare blue non-player characters, which significantly increased the profitability of developing the Taurus Field. Proper use of the new field's capabilities could provide significant assistance in the effective management of the recently captured Taurus fortress. Lee Ju-ran, who arrived with Rufendal, witnessed the moment when the loyal servant congratulated his master on his victory and showed off the awards he had collected. Watching Rufendal's joyful communication with the Absolute Evil, the girl honestly admitted her previous doubts about the possibility of capturing the fortress. Previously, the task of capturing the impregnable Taurus and revealing the true nature of the new nobility seemed almost impossible to Lee Ju-ran. Watching the live broadcast of the battle, which captured the successful completion of a difficult task, made an indelible impression on the girl. Particularly important was the recorded moment with an angry Lamiana revealing her true face and causing deep disappointment among ordinary people. Realizing the error of her previous doubts, Lee Ju-ran made a firm decision to fully trust the ultimate evil and provide all-round support. Noticing the lady's thoughtfulness, the insightful Rufendal guessed the reason for her thoughts and reminded her of the incredible strength of his master. The faithful servant assumed that the girl was still under the impression of the successful implementation of the grandiose plans of the Absolute Evil. Despite the girl's attempts to deny the obvious, Rufendal gently admitted to some embarrassment, since he constantly observed such impressive events. The important conversation was interrupted by Rufendal's urgent duties, which required him to urgently deal with the many accumulated matters of managing the fortress. After closely observing Ju-hyuk's actions and achievements, Lee Ju-ran came to the firm conclusion that only the word great was worthy of describing his personality. The meticulous planning and flawless execution of all previous operations convincingly demonstrated Ju-hyuk's outstanding talent as a strategist and professional gambler. Rufendal, who had unexpectedly returned, resolutely reminded the girl of his special status as the main pet, warning her against any attempts to take his place. Puzzled by Rufendal's strange behavior, the girl did not tell the approaching hero about the unusual conversation, leaving the reasons for her thoughtfulness unexplained. The blue deer found in the Taurus Field were of particular value, as they had previously been found only in the inaccessible Kogonus Mountains. The blue fur obtained after defeating the deer had a unique combination of excellent thermal insulation properties with the surprising lightness of the material. The versatility of blue fur in creating warm, thin clothing and producing high-quality insulating materials has made it a real dream for industrialists. The news of his brother's discovery of the habitat of the blue deer gave Seiya confidence that he would soon become an incredibly rich man. The experienced Ju Hyuk understood the need to keep his true identity a secret, as he did not yet feel strong enough to openly confront the major alliances. The sister admired her brother's unique ability to monopolize the hunting grounds due to their location behind the impregnable walls of the Taurus fortress. The wise Ju Hyuk rejected the idea of monopolizing hunting grounds, not wanting to be like the large unions in their desire for total control of resources. A well-thought-out system of making a profit involved collecting taxes on the trade and equipment and supplies needed by hunters to pass through the fortress. The sensible hero understood that the mass production of blue fur would inevitably lead to a significant drop in market prices for this valuable resource. Access to the hunting grounds was planned to be limited to the fulfillment of certain conditions, including passing the dragon's test upon entering the fortress. Turning to his sister, Ju Hyuk asked her to closely monitor the developments around the new territory and the Taurus fortress. Gradually, the road leading to the main gate of the Taurus fortress began to fill with a stream of arriving travelers and new settlers. Old-timers were surprised to note the unprecedented number of users trying to get into the once hard-to-reach Taurus fortress. The many hunters who had arrived, attracted by rumors about the Taurus field, began to unite into groups to increase the effectiveness of the upcoming hunt. A sudden attack by a magical weapon instantly destroyed one of the travelers, demonstrating the seriousness of the new territory's security system. The fortress's combat system ceased operation in sniper mode after the destruction of the only detected hostile target among the arriving travelers. The guards loudly announced an important rule. Free passage is allowed only to registered residents of the territory of absolute evil. Enemies will be destroyed without warning. Serdian praised the effectiveness of the defensive weapons and noted the success of hiring an experienced mage to manage the system for 3 times the average market price. Ju Hyuk expressed concern about possible public discontent with their pricing policy, which could upset the existing economic balance. The experienced Serdian foresaw temporary market confusion, but believed in a natural stabilization of prices due to the increased supply of blue fur. An important event was the mass desire of players to register as residents of the territories of absolute evil, significantly increasing the population of the lands controlled by Ju Hyuk. Seeing the growing flow of people wishing to become residents of the fiefs, Serdian considered the current moment ideal for the implementation of the planned plan. The ruler's careful preparation for the upcoming events was fully completed, allowing the next stage of the territory's development to begin. Understanding the scale of the goal of creating a domain of 300 fiefs with a population of 3 million, the ruler decided to begin implementing the planned project. Vigilant knights in black armor prepared to defend the fortress, sensing the approach of a huge unknown monster to the borders of the territory. Thoughtfully looking at the last remaining black stone, Ju Hyuk had already precisely determined the future fate of this valuable item. The unexpected conversation initiated by Ju Hyuk surprised Randall, since they had indeed not been in direct contact for a long time. Events after the fall of the Taurus fortress developed rapidly. The destruction of enemy mages confirmed their belonging to the forces of the Divine Star. The discovery of the Taurus field brought not only new territories, but also the possibility of large-scale expansion of possessions with the availability of 1 trillion gold coins. Faced with the need for a large financial investment, Ju Hyuk immediately arranged an important meeting with the influential Randall. Showing a genuine interest in the activities of the absolute evil, Randall immediately responded to the unexpected invitation to a personal meeting. Randall's long absence from the continent was explained by his passion for new projects in other lands of the game world. The leisurely, luxurious life in the acquired estates on the continents of Centene and Luna did not prevent Randall from guessing the importance of the upcoming conversation. Showing some excitement, Ju Hyuk handed over a precious black stone to his interlocutor, offering to make a profitable trade deal. Randall was surprised by Ju Hyuk's unexpected decision to sell the valuable item directly, bypassing the traditional open auction system. Explaining his decision, Ju Hyuk emphasized the special partnership that gave Randall the privileged right of first purchase of the valuable artifact. Realizing the value of the last black stone, the hero understood that Randall was the only worthy buyer of this unique item. The coincidence of needs turned out to be surprising. Randall was just looking for a black stone to develop his business in Africa when he received an unexpected offer. Showing his sincerity in return, Randall immediately called over his assistant with a bag of money, appreciating Ju Hyuk's attentive attitude towards partnership relations. The deal's value exceeded the previous one by 5 trillion gold coins, reaching an impressive 55 trillion. Leaving the meeting with a satisfied smile, the generous Randall added a 5 trillion tip and offered financial support to Ju Hyuk at any time. Reflecting on his partner's incredible generosity, Ju Hyuk realized the enormous difference between their financial means and lifestyles. The successful completion of the transaction provided sufficient funds to implement the planned development plan for the area. The system immediately offered the owner of the fortress to invest the 55 trillion gold coins he had received into expanding Taurus. Despite the ease of obtaining a huge amount of money, Joo-hyuk experienced genuine pain when he had to spend the money he earned on development. Following an intuitive understanding of the game mechanics, the hero headed to the bank to open up new territory, assuming that such actions would strengthen the position of absolute evil. The system responded instantly to the confirmation of the transaction, recording the receipt of an impressive amount, exceeding 50 trillion gold coins. Fulfilling all the hidden conditions resulted in the unexpected transformation of the ordinary Taurus fortress into the majestic Great Taurus Fortress. The updated Great Fortress Taurus has received additional reinforcements in the form of 2 magical dragons, intended exclusively for the protection of the fortifications. The system has activated the special quest Great Lord, confirming the successful completion of all hidden conditions to receive additional rewards. The final reward for successfully transforming the fortress was the discovery of the mysterious hidden dungeon of Taurus, which holds undiscovered treasures. Early explorers of the Taurus field discovered a rich diversity of inhabitants other than blue deer, which greatly increased the profitability of the area. Recent media reports of overcrowding in the hunting grounds confirmed the Absolute Evil's foresight in preparing for a massive expansion. The sudden appearance of the Absolute Evil caused an immediate reaction from the hunters, who hastened to gather around him to greet the Overlord. The sudden appearance of the Absolute Evil caused an immediate reaction from the hunters, who hastened to gather around him to greet the Overlord. Feeling uneasy from the excessive attention, Joo-hyuk asked Lee Ju-ran to teleport him closer to the location of the final reward. The attentive Rufendal quickly got his bearings, determining their current position according to the markings on the recently appeared map. The newly discovered Taurus dungeon has already attracted the attention of other players, who are surprised by the presence of competitors in the newly opened location. A guy talking nearby enthusiastically explained to the girl the principles of real business, urging her to trust his experience and knowledge. Suddenly noticing the approach of Absolute Evil, the interlocutor interrupted the conversation and hastened to express a joyful greeting to the important guest. Joo-hyuk and Se-song simultaneously recognized the speaker as the leader of the United Contractors, and the girl remembered his recent attempt to get her number. In a calm tone, Joo-hyuk explained the situation with activating the dungeon through the Lord Privilege, noting the other person's resourcefulness in finding the exit. The self-confident head of the contractors insisted on his priority right to explore the dungeon, citing his reputation as a just absolute evil. Suspecting an attempt at deception, Joo-hyuk did not have time to react when Se-song, having guessed the insolent man's intentions, summoned a monster and immediately destroyed the enemy. The subsequent resurrection of the impudent man and the forced squats to death made Joo-hyuk awkwardly leave, realizing the special nature of Se-song's acquaintance with this man. The gaming community began to actively discuss rumors about a romantic relationship between the Absolute Evil and the powerful necromancer accompanying him. Kang Moo-seok, who discovered this information, took the news as a favorable development, counting on the help of his confident friend. The haughty girl spoke dismissively of the supposed low demands of the Absolute Evil's village origins, reminding her companion of the promised reward. The interlocutor tried to warn the girl against excessive self-confidence, understanding the danger of underestimating the opponent in the current situation. Confident in her abilities, the beauty calmly reminded her of the sad fate of all the arrogant men she had met along the way. The experienced seductress explained her confidence with a simple observation: attractive men always strive to get the most beautiful women. Anticipating an interesting entertainment, the girl expressed a special interest in the upcoming acquaintance with the mysterious Absolute Evil. Kang Moo-seok's internal conflict was intensified by the realization that the tactics he had chosen were unsightly, but the growing crisis of the Divine Star demanded decisive action. Discussing effective methods of discrediting an enemy, the conspirators considered a love scandal to be the ideal tool for undermining the reputation of a rising star. Understanding the vulnerability of any high position strengthened their confidence that strength alone was not enough to maintain the heights achieved. The conspirators particularly emphasized the vulnerability of a man of humble origin, who suddenly rose to unprecedented heights of social status. Exploring the first floor of the dungeon put the hero in front of a difficult choice between many mysterious doors, each of which could hide the unknown. The unusual mechanics of the open dungeon made Joo-hyuk slightly uneasy, as choosing the right door seemed to depend solely on the player's luck. Carefully analyzing the situation, the hero clearly realized the problematic nature of the mechanics, based primarily on the luck indicator. A deep understanding of the game mechanics suggested that the choice of the correct door was determined randomly according to the value of the luck characteristic. Joo-hyuk's disappointment was further heightened by the realization that the dungeon, which cost him 55 trillion gold coins to access, was strange. The observant Se-song immediately noticed her companion's uneasiness caused by his critically low luck stat. The girl confidently offered her help, mentioning her own impressive luck rating of 48 stat points. Surprised by the unusually high value of the characteristic, Ju-hyuk inquired about the method of achieving such an impressive result. The girl's calm answer about the purposeful development of this skill raised additional questions from the interested interlocutor. The heroine's unusual decision to invest non-refundable characteristic points into a parameter that was non-standard for her class was explained by simple curiosity. The experienced player understood that such a distribution of characteristics contradicted the generally accepted strategy for developing Mariana's class. The unexpected benefit of a high luck stat in the current situation made the hero reevaluate the unusual choice of his companion. Activating the special skills greatly increased the girl's luck stat to 77 points, surprising Ju-hyuk with the unexpected effect of his enhancements. The responsibility of the moment filled Se-song with a special excitement, as for the first time in a long time, Ju-hyuk completely trusted her abilities. The desire to justify the trust placed in her and earn the praise of her mentor gave the girl additional determination in completing an important task. Mariana's incredibly high luck score allowed her to accurately identify the correct door, which immediately swung open for the researchers. The news of Randall's unexpected arrival in South Korea greatly disturbed Kang Moo-hwan, who considered the timing of his appearance to be extremely unfortunate. Assistants suggested a possible secret meeting between an influential guest and the mysterious absolute evil on the country's territory. Despite offers from other alliances to keep Randall's entourage under surveillance, the cautious Kang Moo-hwan rejected the risky idea of surveillance. The thoughtful Kang Moo-hwan proposed an alternative solution in the form of a formal request for security for the influential foreign guest. The leader carefully analyzed the increasingly complicated situation where the existing problems with absolute evil were compounded by the unexpected appearance of Randall. Thoughts about the reasons for Randall's personal visit, not satisfied with the agreement on Olympia, were interrupted by an important message from Karma with new instructions. Following the instructions received, Kang Moo-hwan ordered the organization of unofficial security through the Blue House and cooperation with the police to control movements. The quick obedience to the orders of the Sons of the Heavenly Ruler showed that even the mighty Karma was showing serious concern regarding Randall's visit. Understanding diplomatic obligations required the South Korean government to ensure the safety of the high-ranking guest, something Randall himself was well aware of. In parallel with the main events, preparations were underway for the acquisition of a radio broadcasting station, the completion of which the butler reported to his master. Pleased with the fulfillment of his long-held desire to visit South Korea, Randall received official notice from the Blue House of the provision of government protection. While aware of the difficulty of refusing official protection, the influential guest was more concerned about the short-sightedness he had noticed in Korean society. Choosing his words carefully, the butler suggested that higher powers had deliberately created an environment that limited long-term development prospects. Randall's interest in Korea's progressive educational system was coupled with a reluctance to delve into the problematic aspects of local society. Personal acquaintance with the situation strengthened the influential guest's confidence in the need for serious changes under the leadership of the mysterious absolute evil. Having reached the second floor of the dungeon, the researchers found themselves in a space that created the deceptive impression of going beyond the underground territory. A careful analysis of the surrounding area allowed Ju-hyuk to notice the structural similarity of the territory with the already familiar Taurus field. While pondering the peculiarities of the $55 trillion dungeon, the hero suggested its possible connection to the main scenario of the absolute evil. The lack of prior information about the area prompted the group to continue their exploration, closely studying the surrounding area for a better understanding. An unexpected earthquake disrupted the calm flow of exploration, forcing the travelers to be wary and prepare for possible danger. The alarmed explorers noticed the approach of a huge army, whose appearance instantly changed the atmosphere of calm exploration of the territory. Taking a professional interest in the unusual phenomenon, Ju-hyuk activated his spiritual vision ability to analyze the situation in detail. The information received caused the hero to immediately contact Se-song with instructions to prepare the summoning of a powerful snake for the upcoming battle. Clear instructions instructed the companion to act immediately after the signal to activate the space of encouragement of evil, avoiding any interference. The hero's spiritual perception recorded unprecedentedly powerful flows of magical energy, surpassing all previously encountered manifestations of mana. The uniqueness of the situation was emphasized by the unprecedented concentration of energy formed by the fusion of many less powerful sources. Understanding the danger of air attacks from a strong enemy, Ju-hyuk focused on preparing for the inevitable clash with the approaching threat. The approach of the cavalry, surrounded by a powerful aura of pressure, indicated the appearance of a serious enemy that required maximum concentration of forces. Ready for an immediate start to the battle, Ju-hyuk carefully watched the actions of the approaching cavalry, assessing possible developments. An unexpected turn of events occurred at the moment the cavalry stopped, when instead of attacking, the warriors gave a solemn greeting to the Lord. The tense anticipation turned to surprise as the cavalry leader dismounted and knelt, initiating a systemic check of Lord Taurus's status. The rapid development of events and the unexpected subordination of the cavalry caused genuine surprise in Ju Hyuk, who was closely observing what was happening. Even Saesong and Rufendal, who were used to unusual events, were surprised by the unexpected turn of events, realizing the special significance of the appearance of the cavalry. The cavalry commander's sudden warning of the need for immediate action interrupted the moment of general surprise at what was happening. The alarming message about the approach of a monster of incredible power made everyone present instantly focus on the impending danger. The mention of a legendary monster, known only from ancient records of the Imperial Library, emphasized the exceptional nature of the event. The sudden attack, which instantly destroyed the defenseless Rufendal, was the first sign of the approach of an unprecedented threat. Ju Hyuk, who instantly reacted to the death of his satellite, quickly determined the direction of the attack, looking attentively into the dark sky. The rapid change in the surrounding space was accompanied by an ominous darkening of the sky and the appearance of a threatening black sun. The majestic appearance of the ancient demon dragon, showing its readiness to attack, left a lasting impression on everyone present. The system's historical background reported the existence of the ancient Balrog exclusively within the borders of the Urfis Empire, where its appearance always brought great destruction. The system notification about the appearance of the legendary Balrog caused Mariana to be genuinely delighted by the grandeur of the powerful monster's presentation. Ju Hyuk's professional interest was aroused by the fact that Balrog unexpectedly appeared here, after 200 years of absence of any information. Attentive observers noted the rapid increase in the scale of events that accompanied each new step of the legendary hero. An attempt to perform a standard check on the enemy ended in failure, which testified to the exceptional nature of the creature that had appeared. The monster's unusual abilities, which made it difficult to track its movements even with the help of the spiritual eye, confirmed the exceptional danger of the enemy. Comparing the upcoming battle with his previous experience of fighting against 200 users, Ju Hyuk realized that he needed to seriously prepare for the confrontation. The unexpected appeal of the kneeling cavalry to the Lord contained an insistent request for an immediate retreat from the battlefield. An important warning revealed the danger of the fief's location being discovered by the Balrog if the Overlord's presence continued in the territory. A practical approach to the situation prompted Ju Hyuk to discuss with Lee Ju-ran the possibility of immediate relocation and the details of the subsequent plan of action. An organized retreat of the entire group, accompanied by cavalry, was carried out through the airspace towards a safe fief. The attentive Mariana noted the creation of a powerful defensive barrier formed by the combination of the cavalry's magical powers and Ju Hyuk's abilities. The final order from the cavalry commander about the proximity of the castle was accompanied by an order to maintain maximum speed of movement to the final destination. A careful analysis of the dungeon's features allowed Ju Hyuk to discover several important patterns in the organization of the space. The first feature was a powerful Balrog, who purposefully pursued the cavalry to discover the location of the main fief. The second key feature was the ability of cavalry to create incredible destructive force through a special battle formation. The unexpected attack of the Balrog that appeared turned out to be ineffective thanks to the reliable protective armor of the hero, who was carefully watching the enemy. Calmly giving the order for the cavalry to continue moving, Ju Hyuk understood the need for a deep defense in the castle to withstand the enemy's powerful attacks. Arriving at the Taurus fortress confirmed the hero's initial assumptions about the mirror reflection of a familiar fiefdom in the underground space. A distinctive feature of the new fortress was its isolated location in the middle of the endless desert instead of the usual placement in a canyon. An important discovery for the hero was the confirmation of the fiefdom status of the new territory and recognition of him as the legal owner of these lands. Confident in his abilities, Ju Hyuk sent the cavalry into the safety of the castle, leaving the further confrontation to himself. A short trip to Lee Ju-ran allowed the hero to be convinced of his assistant's readiness to implement a carefully thought-out plan of action. Activating the ability, Steps That Conquer the Sky, instantly transported both riders to the immediate vicinity of the protected castle. After expressing his gratitude to Lee Ju-ran for her excellent work, the caring hero offered the girl to hide behind him for guaranteed protection. A careful glance down revealed a picture of anxious knights doubting the ability of a lone warrior to defend the fortress from a powerful enemy. Ju Hyuk's confidence was based on his clear sense of Balrog's mana flow and the presence of several well-thought-out strategies to counter the powerful enemy. Having prepared the necessary skill, the determined hero raised his hand above the ground, calling on his assistant knight to show trust in his actions. Mercury's activated strike, enhanced with mind energy, showed an impressive increase in attack power by 40%. Additional improvements to the skill include increased range and reduced reload time, providing reliable protection for the castle. The emotional reaction of the observers was divided. The Tao Knight was sincerely worried about the Lord, while the Mientras Mariana admired the enemy's power. The fearless Ju Hyuk, standing in front of the formidable Balrog, calmly asked the monster about his impressions of the demonstrated technique. The hero's tactical calculation was based on the assumption that a counterattack on the castle could be of particular interest to a powerful enemy. The assumption was confirmed when the monster began to concentrate energy to use its special ability, Black Breath. While remaining motionless, the attentive Ju Hyuk activated a special intimidation skill aimed at weakening the enemy's fighting spirit. The effectiveness of the skill applied was evident in a noticeable decrease in Balrog's fighting spirit, although his attacks continued with the same persistence. The effects of fear greatly reduced the enemy's stat strength, rendering the monster unable to overcome Mercury's strike defense. A rapid combo of 37 consecutive attacks with increased damage coefficient rushed towards the weakened enemy. The spiritual eye allowed Ju Hyuk to notice the monster's successful evasion of the initial attack, but the enemy's reduced stats allowed him to accurately track its movements. Reaching targets with multiple attacks caused a massive explosion, which, according to the hero's calculations, should have destroyed at least half of the enemy's health. Careful observation with the spiritual eye revealed alarming signs that the Balrog was not going to retreat and was preparing a new plan. The monster's ominous roar was accompanied by the appearance of mysterious blood-red symbols and runes, gradually filling the dark sky above the battlefield. Noticing Li Ju Ran's reaction to the appearance of strange signs, the attentive Ju Hyuk hastened to ask the girl about the meaning of the technique he saw. Having recognized the mysterious symbols as a long-distance teleportation spell, the experienced hero tried to determine the possible destination of the enemy's movement. Not wanting to risk a missed opportunity, Ju Hyuk fired thousands of lightning strikes, which missed their target due to Balrog's timely teleportation. The hero's disappointment was intensified by the unusual situation when the powerful dungeon boss preferred to retreat rather than continue the battle. An additional surprise was caused by the monster's unexpected ability to move beyond the limited space of the dungeon. The attention of Kang Musiak's assistant was drawn to a strange phenomenon in the sky above the territory of Taurus, foreshadowing unusual events. The Balrog's majestic appearance from the portal of displacement was an unexpected sight for those watching in the open field. The events of the preceding minutes were remembered by the warrior Ruan with a bitter feeling of humiliation from repeated defeats at the hands of the ruthless necromancer. The girl who arrived at the scene quickly identified the dungeon as the last known location of her mysterious target. A careful analysis of the situation told the late guest that the recently opened dungeon had already been abandoned by the absolute evil she was interested in. The beauty of the popular celebrity Chae Song-hwa, who caught the attention of the admiring Ruan, was well known to many fans. A 30 billion reward from a representative of the Divine Star was offered to the girl for successfully revealing the true identity of the absolute evil. The anticipation of receiving a large sum of reward inspired Chae Song-hwa to dream of a comfortable life after successfully completing the mission. Ruan's unexpected appeal to the beautiful stranger contained a strange request to deliberately take his life in the current game world. Admiring the girl's appearance, Ruan noted her professional abilities and resolutely proposed starting a romantic relationship. The fleeting impression of the stranger's strange behavior quickly gave way to alarm at the sight of a huge monster appearing in the sky. The instant teleportation of Balrog, who noticed Chae Seong-hwa, ended with the threatening roar of the monster in the immediate vicinity of the frightened girl. Discussion with Mariana about the unusual escape of Balrog from the dungeon to the open field caused sincere bewilderment in Ju Hyuk, who was puzzled by such a phenomenon. Analysis of the situation showed that the monster was using a forbidden long-distance portal created by streams of magical power outside the dungeon. An unusual turn of events forced the hero to think about the issue of completing the clearing of the dungeon after the unexpected escape of the main boss. The solemn moment of the kneeling knight taking the oath of allegiance to the absolute evil interrupted the pensive hero's thoughts. The unfinished battle with the Balrog unexpectedly brought the hero two important achievements: the complete loyalty of the elite cavalry and the successful completion of the mysterious dungeon. The increase in the rank of the Taurus cavalry was accompanied by the acquisition of unique abilities, infinite life, and the ability to be resurrected a day after death. A deep analysis of the situation led Ju Hyuk to understand the uniqueness of the chosen path to passing a difficult dungeon. The realization that he had 300 immortal and infinitely loyal warriors at his disposal filled the hero with confidence in his growing military power. The additional reward based on the luck stat when choosing a door made the hero appreciate the importance of Sesong's high stat value. Ju Hyuk's sincere gratitude was expressed in a warm gesture of approval for the girl's unusual decision to develop the luck parameter. The process of obtaining the final reward was of particular interest to the hero, given Sesong's impressive luck score of 77. The first reward was a significant increase in the combat capabilities of the Taurus cavalry by adding a disruption field to the attack line. The second reward was the mysterious Taurus elixir, which had the ability to hide the energy of an absolute evil class user. Reflections on the practical benefits of the elixir caused doubts in the hero, given the well-known fact that he belonged to the class of absolute evil. A practical approach to the situation prompted the hero to immediately test the effect of the resulting potion, despite some doubts about its usefulness. The immediate effect of using the mysterious elixir was the complete disappearance of the dark energy surrounding the hero. A major achievement was Ju Hyuk's newfound ability to control and conceal the characteristic energy of the absolute evil class. An unexpected bonus of using the magic elixir was a significant boost to the true technique of the mind energy that conquers the heavens. Memories of the teacher's wise instructions regarding the importance of achieving complete control over energy took on new meaning. The seemingly unattainable goal of the game scenario unexpectedly turned out to be an important part of the development of the abilities of the absolute evil. In parallel with the events in the dungeon, a tragedy was unfolding. The uncontrolled Balrog continued to destroy the peaceful inhabitants of the game world. Confused, Kangmu Huan tried to understand the reasons behind the mysterious monster's targeted attacks on Pruno's main storage facility. The assistance report contained information about the first appearance of a monster in the Taurus region, which contradicted the preservation of the fortress itself. Kang Mu Huan's irritation was further heightened by the understanding of the connection between what was happening and the activities of the absolute evil and the need to contain information about the deletions. Further concern was raised by the news that the removed players belonged to the category of Divine Star subcontractors. The strategic decision involved adding the victims to the organization's core staff, with the understanding that the responsibility would be placed on the absolute evil. Confident in his influence, Kang Mu Huan gave the order to summon the holder of the seventh throne, believing her to be incapable of refusing the Divine Star. An unexpected phone call brought reassuring news about the imminent arrival of long-awaited reinforcements to resolve the difficult situation. Karma's quick reaction to the events that were taking place resulted in the decision to send the powerful holder of the fifth throne to help. The fact that the arriving reinforcements belonged to the elite group of the Sons of the Heavenly Ruler significantly increased the chances of a successful resolution of the crisis. Karma's unusual willingness to offer support was surprising, given his previous reserve in such situations. The sudden appearance of the Balrog after 200 years of absence became the main topic of discussion in the Empire of Erfis. A comparative analysis of the monster's behavior showed significant differences from the previous Balrog, especially in its tendency to avoid direct confrontation. Careful observation revealed that Balrog's attacks were selective, preferring to attack only unprotected player territories. The casualty statistics showed alarming figures. Out of 30,000 players who died, about 1/100% were permanently deleted. A preliminary assessment of the situation indicated a relatively low danger to the Empire, leaving the solution to the problem to the discretion of the players. The Balrog's destructive activity continued with an attack on another fiefdom using his deadly black breath. The knight's heroic efforts to concentrate defensive mana on the castle walls were complemented by the commander's determined intention to personally lead the defense. The defender's determination was strengthened by the awareness of the importance of protecting the academy located in the rear with its defenseless students. Concerned aides tried to warn the Union leader against the risk of permanently deleting a character during a battle. The responsibility of an adult to the younger generation gave the defender the determination to prevent the possible removal of the students. The approach of the Balrog's next attack caused panic among the mages, who tried to find shelter from the deadly influence. The timely arrival of Ju Hyuk, accompanied by the teleportation-capable Li Ju Ran, brought about significant changes in the course of the battle. The arrival of Koko, carrying Saesong on his shoulders, allowed the confident hero to offer the defenders of the fortress complete trust in their help. Unexpected results from completing the dungeon included a significant increase in the hero's ability to control the true mind energy technique. The need to solve the problem of the escaped Balrog was complicated by a lack of understanding of the reasons for the selectivity of his attacks, which bypassed certain fiefdoms. The hero's curiosity extended to the choice of the direction of further movement of the unpredictable enemy. The seriousness of the situation was heightened by the growing number of innocent casualties in the absence of active countermeasures. Li Ju Ran's important message about being able to track the monster's location, thanks to the installed mark, greatly improved the situation. The girl's unique ability allowed her to track the movements of a marked subject using characteristic flows of magical energy. The well-timed use of a special skill while Balrog was preparing to teleport went unnoticed by Ju Hyuk, who was caught up in the battle. A demonstration of the system interface confirmed the ability to track the monster across continents thanks to the installed mark. The data obtained indicated the presence of Balrog in the area of Pruti, where the strategically important main grain storage facility was located. The fact that the attacked fief belonged to the Divine Star determined the hero's next goal, seeking to return the escaped monster worth 55 trillion. Teleportation to Pruta revealed to the heroes a picture of complete destruction. The once prosperous city lay in ruins after a devastating attack by a monster. A preliminary assessment of the situation showed that the Divine Star leadership had decided to retreat, leaving behind many dead. Timely contact with Serdian allowed Ju Hyuk to obtain important information about the appearance of the Balrog and the current developments. A detailed report revealed the scale of the destruction, 30,000 dead, as a result of the devastation of the territories of Leith and the Divine Star Union Pond. Analysis of the monster's actions allowed us to guess its future route based on systematic attacks on the cities of the Union. The unexpected appearance of Balrog in the controlled territories caused serious concern to Jang Gong-jin, who was closely monitoring the situation. After receiving the alarming news, Ju Hyuk immediately requested Lee Ju-ran to urgently teleport to Cardia, waiting for the continuation of the important report. Serdian's strategic analysis indicated that it was undesirable to add the depopulated Pruta to their possessions in the current political situation. Public opinion associated the appearance of the Balrog with the actions of the absolute evil, based on the fact that the monster escaped from a controlled dungeon. Using information about the removed players allowed the Divine Star to begin a new stage of the information war for public opinion. Further tension was added to the situation by the news that a representative of the Holy See had been sent to confront the destructive Balrog. The updated data indicated the participation in the operation of a powerful holder of the fifth throne among the highest church hierarchs. Understanding the situation prompted Serdian to insist on the need to anticipate the arrival of a powerful enemy in the conflict zone. Putting aside plans to capture Pruta for the future, the determined hero organized the immediate movement of the entire group to the territory of Cardia. The team's coordinated actions allowed for precise teleportation to provide timely assistance to Jang Gong-jin. The instant activation of the space of evil and the encouragement of evil allowed Mariana to quickly deploy her necromantic abilities. The first to enter the battle was the strongest representative of the undead, a mighty snake, who successfully used paralyzing magic against the Balrog. Jang Gong-jin's surprise at the successful immobilization of the monster was combined with Mariana's understanding of the temporary nature of the spell's effect. The tactical solution involved asking Lee Ju-ran to teleport directly over the paralyzed enemy's head. The successful transfer allowed Ju Hyuk to prepare a powerful blow of retaliation against the monster that dared to escape from the guarded dungeon. The automatic activation of the intimidation effect preceded the decisive, fatal blow to the weakened enemy. The impressive fall of the defeated monster caused sincere admiration in Jang Gong-jin, who was watching the battle. The unexpected help of absolute evil in the fight against a dangerous monster capable of destroying even the strongest players exceeded all expectations. Particularly impressive was the apparent ease of victory over a formidable opponent, achieved with a simple but effective blow. The successful completion of the battle refuted the Divine Star's accusations, and the timely video recording of what was happening strengthened the hero's position. The positive reaction of the audience was reinforced by the historical significance of the event, the first successful hunt for the legendary Balrog in the vastness of Olympia. General curiosity about the possible reward was satisfied by the appearance of an impressive bag after the disappearance of the defeated monster. Lee Ju-ran's guess about the bag's contents caused a shocked reaction from Jang Hyun-suk, who realized the incredible value of the loot. The lightning-fast spread of the news prompted Randall to think about congratulating his partner and the possibility of acquiring an additional black stone. The unexpected news caught the attention of world number 14 player Jaren On, who decided to travel to South Korea. The live broadcast of the moment the bag of black stones was received ensured that the information was widely disseminated across the global network. The previous policy of the Korean government and the Grand Alliance to define absolute evil as a social evil required revision. A noticeable change in the situation has transformed the passive position of foreign powers in relation to the mysterious absolute evil. The impressive achievements of a relatively low-level hero gave rise to speculation about the possibility of obtaining additional black stones. The rapid growth of the absolute evil's influence has prompted the world's best players to take active steps to establish close contacts. The historic achievement of the first successful Balrog hunt was complemented by receiving an incredible reward containing over a dozen black stones. Ju Hyuk's satisfaction with the reward he had received was combined with curiosity about Randall's possible reaction to the new offer. The excited Jang Gong-jin's gratitude for saving Cardia received a modest response from the hero about the naturalness of helping a business partner. The sincere congratulations to Jung Gun-jin on receiving the grand award reflected the general admiration for the hero's achievement. The insightful Ju Hyuk, having caught the unspoken thoughts of his interlocutor, directly inquired about his need for the black stone. The interlocutor's frank answer revealed an urgent need for the artifact in the absence of sufficient financial resources. An unexpected offer to exchange several fiefs for a black stone demonstrated the hero's unconventional approach to business relations. The seriousness of the proposal was based on Ju Hyuk's strategic interest in expanding his holdings through alternative means other than military conquest. The agreement reached was to quickly provide a money list after discussing the proposal with Jung Gun-jin's staff. The ceremonial appearance of the representative of the Fifth Holy See was accompanied by a loud accusation of the absolute evil of mass murder. The solemn announcement of the intention to personally punish the criminal was made on behalf of the Fifth Holy See, the conductor of light. The unexpected arrival of a high-ranking church official was accompanied by the appearance of Kang Moo-seok and representatives of the public broadcaster. The hero was surprised by the inexplicable presence of his sister among the gathered observers of the historical event. The preceding events included an important meeting of the holy seats, where Kang Moo-seok gave the order for Seiya to go to Pruda. The girl's bewilderment regarding the unexpected order was met with a counter-question about her knowledge of the Balrog's attacks on the fief. Temporary registration of citizenship in the FIF gave the girl the official opportunity to participate in the upcoming battle with the legendary Balrog. Seiya was internally irritated by Kang Moo-seok's unexpectedly respectful manner, especially considering his reluctance to personally risk the possible removal of the character. The girl's calm refusal was based on the lack of formal obligations to the Divine Star, which caused obvious discontent in Kang Moo-seok, who was unaccustomed to disobedience. The unexpected statement by the representative of the Fifth Throne about his intention to personally participate in the operation caused genuine surprise to Kang Moo-seok, who was closely following the situation. Yu Jung-suk, who occupies the Fifth Throne, stressed the sacred duty of church hierarchy members to provide support in critical situations. The promise of support from South Korea in the event of joint action between the Divine Star and the Alliance evoked Kang Moo-seok's sincere gratitude. Seiya's deep contempt for overconfident opponents was based on his understanding of his older brother's ability to destroy them with one decisive blow. The unexpected appearance of a special quest for the Holy Thrones disrupted the girl's original plans for the upcoming journey. What was surprising was not only the timing of the quest, but also its direct connection with the need for joint action by the First and Fifth Thrones against the Balrog. Luna's detailed explanation revealed the reasons for the delay. The need to accompany journalists significantly slowed down the movement of the thrones. Ju Hyuk was perplexed by Yu Jung-suk's persistence in continuing the conflict after successfully destroying the Balrog, which made the quest irrelevant. The girl's satisfaction with the current situation exceeded the possible disappointment from the missed opportunity to capture the moment of victory over the monster. Understanding the true purpose of the Holy Throne strengthened the girl's determination to carry out her long-planned plan to capture the absolute evil. The provocative order to attack was accompanied by the confidence of attracting public attention by eliminating a recognized social evil. An additional warning against attempting to escape was accompanied by an official challenge to a duel, addressed directly to the opponent. Seiya's urgent warning revealed to his brother the danger of accepting a challenge based on manipulating the system's rules to the opponent's advantage. The sister's confidence in the enemy's use of cavalry did not take into account her brother's recent acquisitions, which significantly changed the balance of the upcoming battle. The hero's decisive entry into the battle arena demonstrated his readiness to accept the challenge, despite the warnings of his loved ones. Yu Jung-suk's genuine joy at accepting the challenge was followed by an immediate announcement of special rules for the upcoming fight. The rules established included a high probability of removing a defeated character and limiting offensive actions to the use of cavalry. A careful assessment of the situation allowed Ju Hyuk to note the ineffectiveness of the enemy's use of existing systemic advantages. The solemn call of the Riders of Light saw the appearance of an elite unit of Imperial cavalry under the command of a conduit of light. The girl perceived the limitation of military operations to cavalry attacks as a guarantee of victory thanks to the recent acquisition of an elite unit. The boy's calm reaction was expressed by opening his own portal to summon the newly acquired Taurus cavalry to the battlefield. The formation of numerous warriors around the commander caused Mariana and Lee Ju-ran to be genuinely happy, delighted at the acquisition of a powerful fighting force. The supernatural power of his brother's cavalry, felt even at a considerable distance, caused genuine amazement in Seiya and discontent in the other observers. The unexpected appearance of the enemy's powerful cavalry caused a worried Yu Jung-suk to revise her initial assessment of his military potential. Realizing that there was no way to retreat in the face of the supposed killer, the girl gave a decisive order to her cavalry to begin the attack. The commander's clarifying question regarding the use of a recently mastered formation was accompanied by a request for permission to begin a decisive battle. The immediate execution of the received order was accompanied by careful preparation of the warriors, who put on protective helmets before the upcoming battle. The completion of the formation preparation was marked by the activation of the special skill, Destruction Field, which significantly increased the combat capabilities of the squad. Yu Chung-suk's confusion was further increased by the observation of her own warrior's passivity, unable to offer adequate resistance to the enemy. Additional bewilderment was caused by the incomprehensible disorganization of their own knights, who unexpectedly broke formation by clashing with each other. The rapid approach of the enemy cavalry caused the alarmed Yu Chung-suk to begin a hasty retreat to avoid a direct confrontation. The girl's last moments of life were accompanied by bitter indignation regarding the supposed deception on the part of absolute evil. Ju Hyuk was genuinely perplexed by the unfounded accusations of deception, demonstrating the obvious short-sightedness of his defeated opponent. The live broadcast of the convincing victory caused confusion among recent supporters of the Fifth Throne, who were confident in the effectiveness of the changed rules. The public humiliation of a self-confident young woman who invited journalists to cover her triumph provoked a mixed reaction from the watching audience. The active discussion by viewers of the possible actions of the remaining holy sees reflected the uncertainty of the further development of the situation. Seiya's internal conflict was expressed in the need to choose between formal obligations and the desire to avoid open confrontation with his brother. Jaren's unexpected attack on Kang Mu-seok caused everyone to be surprised by the unpredictability of the famous fighter's actions. The enemy's astonishing progress in combat skills, achieved over several months, caused genuine surprise to the experienced Jaron. Seiya's confusion was further compounded by his lack of understanding of the reasons for Jaren's appearance and the need to determine his own position in the changing situation. Kang Mu-seok's confusion regarding the attacker's reckless actions was further enhanced by his apparent disregard for the possibility of gaining Chaos Site status. The appearance of the legendary solo player, known for his record number of winning matches, caused a significant stir on the Korean server. A sudden memory of the recent news about the Black Stones helped Kang Mu-seok understand the reason for the mass arrival of world celebrities. The ongoing battle with Jaren attracted the close attention of Ju Hyuk, who was closely watching the developments. The worldwide broadcast of the video featuring the Lord hastened the arrival of interested buyers of the Black Stones, confirming Serdian's predictions. An analysis of the situation suggested that Jaren's choice of the first target could indicate his intention to demonstrate support for the opposing side. Preliminary expectations of an interesting fight with a famous fighter were replaced by some disappointment from the demonstration of an unexpectedly low level of the opponent. The drawn-out duel ended with the swift intervention of Ju Hyuk, whose single blow completely crushed his opponent, who had already sworn to reveal the identity of the ultimate evil. The practical Seiya took advantage of the ensuing commotion to evacuate the journalists, using the pretext of protection from the supposed wrath of the ultimate evil. After confirming his sister's safety, Ju Hyuk realized the need to prepare for the arrival of new guests, heralded by Jaren's appearance. The ceremonial meeting in the castle of Cardia began with the hero's sincere gratitude to all those present for their timely visit. A careful look noted the presence of prominent personalities, attracted by the opportunity to acquire black stones at a reasonable price. The fair terms of the negotiations were emphasized by the absence of local unions that followed the Divine Star's sentiments and preferred to distance themselves. Serdian's formal introduction as a plenipotentiary representative was accompanied by an explanation of his right to speak on behalf of absolute evil. Serdian's diplomatic greeting emphasized the special status of the guests, who had traveled long distances for important negotiations. The strategic need to preserve some of the black stones was explained by the unpredictability of the situation in the country and the need for reliable weapons. Randall's timely intervention helped calm the crowd's outrage by revealing the true state of affairs in Korean society. The persuasiveness of the argument was supported by reference to the personal experience of an influential entrepreneur in local conditions. A case in point was the acquisition of a media company that led to unfounded accusations and numerous investigations. The close control of the media by the government and the major unions demonstrated the existence of a massive conspiracy. Randall's authoritative confirmation of the veracity of the words of the absolute evil's assistant significantly strengthened the position in the negotiations. Chung Gong-jin sincerely regretted the selfish policies of large alliances that created international complications with their actions. The Justice League captain's speech was based on a deep understanding of the situation surrounding the absolute evil in South Korea. The mention of the existing agreement was accompanied by an important remark about the existence of a significant number of controlled fiefs. Representatives of the Chinese Black Rose Union and Black Knight Laurent emphasized the superiority of their own territorial holdings. The Icelandic Swordsmen's Union proposed to discuss territorial issues with the American government, citing the prior approval of the Chinese authorities. Jung Gong-jin was surprised when the confidential agreements regarding the exchange of fiefs for black stones were publicly discussed. Careful observation of the behavior of the unusually pleased Serdian caused mixed feelings in the hero, who was closely following the situation. The appearance of a real money devil perfectly corresponded to the plans to acquire the necessary 300 fiefs for the development of the estates. The hero's thoughts focused on the possible development of the further scenario intended for absolute evil. The initial stage was the quest, the Great Lord, which required establishing control over a significant number of feudal territories. The sequence of events included the capture of fiefs, confrontation with the first Balrog, obtaining black stones, and expanding territorial holdings. The development of the situation demonstrated a clear interconnection. The strengthening of the throne was accompanied by the emergence of new possibilities for confrontation, including elite cavalry. Successful adherence to the game strategy guaranteed the timely receipt of the necessary resources for further development and strengthening of positions. The anticipation of further developments filled the hero with confidence in the increase in the scale and interest of the upcoming adventures. The Divine Star President's reaction to the arrival of the foreign guests was one of dissatisfaction with their overconfident behavior on foreign territory. Particularly irritating were the open threats to the opponents of absolute evil and public statements about allied relations with it. The realization that he was losing control of the situation increased Kang Mu Huan's anxiety about the uncontrollable absolute evil's further actions. An additional blow was the unexpected decision of Zhang Gongjin's alliance to enter into an agreement with the ultimate evil, showing open support. The reckless behavior of one of the three strongest players on the Korean server, which contradicted the established alliances, caused bewilderment. The alarming news of the absolute evil taking over cities and suburban areas increased tension in the Divine Star leadership. A significant expansion of influence included the seizure of 25 fiefs and the establishment of cooperation with the Magical Union of Israel. The bitter realization of the consequences of untimely counteraction increased Kang Mu Huan's disappointment with the current unfavorable situation. A thorough analysis of possible options did not allow us to find an effective solution to correct the rapidly deteriorating situation. Mariana's unexpected meeting with Seiya was accompanied by a serious conversation that required special attention to the topic under discussion. Mariana's straightforward admission of sympathy for her interlocutor's brother caused genuine surprise in Seiya, who had never heard such revelations. The seriousness of the girl's intentions was combined with confusion regarding further actions to achieve the desired development of the relationship. Having limited herself to offering meat instead of advice, Seiya did not notice an observer named Eves lurking nearby. The unexpected appearance of a beautiful stranger in this area made an indelible impression on the attentive observer. The immediate order to collect detailed information about Mariana reflected the seriousness of the intentions of the person interested in the girl. The completion of the capture of the last fief in Prune increased the hero's holdings to an impressive 24 vassal territories. The timely appearance of the mysterious girl was accompanied by a discussion of the need to create a transport system between the numerous fiefdoms. A shaman who introduced herself as the head of the Israeli Union of Magicians proposed the creation of a portal system for instant movement between territories. The lack of significant territorial holdings was compensated for by the unique magical abilities of the Union in the upcoming negotiations. The offer included an exchange of black stone for the creation of an unlimited network of portals with a 30-year guarantee of free maintenance. The limited number of available black stones has provoked intense competition between interested parties. Powerful alliances from various countries offered lucrative deals to the absolute evil, seeking to establish long-term partnerships. This is how Ju Hyuk managed to achieve his desired goal after a series of deals. He had just arrived at the central altar in Nan, reflecting on how he felt like he was barely making it within the 60 days allotted to him. But it took him only 6 days to do everything, and now he had 300 fiefdoms and 8 million inhabitants. At this moment, the altar began checking the ownership of fiefs and counting the number of residents, after which he was congratulated because the quest Great Lord was completed. Nan's capital expanded and he was promoted to Great, but it also began to check foreign fiefdoms. The required number of civilians, equal to 3 million, was increased almost threefold, and he earned an achievement that extended to his force everywhere. But now, he has received the reward of ensuring the viability of the Sky Devil's shelter field. This is the first fiefdom he has received while working on the absolute evil scenario. Although it was a dying land that lacked even a modicum of self-sufficiency, it still had its own memories. Ju Hyuk was clearly happy that this place had a chance to come back to life. In addition, he could choose a new name for the field, Heavenly Devil's Shelter. Since this was his first property, he decided to give it a name with special meaning. He decided to name it after the first apartment he bought with his own money. So he called it Hill Stay. After the name was changed, there were hunting grounds there, as well as the valley and meadows of Hill Stay. In addition, he received a special state of voluntary loyalty, 1% of all experience points earned by local NPCs, and during hunting in the territory, will be received by him automatically. Ju Hyuk remembered that this was a great situation for him since he could now also receive an automatic level up without any obstacles. Besides, it seems that the harvest will be much better than in the territory of the Taurus fief. But suddenly he saw Serdian running towards him, who immediately wanted to find out from the Lord what had happened. While performing his work duties, a message suddenly popped up in front of him about Nana's promotion to Great Nana. Moreover, news came that the main shelter had been reborn, and even the costs had been reduced to a tenth, so it was interesting to see what had happened. Ju Hyuk explained that it was a reward for the active work he had done so far, and Serdian was incredibly proud of his master, as he had expected nothing less from him. He also decided to inform him about the information he had found. A white-haired otter and a white-haired deer had been discovered on the expanded hunting grounds. These are more profitable monsters than the blue-furred monsters found in Taurus Fortress. If they are sold and the remaining black stones are used correctly, the utopian plan for the ideal state they dreamed of will soon be realized. But Ju Hyuk awkwardly informed Serdian that he had to spend a small fraction of the budget this time. He stated that he was going to spend 2 black stones. Serdian was clearly angered by this. He did not understand why such expenses were needed. The Overlord only explained a little awkwardly that he had gained new powers as a reward for the quest, the Great Overlord. 2 powers were created. One of them is Unlimited Whisper, which removes all restrictions on the transmission of messages through whispering. Now whispers can be sent anywhere, including abroad, and to closed areas where whispering was limited, and global transmission of messages to many people at the same time is also possible. The second power is the expansion of the fief, the same effect as when upgrading the Taurus Fortress. To upgrade the fortress, auxiliary materials are needed, which vary depending on the size and level of the territory being expanded, and this time, to expand the territory, he needs 2 black stones. When Serdian realized why such expenses were necessary, he immediately relaxed because he could not oppose the cause for the benefit of the heavenly devil. As a result, 2 black stones were absorbed to activate the fief expansion power, after which the expansion of the Great Nana began. The entire area began to change and glow purple, and the expansion was supposed to take 72 hours. Serdian was proud that the Overlord was such a great strategist, and he was glad that he was able to make such a decision for the sake of their capital, Great Nana. Ju Hyuk understood that people must be happy about certain expansions, but it was all because the Black Stone could gain the upper hand in relations with world leaders. And the Black Stone is a means of creating general welfare, together with the establishment of a pension. Seiya, at home, was watching the news. It seemed that even the journalists themselves were tired of repeating the same thing about how everything about the ultimate evil was fabricated. Seiya assumed that they really did have tight control over the media and power, but Ju Hyuk never had any doubts about it. However, he guaranteed her that the Divine Star would not last even 2 years. If they continued in the same direction as they were now, they would be able to completely destroy this alliance within 2 years. Seiya, looking at her brother, remembered that just 6 months ago he was unemployed, and now he really has changed a lot. Her brother is a human who shocked people by appearing in the form of full chaos, and now he was destroying the Divine Star. She was incredibly proud of him for all his actions. One way or another, her brother had matured greatly. Seiya remembered that Si-song had a birthday tomorrow, so she suggested to Ju Hyuk that they throw a small party in their close circle. Ju Hyuk calmly warned that the party was out of the question. They still had to be careful, but Seiya asked that Ju Hyuk at least prepare a gift. The guy just calmly explained that he knew about her birthday and had already managed to prepare a gift for her. The next day when they met, he gave her a gift. The girl was really amazed that he had not forgotten her birthday. Ju Hyuk knew that he had to congratulate her on her birthday because she was his precious number 1 among the absolute evil comrades. Without even opening the gift, Mariana immediately ran up to Ju Hyuk to hug him because she was incredibly touched by his sincerity. It seemed to her that the hero showed with his whole appearance that he was not interested in such a thing, so she did not expect anything from him. Ju Hyuk didn't understand when he pretended not to be interested in something like that as a gift for her, and didn't understand if he was really that callous towards others. In any case, it was obvious that Mariana was incredibly grateful that he had thought to prepare everything in advance. Although he could honestly admit that the elders had put more effort into preparing the gift than he had, since it was, after all, a gift for their future ruler. A few days earlier, Ju Hyuk informed the elders that Se-song's birthday was coming up soon, and asked them to prepare a gift for her. The elders were shocked that Ju Hyuk had decided to entrust them with the job. What they knew about Se-song was that she was an absolute necromancer who was assisting their lord, the one who would become the queen of the heavenly devil lord. Therefore, they had to find the rarest thing, because the prepared gift should bring peace and joy to her precious body. As a result, an emergency meeting of the elders took place. They knew they had to give it their all because this was a great opportunity to show their dedication. They mobilized all available resources of Sarmak and the Black Flowers. So the elders set to work to find the best gift for Si-song, a gift prepared by the heavenly devil elders. Ju Hyuk, in turn, did not know about all the intricacies of this process and simply gave this gift to Mariana. The gift consisted of a manicure, an item that is mostly worn by female users on their nails. Manicures can have various magical functions added to them depending on the user's level. In addition, the girl received a top-quality manicure worth 22 billion gold coins as a gift, and although Mariana did not understand much about it, she still loved it. At this time, Ju Hyuk decided to go to the lands in order to understand whether a new dungeon had appeared here. Besides, they didn't notice any road or monsters here. There was absolutely nothing, no matter how much they looked through the undeveloped territory. Soon, Ju Hyuk jumped on Coco and decided to check everything from a bird's-eye view. Coco was glad that today it was just the two of him and the Overlord, because he usually rewarded him with a bunch of goodies if he did his job well. But suddenly, Coco realized that he couldn't take off, and Ju Hyuk received a notification that absolutely everything related to flying was prohibited in this area. Ju Hyuk realized that in this case, there was no choice left, and he decided to ride a horse, so he called his cavalry. He explained to the Tao Knight that he was going to explore the area and find a way to clear the dungeon, and Tao immediately understood what the Overlord wanted. Eventually, Ju Hyuk climbed onto the passenger side of the horse and they set off. The boy understood that, as expected, the cavalry was incredibly useful in many ways. He was sure that it would play an important role in the future war against the Holy Seas. Besides, when you travel long distances, there was nothing better than a horse. However, he wondered why, despite how much they moved forward, they did not encounter anything on their way. At times like these, it would be great to have something like a radar to survey the area. But then he saw something appear on the horizon. It looked incredibly like a cavalry unit, and after checking it with his spiritual eye, Ju Hyuk was convinced that it was definitely cavalry. In addition, Tao stated that the energy of the mana flow emanating from the riders seemed very familiar to him. The battle that happened not long ago, the energy was painfully similar to the cavalry advancing from Yu Jung-suk's side. The Phantom Cavalry was clearly the same cavalry that was summoned by the Fifth Throne. Although the mana flows were indeed similar, their magic power was not as chaotic as it was back then. Tao did not know what to do, but Ju Hyuk, mounting his horse, calmly declared that in that case he would move against this cavalry. Tao tried to explain that it was very dangerous, and suggested fighting it like last time. After all, they were advancing forward in full force. There was not a single fortress nearby that could be attacked by Mercury. But Ju Hyuk knew that everything would be okay because after all, he was their lord. Previously, he could not attack the cavalry himself due to the rules of the duel, but here nothing limited him. He used the mega-powerful 100 lightning strikes combined with the mega-powerful 1,000 lightning strikes. As a result, the synergy effect occurred again, and now only the final step remained to be taken. He activated the Great Advent of the Evil God's spell and sent his spirit straight towards the cavalry, causing them to be completely defeated. Tao literally couldn't believe what he was seeing, as it was the destruction of an entire cavalry single-handedly. Moreover, she couldn't even get close to the Overlord. He wondered how strong the Absolute Evil really was. Tao immediately jumped off his horse and asked the Absolute Evil to kill him because he was a non-entity who did not realize the limitless abilities of his master. He wanted him to punish him for the stupidity he had shown. But Ju Hyuk knew that his concern was born out of loyalty, and it was not a sin that could be washed away by death, so he asked the man not to worry about it. In addition, he announced that the appearance of this cavalry was similar to the appearance of a boss, and he killed them all, but there was no change, and he was surprised that this was not a condition for clearing the dungeon. He decided to explore the area a little more, when he suddenly saw that the cavalry had resurrected. He realized that this was the second phase of the attack or something like that. Ju Hyuk was happy with this, since there was no need to go anywhere, so he prepared for battle. He understood that his enemies could attack as much as they wanted, and with such determination he destroyed the resurrected cavalry. And after the destruction she rose again, and this was repeated many times, and he coped with this task again and again. Watching this battle, Tao realized that the Overlord was truly magnificent. He single-handedly dealt with all the advancing cavalries, and even Coco was slightly surprised by what he saw. And at the same time, it seemed that the Overlord was not tired at all. Ju Hyuk also felt that what was happening was a little strange, because he had already defeated the cavalry for the 7th time, but there was no change. In this situation, it seemed to him that he had missed something. Because of this, although it was easy to deal with the cavalry, if things continued like this, the fight would never end. Moreover, when the cavalry appeared on the horizon again, he realized that although he had not intended to use this skill, he was left with no choice. So he decided to use Boundless Whisper. All elders who were able to fight were summoned to this dungeon. When all the elders received the notification from the Lord, they were immensely surprised and glad that the moment had finally come when the Lord had decided to call them, so they immediately broke away from all their affairs in order to follow his call. Finally, the elders who had come to his call lined up before the Lord, and Tao, looking at the elders, clearly did not understand who all these people were. Moreover, looking at the elders, he felt that an extremely strange energy was emanating from them. And Rexer and Johann emanated an energy similar to assassins. They were like ghosts. Their presence was completely imperceptible, and it was impossible to even roughly imagine their strength. Moreover, Tao had not seen any of these subordinates in Cardia before. Ju Hyuk suddenly realized that he had forgotten to introduce these people to Tao. He asked him not to worry, because these people were their supporters, after which Luxo approached them first to greet the man. And finally, then Tao realized that the Lord had not acted at full strength last time either, so they had only called upon his cavalry. Ju Hyuk thought that everyone was finally gathered, but suddenly he saw another elder approaching. As it turned out, it was Elder Verdi, who had finally come to greet the Overlord. She had been impatiently waiting for the moment when he would call her. Ju Hyuk was seriously surprised to see a small child. Verde soon explained to the elders that those cavalrymen were special creatures, bound by special magic. Even if they were killed by normal means, they would be endlessly reborn. Therefore, the fifth elder, Archmage Verdi, asked the Lord for permission to destroy them, and then the ninth elder Panda will help them find the way to the next gate. Ju Hyuk finally realized that these were the same absent elders he had been unable to cross paths with until now, and he eventually gave Verda permission to act as she saw fit. As a result, she immediately took off and immediately began to destroy the enemies standing in her way. She activated the magic of the Swamp of Despair and created destruction that brought darkness that would completely engulf her enemies. Finally, when the spell was completely finished, all the cavalrymen were engulfed in insanely powerful magic, and even Tao admitted that it was incredible power. Among the Lord's subordinates, there were insanely strong people. And then the hero realized that he knew absolutely nothing about this girl and the power of this elder. After all, even though she was an elder, she looked very young, and therefore he did not expect much. However, incredible power was hidden within her. It seemed to him that in this scenario, Verdi would not even lose when facing sage-level mages. Just after the girl's victory, the mana line connecting the white cavalry to the source was cut, and the conditions for destroying the cavalry were met. At this point, the ninth elder announced that she had already found the way to the next gate, so they decided to go together. Tao didn't feel anything special, so he was surprised that the ninth elder definitely felt that the right place was here. Finally, he touched a certain spot on the sand, and then a portal appeared from underground, and Ju Hyuk decided that they should go further together. Finally, he moved to the lower level of the dungeon. After moving here, he immediately began to sense a powerful flow of mana. Although it was different from the one coming from the white cavalry, for some reason there was something painfully familiar about it. Tao also felt the power of hostile energy here. At that moment, the Lord was disturbed by Verde because she felt mana, which was madly spoiling her mood. This did not bode well because these were enemies. At that moment, white magicians appeared, who had only one goal, to destroy evil, and their entire army advanced towards Ju Hyuk and the elders. Ju Hyuk was shocked to see them, because he had been wondering all this time why the energy seemed familiar to him. He finally understood the reason. This flow of mana is similar to that coming from his sister, one of the people sitting on the holy thrones. The magical power of the holy thrones is the opposite of darkness and demonic origin, so it is not surprising that Verde felt bad. Previously, they encountered the Olympic cavalry of the fifth throne, and now it is the turn of the mana used by the seventh throne. Most likely, this dungeon was created so that the absolute evil could gain experience in the war against the holy thrones in advance. At this time, white magicians cast a spell of white dragons, which were supposed to punish evil. White dragons also had the attribute of divinity. Ju Hyuk did nothing for now, deciding to simply observe. Luxo stepped forward first and explained to the Overlord that it was a dangerous force, completely incompatible with them, and he wanted to block their path. But Ju Hyuk stopped Luxo and reminded him that he was the Lord, the one who leads the elders, and not the other way around, so he asked Luxo to trust him. After which he activated the evil space and the encouragement of evil, and marks appeared above everyone's heads. All bonuses were applied to creatures in the evil space that possessed the attributes of evil and darkness. Luxo also realized that he must have felt the incredible power that filled their bodies. Rex had already experienced such a power once. It was a completely different power, unlike all the others, because it was a power granted to them by the Lord. Johann decided to go on the attack first, and they rushed together with Rexer in order to glorify their Lord. While watching Rexer and Johann fight, Luxo realized that he previously felt like he was blocked by a wall, which is why he couldn't get stronger. But now it felt like this wall had been completely destroyed. The skill even changed the fighting style of the second and third elders, who always stuck to secret battles. Luxo realized how strong their lord's power really was. Luxo and the rest of the elders also decided to go into battle, because if it was about such power, then they could do anything. For Verde, the hardest thing was to control the incredible power that had accumulated in her body. She decided to concentrate on the attack, because if we were talking about white mages who were completely incompatible with them, this did not present any problem for her at all right now. So she activated a skill called Granting Eternal Peace, and a huge three-headed dragon appeared behind her. As a result, the fight has now become more even. Dragons against dragons and elders against white mages. Watching this, Ju Hyuk understood that the compatibility of light and dark energy made no sense. After all, if the opponent was strong, then all that was needed was to become even stronger. This was called absolute power. Moreover, at this moment, since his charisma had exceeded 100, the system congratulated him on the fact that he had created the skill Greatness of the Monarch. The period of action of the space of evil and the encouragement of evil was 20 seconds, and they had to confront 72 white wizards. However, for the elders who received the full buff, 20 seconds was enough to destroy absolutely all enemies. Moreover, their side did not suffer any damage, all thanks to the new power that was granted by their lord. They realized that when the Lord was with them, they became even more ideal, so they began to glorify their greatest ruler. At that moment, Ju Hyuk noticed the skill Greatness of the Monarch, and he realized that this was probably a reward for the loyal elders who distinguished themselves during this battle. His new skill gave a general buff to all targets that had pledged allegiance. However, there was a chance that a person or character could be subject to deletion if they betrayed the overlord they had pledged allegiance to. Ju Hyuk thought this buff skill was of great power. Moreover, if you look at the description, it seems like it is a permanent type buff, although it is used only if there is an oath and no betrayal, so using it on players would not be the best idea. Turning to the elders, he decided to find out if they had all sworn an oath of allegiance to him, and apparently they unanimously answered yes. Ju Hyuk understood that the elders would never betray him, because they were loyal, and asked them to swear their loyalty to him again. Then they all had an oath of allegiance, in which they promised to be loyal to the monarch without any lies or betrayal. Coco immediately voted first, and although he had no idea what was written there, it was clearly something good. As a result, oath number 1 was taken. Verde was amazed that there was a line here too, so she quickly swore allegiance as well. The rest of the elders did not understand what they needed to do, and while they were thinking about the oath to the Lord, they had already missed the time for first and second place. But at that moment, while the others were taking the oath, the 9th elder discovered something strange, because despite the fact that they had destroyed all the mages, new streams of mana began to appear. At one point, the magicians became alive again and began to chant their goal again, to destroy evil. At this point, Verde realized what they were planning to do and stood before the overlord, warning him that their attack was incredibly dangerous. They used a magic circle using their own body as a conductor. It would be a mana explosion called self-destruction. Therefore, the elders immediately began to cover Ju Hyuk with their bodies in order to save him. The guy understood that he was too confused, and he didn't know what was going on with him. But for the elders, an explosion of this scale was clearly dangerous. Therefore, he was simply obliged to protect them at all costs. Luxo believed that he was dying and asked that the overlord be sure to survive and avenge them. But suddenly they noticed that they were all safe and sound, because the Lord had managed to protect them at the last moment with his skill. Ju Hyuk was extremely happy that he managed to activate the skill at the last moment. It was a dangerous situation in which he could lose several elders whose defense was extremely weak. However, at the moment when the wizards self-destructed, they all gained a ton of experience points and leveled up due to defeating their opponents. And at the same time, the Absolute Evil's exclusive defensive skill, Evil God's Defense, was activated. To be honest, he was really lucky this time, and so he decided to remember that the Holy Seas had another chance to turn the tide of the battle. Soon, Ju Hyuk went home to watch the news, which announced that an unprecedented mass layoff was taking place. The country's leading unions, led by the large union of the Divine Star, are carrying out a large-scale restructuring, closing their branches in the city. The Divine Star emphasizes that the union situation has become grave due to the social chaos caused by the absolute evil. Seiya was afraid that her brother would be at a disadvantage again after such news spread, and he himself understood this. However, they say that since they have capital, they will cut off all economic flows, but if that happens, people who are desperate to make a living will not be able to side with them. And since their dirty deeds are being exposed one after another, they are trying to shift all the blame onto Ju Hyuk himself. Seiya didn't understand what they should do in such a case. In this situation, instead of answering, the brother only asked the girl if she knew why he acted so passively. She thought it was because of the quest to collect 300 fiefs, but she suddenly remembered that he had just finished it recently, meaning he was now in full force. And she got it right, because he was going to rush head-on at full speed into the big Union car. She wanted to see who would try to dodge the collision first. Besides, he clearly understood that large unions greatly underestimate people. As soon as the guy returned to Olympus, he immediately captured another thief, which now came into his personal use. After this, Ju-hyuk calmly addressed the people. The hero knew that they couldn't get into the hunting grounds here because they were blocked. He explained that now that he had absorbed the thief, they could once again use the hunting grounds for free. Moreover, he would not charge any commission, and this made people incredibly happy because they immediately understood the generosity of absolute evil. Ju-hyuk met with Serdian, who suggested that the guy assemble a full-fledged team, since a total of 24 fiefdoms had been conquered today. Perhaps the enemy was trying to buy time to change public opinion by acting passively. However, now the Overlord has begun his conquest with incredible speed, so the enemy must be taken by surprise again. Since they are laying off employees, they will not have enough funds to raise an army. On the other hand, the laid-off people will create new forces in the hunting grounds opened by Ju-hyuk. Thus, people awaken and begin to look at the world with clear eyes, which made the elder incredibly happy. He thought that this was enough for today, but suddenly he received an urgent notification from the system. Around this time, Mariana was lying quietly on her bed, wondering what color nails to choose this time. The nail polish that Ju-hyuk gave her was just amazing. She didn't have to go to a nail salon because the color would automatically change to whatever she wanted. But suddenly the phone rang, and it was Chan, who started asking where the girl was now and asking her to stay where she was. In addition, the manicure that Mariana received as a birthday gift, a top-of-the-line manicure worth 22 billion won, had several built-in functions. One of them was intended to protect the personal safety of high-ranking noble NPCs or users. That's why when Ju-hyuk received the alert, he immediately realized that something was wrong with Si-song, as an unknown object had been detected that threatened the safety of the manicurist. And in the end, this function did its job perfectly at the most unexpected moment. Therefore, Ju-hyuk immediately arrived at the multi-story building where Mariana lives. There he found a camera, but the girl said that she had only left the apartment for a short time. He realized that this camera had been installed in such a short period of time, so he decided to call the police first. When Eve found out about this, he knew that he was definitely finished, because installing hidden cameras is a serious crime. He already imagined what accusations would be brought against him, which he would certainly not be able to deny. Ju-hyuk knew that whoever installed these cameras was truly crazy, and he clearly didn't expect anything like this to happen. However, now that he has openly committed such a serious crime, he will not be able to get away with it. But suddenly the girl decided to ask Ju-hyuk if the conversations she read on the internet were true. The internet was saying that this manicure cost several billion, and she thought it was too much, so she wanted to return it back to Ju-hyuk. Although he knew that this item was not cheap, he decided to use a special method to purchase this item so that she did not have to feel burdened by anything. Ju-hyuk insisted that she keep the manicure. He thought that her personal information had been leaked because of that incident, so it was necessary to have something like that for her own safety. The girl became very worried because in order to prevent data leakage, they had not even met outside the house until now. Ju-hyuk calmly said that they were still sitting in the cafe now and had not met online until now, only to intentionally hide their identities. But now that such a major incident had broken out, it would be extremely difficult to hide their identities. Mariana was clearly feeling uneasy, but Ju-hyuk reassured her, since he felt limited anyway due to the fact that he was only active online, and now he needed to properly crush the enemy in person. As soon as Ju-hyuk entered Olympus, Luxo immediately came to him with a report on the hills and valleys of the new territory. After the Overlord used that skill, certain changes occurred in their lands. New boss monsters have been discovered, the black-furred deer and the black-furred otter. It has been confirmed that these monsters appear at regular intervals and that defeating them has a high chance of dropping a black stone. One of these black stones was brought to the Lord as proof. We also directly examined the hunting grounds and cross-checked this information. As a result, Ju-hyuk ordered the creation of a systematic hunting guide to ensure a stable supply of black stones. Ju-hyuk knew that thanks to the skill he got as a reward for clearing the dungeon, he had managed to get an unexpected supply of black stones. If he didn't have this skill, the risk would have been great. But he had a reward for clearing the dungeon, the skill Light of Absolute Evil, and the boss monsters and kill rewards in the hunting grounds he used had changed. He also asked Serdian whether all their preparations were complete and received an affirmative answer. Now that the Lord had the ability to supply black stones stably, no one would dare harm him. Therefore, there was nothing more to fear. The time had come to show the world the true greatness of the Lord. Soon, the president of the Justice Union was contacted by the commander regarding the scandal involving Helen's leader, and he realized that it was a very unusual scandal. According to the investigation, the victim in the case had a manicure, so the subject is designated as an absolute necromancer, and the person who protected her and reported the incident is considered absolute evil. It is not yet clear whether his involvement in the case with Helen's manager is a coincidence or whether there are hidden agendas involved. But the commander also received new information. It had just been revealed that the absolute evil could provide a constant supply of black stones. Now he has the most unique ability in the world. Even if they have to send CIA agents, they must protect this man at any cost. Ju Hyuk, the ultimate evil, is able to ensure the supply and demand of black stones without interruption, and his announcement has once again turned the world upside down. Israel immediately issued a statement that if the Lord so desired, they could provide assistance at any time. Iceland, however, stated that if anyone dared to harm the absolute evil, they would declare war on Korea. China, however, stated that it considers absolute evil to be its brother. The entire world became even more steadfast in declaring their support for the ultimate evil. And then came the even more shocking announcement that Ju Hyuk was forming the Ultimate Evil Alliance. Soon, even the YouTube channel showed members of the Union of Absolute Evil, Mariana, Ju Hyuk himself, Markin, and of course, Rufendal. When Kang Moo Hwan saw the news, he knew that Ju Hyuk was clearly going to attack them openly, and he knew that he had to attack back. But he couldn't understand how this guy was able to ensure a steady supply of black stones. He must have discovered a hidden hunting ground. Anyway, he created an alliance, exposed all his comrades. He said that the girl that Eves of Helen disturbed was an absolute necromancer. It turns out that Mariana from the Union of Absolute Evil was also a commoner, and the person who was with this girl was none other than Absolute Evil. Kang Moo Hwan knew that he didn't care whether it was everything else or these two. He just couldn't leave them alone. If the foreign scoundrels continued to bother him, he would use his last resort. Suddenly, Kang Moo Seok received a notification that Chae Song-hwa had gone to Runa to meet with the ultimate evil. If it was this woman, he was ready to say that she was capable of bringing absolute evil down to the very bottom. In addition, Kang Moo Seok also received an application for the 7th throne, and this commoner was the absolute evil's sister. At this time in Rune, Ju Hyuk summoned Lee Ju Ran and Se Song, and he already guessed that he knew the reason why he summoned them. Because of that incident, their personal information was revealed to the Grand Alliance, so the bodyguards given to them by Randall will accompany them until the Grand Alliance is defeated. He also warned that they should keep in mind that US and Chinese CIA agents will also provide security in case of an emergency. After which he also gave Seiya some varnish and asked her to apply it and not remove the coating again, that it was for safety reasons. She thanked her brother, but was worried whether everything would be okay with the guy. Ju Hyuk explained that as for him, he had already made all the preparations. At that moment, one of his assistants came running and said that he needed to visit the reception room for a short while. Ju Hyuk didn't understand if the elders had come. The matter was different. He said that a woman of indescribable beauty wanted to see him. As a result, once he met with Chae Hwa Song, she stated that it was a great honor for her to meet the Lord, and then introduced herself. Ju Hyuk also recognized this celebrity. He did not understand how she could get here, so he decided to find out what business brought her to him. She happily explained that she had been given a special quest and decided to show it to Ju Hyuk. He saw the quest to gain the Lord's trust, and Ju Hyuk realized that it was definitely not a lie. He was curious about who gave out this quest. More importantly, he didn't understand how anyone would dare let a user into the Lord's castle to complete a quest. It was literally absurd, especially now that there are rumors in the media about his meetings with Se Song. A famous girl decided to come to him, using the powers of charm. While Chae Hwa-sun was begging for a way to gain the Lord's trust, the guy just smiled slyly and said that it would be very difficult for the girl to do so. But she happily declared that she was ready to do anything to win his trust. Besides, she was happy, believing that her plan had succeeded, and no matter what the absolute evil was, in the end it was a toy in her hands. Ju Hyuk warned her that his concern would hurt her a little. Chae Hwa-sun just laughed, not understanding what he was talking about. But after one basic hit, she died instantly. Ju Hyuk reminded her that he warned her about something like this. He also began to interrogate the girl about why she used the charm, but she pretended until the very end that she did not understand what the Lord was talking about because she came to gain his trust and love. In the end, Ju Hyuk walked away and warned the girl that if she was too self-confident, she could try to visit again. But this time, he would definitely introduce her to the absolute necromancer. He honestly admitted that the girl's appearance was indeed beautiful, but he did not understand what was so special about her. Mariana, in his opinion, was much more beautiful. He soon went to Jonggongjin's factory, where he told them about their new research and how the black stone helps them detect any loyal elements and even block physical attacks. Ju Hyuk happily reported that everything worked as it should, because he really had recently been able to block the mind manipulation skill with the black armor. The effect was clearly evident. It was a series of armor developed by the Alliance that used monster stones. Among them, Ju Hyuk wore a prototype, an armor using black stones. Although he was unable to see through Che Hua-seong's charm with his spiritual vision skill, he was able to clearly sense her attack thanks to the effect of the black armor. He was able to thoroughly prepare for defense, and after Serdian's words that the divine constellation was clearly hatching a conspiracy, Jong Gong-jin was clearly relieved that their products were useful. Moreover, since the armor was made of black stones, it acquired a touch of symbolism. He admitted what the innovation department itself had announced, that the armor could be worn in the real world, like a manicure. Even though it was a prototype and made of a single black stone, they could only make 100 sets of armor. There was already a flood of armor requests from the upper class all over the world. But he admitted that their main product was not actually black armor. In terms of performance, red armor made with redstone has much better performance, and blue armor was a more accessible product for the general public. And especially white armor made of cheap white stone could provide the greatest assistance to socially vulnerable groups of the population. So, after bowing, Jong Gong-jin thanked the Lord for giving them the opportunity to participate in such research, thanks to the black stones he provided them. They ended up shaking hands, and Ju Hyuk explained that it wasn't his fault, since it was their union that worked tirelessly. He also knew that this conversation could be used as advertising. He soon went live on air to promote the armor that the union had made. Many were surprised that the Absolute Evil was doing a marketing ploy for the first time, but they weren't mad at him because the armor's performance was actually good. In addition, they spent all the money they earned on winter clothing made of blue fur and gave it to the poor absolutely free of charge. Soon, when Ju Hyuk confessed to Si-song that it really had nothing to do with his intentions and plans, she happily explained that people didn't know about it and were talking about how kind he was. Besides, she was interested to know what was going on with all the talk about Africa. People believed that the reason why Ju Hyuk sold the black stone to Prince Randall was because he was doing a global good deed by cooperating with African energy companies. It is said that because Ju Hyuk sold the black stone, they will be able to get rid of energy poverty for the next 30 years. This was also not the intention. Soon, he decided to give Si-song the gift he had prepared, which was a black armor. He asked the girl to always wear it when she went somewhere. He knew that there was a dangerous situation now, with the disclosure of personal information, and he felt a great sense of relief that the black armor had been developed at the most opportune time. Che Hua's son was also a person sent by the Divine Star Union, and there was no telling what else the Divine Star might come up with, so they had to be prepared for that. Soon they said goodbye, and Mariana, having entered Olympus, immediately began to destroy her enemies. The Union of Absolute Evil quickly captured the fiefdoms of the Divine Star thanks to the activities of the Absolute Necromancer. The number of Divine Star fiefdoms, which previously numbered over 300, has now been reduced to less than 20. At the same time, Iva had already been sentenced to 12 years in prison, thus he was forced to leave the company. Soon his aunt came and fell on her knees before the Absolute Evil, apologizing for their rude behavior. In doing so, they also plunged the knife of betrayal into the back of the Divine Star. The woman explained that they were wrong and were willing to satisfy any rules of absolute evil, but asked that they help preserve the system that had existed for 150 years and help them not to sink into great chaos. He understood that after the Divine Star, the significant territories that could be absorbed were only in Helen's hands, so they couldn't help but be afraid. And at such an important moment when negotiations were needed, the president sent the director instead of coming in person. Leaning towards the woman, he explained that he would consider the proposal if all the new aristocrats took all their illegally accumulated wealth and used it to help the less fortunate. He also added another condition: the directors must delete their characters and live on 5 million. He knew they couldn't do it, so he ordered them to go back. The woman clearly understood that she had chosen the wrong side. She should have united with absolute evil from the very beginning, not with the Divine Star, and now at all costs, she needed to return to the favor of absolute evil. Around this time, Kang Mu-hwan came out, and he ordered him to move forward with his plan. He realized that now he had no choice but to cover up one big piece of news with another. At this time, Jang Hyun-suk was wandering in the mountains in the southern province of Hwangcheon. He followed Kang Mu-seok and saw that he was clearly heading somewhere at an extremely late hour, which clearly piqued his interest. A few hours ago, Jang Hyun-suk went out to buy something to eat as usual. That day, on the crowded road, there was one car that was honking its horn especially annoyingly. He immediately noticed the director of the Divine Star, Kang Mu-seok, driving the car. He wondered how he ended up here, since the chances of running into the director of a large union in a crowd of people were practically zero. Moreover, he looked like he was in a hurry, so his YouTuber instinct immediately kicked in, and he smelled a sensation. He quickly caught a taxi and began chasing Kang Mu-seok. The boy soon realized that Kang Moo-seok had deliberately chosen a quiet road and left the car, continuing on foot. He wondered why he had done all this. He had a bad feeling, because the man was clearly up to something, and he could not lose sight of him under any circumstances. At that moment, he heard Kang Moo-seok promise that the monster gate would be launched right now. Before Jang Hyun-suk could even blink, Kang Moo-seok disappeared from sight. Jang Hyun-suk only had time to be surprised when Kang Moo-seok appeared behind him, wanting to ask the guy why he was so actively following him, after which he hit him. Jang Hyun-suk realized that he was the guy who was hosting the channel of absolute evil. Besides, as Kang Moo-seok knew, Prince Randall had assigned him a guard, but he still followed him without warning anyone. Kang Moo-seok knew that sometimes there were pigs and dogs that died too early because of their curiosity. Jang Hyun-suk just laughed at Kang Moo-seok for thinking he was the boss. He reminded them that the citizens were the bosses of this country, not a nobody like Kang Moo-seok. This seriously angered the man, so he pointed his dagger towards the guy, realizing that it was clearly time for him to set some rootless plebeian straight, and since he had such a desire, he was ready to fulfill it. The events moved to a school that was located in the same province. There stood and waited a guy. Finally, he saw his friend coming out of school, and she awkwardly asked the guy if he had been waiting for her for long. As it turned out, he had just arrived, so they moved on without any awkwardness. The girl happily explained that she had been suddenly called by the teacher, who had detained her. At this time, Yu-chul looked at her tiny hands with embarrassment. He wondered if they could be friends if they walked home holding hands. He wanted to awkwardly ask her about it, but when he turned around in shock, he noticed that the girl was already in the arms of a huge monster. With all her might, she begged the guy to run away, after which the monster shoved the girl into his mouth and slammed it shut. As a result, the Republic of Korea was plunged into chaos. It was a small town in the southern province where one morning monsters appeared, an unprecedented situation where monsters appeared in the real world. Citizens who heard the news of the disaster gathered in shelters and waited for help, but a problem arose. The army did not appear for more than 2 hours, and numerous citizens, from young students to office workers and elderly people, became victims of the monsters. When Luna saw this news, she could not look at it any longer, and approaching her brother, tried to understand how this could have happened. The guy understood that if the military had responded in time, the damage would not have increased to such an extent, but he did not understand whether there was a problem with issuing the order. Moreover, he was interested to know how the monsters managed to get into the real world. At that moment, an urgent message suddenly arrived from Randall, who urgently needed to be told something. Soon a car came for the guy, and the butler took him to a luxurious mansion. The butler explained that they had prepared this mansion as soon as they arrived in South Korea. There's also a bunker here that can withstand a nuclear attack. Even though it's an underground bunker, the lighting, temperature, and humidity control were perfect. The guy clearly knew a lot of money and resources had been invested in this. Ju Hyuk was allowed into the room, and upon entering, he decided to ask Rendell what they were talking about in such an important conversation. But suddenly he saw a badly injured Jang Hyun-suk. He approached Rendell in fear to understand what it meant. Rendell only explained that the bodyguards assigned to the boy from their side were a little late, and he was attacked. Ju Hyuk asked who did this to him, and Rendell coldly said that the culprit was the director of the Divine Star named Kang Moo-seok. Although Jang Hyun-suk found himself in an extremely dangerous situation, he managed to survive thanks to the support of the red armor. Ju Hyuk looked at the guy in surprise and didn't understand why it was necessary to go so far. But instead of explaining, Randall handed him the tablet, knowing that once Ju Hyuk saw the video, he would understand everything himself. The video was recorded by Jang Hyun-suk's camera. Suddenly he saw a portal, and the same monsters he had seen on the news coming out of it. As it turned out, Kang Moo-seok had stabbed Jang Hyun-seok, who was chasing him. Before he was stabbed, Jang Hyun-seok had driven Kang Moo-seok to an emotional breakdown, and then he fought desperately even when the angry Kang Moo-seok stabbed him several times. During this life-or-death struggle, Jang Hyun-suk managed to install a small camera that was attached to Kang Moo-seok's shirt. Everything Kang Moo-seok did last night was recorded and automatically transferred to the tablet. The item developed by the Divine Star that artificially creates monsters was brought by Kang Moo-seok and activated in the real world. Ju Hyuk clearly didn't understand why the hell it had to come to this. He turned a blind eye to the fact that they treated citizens like mongrels and pigs, but he couldn't ignore the problem, saying that they were nothing but moral monsters. He swore that he wouldn't let them get away with it. Rendell wondered if Kang Moo-seok was really one of the self-proclaimed nobles. He did not understand why the government was so slow to respond, and what kind of report was needed in such an urgent situation that the response could be so delayed. Ju Hyuk clearly understood that this was someone's plan, and it was terribly shocking. Otherwise, there was no way to explain what was happening. Someone was clearly playing dirty. Rendell realized that in this case, not only the Divine Star, but also politicians were involved in this incident. The enraged hero asked the prince not to dwell on this matter. Ju Hyuk clearly understood that these assholes would not stop at what they had done, and the surest way to shut them up was to reveal the truth, even if it meant touching on those behind their backs. Soon, Kang Moo-seok spoke to the others, explaining that he, as an adult, felt a great responsibility. Since the Divine Star is a union created by humans, they promised to do their best to fulfill all the duties to humans. He is a man of caution, but still something had to be said. He asked to turn on the video, and immediately announced that the video he was showing had not been manipulated in any way. The location where the video was filmed was in the mountains, right next to the place where the disaster occurred, and in front of all the people was a world not in the game, but in reality. It was a very important scene when the man went down on his knees. After this, the silhouette of a presumably muscular orc appeared from the portal. Kang Moo-seok tried to gather more information about the personal details of the person captured on camera, but the video only ended on a scene where the face of absolute evil was clearly visible. That's why he considered him the culprit. The absolute evil left Olympus around the time this video was filmed, which was the main evidence. Therefore, experts came to the conclusion that something was brewing in this world. The captain of the Justice Union also watched this performance with attention. He decided to check the data that the absolute evil had left Olympus, but according to their data, he was on Olympus, although it was not possible to determine the exact location. They wondered where the guy was when such accusations were being made against him. Meanwhile, he arrived at the Swordsman's Union Island to meet his ally. The man immediately greeted the absolute evil, and the latter thanked him for the warm welcome. By the time the absolute evil arrived, the man had already prepared items that matched his request, and the boy understood that this time he would also remain in his debt to him. He also immediately asked the man if he had seen the video released by the Divine Star. He suspected that the man might have lost all desire to sell him anything, but Ju Hyuk promised that if the Divine Star's claims were true, he would give him all the black stones he owned. The man immediately realized that the absolute evil had a card that would turn the whole situation around, and he asked that Ju Hyuk contact him at any time if he needed help. They were ready to make any sacrifice for him. Right after the Divine Stars Union released the video, all of Ju Hyuk's family members moved into a new house. When they saw it, no one could believe that it was really a house in which they could live. The house they arrived at had the same features as the mansion that Rendell lived in. The mansion was designed so that the personal protection of the family was the top priority, making intrusion nearly impossible. Once Ju Hyuk's identity was revealed, preparations were made under Serdian's direction. Rendell helped with choosing a suitable location for the mansion and preparing the defense. In addition, with the help of the Magic Union, it was decided to send Ju Hyuk and Seiya's parents on a trip to Switzerland, which they had dreamed of all their lives. One day, Ju Hyuk will, of course, admit that he is absolute evil, but now he could not tell his parents about it because he was afraid that they would be too shocked. So the parents went on a trip to Switzerland, and Ju Hyuk was arrested at that time. This was predictable, because the Divine Union called him absolute evil. Reporters were flocking in, and breaking news was breaking about the urgent arrest of a man who was absolutely evil. At this moment, when the entire situation was being broadcast live, and the entire country's attention was focused on this incident, Ju Hyuk walked confidently without closing his eyes. One of the reporters approached the guy with tears in his eyes, not understanding how he could walk with his head held high when countless innocent people had died. But Ju Hyuk just calmly turned his gaze to the tearful and angry citizens and explained that they would be able to watch the whole truth about the incident on the Absolute Evil TV channel. They didn't understand whether Absolute Evil was still promoting its YouTube channel even in such a situation. But suddenly they saw that an unexpected broadcast had started on the channel. The broadcast featured a young man named Jang Hyun-suk, and the headline stated that the real culprit of the disaster was a Divine Star. He addressed his respected viewers and admitted that he had filmed the video they would see at the risk of his life. In this video, Kang Moo-seok's face was clearly visible, and it was also clearly visible that he stabbed Jang Hyun-suk. They realized that the guy was only able to survive thanks to the armor he was wearing, and they didn't understand what Kang Moo-seok had decided to do. Everyone realized that he was the one who was responsible for summoning the monsters. In addition, people realized at one moment that the absolute evil was falsely accused. They were wondering why the Divine Star had released the video, and now they understood the reason why the absolute evil had remained silent all this time. Now, the Divine Star had fallen into a literally perfectly laid trap. The truth was quickly revealed, and the Divine Star Alliance did not have time to resort to any tricks. That's how Ju Hyuk was safely released from arrest and returned home. As for the Divine Star, rallies began near its headquarters, where people wanted the company to be completely dissolved and considered them guilty of murder. Watching the rallies, Kang Moo-seok couldn't understand how these mongrels and pigs would dare to speak out against him. But suddenly an assistant came running with a report that their building was on fire because people were throwing Molotov cocktails. As a result, Kang Moo-seok began to run away in a hurry, cursing the fact that he was unable to carry out his perfect, well-thought-out plan. But soon he saw people who began to climb into the building and approach him with bats. In the end, Kang Moo-seok was unable to escape punishment and was arrested. He was also subsequently taken into custody. But the anger of the citizens towards the two rich men who had committed the terrible massacre did not subside even after they were arrested. It can be said that being in prison was even safer for them than being free. He didn't even understand what exactly he had done wrong, because he believed that the death of a few pigs and mistakes was not such a big problem. Kang Moo-hwan also understood this, and explained to Kang Moo-seok that the problem was only that he was caught red-handed. Besides, Kang Moo-hwan had already used all he could, but public opinion was so heated that it was difficult to justify his actions. They might have to spend a few years in prison, but they could be released under a special pardon, and then they could start all over again, because they were aristocrats anyway. Soon it was announced that the president of Divine Star and director Kang Moo-seok had been arrested, and Seiya had a question. Can she now join her brother? Joo-hyuk also thought that the time had already come, and besides, everyone already knew that she was his younger sister. But she had a question. She wondered if they were doing everything right and how soon the Divine Star would fall completely. The answer was obvious. The leaders were behind bars, and public opinion was against her. But suddenly Mariana knocked on the door and asked to talk to Joo-hyuk, so Luna quickly left them alone. Left alone, Mariana awkwardly handed Joo-hyuk the cookies and explained that she was into cooking and baking, so she baked these cookies for him. Besides, recently she really saw how Joo-hyuk worked and how nervous he was, so she decided to please him. The guy happily declared that he would eat it with pleasure, and after that, the embarrassed girl quickly left. Soon, Joo-hyuk sat down at the computer and, as promised, began to eat cookies. He decided to look at the recent news. They wrote that the union with a 150-year history had collapsed on its own, since most of the union's members had left their posts, which made revival impossible. But there were still many unresolved questions, and Joo-hyuk still didn't fully know who exactly his enemy was. There was clearly someone even more powerful behind the Divine Star. After joining the game, he found himself in Taurus's fortress, where the Elder reported that he had discovered something in the basement. The door was very cleverly hidden, so it seemed to be an ancient creation of an experienced craftsman. He assumed that this was the work of an NPC of the Empire Master level, or higher. Most likely, it was a storage-type space. After putting all the facts together, Joo-hyuk clearly knew that there must be something important there if it was a top-tier NPC structure. In prison, Kang Moo-hwan told Kang Moo-seok that they still had 100 million gold coins left. This was the hidden power of the Divine Star, the secret storage that Kang Moo-seok's great-grandfather ordered. He asked the master from Rufus to do this 100 years ago. So if they took these 100 trillion gold coins, they could return. This was the best news that Kang Moo-seok had heard so far, because over the past few days, he had begun to think that there was no hope for them. Besides, he clearly remembered the time he spent in the common cell before moving to solitary confinement. He never expected that there would be those malicious bugs there. He didn't understand why those media creatures were doing this to the aristocrats, and swore that he would definitely kill them with his own hands. Kang Moo-hwan told his grandson not to worry, because they would return to their original place. The vault is designed so that no one except a direct line descendant of the Divine Star can open it. If one does not have skills equivalent to that of a master, one will never be able to enter, even if one summons the great-grandfather of absolute evil. But as it turned out, by this time the Ninth Elder had already managed to unlock the lock of this vault. The hero expected nothing less from the Ninth Elder, although he himself was surprised that opening a secret vault created over 100 years ago was so easy. Over the past 100 years, not only reality, but also the world of Olympus had experienced significant technological progress. Moreover, Panda, as the Elder was called, was a high-level, master-level NPC, so it was not surprising that he was able to break through this defense. At this time, Rufendal informed his owner that he had already smelled money, so he asked that the work of collecting awards be left to his pet, since he was a collector. Joo-hyuk remembered that Rufendal was famous for being a defense mage, but it turned out that he had changed his specialization. He didn't even know that there was such a character class before. Although the description of the hidden class said that it could be used to collect everything, which seemed ideal to him, but Joo-hyuk understood that since the class was not hidden and no one used it, it was obvious at first glance that it was not the best class. Rufendal was interested in when the owner had become so active. It seemed that his activity had increased since he had defeated Balrog. He was even pleased to see that his master had become so active. But so many events began to happen around him that at some point Rufendal even missed the Oath of Allegiance because he was waiting for the expiration of the penalty for death. This resulted in a great loss for him, and he ended up in 7,007th place when he used to be in first place. As a result, his position as a pet was in jeopardy, so he wanted to regain it with all his might. At this point, the ninth elder explained that they could enter, but suddenly the stone stated that the blood connection of the direct line of the divine star was not confirmed, and the entry of outsiders could be dangerous. So the door asked if they really wanted to enter the master's secret vault. Ju Hyuk realized that the vault belonged to a divine star, and so he ordered everyone to consider themselves as going on a dungeon raid from now on, as this journey could be quite dangerous. After that, the doors opened and they walked in. The ninth elder also sensed the possible presence of traps, so he decided to go ahead. He also thought about the fact that the message clearly said something about the creator of the master. Master is a title given by the empire. Only those who have achieved exceptional achievements in each field or possess outstanding skills can receive it, and it is considered an honor to receive recognition of one's skill from the empire. The ninth elder was a high-ranking NPC, so he had to find the optimal path, and he put his pride on the line, deciding to reveal all the secrets of this place. But at that moment, Coco suddenly rushed forward. And although he was asked not to behave so frivolously, he went in search of the smell. This smell was so delicious that Coco could not be stopped, and the frightened panda tried to stop him. But Coco didn't respond, so the hero asked Panda not to pay any attention to Coco, because this was not the first time something like this had happened. Moreover, Ju Hyuk immediately remembered that this was indeed not the first time this had happened. Something similar had happened in the cave, where Coco had also rushed forward. Eventually he reached a dead end, after which he began to shout using the king's roar, thus once again fulfilling the conditions for opening a new passage. After this, it became obvious to Ju Hyuk that the bird had special abilities to find passages. Panda, watching this, could not believe his eyes. Finding the right path is not such an easy task, because it was necessary to study the terrain, mana flows, the location of objects, wind flows, humidity, smells, and only after taking into account all factors can a decision be made. So he couldn't believe that he had actually lost to some bird. Besides, Rufendal was also angry, realizing that some bird had once again decided to take his place as the #1 pet. Li Juran watched all this in surprise, not understanding what was going on with Panda and Rufendal, and why they were competing with the bird like that. But suddenly, when they came to a new passage, an unknown voice praised them for having managed to go far enough, but asked them to go back. And despite the fact that the keeper of this vault had a soft heart, so he did not kill them at the first gate, but at the second, they will definitely meet death. But Coco didn't react to this again. Instead, he activated a large-scale dig around himself and hit 3 tiles, causing gems to appear from them, which he happily ate. The panda tried to reason with the bird, reminding him that he shouldn't touch everything here. Ju Hyuk watched the scene, remembering the name of the master who had created this place. He wondered what he would think if he saw his secret passage opened up like this. But at that moment, everyone suddenly heard an angry voice from somewhere in the darkness, which warned them that it was giving them one last chance. If they took even one more step forward, they would definitely die, and ordered them to return. Panda carefully studied the corridor and the magic circle. If this was the next gate, then as he thought, it was not the most complex mechanism, but the mana was programmed for specific actions. He didn't know the exact code, but it seemed like a trap that would only work if one wasn't a blood relative of the Divine Star's founder. And considering that the wall was made of chalcon and mithril, the intensity of the attack was estimated to be enormous. Ju Hyuk wondered if this trap had a chance of deleting a character. Panda understood that since the power of removal was a fairly high-level ability, he didn't think that this kind of trap would be equipped with this function. Then the hero decided to ask Rufendal if he was still able to use the protective spell as he had cast it back then. Ju Hyuk asked Rufendal to get to work. In any case, the trap was not capable of deleting the character. He also had the necessary items ready, so he wanted to be the first to enter this trap. Around this time, Kang Mu Huan was in the Divine Star Hospital and ordered his assistant to block all wiretaps. He then asked about the status of the direct access capsule and was shown that it had already been placed in the ward. Kang Mu Huan announced that his chronic illness had worsened and that it had worked, which was direct evidence that the Divine Star was still afloat, so he ordered to immediately connect to Olympus. He just needed to connect to Olympus and end it. If he could get his 100 trillion back, he could turn the tide. It would be nice to give up his past identity and start a new life, but now even 100 trillion was not the most important thing. There was something else that he absolutely had to find. If this thing ends up in his hands, then all the trials that have fallen on his head will turn out to be a mere trifle. Around this time, Rufendal used Pegasus's protection, as well as Lee's shield and Tori's shield on the rest of the team. Furthermore, Rufendal warned that even though he was simply blocking the heat, his mana was already at its limit. But he didn't understand how, despite all this, Ju Hyuk could remain so calm. The reason was that he had been given the protection of the evil god, which was a super defense using the true mind energy technique. Moreover, with the strengthening, she responded to external energy and successfully resisted it, so there was no problem for him here. Ju Hyuk himself understood that this was indeed a huge force. The most effective means against any creature for which life is important is fire, so the creator clearly made a good choice. However, since this technology was 100 years old, it was even weaker than Ju Hyuk had imagined. Rufendal, while guarding everyone else, continued to watch Ju Hyuk in surprise, and it seemed as if he wasn't hot at all. Moreover, it was clear to the naked eye that the Lord's mana was superior to the mana created by the Master. No matter how much it was strengthened and supplemented by the skills of the Master who created this trap, the amount of mana and its quality were clearly at different levels, which, in principle, was to be expected from the ruler. The ninth elder glorified the Lord with tears in his eyes, and Rufendal only became wary, not understanding whether the man was also aiming for the position of first pet. Li Ju Ran looked at these men with displeasure, not understanding what had come over them. Besides, she now thought that it was much more difficult for Ju Hyuk, since he was making his way alone. But suddenly the flame went out. Somewhere in this place the trap completely ended its action, so he suggested moving to the next door. But suddenly in this place he saw a pile of gold along with precious stones. He didn't understand whether the vault had opened so unexpectedly, and even suspected that it could be another trap. At that moment, Rufendal and Coco raced towards the gold, one to eat and the other to collect everything. At this moment, Panda realized that the Lord had overcome all the doors, and it seemed that all the accumulated power had been expended against the protection of the evil god. Coco, meanwhile, was happily stuffing his belly, happy that he had now become the owner's pet, and as a result, his devotion increased. At that time, Li Ju Ran was simply amazed that such a fortune was hidden in this place. Even her father didn't have such capital. Moreover, if this was a secret savings, then she wondered how many resources the Divine Star had squeezed out of the common people to accumulate all this. At this point, Rufendal decided to use the power of the magical collector, and all the funds were immediately transferred to Ju Hyuk's account. Rufendal tried so hard that the owner did not even bend over for a single coin because he did not want to allow this. Panda, watching this, was clearly proud that this immature upstart was weaker than him. This behavior touched even the ninth elder himself. But at that moment, unexpectedly, Rufendal received a notification. He was informed that he had completed a hidden quest and received the vocation of the ninth capital, so he was offered to open a hidden class and become the successor of the ranger. But he only thanked her for the offer. He was completely satisfied with the position of a magic collector. Panda understood that this was true devotion. Ju Hyuk was also happy that the storage room opened without any problems, but at the same time, he was a little upset because there were so many items that he had prepared after spending a lot of money. But suddenly he found a ring on his hand. He had recently bought this ring in Iceland. This is a divine rank item, the Inferno Pair Ring, worth 4 trillion gold coins. He realized that the Inferno Twin Ring was resonating, so he pointed it towards the gold coins and it immediately responded. He finally understood what he had discovered, and he was right when he did not believe that the secret vault of the Divine Star contained only gold. Finally, the chest appeared before him, and he realized that the Divine Star had certainly not expected anyone to get all the way here. But at that moment, Kang Mu Huan appeared behind him, ordering the smelly plebeian to stop and not dare to touch the box. Not only did he frame and confess, but he also decided to have a hand in the family fortune. He was curious about how they got here and warned that everything that was here was definitely not collected for them. That's why he decided to come here and take back what was rightfully his. Kang Mu Huan understood that this piece of trash from the common people was not even close to him. Not only had he interfered with their plans up until now, but he also decided to do some last shit when he was already being arrested. But for now, everything was fine, because he had not yet managed to get his hands on everything, and the hero could take as much gold as he needed. All he had to do was take with him the box that was behind the guy's back. If he had god-level items inside, he could start all over again overseas. That was the reason he came here. So he rushed at Ju Hyuk and tried to attack him to take the box away. Ju Hyuk retreated from the attack, and also did not understand why the president of the Divine Star was attacking. He knew for sure that he could not defeat him alone. But he immediately realized that the target was that very box. He was curious about why the man needed this box. That's why he used his super speed to move and take the box right in front of the man's eyes. Kang Mu Huan realized that he had succeeded, because now that all of Ju Hyuk's attention was focused on the divine-ranked item, he took out a knife to pierce his body. After he succeeded, he laughed happily, knowing that his plan had succeeded. Ju Hyuk had been too careless here, which was why he had met his end. He had long known that he could hide the flow of mana, but Ju Hyuk was only interested in what Kang Mu Huan had done. He explained that the name of this item was the Heavenly Punishment Dagger. It was a divine-level item. Its peculiarity was that it deletes the character after he has been damaged. Ju Hyuk wondered why. Even if he had used that dagger on him, he was still alive. If it was deleting, shouldn't it have been a full-scale damage, so it wasn't necessary to do a slash? Kang Moo Hwan couldn't believe what he saw, because even the black armor couldn't block this attack. Ju Hyuk explained that it would have most likely worked if he had struck properly, since he had a point defense that formed in certain areas. Besides, the man himself must have known very well that there were many more divine rank items being sold than one might imagine, and he had already acquired one of them, the soul of a guardian, which he had acquired in Iceland. He quickly realized that this was clearly Kang Moo Hwan's way of dealing with young talents in order to get rid of his competitors. After which the hero pushed the man away and threw him to the ground, pointing his sword at his face. Ju Hyuk admitted that he also searched hard to find a weapon that could remove, and it turned out that the dagger he used wasn't the only one with the removal function. Ju Hyuk wants to know how Kang Moo Hwan will feel when he faces the removal himself. The man then angrily shouted at Ju Hyuk to stay away, but he calmly leaned over and explained that it was just a joke. In the end, he died from one basic blow. The hero was even curious about what he wanted to achieve if he died so easily. Kang Moo Hwan only swore that he would definitely kill Ju Hyuk sooner or later, but Ju Hyuk really doubted that he would be able to do it. The hero drew his attention to the elder and Rufendal, who had been nearby all this time. At this point, Rufendal had already managed to film everything that happened. He had a perfect recording from beginning to end. Ju Hyuk just wanted to know how the man managed to connect to Olympus, because he should be in prison now. He already guessed that, most likely, he was pretending to be sick and connected to Olympus from the hospital itself. He knew that they would probably get an amazing reaction from people who saw this video. As a result, Kang Moo Hwan, screaming in despair, soon logged out, and Ju Hyuk returned to Taro's fortress with all the gold and items. Since Jang Hyun-suk was still recovering, the editing was entrusted to Mariana, who filtered out all the content that might be detrimental to Ju Hyuk himself. Mariana also wondered if Kang Moo Hwan would really be sentenced to life imprisonment after the video was published. But Ju Hyuk said that it was unlikely to happen. He had many connections with politicians, so he would definitely be able to find a loophole. And since they had gotten hold of the hidden assets of the Divine Star, he decided to do something about it. After gathering with his partners, he explained to them that this time they had obtained around 100 trillion gold coins, divine rank items from the Divine Star's secret storage, as well as various rare rank items, and he wanted to use this opportunity to create a fund. He tried to participate in donating to the families of those killed in the Monstergate incident, but he did not trust those organizations. Recently, he was advised to start a fund directly in NZ. Rendell thought it was a great idea, since some of the donations seemed to be going into the wrong hands, and if Ju Hyuk had used NZ's help, he might not have had to disclose his personal information. But Serdian didn't understand how Ju Hyuk was going to help those people. At this time, a woman was looking at a photo of the girl who was with Yuchil that day. She understood that even if the whole world forgot about her, she would always remember her daughter and would never forget her. But at that moment, she heard a knock on the door from strangers. They were sent from the Chunggong Jin Welfare Foundation. Ju Hyuk donated approximately 500 billion won and established a welfare fund. Counselors have been appointed to help people affected by the disaster return to society, and benefits of 1 billion won per person will be provided for 20 years. But Ju Hyuk did not stop there and created new jobs. Recently, not only were all the expenses necessary for training paid for the social workers of the welfare fund, but they were also assigned clearly high salaries. Thanks to Ju Hyuk, South Korea changed, and Kang Moo Hwan lost everything, both the money and the divine-ranked items that Ju Hyuk took for himself. Moreover, now he was deprived of any possibility of connecting to Olympus, and there was no way out of the situation at all. He tried to contact his teacher, but he was no longer helping him. Kang Moo Hwan didn't even care about himself, but he understood that Kang Moo Seok had to avoid his fate, because he couldn't allow his grandson to do that. He needed to protect Kang Moo Seok. Soon after the Ju Hyuk Welfare Fund was established, its activities began in earnest. But suddenly, the Minister of Employment and Labor called Ju Hyuk, and he contacted him as a representative of the fund. He soon announced that the fund's activities needed to be scaled back. Naturally, the foundation was currently performing many tasks, and they were also trying to hire people for jobs that were limited. Considering the other companies and alliances supporting South Korea, the salary amount needed some adjustment. The same was true for the dungeons, which were now open for free. The minister didn't know whether Ju Hyuk was aware of this, but such actions were stifling other unions. In short, he decided to divide everything between himself and live in peace and quiet. Besides, the man understood that the absolute evil only needed to deflate a little. If he as a minister had his say, then he would listen. Besides, the man reported that Ju Hyuk's management methods were a little out of line with reality. But suddenly, Ju Hyuk said that if the minister was the person in charge of employment, then he should use his common sense and just thank him. The government was run on the income from the fief, and moreover, with reduced taxes there was no mechanism for stealing money, so he did not understand what the problem was. He asked the man to go online and find out what public opinion was currently, and the man clearly had no right to tell him anything now, but should, on the contrary, thank him with all his heart for everything he had done. After that, the man disconnected. Ju Hyuk didn't understand how the minister could act like he had never logged into the internet, and he hoped that the minister would at least say some stingy compliment. He understood that if the minister behaved like this, then things were probably even worse in the government. The minister was clearly furious that some young guy dared to teach him. Besides, the problem was that he insisted that he could easily convince the absolute evil, but if his superiors found out about it, then he would definitely face severe punishment. But he had something to report to Mr. Nam, so he called and informed Karma that his attempt to convince the boy had failed, and that he clearly did not have the makings of a member of the nobility. The man was clearly disappointed that he had failed to convince the absolute evil. He had been trying to act in moderation all this time, but he couldn't cope with it, so it was time to deal with this problem more seriously. He believed that there was a limit to the fighting ability of absolute evil. It was for this reason that he watched silently from the sidelines, but he realized that he had been too lenient towards him. Turning his attention to his daughters of the fifth throne, the man wanted to know if he had overestimated the abilities of his children. Unlike absolute evil, those who sit on the holy throne grow infinitely through holy throne quests. Even the absolute evil, which is considered the most powerful player in 200 years, cannot defeat the holy seas if they, having reached the peak of their growth, join forces. Of course, the tediousness of the process may hurt pride, but this was their true path, which should lead to unprecedented heights. However, he was curious about what was wrong with Yu Jung-suk, and as said, instead of waiting a little while for the growth process to be completed, they, without even deigning to unite, rushed into trouble alone and were defeated. In this way, they created favorable conditions for the growth of absolute evil. The only result of ascending to the Holy See and displaying one's pride is a demonstration of extreme competence and narrow-mindedness. But at that moment, unable to bear it any longer, the fourth Holy See believed that Karma could have helped them from the very beginning. If he had put in a little more effort, none of this would have happened. They wouldn't have been disgraced in all sorts of ways. So she asked Karma not to pretend he didn't care. At that moment, the man squeezed the girl's neck with his strength, slowly starting to kill her. He explained that the reason he accepted them into the ranks of the sons of the heavenly ruler was not because they were his family, but simply because they were already in the know. Gasping for breath, the girl began to ask her father for forgiveness. The man simply calmly explained that although he had tried to watch from the sidelines, he had realized that he should postpone his retirement. There had been too much noise around the first Holy See lately, so he decided to deal with the first and second Sees himself. Around this time, one of Karma's henchmen had already come to see Kang Moo-seok. He poisoned the boy. It was a necessary measure, since Karma believed that he should first get rid of such exhibits that did not bring any benefit. Soon, the news that Kang Moo-seok, who was in prison, died of unknown causes without leaving a will, spread all over the internet. Kang Moo-hwan knew that his grandson should not have died such a death, and he did not understand how the boy could have passed away before him. Moreover, up until then, Kang Moo-seok had never suffered from any chronic illnesses, so there was no reason for him to die suddenly. He knew it was a clear attempt to cover his tracks, and it was obvious. After this, the man, still crying but now in rage, began to walk away. He understood that all this time he had been crawling before the sons of the heavenly ruler, but clearly not for such an end. Soon he came to Karma, who had already heard the news, and expressed his condolences to the man. He wondered if it was normal for him to be here all this time, since he was still supposed to be serving his prison sentence. But instead, Kang Moo-hwan just angrily demanded to know why he killed his grandson. He couldn't understand if he had forgotten everything they had done for him until then, while under his wing. Or perhaps they coveted the place of the one sitting on the holy throne, which is why they did this to his grandson. Taking a sip from the bottle that had once been given to him, Karma explained that it was simply time to deal with his grandson and asked Kang Moo-hwan to leave, as he did not wish to talk about anything. In the end, Kang Moo-hwan took out a knife from his hidden pocket and decided to end everything here and now by killing Karma, but instead, a dagger flew into his back. Looking around, he saw many daggers flying under the ceiling. Kang Moo-hwan was amazed that the man was even able to use this skill in reality. But he warned that this could not go on forever, and even he would sooner or later come to an end. After this, the man was killed, and Karma only calmly explained that one should never keep a dog that has bitten its owner. After which he called his worker to remove the unnecessary body and cover up the tracks. Soon, the news that the Divine Star Union had completely collapsed reached the director of the large union, Helen. She realized that in the end, they had failed to catch the ultimate evil and had met a needless death. She considered this the worst possible outcome. As far as is known, these two did not have any chronic diseases, were not among those who would commit suicide, but it turns out that someone eliminated them. If these beings could easily destroy a divine star with absolute power, it means that Helen may soon collapse as well. It is a silent warning. Stop the absolute evil before their collapse occurs. Of course, they didn't sit idle either. An emergency board meeting was called and discussions were held. However, absolute evil cannot be pinned to the wall either by one-on-one combat or by feudal warfare, not to mention the impact on public opinion, and it can't be pacified by diplomacy. The only conclusion is that Helen can't win using her strength alone. It couldn't be any more ridiculous. The great union of Helen must be punished because of a man who is not even a member of the nobility. A year ago, she could not even imagine that something like this could happen, but now they have only one way left. Soon she went to Olympus to see if all the preparations were finished. As it turned out, they could start the procedure right now. The woman hoped that everything would go smoothly, and then they would definitely stay afloat. Around this time, Ju Hyuk dealt with another fiefdom, and now he finally took control of all 327 fiefdoms of the Divine Star. After the death of Kang Mu Hwan and Kang Mu Seok, the Divine Star fell completely. Therefore, after completing the capture, Ju Hyuk asked Li Juran and Rufendal to restore order in this territory, and then return to him. At that time, he went to Serdian, who congratulated him on his victory, after which he decided to report on the strange matter. It seems that Helen was taking some rather unusual steps that were starting to raise concerns. Serdian was curious if Ju Hyuk knew about the existence of the Grand Duke of the Urfis Empire, and apparently this was the first time the boy had heard of this person. They were unable to find out for sure who he was, but the report said that Helen's recent move had established their close connection with the Duke. The Duke is believed to wield great power within the Empire, and the Helen Alliance appears to have received special quests from him, as well as support in the form of various siege and star weapons. Ju Hyuk was just curious about whether there was more detailed information about the weapons. Serdian understood that they were receiving various types of weapons, from the 5th-class star-type weapons to the 4th-class siege weapons. He understood that in this case they would have gained enormous power. Since the Divine Star collapsed before their eyes, they must have been trying to survive somehow. Serdian warned that in that case they would have to prepare for war, and Ju Hyuk also understood this. However, Serdian warned that the content of the quest that the Union of Helen went through was very strange. They say that they attacked a peasant village, took all the inhabitants captive, and handed them over to the Grand Duke. They also kidnapped young NPCs, using them as a focus, and the number of those kidnapped was rumored to be around 300. The Serdians have not yet fully grasped the essence, but they carry out a lot of strange and inhumane quests. Ju Hyuk understood that if they were collecting NPCs, it was possible that they weren't just targeting them, and Serdian understood this as well. Although there was no exact data at the moment, this does not only concern NPCs. Serdian reported to Ju Hyuk that they also noticed that players were being attacked. Around this time, the man turned in his quest, said goodbye to the NPC, and prepared to exit the game. He knew that if, even though his day had been difficult, he studied hard, maybe one day he would succeed. That's what he thought until he was attacked, stunned, and dragged off into a dark period. Soon this guy was ejected from the system, as his capsule detected pain above the baseline level, so a forced logout occurred. He felt a huge relief that he had managed to get out of the game. He had never thought that he could be kidnapped on Olympus and experimented on. He wanted to report it to the police as soon as possible. He wondered since when he continued to bleed. Besides, he understood that he couldn't move at all, and there was no one in his room, so no one could even hear him or call an ambulance. All this time his blood continued to flow without stopping. He asked for someone to help him, but no one responded. At this time there was a spy under his windows, who immediately reported to the director that although this guy had returned back due to a forced exit, it looked like he would die soon anyway. As he had already found out beforehand, he is a low-income person who grew up in an orphanage and does not seem to interact with his neighbors at all. On the orders of the director, they decided to choose another target. He told the woman not to worry, because their targets were from the lower class. Therefore, even if one day someone suddenly disappeared, no one would know about it, and therefore they considered making such sacrifices to catch absolute evil justified. Around this time, Ju Hyuk returned to Runa City, where he was greeted with joy, and he wondered if the greetings were too loud. Serdian only explained that the Lord's influence on the advancement of the territory was significant. Thanks to him, the rune was elevated to the Great Rune, agricultural lands expanded, and the quality of the soil was improved. There were positive signs that productivity could be increased up to 30 times. Rune was no longer just a granary, but a fertile territory. Ju Hyuk, just looking at Serdian, remembered how his entire body trembled when he spoke about using the 2 black stones before expanding the territory. In addition, Ju Hyuk noticed that a new altar had also been erected in this place. After the promotion to Great Rune, a sculpture in the shape of an altar was added. The fact that the altar sculpture appeared on its own was not such a problem. But Ju Hyuk knew that if the black flame or the devil flame, symbolizing the descendants of Shulter or the heavenly devil, bloomed, it would become a big problem. Since the hidden part was only unlocked after expanding to Taurus and Rune, the system seems to want him to upgrade that as well. So the hero asked Serdian if there was anything else unusual that would be worth his attention. He explained that they still hadn't found the NPCs and players who were attacked by the Grand Duke. Ju Hyuk became very curious about what happened to the NPCs and players who were hit. When he heard from the previous report that the Grand Duke of the Empire was kidnapping people, he immediately had a bad feeling. This is because he also encountered a situation where the player was kidnapped by NPCs. Every time his teacher tortured him under the pretext of gaining knowledge, he felt unbearable pain, and even when he was forced to log out, he had to suffer all sorts of side effects. He was worried that they were gathering players to do something strange with them, so he asked Serdian to let him know immediately when any information appeared. In addition, Serdian reported that there were additional issues that required his personal consideration. This time the territory had expanded greatly, but he wondered if there would be a separate adjustment in the tax rate. He understood that if soil fertility improved and agricultural land expanded, tax rates would have to increase without any adjustment. He explained to Serdian that they were receiving enough money from their payments anyway, so no adjustments were needed, and Serdian was happy with this decision, sensing that his lord would become the holiest man on this earth. After this, he happily explained to the people inhabiting these lands that tax rates had been frozen. After that, the Great Lord's qualification was confirmed and Ju Hyuk's level was raised, but he clearly understood that the level rise definitely had nothing to do with the Great Lord title. Anyway, now he was level 77 and he would finally be able to use global area detection. And now, since Serdian was not going to calm down anytime soon, he decided to test his skill. After which I activated the detection skill on the global area and felt something interesting. He felt all his body senses activated. He was interested in checking at what distance detection was possible. But suddenly he felt something strange, as if something was happening somewhere in the distance. As it turned out, the director was at that time about 13 kilometers west of the Great Rune, along with Limian, and the woman reported that they had prepared everything as the Grand Duke had requested. She thanked the director for the offer of cooperation, since she herself had personal scores to settle with absolute evil. She couldn't understand how someone of the lower class could behave like that towards the new nobility that ruled this land. She would never forgive him. She also noticed the siege weapon that the director had spoken of, a rank 4 siege weapon called Shay. For this operation, 3 cargo flights were carried out by air from the Empire in the strictest secrecy. The maximum range was about 13 kilometers, and it was equipped with a large area concealment function. The plan was to tear down the castle walls in 2 stages and launch a precision attack on the absolute evil in the remaining 3rd stage. The director didn't know what the old perverted duke wanted to achieve by demanding that even players be sacrificed, but in any case, it was through the sacrifice of the despicable plebeians that he was able to borrow this magical weapon. Since this place was 13 kilometers away from Runa, they thought that Ju Hyuk would never notice it if they managed to do everything before he used the skill to create the purple wall. The assistant told the woman that they had a really serious problem. Absolute evil had entered the Shay site, and the woman couldn't believe it. Shay currently had the large area concealment function activated, so she was confident that they would never be caught. She decided to make a change in strategy, and she ordered the weapons to be switched to close-range attack mode. Now she was sure that the guy clearly didn't understand what he was dealing with yet, so they had to hit him first before he noticed them. Finally, the first site started and the setup was complete. In close-range mode, and there were a couple of seconds left before launch. Once the launch was made, they all thought that the absolute evil would definitely be defeated. Ju Hyuk just calmly watched the approaching attack, realizing that they really did have a very good magic weapon. But after Ju Hyuk was hit by a volley, the woman realized in shock that the target was not destroyed. Ju Hyuk, approaching the enemies with displeasure, decided to ask if they were really planning to attack his fief with this weapon. He considered this to be a kind of declaration of war, and in that case, he was also declaring war on the Hellen Union and offered to fight them once. In the end, on a hill located 13 kilometers west of Rune, 3 barrels of the 4th-level siege weapon, Shay, and 60 mages were completely destroyed. He even felt sorry for wasting his energy on trash like them. For reference, the Shay bombardment aimed at Ju Hyuk was repelled without causing any damage due to the effect of the Muton Guardian necklace. He also realized that it seemed that all the members of the Union had been destroyed. He wondered what was happening to the cannon. So he learned that the gun had an auto-return function. He was very sorry because he really wanted to take it for himself. Finally, Ju Hyuk decided to check his stats and realized that the level of notoriety had been rising for some time, but had now reached its maximum. He was curious about what the maximum status meant. He had no idea what it meant and decided not to waste time here, but to quickly return to his land. Upon returning to reality, the woman sat in her office, not understanding how their failure could have happened. No matter how much they thought, all the questions remained unanswered. She didn't understand how the absolute evil was able to determine the location of Shay, which was hidden at a great distance, and how he was able to take a direct hit from Shay's attack without even getting hurt. All these questions faded into the background. The main thing was that he declared war on them, and all that remained was to start a territorial war with him. Finally, a man came to the director with an important report. The player they were delivering as a tribute had died again. The woman was interested in what this crazy NPC Duke was doing to the players. She had a lot of work ahead of her, as she still had to get her nephew out of prison. The problem was that in exchange for lending weapons, he had told her to kidnap low-born plebeians and send them to him as tribute. This could not continue like this. She needed a more reliable way to maintain victory. After which she handed the phone to her assistant and ordered him to contact all the people on this list. The man didn't understand. Were these really the extreme measures? And it was like this. The director asked to convey that the Aaron Union had officially asked for cooperation. Soon, Ju Hyuk decided to go to the Great Nan. He was still thinking about those bastards because of Alina who lent this magic weapon in exchange for players. He hoped that that fight had shown them that something like that definitely wouldn't work on him and that they would stop behaving like that. Anyway, the most important thing now is the hidden part. After all, the hidden part is only unlocked after expanding the 3 branches, and since it is related to the flame, it can be considered as the events of the ultimate evil main scenario. So he decided to get his reward. To his surprise, this time the flames began to react violently to the appearance of absolute evil. He checked that the conditions of the hidden part were satisfied. In addition, as a reward, he was given a new item corresponding to the level of the flame. In addition, to complete the quest, it was necessary to strengthen a set of paired inferno rings, after which he summoned both rings and realized that he had bought 1 ring in Iceland and that he had received the second by pure chance while exploring the secret vault of the Divine Star. The fact that you could enhance 2 items at once was a real jackpot. One way or another, since he was being offered to enhance divine rank items, it meant that it had to be done. So he decided to look at the conditions of this upgrade. But when he saw the price that was required for the upgrade, he literally couldn't believe it. What kind of crazy money was he being asked to spend on some altar? Soon he called Si-Song over and thought about how awkward it would be to tell her that he was going to give her a ring. But soon he awkwardly handed it to her, and she realized that it was a couple ring. And she also heard that if they kissed, the set effect would be activated. While the girl was admiring the ring, he received a notification that, despite the strengthening of the paired ring set, in order to use all its functions, it was necessary to activate the effect. He was worried, because even if it was a strengthened divine rank item, how could he even ask for another kiss? It seemed to him that Si-Song would definitely not agree, but the guy decided that he still needed to behave a little more simply, so he still found the strength to ask about it. At this time, Si-Song asked if anything terrible would happen since he gave her a pair ring, such an expensive divine-ranked item. But the guy only asked, was Si-Song really going to take the ring and run away with it? Obviously, she didn't want that and promised that such a thing would never happen. The guy awkwardly explained that one way or another, they just needed the system to recognize them as a couple, but asked that Si-Song not force herself if she felt uncomfortable. But instead, Si-Song immediately rose up on her toes and simply kissed the young man. Eventually, after this, it was confirmed that they were wearing Inferno pair rings, and they were registered as a couple, and the pair ring set effect was activated. In the end, the two of them, awkward and embarrassed, decided to log into the system in order to check the effect obtained. The hero realized that he had been given a huge package of passive skills. He realized that if they were now completely immune to anything of the fire divine rank, that meant they were actually completely invulnerable to the fire attribute. In addition, at this moment, Si-Song herself noticed that there was also an active skill here. It was an automatic counterattack skill. If someone below the divine rank attacked her, she would only die in vain. In addition, it had a special effect. Within a radius of 500 meters, when the health of the owner of the female pair ring decreases by more than 50%, the Inferno Flame can be used. Although Si-Song didn't understand what it was, she liked the effect. She just awkwardly explained that she couldn't use the Inferno Flame. Only Ju Hyuk could do that. In addition, the girl explained that Ju Hyuk also had the ability to detect in the global area and spiritual injection. In that case, if he uses these two skills, he will be able to control his Inferno Flames with ease. In any case, she was pleased by the fact that he could punish anyone who harmed her, so she was quite satisfied with this. Ju Hyuk looked at the girl in surprise. He didn't understand what had happened to her. She clearly didn't know anything about the games, but she had already clearly calculated all the steps in advance. And he was interested. Some miracle had already happened to this girl. The hero even suspected that she was actually a genius who had simply been pretending to be a fool until now. But he understood that this was unlikely to happen, so he suggested that Saesong return slowly. At the time, she was happy that she had received both a kiss and a matching ring. Around this time, Helen gathered all her partners and thanked them for being there. Until then, they never thought that this war would have such devastating consequences. Now that the unshakable Divine Star Alliance that held first place had collapsed, there were only two options left. Either absolute evil will go first, or the Union of Aaron. Therefore, Helen proposed an all-out war against absolute evil and asked the partners to destroy it completely in order to protect their existence. Soon Ju-hyuk was sitting quietly on the roof, observing the surroundings. He understood that a few days after the strengthening of the pair of rings, the Union of Helen should attack Prunu. But there was also talk of uniting the forces of the Allies, which included the 7 major alliances of South Korea. Most likely they felt they had no escape route, or perhaps they found a way to suppress it. Soon he noticed how a huge number of robots in metal armor began to approach. It was a tank division. Ju-hyuk, seeing this, also went down to his assistants and began to ask Serdian if he had managed to find out what kind of magical weapon they had brought. Serdian didn't know this, but he assumed that it could be an anti-personnel weapon with fire properties. He understood that in that case, the army consisted of about 50,000 people. Saesong was worried and did not understand whether Ju-hyuk would be okay here. He just calmly touched the girl and explained that this would be a symbolic battle. There was no point in simply winning. He enjoyed showing off his overwhelming difference in strength. So today he will fight without using Mercury's strike and asked all his assistants to get ready. Finally, when everyone was ready, Ju-hyuk suggested that they go to the battlefield to have a good game with their opponents, as they wanted. President Jr. waited for the gates to open, but was surprised to see that only 3 people stood against them. The guy was clearly incredibly outraged by such an act of absolute evil. Moreover, he had only seen absolute evil on video before and didn't really know anything about it, but the director of the Union, Helen, who actually met him, assessed his powers as follows. The absolute evil was a type of player they had never seen before. He fired multiple magical blasts with the force of a typhoon, absorbed their attacks as mana, and used them as his ultimate weapon. Although she didn't want to admit it, she still had to report that his power was real. Then Junior stepped forward and suggested that they go into battle first and draw Ju-hyuk's attention to themselves. This time they brought with them an armored division developed with the help of Esgaya. So he asked Elin to prepare to attack the absolute evil. His goal is to provoke Ju-hyuk at all costs and force him to come down with the castle system. Then victory will be theirs. Suddenly the boy received a report that the man who came out to fight them was pure evil. He was currently approaching and entering the range. Junior then ordered everyone to get into position, as now they had a chance to tie him up without the ability to move or fight. After this, a mass shooting began, in the end of which they failed to hit the enemy. Then Junior realized that he had come out specifically to say hello to them, and was trying to show that no matter how hard their big union tried, it was useless. After finishing the attack, Ju-hyuk calmly walked out, waving the evil god's protection at himself. After that, he calmly approached the guy and understood that he clearly knew that he could not kill him, and understood that he clearly must have a reason to attack like that. The boy just started to worry, not understanding how after such an attack, Ju-hyuk didn't have even a single scratch. In addition, he understood that since the boy was so calm now, it seemed like he had some kind of trick. Ju-hyuk laughed, noting that tricks were only required when the weak were trying to defeat the strong. The guy didn't understand how absolute evil dared to say something with such confidence. Besides, from his behavior he clearly understood that he didn't intend to attack directly. In that case, they had a chance to buy time. And at that moment, the director of the Union, Helen, ordered her magicians to quickly finish their preparations, because if the president of the Union, Gendai, was dragging out time, this was their chance. By this time, the mages had finished their preparations, and 3 barrels of the 4th-level anti-personnel weapon called Vulcan were ready. When all preparations were completed, Director Ellen warned Ju-hyuk that this would be the end for him, and then ordered the anti-personnel weapons to be activated. After that, a flame lit up under Ju-hyuk. It was so huge that even Junior himself felt quite hot. Helen, watching this, hoped that Ju-hyuk would be baked enough. Moreover, she was happy with such a pleasant sight. But what was her surprise when Ju-hyuk emerged from the flames unharmed? Moreover, he immediately headed to the director. The hero himself noted quite well how smart his advisor was. Serdian accurately predicted that the weapon would indeed have the property of fire. The new Inferno Blessing protected the player's body from fire. He simply calmly informed those present that it was quite warm here. The viewers of the broadcast were amazed that even a 500-meter-long pillar of fire was not a problem for him, and his health did not decrease by a single unit. After that, Ju-hyuk decided to use the skill Inferno Wrath, and all fire attribute attacks that were not of divine rank were destroyed. Helen only panicked, not understanding how a magic weapon could be destroyed in just one moment. She had never heard of a magic weapon being destroyed in the last 200 years. This was an item that was borrowed from the Duke with great difficulty, so they would definitely have a big problem with losing it. At one point, Junior rushed to attack Ju Hyuk, not understanding how he dared to disturb the public peace. The hero calmly reported that the nobles' projects planned by the Divine Star were connected with the 7 unions. They had taken the future away from the youth, but they still had the courage and the audacity to worry about their own skin, and he could not forgive that. He was saved from an attack by his president's assistant and realized that the absolute evil was really as cool and passionate a guy as he had heard about him. Ju Hyuk was truly this young man's type.